Qin Xiao sat up in his bed, drenched in cold sweat, his heart pounding as he tried to process everything. His surroundings were unfamiliar, and the realization of what had happened slowly began to dawn on him. "Where am I?" he muttered, his voice trembling slightly. Moments earlier, he had been in his room, casually watching a movie on his phone before dozing off. It was a bad habit of his, falling asleep with his phone in hand, plugged into the charger as he watched late-night films. He vaguely remembered the summer heat and how his phone had started heating up unnaturally. Then, just as he was slipping into unconsciousness, it had happened. The phone exploded. Now, here he was, in a completely different place, piecing together the fragments of his situation. Did I just transmigrate, he thought, his mind racing. Memories not his own surged into his consciousness, overwhelming him until they began to settle into a coherent flow. After a long moment, Qin Xiao finally managed to untangle the mess of information. Transmigration confirmed, he muttered to himself, exhaling deeply. I'm in a parallel world. Similar to Earth, but definitely not the same. As he sifted through the memories, he learned about this world's version of himself, a man with an extraordinarily tragic life. In this world, his parents had died in an accident, leaving behind a modest inheritance that was quickly swindled away by relatives. After that, he had gambled everything, his house, his future, on a business venture with a trusted friend, only to be betrayed by that same friend and his girlfriend. Now, he was left with nothing but crippling debt and a poisoned life. Qin Xiao glanced at the bottle on the bedside table, a container of paraquat, a notoriously lethal pesticide. The original owner of this body had been so cornered by despair that he had seriously contemplated drinking it. The thought sent a chill down his spine. 300,000 in debt, no family, no allies. And this is where I start? Qin Xiao leaned back, burying his face in his hands. What kind of cursed opening is this? For a fleeting moment, he even entertained the idea of testing whether he could transmigrate again by going through with the original owner's plan. His eyes lingered on the bottle of poison. But then he shook his head violently. No way. Better to live, even if it's a mess. Who knows? Maybe I can turn things around. I'm only 23, after all. There's still time. As he tried to steel himself and think of a plan for dealing with the mountain of problems he'd inherited, a sudden voice echoed in his mind. World entry detected. System binding in progress. Wait, what? A system? Qin Xiao straightened up immediately, his despair momentarily replaced by excitement. After a brief pause, a mechanical ding sounded in his head, and the voice returned. Binding complete. System activated. Host, Qin Xiao. A world entry has been detected. Would you like to enter immediately? Wait, hold on. Qin Xiao quickly responded in his thoughts. System, explain yourself. What exactly are your functions? And what's this world entry thing about? This system provides transmigration services. Complete tasks in other worlds to earn points, which can be used to exchange for items in the system shop, the voice replied in an emotionless tone. Let me see the shop. What kinds of things can I exchange for? Qin Xiao asked eagerly. Host permissions insufficient. The shop will unlock after you earn points, the system replied flatly. At least give me some examples, Qin Xiao pressed. Skills, genetic enhancements, money, and more. Detailed information will be available once the shop is unlocked, the system replied, offering little more. Though the system's answers were vague, Qin Xiao felt a surge of hope. A system. It was the ultimate cheat code for transmigrators like him. His miserable starting point might not matter anymore. Alright, what's this world entry thing about? Qin Xiao asked, trying to gather more information. Transmigration to other worlds requires coordinates. The system has detected residual world coordinates on the host, the voice explained. As it spoke, an image appeared in Qin Xiao's mind, a massive, clunky suit of iron standing at the entrance of a cave, flames spewing from its arm. Around it stretched an endless desert. Qin Xiao's eyes widened. That's Iron Man. I was watching that movie right before my phone exploded. Does this mean the world I can enter is the Marvel Cinematic Universe? The realization hit him like a thunderbolt. The world of superheroes, gods, and unimaginable dangers. A single glance at his current scrawny body reminded him that he wouldn't last a day there without some sort of power. System, the Marvel world is way too dangerous. Can't you give me a little boost before I enter? Something to help me survive? Qin Xiao pleaded. Rewards require effort. The host should understand this principle. Besides, given your current circumstances, what do you have left to lose? The system replied, its tone as emotionless as ever. Are you serious? Qin Xiao was momentarily speechless. He could have sworn he detected a hint of disdain in the system's monotone voice. But it wasn't wrong. With nothing left to lose, why not take the plunge? Alright, let's do this. Start the transmigration. Qin Xiao declared, determination lighting up his eyes. Congratulations on your courage, host, the system intoned. Time in your current reality will pause during transmigration. You may return after completing designated tasks. Transmigration commencing in 3, 2, 1. With the countdown complete, everything went black. When Qin Xiao opened his eyes again, he found himself standing in a rundown, desolate neighborhood. Trash and leaves littered the streets, and the two-story buildings around him were in obvious disrepair. The air smelled faintly of mildew, and the whole area exuded a sense of neglect. System, where am I? Qin Xiao asked, his voice steady but his mind racing. Identity successfully loaded. Relevant memories have been generated. Please review them, the system replied. Unlike the seamless integration of his original body's memories, these new memories felt distant, as if they were pages in a book he had to actively read. Qin Xiao delved into the information, learning about his new identity in this world. He was still Qin Xiao, a 22-year-old graduate of the University of California, Los Angeles. During his time in school, he had excelled academically and even received a scholarship from Stark Industries, which had led to an internship opportunity with the company. Not bad, Qin Xiao muttered. At least this identity puts me close to the main characters. Even if I'm just an intern, it's a start. As he skimmed further, the memories revealed something even more intriguing. When he was 13, his neighbor, a black man, had been attacked by Hydra operatives. The resulting chaos had claimed the lives of Qin Xiao's parents. Out of guilt, the neighbor had supported Qin Xiao's education and living expenses ever since. That man was none other than Isaiah Bradley, the original super soldier before Steve Rogers. Qin Xiao remained in a daze, staring at his hands as he flexed his fingers, feeling the newfound strength coursing through his body. The earlier events were still fresh in his mind, the chaos, the gunshot, the excruciating pain, and now, this surreal realization. I became a super soldier, just like Captain America, he muttered to himself, his voice trembling with a mix of disbelief and awe. The bent metal guardrail by the bed was undeniable proof. He hadn't even meant to squeeze it, yet it had crumpled under his grip like it was made of aluminum foil. His mind raced, trying to process what this meant for him. This was no ordinary transformation. He had been dragged into this dangerous Marvel universe and, in a twisted stroke of luck, had survived an injection of the legendary super soldier serum. But before he could fully grasp the implications, his thoughts were interrupted by the system's familiar, emotionless voice in his head. Newbie welcome package complete. In a dangerous world like this, the system must ensure the host has the minimum capital to survive. Is this not a pleasant surprise? Pleasant surprise? Qin Xiao nearly choked. You call getting shot and nearly dying a pleasant surprise? Could you not have given me the serum in a less traumatic way? The system remained unfazed, its tone as mechanical as ever. This method ensures the host integrates seamlessly into the world. The origin of your enhanced abilities is now perfectly justified. Host, you should appreciate the painstaking care I've taken to craft this narrative. Do not be ungrateful. Ungrateful? Qin Xiao's voice rose in his mind. I was shot. If Isaiah hadn't been there, I'd be dead. You nearly got me killed, you damn system. And you call this care? If the host had died, the system would have ceased operations, the system replied matter-of-factly. The host's survival was never in doubt. Please calm down and focus on the opportunities presented by your new abilities. Opportunities, Qin Xiao clenched his fists, the veins in his arms bulging as he tried to suppress his frustration. You could have at least warned me. You know, a heads up like, hey, you're about to get shot, but don't worry, it's all part of the plan? Is that too much to ask? Unnecessary, the system replied curtly. The host's reaction was authentic, which adds credibility to your integration into this world. Furthermore, the host now possesses enhanced strength, speed, and healing capabilities. Your survivability has increased significantly. Focus on the positives. Qin Xiao gritted his teeth, his anger simmering. I swear, if I could punch you right now, I would. And with this new strength, you'd feel it too. The system ignored his threat, continuing in its monotone voice. Host, your new abilities are a gift. Use them wisely. The Marvel universe is filled with dangers, and you will need every advantage to complete your tasks and survive. Qin Xiao took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. As infuriating as the system was, it wasn't wrong. He had been given a second chance, no, a third chance, if he counted his initial transmigration. This serum, this transformation, was his ticket to survival in a world teeming with gods, aliens, and madmen. He just wished the process hadn't been so nerve-wracking. At that moment, Isaiah returned, holding a glass of water. The old man's expression was a mixture of relief and guilt as he handed the glass to Qin Xiao. Here, drink this. You need to stay hydrated after losing so much blood. Qin Xiao took the glass, his enhanced senses picking up on the faint tremor in Isaiah's hand. The man might have appeared calm on the surface, but the events of the past few hours had clearly shaken him. Qin Xiao couldn't blame him. Isaiah had not only saved his life but had also unwittingly transformed him into something greater. Isaiah, Qin Xiao began, his voice steady, I don't know how to thank you. You saved my life and then some. I owe you everything. Isaiah sighed, sitting down heavily on a nearby chair. You don't owe me anything, kid. I just did what I had to do. But you shouldn't have come here. I told you, it's not safe to be around me. Hydra's still out there, and they'll stop at nothing to hunt down people like me. Hydra? Qin Xiao's expression darkened at the mention of the name. The memory of the gunshot, the pain, and the realization that someone had tried to kill him all came rushing back. So it was Hydra who sent that assassin? Isaiah nodded grimly. They've been after me for decades. I thought I'd shaken them off, but it seems they've caught my scent again. And now, because of me, you've been dragged into this mess. No, Qin Xiao said firmly, setting down the empty glass. I'm not blaming you for this. If anything, this is on Hydra. But they've made a mistake. They've given me a reason to fight back. Isaiah's eyes widened slightly at the determination in Qin Xiao's voice. There was a fire there, a spark he hadn't seen in years. Kid, you don't know what you're getting yourself into. Hydra isn't just some gang you can take down with a few punches. They're everywhere, hidden in the shadows, pulling strings you can't even imagine. Then I'll pull them out of the shadows, Qin Xiao said, his voice steady. One by one, if I have to. They've already taken too much from me, from us. It's time someone pushed back. Isaiah studied him for a long moment, then let out a weary sigh. You've got the fire, I'll give you that. But if you're serious about this, you need to be ready. Hydra plays dirty, and they won't stop until they've gotten what they want or destroyed you trying. I'll be ready, Qin Xiao said, clenching his fists. The metal bedframe groaned slightly under the pressure, a reminder of the power now coursing through his veins. Isaiah nodded slowly. All right, kid. If you're set on this path, I'll help you. But you'd better be sure. Once you go down this road, there's no turning back. Good, Qin Xiao said, a small smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Because I'm not planning on turning back. In the back of his mind, the system's voice chimed in once more. Task initiated, uncover and dismantle Hydra's operations. Progress will be tracked. Good luck, host. Qin Xiao smirked. Oh, I'll need more than luck. Let's see what this new body can really do. Qin Xiao took a deep breath as he followed Pepper Potts down the pristine, modern hallway of Stark Industries' top floor. His heart was pounding, not just because he was about to meet Tony Stark, but because this was his first real chance to complete his system-issued task. Months of mundane work and endless waiting had finally led to this moment. He clenched his fists slightly, reminding himself of the strength now coursing through his body. Asterisk, this is it. Time to make my mark, asterisk. Pepper led him to a sleek door that automatically slid open, revealing a spacious office that looked more like a high-tech playground than a workplace. The walls were lined with holographic displays, blueprints, and various mechanical components. In the center of the room stood the man himself, Tony Stark. Dressed in a casual blazer over a graphic t-shirt, he was leaning over a workbench, tinkering with what looked like a miniature arc reactor. Mr. Stark, Pepper said with her usual professional tone, this is Xiao Qin, one of the interns here for the final interview. Tony didn't look up immediately. Instead, he waved a hand dismissively while continuing to work. Yeah, just give me a minute. I'm in the middle of something groundbreaking here. You know, the usual. Qin Xiao stood awkwardly by the door, unsure whether to step forward or wait. System, any advice here, he thought, but unsurprisingly, the system stayed silent. It seemed the system had decided to let him figure this one out on his own. After a few more seconds, Tony finally straightened up and turned to face Qin Xiao. He gave him a quick once-over, his sharp eyes scanning Qin like he was analyzing a new piece of tech. All right, let's see what we've got here, Tony said, tossing the tool he was holding onto the workbench. Xiao Qin, right? Or is it Qin Xiao? You know, you guys really need to figure out the whole name order thing. It's confusing. Xin Xiao forced a polite smile. It's Qin Xiao, Mr. Stark. Xin Xiao, Tony repeated, nodding slowly. Got it. So, you're the last one, huh? Save the best for last, I hope. Or maybe not. We'll find out soon enough. He gestured to a chair across from him. Have a seat. Let's talk. Xin Xiao sat down, trying to maintain his composure. This was it, the moment he had been waiting for. He needed to make an impression, but how? Tony Stark wasn't the type to be impressed by flattery or generic answers. He thrived on wit, intelligence, and boldness. Xin Xiao knew he had to play his cards carefully. So, Tony began, leaning back in his chair and clasping his hands behind his head. You've been here for, what, 3 months? Tell me, Xin Xiao, what have you learned about Stark Industries in that time? Xin Xiao hesitated for a moment, then decided to be honest. I've learned that Stark Industries is more than just a company, it's a hub of innovation. But honestly, I've also learned that being an intern involves a lot of coffee runs and waiting for opportunities to prove yourself. Tony raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued by the candor. Ha! Most people just tell me how amazing I am. I mean, they're not wrong, but it gets old. Go on. Xin Xiao took a deep breath. I came here to learn from the best, to see how cutting-edge technology is developed and applied. But I also know that opportunities like this don't come often, and I don't want to waste it. I want to be part of something bigger, to contribute to something meaningful. Tony's expression shifted slightly, his sharp gaze now more focused. Not bad, not bad. Ambition is good. But you know, pretty much everyone who walks through that door says the same thing. So tell me, why should I remember your name after today? Xin Xiao knew this was his moment. He leaned forward slightly, meeting Tony's gaze. Because I don't just want to be another cog in the machine. I want to solve problems, to think outside the box, just like you. I may not have the resources or the genius you have, but I have the drive to learn and adapt. Give me a chance, and I'll prove it. Tony stared at him for a long moment, then smirked. Well, you've got guts, I'll give you that. Alright, Xin Xiao, let's test that drive of yours. I've got a prototype over there that's been giving me trouble. Something about the stabilization isn't working right. Think you can figure it out? Xin Xiao blinked, caught off guard. You mean, right now? Yeah, right now, Tony said, gesturing to the workbench. Unless you'd rather go back to fetching coffee. Xin Xiao stood up, his heart racing. This was unexpected, but it was exactly the kind of opportunity he needed. He approached the workbench, or a small, drone-like device set partially disassembled. He examined it carefully, his mind racing as he tried to analyze the problem. System, any help here? He asked silently. Host must rely on their own abilities for this task, the system replied, as unhelpful as ever. Xin Xiao took a deep breath and focused. The device appeared to be some kind of miniature flight stabilizer. He noticed a loose connection in the gyroscopic mechanism and a misaligned capacitor. Carefully, he adjusted the components, his hands steady despite the pressure. After a few minutes, he stepped back. Try it now, he said, looking at Tony. Tony raised an eyebrow but picked up the device and activated it. The drone hummed to life, hovering steadily in the air. Tony watched it for a moment, then turned to Qin Xiao with an impressed expression. Not bad, Tony said, tossing the drone back onto the workbench. You've got a good eye. And you didn't break it, which is more than I can say for some of the other interns. Qin Xiao allowed himself a small smile. I told you I wouldn't waste the opportunity. Tony grinned. Alright, Qin Xiao, you've earned yourself a spot. Let's see what you can really do. Welcome to Stark Industries. Qin Xiao felt the tension in the room shift as Tony Stark's competitive nature flared up. He hadn't intended to provoke the billionaire genius, but he also knew that this might work in his favor. Tony Stark was known for his ego and his need to prove himself, especially when someone doubted him. Qin Xiao decided to play along, carefully. Mr. Stark, Qin Xiao said with a small, polite smile, it's not that I doubt your abilities. You're a genius, after all. But this kind of physical training, it's not about intelligence or invention. It's about patience, discipline, and enduring pain over years of practice. It's not exactly your style, is it? Tony raised an eyebrow, his arms crossing over his chest. Not my style? You think I can't handle a little pain and discipline? I'll have you know I spent weeks in a cave building the first version of the Iron Man suit while, never mind, that's classified. Qin Xiao chuckled softly, sensing that he'd hit the right nerve. I'm just saying, someone like you, someone with your brilliance, probably wouldn't have the time or interest to dedicate to something so basic. You're more of a big picture guy, right? Pepper Potts, still standing nearby, raised an eyebrow at Qin Zhao's subtle challenge. She could tell Tony was biting the bait, and she wasn't sure whether to admire Qin's boldness or feel sorry for him. Tony smirked, stepping closer to Qin Zhao. Alright, Mr. Kung Fu Master. How about this, why don't you come by my personal gym sometime? Show me a few of your basic techniques. Let's see if I can't surprise you. Before Qin Zhao could respond, a familiar voice from the doorway interrupted. Tony, are you seriously trying to pick a fight with the new intern? Everyone turned to see James Rhodey Rhodes, Tony's best friend and a colonel in the U.S. Air Force, standing with his arms crossed and an amused expression on his face. He looked at Qin Zhao and then at the wrecked sandbag. What the hell happened here? Did you punch that? Qin Zhao scratched the back of his head, trying to look modest. It was more of a demonstration than a fight. Rhodey glanced at the sandbag, then at Tony. Let me guess. You couldn't resist trying to one-up someone, could you? Tony shrugged. Hey, I'm just testing the limits of my team. Can't have anyone slacking off around here, right? Rhodey rolled his eyes and walked over to Qin Zhao, extending a hand. I'm Colonel Rhodes. And you are? Qin Zhao, he replied, shaking Rhodey's hand firmly. Just an intern, trying to make a good impression. Well, Rhodey said, glancing at the destroyed sandbag again, you've definitely made an impression. Though I gotta say, I've never seen an intern do that before. Tony leaned against the nearest table, his smirk returning. See, Rhodey? I'm building a team of super interns here. Next thing you know, they'll be flying suits of armor and saving the world. Super interns, huh? Rhodey said, raising an eyebrow. You sure you don't want to, I don't know, test his blood or something? Make sure he's not secretly an alien? Qin Zhao tensed slightly at the comment, his mind flashing back to the super soldier serum that had transformed him. He forced a laugh, playing it off. I promise, I'm 100% human. Just a bit of an overachiever. Tony's eyes narrowed slightly, as if he were considering something deeper, but he quickly waved it off. Alright, Kung Fu Panda, he said, gesturing toward the door. You're in. I don't know what I'll have you do yet, but consider yourself part of the team. Just don't go breaking anything else, okay? Those sandbags aren't cheap. Thank you, Mr. Stark, Qin Zhao said, bowing his head slightly. I won't let you down. As Qin Zhao turned to leave, he caught Rhodey giving him a curious look, as if trying to figure him out. Qin gave him a polite nod before stepping out of the room, his mind racing with thoughts. Once outside, Qin Zhao let out a long breath of relief. The system's voice chimed in his head, breaking his thoughts. Task complete. You've successfully gained Tony Stark's attention and secured a position in his inner circle. Reward, 500 points. The system shop is now available. Qin Zhao smiled faintly. Finally. He quickly opened the system shop in his mind, eager to see what was available. A holographic interface appeared in his thoughts, displaying a range of options. Skills, technology, genetic enhancements, combat techniques, and even tools from various fictional universes were listed, each with a point cost. His eyes scanned the options, and one item immediately caught his attention. Basic Combat Enhancement Package, 300 points. Perfect, Qin Zhao thought. If I'm going to be around Tony Stark and potentially getting involved in Marvel-level chaos, I need to be ready for anything. Without hesitation, he selected the package. A wave of warmth spread through his body as the enhancement took effect. He felt his reflexes sharpen, his muscles tighten, and his mind become more focused. It wasn't as dramatic as the super soldier transformation, but it was noticeable. Enhancement complete, the system informed him. Host's combat proficiency has been significantly improved. Qin Zhao clenched his fists, feeling the newfound control over his abilities. This is just the beginning. Back in the room, Tony watched Qin Zhao leave, his mind turning over what he'd just seen. Pepper, he said, turning to his assistant, get me everything we have on that guy. I want to know where he came from. Pepper raised an eyebrow. You're seriously going to dig into his background? Why? He seems harmless enough. Tony smirked, but his eyes were sharp. Maybe. Or maybe he's the most interesting thing to walk into this company since, well, me. Either way, I want to know more. Something about him doesn't add up. As Tony turned back to his workbench, Rhodey crossed his arms, watching him carefully. You really think there's something off about him? Tony shrugged. Call it a hunch. But you know me, Rhodey, I don't ignore hunches. Qin Zhao took a deep breath, quickly regaining his composure. His mind raced as he pieced together the unexpected situation. Black Widow. Natasha Romanoff ***, one of the deadliest and most cunning spies in the Marvel Universe. And now, here she was, sitting across from him in a red dress, casually inviting him for a drink. While her appearance was stunningly disarming, he knew better than to underestimate her. He smiled politely, masking the wariness bubbling beneath the surface. "Well, I wasn't planning on leaving just yet," he said smoothly, gesturing to the seat across from him. "Please, join me. It's not every day I get company like this." Natasha gave a small, enigmatic smile as she slid into the seat with practiced elegance. Her posture was relaxed, but Qin Shao could tell there was a tension in her movements, a readiness for action that never truly left her. This wasn't just a casual encounter, she was here for a reason. The question was, what did she want? "So," Natasha began, her voice maintaining that alluring, slightly husky tone, "you've been coming here for a few nights now. You seem like someone who enjoys watching more than participating. Quiet, observant. Am I right?" Qin Shao raised an eyebrow, impressed by her subtle probing. She was already trying to get a read on him. "I suppose you could say that," he replied casually, taking a sip of his drink. "But sometimes, watching tells you more than jumping into the action. What about you? You don't strike me as someone who comes to places like this just for the nightlife." Natasha chuckled softly, her eyes glinting with amusement. "Oh, I have my reasons. Let's just say I like meeting interesting people. And you, Mr. Qin, seem interesting." The mention of his name sent a small jolt through Qin Shao. He kept his expression neutral, but his mind sharpened. She knows my name. That's not good, Interesting? That's quite the compliment, he said, leaning back slightly to feign ease. But I have to wonder, how do you know my name? I don't recall introducing myself. Natasha tilted her head slightly, her smile never faltering. Let's just say I'm good with names. Comes with the job. And what job might that be? Qin asked, his tone light but his eyes watchful. Natasha shrugged, swirling the drink in her glass. Oh, this and that. I dabble in a lot of things. But enough about me. Let's talk about you. A recent addition to Stark Industries, working closely with the big boss himself, impressive for someone so young. Qin Zhao's mind raced. She's done her homework, he decided to tread carefully, keeping his answers vague. I wouldn't say closely. Mr. Stark is unique. I'm just an intern trying to make the most of the opportunity. An intern who punches through sandbags like they're made of paper? Natasha countered, her smile sharpening ever so slightly. That's not exactly what I'd call ordinary. Qin Shao felt the tension rise but maintained his calm demeanor. So, she saw that. Or at least heard about it, he knew better than to outright deny it. Natasha Romanoff wasn't someone you could fool easily. Let's just say I've had some unconventional training, he said with a small shrug. A hobby of mine. Keeps me in shape. Natasha leaned forward slightly, her piercing gaze locking onto his. Unconventional is right. You're full of surprises, Mr. Qin. I like that. Qin Shao met her gaze, refusing to back down. And you're not exactly what you appear to be, Ms. Natasha, she said smoothly. Just Natasha. Well, Natasha, Qin said carefully, it seems you've done your research. I can't help but wonder, what is it you're looking for? Natasha's smile widened, but there was something predatory about it now, like a cat toying with its prey. Oh, I'm not looking for anything. Just curious. People like you tend to attract attention, and I like to stay ahead of the curve. Attention? Qin Shao feigned ignorance. I'm just a guy trying to get by. Nothing special about me. Really? Natasha arched an eyebrow, her tone dripping with skepticism. Because the way I see it, you're someone who's very good at keeping a low profile while hiding something extraordinary. Qin Shao felt the system stir in his mind, as if it were ready to offer guidance, but he ignored it for now. He needed to handle this on his own. He leaned forward slightly, mirroring Natasha's posture, and lowered his voice. All right, you've got me. I'm just a guy who got lucky punching a sandbag the right way. And now, I'm sitting across from someone who clearly has more layers than they let on. So, let's cut to the chase. What do you really want? For the first time, Natasha's smile faltered just slightly, her eyes narrowing as she studied him. The playful tone in her voice was gone, replaced by something more serious. I wanted to see if you were worth the trouble. Trouble? Qin Shao repeated, his voice even. Should I be flattered or worried? Natasha stood up, smoothing out her dress with practiced grace. That depends on you. But for now, let's just say I'll be keeping an eye on you, Mr. Qin. With that, she turned and walked away, leaving Qin Shao alone at the bar. He exhaled slowly, his mind buzzing with questions.
Natasha Romanoff. Black Widow. Why is she interested in me? Does she think I'm a threat? Or is she testing me for something bigger?
The system's voice broke through his thoughts. Warning, host has been marked as a person of interest by Natasha Romanoff.
Proceed with caution.
Yeah, no kidding, Qin Xiao muttered under his breath. He glanced around the bar, half expecting someone else to approach him, but no one did. For now, it seemed the encounter was over. Qin Xiao downed the rest of his drink and stood up, his mind already working on his next move. If Natasha Romanoff was interested in him, it meant he was on the radar of S.H.I.E.L.D., or worse, Hydra. Either way, he needed to be prepared. Time to step up my game. As Qin Xiao walked back into the bar, his mind was still racing from the encounter in the alleyway. He had completed the system's task, and the notification in his head confirmed it.
Task completed, you've successfully aided Natasha Romanoff and left a lasting impression. Reward, 300 points.
Not bad, Qin Xiao thought, a satisfied smirk creeping onto his face. Though I may have overdone it a little with the whole bullet trick. He chuckled to himself, recalling Natasha's stunned expression as he disarmed her and left her pinned against the wall. He knew she wasn't someone to be trifled with, but the opportunity to mess with the Black Widow just a little was too tempting to resist. Still, I probably shouldn't push my luck if I run into her again, which I almost certainly will.
As he re-entered the bar, the lively atmosphere felt oddly comforting after the tension outside.
The music was still pumping, and the crowd was as animated as ever. Yet, as Qin scanned the room for the girl he had been watching for the past few days, he realized she had already left. With a disappointed sigh, he muttered to himself, so much for that plan. The system chimed in his head again, as if sensing his mood. Host, you have gained a valuable connection with a key figure in this world.
Focusing on personal relationships may not yield optimal results for mission progress.
Yeah, Qin Xiao grumbled internally.
Thanks for the moral support, system.
Real helpful. He ordered another drink, figuring he might as well unwind before heading home for the night. As he sipped his cocktail, his thoughts returned to Natasha.
That woman is sharp. Too sharp.
If she starts digging into my background, it could cause problems. On the other hand, she might become an ally if I play this right. The system interrupted his thoughts with another notification. New task issued, establish trust with Natasha Romanoff. Progress will benefit future missions involving S.H.I.E.L.D. or the Avengers.
No time limit assigned.
Qin Xiao sighed heavily, swirling the ice in his glass.
Great. Just what I needed. Another mission involving that woman.
Still, he couldn't deny the potential benefits of earning Natasha's trust. As one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s top agents and a founding member of the Avengers, she was a critical player in the Marvel Universe. Having her on his side could open doors and possibly save his life in the future. All right, he muttered under his breath.
One step at a time.
For now, I need to lay low and avoid any unnecessary attention.
The last thing I need is S.H.I.E.L.D. breathing down my neck.
Finishing his drink, Qin Xiao decided it was time to call it a night. He left the bar, his mind already working on how to approach the new task. The cool night air greeted him as he stepped outside, and he took a deep breath, trying to clear his head. Meanwhile, in the alleyway, Natasha Romanoff stood silently, staring at the pile of unconscious men at her feet. Her mind replayed the events of the past few minutes, her sharp instincts analyzing every detail of the mysterious man who had intervened. Who was he, she thought, her fingers tightening around her phone. He had moved with a speed and precision that rivaled some of the best agents she had ever encountered. And yet, he had claimed to be nothing more than a bystander, a gentleman, as he had put it. Natasha couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to him than met the eye. His confidence, his skill, and even his humor all pointed to someone who knew exactly what he was doing.
And while he hadn't seemed hostile, his actions had clearly demonstrated that he wasn't just an ordinary civilian.
She dialed a number on her phone, speaking quickly when the line connected.
This is Romanoff. I need a cleanup crew at my location. 3 suspects, unconscious.
I also need intel on someone Asian male, mid-20s, approximately 6 feet tall.
Name, Qin Xiao. Cross-reference him with any recent activity involving Stark Industries.
The voice on the other end acknowledged her request, and she ended the call, slipping her phone back into her clutch. As she waited for the cleanup team to arrive, Natasha's lips curled into a faint smile.
We'll meet again, Mr. Qin. And next time, I'll be ready.
Back at his small apartment, Qin Xiao finally relaxed, flopping onto his couch with a satisfied sigh. Despite the unexpected detour with Natasha, the night had turned out better than he had anticipated. He had completed a system task, earned some points, and even managed to annoy one of the most dangerous women in the world, though he wasn't sure if that was a win or not. He accessed the system shop again, scrolling through the available options. With his newly earned points, he debated whether to upgrade his combat abilities further or save up for something bigger. After some consideration, he decided to hold off on any purchases for now. Better to see how things played out before making any hasty decisions. As he lay there, staring at the ceiling, a thought crossed his mind. If this is just the beginning, things are only going to get crazier from here. A grin spread across his face. Bring it on, he said to himself. I'm just getting started. In the office of the S.H.I.E.L.D. director, the tension was palpable. Nick Fury, the ever-composed leader of the organization, stood by the window, his hands clasped behind his back as he gazed out at the bustling activity of the helicarrier below. His single eye was sharp, calculating, as if he were dissecting 1,000 possibilities all at once. Behind him stood Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow, her presence as composed and lethal as ever. Clad in her signature black tactical suit, she exuded a quiet strength, her expression calm yet unreadable. The conversation they had moments ago lingered in the air. The remnants of Hydra's network within the US had been dismantled, their agents either dead or captured. Yet, despite the success, Fury's mind was already elsewhere, fixated on a new potential variable. You've done well, Romanoff, Fury said without turning, his voice low and steady. Hydra's operations took a big hit thanks to your efforts. That's one less problem for me to worry about. But now, I've got my eye on something, or rather, someone else. Natasha's brow furrowed slightly. She had a feeling where this conversation was headed. The man I mentioned before, she said evenly, her voice betraying no emotion. The one from the bar. Fury finally turned, his long black leather coat swishing slightly with the motion. He walked over to his desk and tapped the folder lying on top. The first page displayed a clear photo of Qin Xiao, his name printed neatly beneath it. Fury's expression was unreadable, but Natasha could sense the intrigue in his eye. Qin Xiao, Fury said, his tone measured. Relatively new to Stark Industries. Background checks out, no criminal record, no red flags. But you and I both know appearances can be deceiving. Natasha remained silent, waiting for Fury to continue. She knew better than to interrupt when he was working through his thoughts. You said he took down 3 armed men in seconds, Fury continued, flipping through the pages of the file. Effortlessly. And then, he had the nerve to disarm you and walk away like it was nothing. Yes, Natasha admitted. Her tone was professional, but there was a hint of frustration. He's fast. Too fast. His movements were precise, calculated. Not something you see in your average civilian. But he didn't seem hostile. If anything, he was playful. Fury raised an eyebrow at that. Playful? That's not usually how I describe someone capable of taking out trained operators without breaking a sweat. Natasha shook her head slightly. I don't think he's Hydra, if that's what you're thinking. But he's definitely hiding something. No one moves like that without training or enhancements. Fury leaned back in his chair, steepling his fingers as he studied the file. The question is, what's he after? And why is he working for Stark Industries? Stark doesn't exactly hire people based on their hand-to-hand combat skills. That's what I'd like to find out, Natasha said calmly. If he's a threat, we need to know. And if he's not, he might be an asset. Fury's gaze flicked to another document beneath Qin Zhao's file. It was marked with the unmistakable logo of the Avengers Initiative. He tapped the corner of the document thoughtfully. The world's changing, Romanoff. We're seeing more and more people who don't fit the mold. People with abilities, with potential. Some of them will be our enemies. But some could be exactly what we need. You think he's worth considering for the initiative? Natasha asked, her tone careful. Too early to say, Fury replied. But I don't want to ignore a potential player on the board. Keep an eye on him. Get closer if you can. I want to know what makes him tick. Natasha nodded, her expression resolute. Understood. I'll handle it. Fury leaned forward, his gaze intense. And Romanoff, if he turns out to be a threat, I trust you'll know what to do. Of course, Natasha said, her voice steady. She turned and left the office, her mind already racing with strategies for how to approach Qin Xiao again. Meanwhile, back at Tony Stark's Malibu mansion, Qin Xiao was blissfully unaware of the growing interest he had garnered from S.H.I.E.L.D. He was too busy trying to keep a straight face as he watched Tony struggle with yet another round of training. Lower, Stark. Qin Xiao called out, barely suppressing a grin as Tony's legs trembled from the effort of holding the horse stance. If you can invent a suit of armor that flies,
You can hold this position for 5 minutes. Yeah, Tony grumbled, sweat dripping down his face. Remind me why I'm paying you again? Oh, right, because I thought learning kung fu would be fun. Spoiler alert, it's not.
Fun comes later, Qin Xiao said with a smirk. For now, pain is your best teacher. Nearby, Happy Hogan sat on a bench, nursing a bottle of water and glaring at the two of them.
You know, Stark, I signed up to be your bodyguard, not your punching bag. If this keeps up, I'm putting in for a transfer.
Don't be so sensitive, Happy, Tony said, wincing as he adjusted his stance.
You're doing great.
Really? I mean, you're only losing to me slightly less embarrassingly now. Happy muttered something under his breath that sounded suspiciously like a curse, but he didn't get up. He knew better than to leave Tony alone with Qin Xiao. The two of them had a knack for getting into trouble when left unsupervised. As the sun began to set over the Pacific Ocean, Qin Xiao called an end to the session. Tony collapsed onto a lounge chair with a groan, while Happy trudged off to the kitchen to grab a snack. Qin Xiao sat down next to Tony, handing him a bottle of water.
You're improving, he said honestly. A few more weeks, and you might actually be able to hold your own in a fight. Tony cracked a tired grin. You think so? Careful, Qin. You're starting to sound like you actually like me.
Don't push it, Qin Xiao replied with a laugh. But in truth, he was starting to enjoy these sessions. Tony Stark might be arrogant and infuriating at times, but he was also brilliant, funny, and surprisingly easy to get along with once you got past the ego. Still, Qin Xiao couldn't shake the feeling that his time here was just the calm before the storm. With every passing day, the Marvel Universe inched closer to the events that would change everything. And whether he liked it or not, he was going to be right in the middle of it all. Qin Xiao turned his head toward the woman who had just spoken, his eyes narrowing slightly as recognition set in.
Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow, was standing there, dressed to perfection in an elegant yet understated black evening gown.
Her hair was styled differently from the last time they met, cascading in soft waves over her shoulders, but her sharp, calculating gaze was unmistakable. She looked every bit the part of someone who belonged in this high-class gathering, blending seamlessly into the crowd while still managing to exude an air of confidence and danger. Natasha, Qin Xiao said with a slight smile, his tone carefully neutral.
Fancy seeing you here. What brings you to this charitable gathering?
Natasha's lips curled into a faint smirk as she leaned slightly against the roulette table, her eyes flicking between him and Tony Stark.
Let's just say I'm here on business. Though I didn't expect to see you here, Qin. I didn't take you for the gambling type.
Well, Qin replied, glancing at the roulette table with a chuckle, I'm not. But when you're hanging out with Tony Stark, you tend to end up in unusual situations. Unusual is one way to put it, Natasha said, her eyes glinting with amusement. She then turned to Tony, who was watching their exchange with mild curiosity.
Mr. Stark, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. I've heard so much about you.
Tony, ever the charmer, flashed her a dazzling smile.
The pleasure's all mine. And you are.
Natasha, she said simply, holding out her hand.
Tony took it, his expression briefly flickering with intrigue.
Natasha, Tony repeated, his tone playful. Beautiful name for a beautiful lady.
So, what's a mysterious woman like you doing at a party like this? Don't tell me you're here to steal my spotlight.
Not at all, Natasha replied smoothly, her smirk widening.
I'm just here to observe, and maybe take a few risks.
She gestured to the roulette wheel as the dealer prepared to spin.
Tony raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. I like your style, Natasha. Stick with us, you might even have some fun.
As the wheel spun, Qin Xiao couldn't help but glance at Natasha out of the corner of his eye.
He knew she wasn't here by coincidence.
Her presence, her timing, even the way she had casually redirected his bet, all of it felt deliberate.
Asterisk, is she here because of me? Or is this about Tony?
Maybe both, asterisk. The wheel stopped, and the dealer announced the winning number, 2. Tony let out a triumphant laugh as the chips were pushed toward their spot on the table. Looks like the lady knows her stuff, Tony said, giving Natasha an approving nod.
You're already proving to be better company than most of the people here.
Natasha smiled but said nothing, her eyes briefly meeting Qin Xiao's. There was something in her gaze, an unspoken challenge, perhaps, or a warning.
Either way, Qin knew he had to tread carefully. Natasha Romanoff wasn't someone you underestimated or trusted lightly.
Beginner's luck, Qin said lightly, breaking the tension.
But I'll take the win. Thanks for the assist, Natasha.
Anytime, she replied, her tone carrying a hint of amusement. She straightened up and glanced around the room.
I'll leave you boys to your fun. Don't lose too much, now. With that, she walked away, seamlessly blending into the crowd. Tony watched her go, his expression a mix of admiration and curiosity.
Now that is an interesting woman, Tony said, turning back to Qin Xiao.
Where do you know her from? And more importantly, do you think she'd be interested in me?
Qin Xiao resisted the urge to roll his eyes.
Let's just say we've crossed paths before. And as for whether she'd be interested, I wouldn't count on it.
She's not exactly the type to fall for charm alone.
Tony smirked, clearly not deterred. Good thing I've got more than just charm, then. What do you think she meant by business? She doesn't strike me as a typical partygoer.
Qin Xiao shrugged, keeping his tone casual.
Who knows? Maybe she's just here to network.
Or maybe she's got her own reasons for being here.
Tony gave him a curious look but didn't press further.
Instead, he gestured toward the roulette table.
All right, let's see if your luck holds up. Double or nothing?
As Tony placed another bet, Qin Xiao's thoughts were elsewhere.
Natasha's sudden appearance wasn't a coincidence, he was sure of it.
Whether she was here because of him, Tony, or something else entirely, he couldn't afford to let his guard down. If she's watching me, I'll need to watch her too. Meanwhile, across the room, Natasha quietly observed the interaction between Tony and Qin from a distance. Her expression was calm, but her mind was working overtime, analyzing every detail. He's good, she thought, her gaze lingering on Qin Xiao.
Too good. He's playing it cool, but he knows I'm watching him. And Tony, he's just a bonus. If Qin's protecting him, that means he's already in deeper than he's letting on. She tapped her earpiece subtly, speaking in a low voice. Fury, this is Romanov. I've made contact.
He's here with Stark, just as you suspected. Fury's voice crackled in her ear.
Good. Keep an eye on him.
And don't let Stark get wind of this, he's got enough on his plate as it is.
Understood, Natasha replied.
She ended the transmission and took a sip of her drink, her eyes never straying far from Qin Xiao.
Let's see what you're really up to, Mr. Qin.
Back at the roulette table, Qin Xiao felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. He didn't need to look to know that Natasha was watching him. This is going to be a long night, he thought, forcing a smile as Tony laughed loudly beside him. A very long night. Qin Xiao put down his phone after hearing the news from Happy.
Tony Stark's disappearance in Afghanistan meant the events of the Marvel timeline were officially kicking off.
The gears of fate were turning, and now Qin Xiao found himself woven into their fabric. He let out a sigh, glancing at the window as the evening light faded. Here we go, he muttered to himself, already preparing his mind for what was coming. Tony's transformation into Iron Man was inevitable, but Qin Xiao knew he had a role to play. Whether it was fate or the system's manipulation, he didn't really care anymore. What mattered was surviving this chaotic world and making the most of the opportunities it offered. Across the city, Natasha Romanoff was back at her temporary SHIELD safehouse, typing up the report Fury had requested. Her interaction with Qin Xiao the previous night had been revealing, to say the least. He was sharp, witty, and disarmingly honest, traits that made him both unpredictable and intriguing. Her fingers hovered over the keyboard as she replayed parts of their conversation in her mind. The way he had openly joked about his weakness for beautiful women, the casual confidence with which he admitted to his abilities, and the underlying tension when they discussed his connection to Isaiah and the super soldier Serum. Qin Xiao was no ordinary individual, that much was clear. Subject exhibits no immediate signs of hostility or antisocial behavior, she typed, her expression thoughtful. Despite his remarkable physical abilities, he displays a surprisingly casual and grounded demeanor. Further observation is recommended to determine his long-term intentions and potential alignment. She paused, her lips curving into a faint smile as she added, subject also possesses a unique sense of humor, which may serve as a useful tool for defusing tense situations. After submitting the report to Fury, Natasha leaned back in her chair, her mind already turning to her next steps. Qin Xiao was clearly aware of her surveillance, but he didn't seem to mind. If anything, he appeared to welcome the interaction. Interesting. Not many people would be so open with someone like me. Her phone buzzed, and she glanced at the screen to see Fury's name. Picking it up, she heard his usual gruff tone. Romanoff, I've read your report. Keep monitoring him. Stark's disappearance just put us all on high alert, and I don't want any surprises from your new friend. Understood, she replied. Anything on Stark's location? Not yet. But I've got agents combing through every lead. If he's still alive, we'll find him. Fury paused before adding, and if Qin Xiao gets involved, I want to know about it immediately. Natasha ended the call and stared at the screen for a moment. If he gets involved, she had a feeling Qin Xiao wouldn't stay on the sidelines for long. Back at his apartment, Qin Xiao was busy going through his system interface. The recent turn of events meant he needed to prepare for the inevitable showdown with Ironmonger and the chaos that would follow. He opened the system shop, scanning through the available options. With 400 points from the casino winnings and his previous balance, he now had enough to make some critical upgrades. His eyes landed on a new item in the shop, Enhanced Tactical Awareness, 300 points. The description promised heightened situational awareness, faster reaction times, and the ability to process combat scenarios with near superhuman precision. Perfect, Qin Xiao muttered, selecting the upgrade without hesitation. As the points were deducted, a rush of clarity washed over him. His mind felt sharper, his thoughts quicker, and he could almost sense the subtle changes in his surroundings. It was like a switch had been flipped, and suddenly, everything felt easier. He still had 100 points left, which he decided to save for now. With his enhanced combat skills, E-grade tactical suit, and custom Tang Dao, he felt confident enough to handle whatever came his way. As he leaned back on his couch, the system chimed in with a new notification: upcoming task, assist Tony Stark in his escape from the 10 rings. Reward, 800 points. Qin Xiao smirked. Asterisk figures. The system's not going to let me just sit back and watch, asterisk. The timer on the task indicated he had a few days before it would activate, giving him some time to plan. He knew the 10 rings compound would be heavily guarded, and while Tony would eventually build the Markai suit to escape, things might not go as smoothly with him in the picture. He needed to be ready for anything. 3 days later, Qin Xiao was standing on a dusty hill overlooking the 10 rings base. He had tracked their location using a combination of online resources, satellite data, and a few discrete inquiries tools that would have been impossible to access without the system's assistance. Through his binoculars, he could see the makeshift compound below, its perimeter guarded by armed men. Tents and crude buildings were scattered throughout the area, with several vehicles parked near the main entrance. In the center of the compound was a larger structure, heavily guarded, which he assumed was where Tony was being held. All right, Qin Xiao muttered to himself, gripping the hilt of his collapsed Tang Dao. The blade was securely hidden in his tactical suit, ready to be deployed at a moment's notice. Time to make some noise. He activated the stealth mode on his suit, the fabric shifting to blend in with the rocky terrain around him. Moving silently, he approached the compound's perimeter, his enhanced awareness picking up the positions of the guards and their patrol patterns. Taking out the first few guards was almost too easy. With his enhanced agility and training, he slipped through the shadows like a ghost, incapacitating them with swift, precise strikes. A chokehold here, a pressure point there, he made sure not to kill anyone, knowing it would only complicate things later. As he moved closer to the central structure, he heard the faint sound of welding and clanging metal. Tony, he thought, a small smile tugging at his lips. Looks like you're already hard at work. He positioned himself near the entrance, waiting for the right moment to strike. The system's voice chimed in his head: task initiated, assist Tony Stark in his escape. Progress, 10%. Qin Xiao took a deep breath, his grip tightening on the hilt of his weapon. Asterisk all right, Stark. Let's get you out of here, asterisk. Qin Xiao sighed deeply, rubbing his temples as Natasha sat confidently on his couch. He knew that involving S.H.I.E.L.D. in any capacity was risky, especially since their ranks were undoubtedly infiltrated by Hydra at this point in the timeline. The problem was, Natasha didn't know that yet, and even if she did, she wouldn't admit it. For now, he had to trust her judgment, but it didn't stop him from feeling uneasy about the whole situation. All right, fine, Qin Xiao said, throwing his hands up in mock surrender. You've already called your boss, so there's no point in arguing about it. But for the record, if this leaks and something goes sideways, I'm blaming you. Natasha raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on her lips. If something goes wrong, you can try blaming me. But good luck, just make sure you're faster than my fists. Noted, Qin Xiao muttered. He sat down on the armrest of a chair, leaning forward slightly. So, what's our next move? We wait for your people to dig something up? Exactly, Natasha replied, crossing her legs as she leaned back comfortably. S.H.I.E.L.D. has resources you can't even imagine. If Obadiah Stane is involved, we'll find something. And if he's clean, well, we'll know that too. Yeah, let's hope he's not clean, Qin Xiao said, half joking. Otherwise, we're back to square one, and Tony's clock is ticking. Natasha's expression shifted, just slightly, but it was enough for Qin Xiao to notice. For all her composure, there was a flicker of concern in her eyes, a reminder that, underneath all the training and experience, she still cared about the people she worked with. Even if Tony Stark wasn't exactly her responsibility,
his disappearance clearly bothered her. You care about him, don't you? Xin Xiao asked, his tone more serious now.
Natasha glanced at him, her smirk fading.
Tony's an important figure.
Not just for Stark Industries, but for the world. He's not perfect, but he's a genius. And whether he knows it or not, the world needs people like him.
She paused, then added, he's also kind of growing on me.
Xin Xiao chuckled softly.
Yeah, he has that effect.
Beneath all the ego and sarcasm, he's got a good heart.
But don't tell him I said that. It'll only inflate his ego even more. Natasha allowed herself a small smile, but her professionalism quickly returned. We'll get him back. One way or another.
Meanwhile, in the shadowy depths of S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Nick Fury was leaning over a desk cluttered with reports and surveillance photos. In his hand was a file detailing Obadiah Stane's activities over the past 6 months.
While nothing overtly incriminating had surfaced yet, Fury's instincts told him there was more to the story.
Director, a voice came through his earpiece, breaking his concentration.
We've accessed Stane's private communications. There's something you'll want to see.
Fury straightened, his expression hardening.
Send it to my terminal. Now.
Minutes later, Fury was staring at a series of intercepted messages between Stane and an unknown contact.
The language was vague, but there were enough references to the asset in finalizing the deal to set off alarm bells in Fury's mind.
He didn't trust coincidences, and the timing of these communications lined up too perfectly with Tony Stark's disappearance.
Get me Romanoff,
Fury ordered, his voice cold and precise. And tell her to bring her new friend. Back at Xin Zhao's apartment, Natasha's phone buzzed. She glanced at the screen, her expression shifting as she read the message.
Looks like we've got something, she said, standing up. Fury wants to see us.
Xin Zhao groaned, leaning back against the chair.
Great. Just what I needed, a meeting with the one-eyed overlord. Can't wait.
Natasha smirked, grabbing her jacket.
Don't worry, he's not as scary as he looks. Well, most of the time.
Comforting, Xin Zhao muttered as he stood up.
All right, let's go.
But if he starts grilling me about my past, I'm blaming you for dragging me into this.
You'll be fine, Natasha said, already heading for the door. Just don't say anything stupid.
Define stupid, Xin Zhao quipped as he followed her out. At S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Fury wasted no time once Natasha and Xin Zhao arrived. He greeted them with his usual stern demeanor, his single eye locking onto Xin Zhao as if he were trying to read his soul. So, Fury began, his tone heavy with authority.
You're the guy Romanoff can't stop talking about.
Hopefully all good things, Xin Zhao replied with a polite smile, though his tone carried a hint of sarcasm.
Don't push it, Fury said bluntly, motioning for them to sit. We've got a situation.
Stane's communications have been compromised, and we've uncovered evidence linking him to a group operating out of Afghanistan. Their description matches the 10 rings.
Natasha's eyes narrowed.
So he is involved.
Looks that way, Fury confirmed.
We've traced the messages to a specific region.
It's remote, heavily guarded, and completely off the grid. If Stark's alive, that's where he'll be.
Xin Zhao leaned forward, his expression serious.
What's the plan?
Fury glanced at him, his gaze scrutinizing.
You're not exactly part of this operation. But since Romanoff seems to think you're worth keeping around, I'm willing to let you tag along as long as you follow orders.
Xin Zhao smirked.
You mean her orders, right? Because I'm pretty sure she's the one calling the shots here.
Natasha shot him a warning look, but Fury only chuckled dryly.
Smart mouth. Let's hope your skills match it.
Turning back to the screen, Fury brought up a satellite image of the compound.
This is where we believe Stark is being held. Romanoff, you'll lead the infiltration. Xin Zhao, you're with her. Get in, get Stark, and get out. No unnecessary risks.
Understood, Natasha said firmly.
Xin Zhao nodded, his expression determined. Let's bring him home.
As the two left the briefing room, Xin Zhao couldn't help but glance at Natasha. You know, for a first mission together, this feels a bit high stakes. Natasha smirked, adjusting her gear.
Welcome to my world. Xin Zhao's jaw dropped. Isaiah Bradley? The first super soldier from Falcon and the Winter Soldier? This was getting more interesting by the second.
The desert sun blazed overhead as the civilian-style SUV carrying Xin Zhao and Natasha Romanoff rumbled across the vast, barren expanse of sand and rock. The air was dry and unforgiving, but neither of the two occupants seemed fazed. Natasha, one hand on the steering wheel and the other resting casually on the doorframe, maintained her usual calm demeanor. Qin Shao, on the other hand, wore a more contemplative expression as he processed everything she had told him. So, Qin Shao said, breaking the silence, "You're telling me the 10 Rings thought they could outsmart S.H.I.E.L.D. by hiding in this desert? I mean, don't get me wrong, moving into Pakistan was clever. But didn't they realize that sending videos of Tony was basically handing you a trail to follow?" Natasha smirked, her eyes fixed on the horizon. "Terrorists like them think they're clever, but they always underestimate organizations like S.H.I.E.L.D. They don't realize how far our reach goes or how fast we can connect the dots. Their idea of being cautious is amateur at best." "Amateur, huh?" Qin Shao chuckled as he leaned against the car window. "Well, I guess they're about to learn the hard way." "That's the plan," Natasha replied, her voice calm but firm. "But don't get cocky. These guys might not be professionals, but they're still dangerous. Desperate people with guns and hostages are always unpredictable." Qin Shao nodded, acknowledging her point. "Fair enough. But I've got to admit, I'm kind of excited to see what you can do out there. You've got a reputation, Romanov." Natasha turned her head slightly, raising an eyebrow. "Oh? And what kind of reputation is that?" "Deadliest woman in the world," Qin Shao said with a teasing grin. "You know, just your average Tuesday nickname." Natasha rolled her eyes but couldn't suppress a small smile. "Flattery won't get you far, rookie. Besides, I'm more interested in seeing what you can do. This is your first official mission as an agent, after all. Don't embarrass me." "Embarrass you?" Qin Shao feigned offense. "Please. You're about to see me in action, Romanov. You might even be impressed." Natasha smirked again, her tone turning playful. "We'll see, rookie. We'll see." As the SUV approached the designated coordinates, Natasha slowed the vehicle and pulled off to the side of the rocky trail, parking behind a small cluster of dunes for cover. The two of them stepped out, their boots crunching against the coarse sand as the wind whipped faintly around them. Natasha opened the back of the SUV and retrieved a compact case containing her gear. She quickly armed herself with a pair of pistols, a tactical knife, and a small assortment of gadgets. Qin Shao, meanwhile, adjusted his E-grade tactical suit, which had blended seamlessly into the desert tones. His Tang Dao was securely fastened to his side, hidden within its compact handle form. "All right," Natasha said, her voice taking on a sharper, more professional tone. "The compound is about 2 kilometers east of here. According to the intel, it's heavily guarded, but they're not expecting anyone to find them out here. That gives us the element of surprise." "Good," Qin Shao replied, his tone matching hers. "So what's the plan? Sneak in and take them out quietly?" Natasha nodded. "Exactly. We'll split up once we're close. I'll handle the perimeter guards and disable their communications. You head straight for the main structure where they're keeping Stark. Once you've got him, signal me, and we'll get out of there together." "Got it," Qin Shao said. "Any idea how many hostiles we're dealing with?" "Roughly 20, Natasha replied. "Maybe more. But if we stick to the plan, we shouldn't have to deal with all of them." Qin Shao smirked. 20? That's it? Sounds like a warm-up." Natasha shot him a warning look. "Don't get cocky, rookie. Keep your head in the game." "Yes, ma'am," Qin Shao said with a mock salute, earning him another eye roll from Natasha. The two of them began their approach, moving swiftly and silently across the dunes. Natasha's movements were precise and calculated, a testament to her years of training and experience. Qin Shao, enhanced by the supersoldier serum and his system-enhanced skills, matched her pace effortlessly, his senses heightened as he scanned the area for potential threats. As they neared the compound, the faint sounds of voices and machinery reached their ears. Natasha signaled for them to stop, crouching low behind a ridge. She pulled out a pair of binoculars and surveyed the area. "There," she whispered, pointing toward a makeshift watchtower overlooking the main entrance. "2 guards up top, armed with AKs. More patrolling the perimeter. We'll have to take them out quietly." "Leave the tower to me," Qin Shao said, his voice low but confident. "I'll handle it." Natasha hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "All right. But be quick. We don't have time to waste." Qin Shao activated the stealth mode on his suit, the fabric shifting to blend with the sand and rock around him. Moving like a shadow, he made his way toward the tower, his Tang Dao ready in his hand. The blade extended silently, its dark, sleek design glinting faintly in the sunlight. Reaching the base of the tower, Qin Shao climbed swiftly and silently, his enhanced agility allowing him to scale the structure with ease. At the top, the 2 guards were chatting idly, completely unaware of his presence. In one fluid motion, Qin Shao incapacitated the first guard with a strike to the neck, catching him before he could fall. The second guard barely had time to react before Qin Xiao's blade was at his throat, forcing him to surrender quietly. "Good night," Qin Xiao whispered, knocking the guard unconscious with the hilt of his blade. He secured both guards and signaled back to Natasha. From her position, Natasha watched the entire sequence through her binoculars, her lips curving into a small, impressed smile.
Not bad, rookie. Not bad at all,
With the guards neutralized, Natasha moved in to disable the compound's communications, while Qin Xiao descended the tower and prepared to infiltrate the main structure. The mission was in full swing, and the clock was ticking. "Hang in there, Tony," Qin Xiao thought as he approached the entrance. "We're coming for you." Qin Xiao sat quietly under the moonlit sky, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon where the faint outlines of the terrorist camp could just barely be made out. The desert air was cool and silent, a stark contrast to the blistering heat of the day. Yet, his mind was far from calm. The words Natasha had spoken moments ago lingered in his thoughts, her quiet admission about redemption and the life she had resigned herself to. He leaned back against the sand dune, letting out a quiet sigh. "She's been through so much, yet she keeps moving forward," he thought.
She's stronger than most people I've ever met.
But even someone like her deserves a second chance, a shot at something better. As he adjusted his position, Qin Xiao's system chimed softly in his mind, breaking the stillness of the moment. Host has initiated significant emotional engagement with Natasha Romanoff. Relationship progress, positive. Task update, no immediate impact, but continued rapport may influence future missions. Qin Xiao rolled his eyes inwardly.
Thanks for the update, system.
Real helpful.
Maybe next time you can tell me something I don't already know.
The desert wind picked up slightly, kicking up a faint swirl of sand around him. Qin Xiao tightened the collar of his tactical jacket, his eyes drifting toward the small tent where Natasha had retreated. She had been unshakable during the past few days of reconnaissance, her dedication and professionalism an unspoken reminder of why she was considered one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s best. But seeing her vulnerability, even for a brief moment, had made her seem more human to him, more than just the legendary Black Widow. He shook his head, snapping himself out of his thoughts.
Focus, Qin. You've got a mission to complete.
No time for distractions. Adjusting his position, he scanned the terrain with his binoculars, making note of the patrol routes and the spacing between the guards. The compound was relatively quiet at this hour, with only a few sentries patrolling the perimeter. It was the perfect time to strike. Inside the tent, Natasha lay on her side, her head resting on her folded arms. Though her eyes were closed, sleep eluded her. Qin Xiao's words from earlier replayed in her mind, his earnest tone and the unexpected sincerity behind his reassurance.
You're not the executioner, Natasha. You're not the one to blame.
She let out a quiet breath, her lips curling into a faint smile. It wasn't often that someone saw past her facade, past the mask she wore as the Black Widow. Yet Qin Xiao, with his strange mix of humor, sarcasm, and genuine kindness, had managed to do just that. For a brief moment, she had felt normal, like she was having a conversation with a friend instead of a fellow operative. Shaking off the thought, she reminded herself of the task at hand. There was no room for sentimentality in her line of work. Tonight, they had a mission to accomplish, and that was all that mattered. Hours passed, and the first rays of dawn began to creep over the horizon, painting the desert in hues of orange and gold. Qin Xiao remained vigilant, his enhanced senses keeping him alert despite the long night. He had spent the hours meticulously studying the enemy's movements, making mental notes of their patterns and potential weak spots. As the tent flap rustled, Natasha emerged, her expression calm and focused. She adjusted her tactical gear as she approached him, her sharp eyes scanning the horizon. "Anything new?" she asked, her voice low but steady. "Not much," Qin Xiao replied, handing her the binoculars.
"Same patrol routes, same guard rotations. If we're going to hit them, now's the time.
Their night watch is tired, and the day shift hasn't fully taken over yet." Natasha nodded, her gaze narrowing as she surveyed the compound through the binoculars.
"The team should be arriving soon. Once they're in position, we'll move in."
"Got it," Qin Xiao said, standing up and brushing the sand off his gear.
"What's the plan? Quiet infiltration or loud and messy?"
Natasha smirked, her eyes glinting with anticipation. "Quiet, at first. We'll take out the perimeter guards and disable their communications. Once that's done, we move to extract Stark. If things go south, well, I hope you're ready for messy." Qin Xiao grinned, his hand instinctively brushing against the hilt of his Tang Dao.
"Messy's my specialty."
As the first light of day illuminated the desert, the faint sound of engines signaled the arrival of the SHIELD support team. A sleek, unmarked vehicle approached their position, kicking up a trail of dust behind it. Natasha and Xin Xiao moved quickly to rendezvous with the team, their movements precise and efficient. The team consisted of 4 operatives, all clad in tactical gear and armed with suppressed weapons. They greeted Natasha with crisp salutes before briefing her on the latest updates. "We've confirmed Stark's location," one of the operatives reported, showing Natasha a tablet with a detailed map of the compound. "He's being held in the main cave, under heavy guard. There's also a weapons workshop nearby, likely where they're forcing him to work." Natasha studied the map carefully, her mind racing as she formulated a plan. "All right," she said after a moment. "We'll split into 2 teams. Team A will handle the perimeter and disable their communications. Sheen and I will be Team B, we'll infiltrate the cave and extract Stark. Once we have him, we regroup and exfil immediately. No unnecessary risks." The operatives nodded in unison, their expressions serious. As they prepared their gear, Natasha turned to Qin Xiao, her voice dropping slightly. "Ready for your first mission as a SHIELD agent, rookie?" Qin Xiao smirked, his eyes gleaming with determination. "Let's do this." With the plan in place, the team moved out, their figures blending seamlessly into the desert landscape. The mission had begun, and the stakes couldn't be higher. As they approached the compound, Qin Xiao couldn't help but feel a surge of adrenaline coursing through his veins. "This is it," he thought, gripping the hilt of his Tang Dao tightly. "Time to show them what I'm capable of." Qin Xiao silently approached the large iron door, his movements precise and deliberate. The 2 guards lay slumped against the wall, blood pooling beneath them from the suppressed shots. Inside the dimly lit cave, the faint sound of machinery and muffled voices echoed, confirming that he was in the right place. Tony Stark should be just ahead. He took a deep breath, his enhanced senses sharpening as he assessed his surroundings. The air was thick with the smell of oil and metal, a clear sign that this was where Stark had been forced to work. Qin Xiao carefully pushed the door open, keeping his posture low and his handgun at the ready. The interior of the cave was a chaotic workshop, filled with makeshift tools, scattered blueprints, and half-assembled weapons. At the far end of the room, under the dim glow of a flickering overhead lamp, was Tony Stark. He was hunched over a crude workstation, his hands bound but still working on something with meticulous focus. Beside him stood a man Qin Xiao recognized from the movie, the scientist Inson, who was speaking to Tony in a hushed voice. Qin Xiao scanned the room quickly. 2 more guards were stationed near the entrance to another chamber, their attention fixed on a card game. Their rifles were propped against the wall, within arm's reach but not immediately ready. Amateurs, Qin Xiao thought, smirking slightly. He raised his suppressed pistol, taking aim. With 2 quick shots, the guards crumpled to the ground before they even realized what was happening. The noise startled Tony and Inson, who both turned toward the source of the sound. Tony's eyes widened as he saw Qin Xiao, but the recognition took a moment to register. "You're not one of them," Tony said cautiously, his voice hoarse. "Who the hell are you?" Qin Xiao allowed himself a small smile as he approached. "A friend. Let's just say I'm here to get you out of this mess." Inson looked between Qin Xiao and the fallen guards, his expression a mix of relief and suspicion. "Are you with the military?" "Not exactly," Qin Xiao replied, quickly cutting the ropes binding Tony's hands. "But I've got backup, and we don't have much time. Can you walk?" Tony flexed his wrists, grimacing slightly. "Yeah, I can walk. But I'm not leaving without this." He gestured to the crude arc reactor strapped to his chest and the half-assembled pieces of what Qin Xiao recognized as the Mark I suit. "Seriously?" Qin Xiao said, his tone incredulous. "You want to carry that thing out of here?" Tony shot him a defiant look. "This thing is what's keeping me alive. I've been working on a plan to get us out of here, and I'm not leaving without it." Qin Xiao sighed, glancing over his shoulder to ensure the coast was still clear. "Fine. But make it quick. We've got company outside, and I'd rather not stick around to meet them." Tony nodded, immediately turning back to the workstation. Inson joined him, helping to gather the critical components of the suit. Qin Xiao took up a defensive position near the entrance, his ears straining for any hint of movement from the other chambers. Through the earpiece, Natasha's voice came through. "Qin, status update. Have you reached Stark?" "Yeah, I've got him," Qin Xiao replied quietly. "But he's insisting on bringing his science project with him. We need a few more minutes." "Understood," Natasha said. "We'll keep the perimeter clear. But hurry, reinforcements could show up any minute." As Tony and Inson worked, Qin Xiao couldn't help but admire the ingenuity of what they had built. The Mark I was crude and bulky,
but it was a testament to Tony's genius. This is where it all begins, Xianxiao thought. The birth of Iron Man. Alright, Tony said finally, stepping back from the workstation. We're good to go. Inson, help me with this. Inson moved to assist Tony, strapping the pieces of the suit onto him as quickly as possible. Xianxiao kept his focus on the entrance, his grip on the Tang Dao tightening. He could sense the tension in the air, the calm before the storm. Just as they finished assembling the suit, the sound of raised voices and hurried footsteps echoed from deeper in the cave. Xianxiao's instincts kicked in immediately. We've got incoming, he said sharply. Get ready to move. Tony, now clad in the bulky Mark I, tested the suit's movements with a grimace. This thing's not exactly subtle. I hope you're good at covering fire. Don't worry about that, Xianxiao said with a smirk. Just make sure you don't fall behind. The first wave of guards burst into the room, their weapons raised. Xianxiao moved like a blur, his enhanced reflexes and combat skills coming to the forefront. He closed the distance to the nearest guard with lightning speed, his Tang Dao flashing in the dim light as he disarmed and incapacitated the man in a single fluid motion. Gunfire erupted, the sharp cracks of suppressed weapons echoing through the cave. Natasha's voice came through the earpiece again. We're engaging hostiles outside. Keep moving. Roger that, Xianxiao replied, his voice steady despite the chaos. Tony, you're up. Let's see what that suit can do. Tony activated the Mark I, the makeshift flamethrowers on his arms roaring to life. The remaining guards scrambled for cover as the room was engulfed in a burst of fire. Xianxiao used the distraction to take out the last of the hostiles, his movements precise and efficient. Let's move! Xianxiao shouted, leading the way toward the exit. Tony and Inson followed close behind, the clanking of the Mark I echoing with each step. As they emerged into the open, the scene outside was pure chaos. Natasha and Clint were engaged in a fierce firefight, their skill and precision keeping the enemy forces at bay. Xianxiao joined the fray, his Tang Dao cutting through the opposition with deadly efficiency. Stark's clear! Natasha called out, her voice cutting through the noise. Fall back to the extraction point. The team regrouped, covering each other as they retreated to the waiting extraction vehicle. Despite the chaos and danger, Xianxiao couldn't help but feel a surge of adrenaline. This is what it's all about, he thought. This is what I came here for. As they sped away from the compound, leaving the burning wreckage behind, Tony turned to Xianxiao, a faint smirk on his face. Not bad for a guy I've never met before. Thanks for the save. Anytime, Xianxiao replied, his own smirk matching Tony's. Welcome back to the land of the living, Stark. Now let's get you home. As the SUV sped away from the site of the explosion, the desert landscape behind them was still illuminated by the fading flames of the massive detonation. Inside the vehicle, the atmosphere was tense but laced with a sense of relief. They had succeeded in rescuing Tony Stark and destroying the cache of weapons, but the mission wasn't over yet, far from it. Tony sat in the back, staring silently out the window, his expression unreadable. The faint blue glow of the arc reactor on his chest cast eerie shadows on his weary face. Next to him, Xianxiao leaned back in his seat, trying to catch his breath while keeping an eye on the horizon behind them. Well, that went better than expected, Xianxiao said, breaking the silence. He glanced at Tony with a wry smile. You okay back there, Stark? You look like you've been through a meat grinder. Tony turned to him, the corners of his mouth twitching upward in a weak attempt at a smile. Yeah, I guess you could say that. Thanks for the rescue, by the way. I wasn't expecting to see you out here, especially not with her. He gestured toward Natasha, who was in the passenger seat, her sharp eyes scanning the road ahead. I'm full of surprises, Xianxiao replied casually. And hey, it wasn't just me. Natasha and Clint did most of the heavy lifting. I just added a little flair to the operation. Natasha gave him a side glance, smirking slightly. Flair, huh? I'll make sure to note that in my report. From the driver's seat, Clint Barton, Hawkeye, spoke up, his tone dry. You mean the part where he almost crushed my hand during introductions? Yeah, real flair. Xianxiao winced, scratching the back of his head. Okay, that was a misunderstanding. I thought you were testing me. My bad. Clint rolled his eyes but said nothing further. His focus was on navigating the rough terrain, ensuring they stayed off the main roads to avoid detection. As the vehicle bounced over a particularly rough patch of sand, Tony shifted uncomfortably. So, he began, his voice tinged with curiosity, what's the deal with you, Xian? Last I checked, you were just a martial arts instructor who somehow knows his way around a sandbag. Now you're out here playing secret agent with the big leagues. Xianxiao hesitated for a moment, glancing at Natasha.
She gave him a slight nod, signaling that it was okay to say more, though likely not everything. Let's just say my life's gotten a bit more complicated, Xianxiao said carefully. I've got some unique skills, and the right people, he gestured toward Natasha and Clint, noticed.
So here I am, helping out where I can. Tony raised an eyebrow, clearly not satisfied with the vague explanation. Unique skills, huh? Like what?
Strength, reflexes, a knack for getting into trouble, Xianxiao replied with a smirk. I'm like a less charming version of you, but with fewer gadgets.
Tony snorted, some of his usual bravado returning.
Nobody's as charming as me, pal.
But seriously, I owe you one. All of you.
His gaze shifted to Natasha and Clint.
I don't know how you found me, but, thank you.
Natasha turned slightly in her seat, her expression softening just a fraction.
It's what we do, Stark. But don't thank us yet. We're not out of the woods. As if on cue, the faint sound of helicopter blades reached their ears.
Everyone in the car tensed, their eyes darting toward the horizon. Clint quickly killed the headlights, slowing the vehicle to a crawl as they scanned the sky. Helicopter, Natasha said, her voice calm but firm.
Could be local military, or worse. We need to find cover. There's a ravine up ahead, Clint said, pointing to a rocky depression in the landscape. We can hide there until they pass. The SUV crept forward, navigating into the ravine. Once inside, they parked the vehicle under an outcropping of rock, its natural shadow providing some semblance of camouflage. The team quickly disembarked, weapons at the ready, as they listened for the approaching helicopter. The sound grew louder, the rhythmic thrum of the blades reverberating through the air. Natasha motioned for everyone to stay low, her sharp eyes scanning the sky. The helicopter appeared moments later, a dark silhouette against the brightening dawn. It hovered for a moment, its searchlight sweeping across the desert, before continuing on its way. The team waited in silence until the sound faded into the distance. Only then did Natasha signal that it was safe to move. Looks like we're not the only ones interested in this area, she said, her tone grim. We need to get Stark out of here before things get more complicated. Agreed, Clint said, starting the vehicle again. We'll stick to the back routes and avoid any settlements. With luck, we'll cross the border before noon. As they resumed their journey, Tony leaned back in his seat, his expression contemplative. You know, he said after a moment, this whole experience has given me a lot to think about. Those weapons back there, they were mine. My designs. And they ended up in the hands of people like them. He gestured vaguely toward the direction of the destroyed camp. Xianxiao glanced at him, his expression serious. What are you going to do about it? Tony's jaw tightened, and a determined look settled on his face. I'm going to fix it. No more weapons. No more letting my work fall into the wrong hands. I'm going to make sure this never happens again. Xianxiao smiled faintly, recognizing the resolve in Tony's voice. Asterisk, this is it. This is where Iron Man begins, asterisk. The SUV sped onward, the desert stretching endlessly before them. Behind them, the smoke from the destroyed camp still lingered in the air, a testament to the battle they had fought and the changes that were about to come. Hawkeye glanced at Xianxiao, still rubbing his chest from where the bullet had slammed into his vest. You've got a plan, rookie? This better be good, because we're running out of options. Xianxiao smirked, his confidence unwavering despite the chaos. Trust me, you're going to love this one. But first, where are those big guys I saw earlier? I need them right now. Natasha, who was still expertly maneuvering the SUV through the dunes, called out, Are you talking about the spare rocket launchers in the back? What are you planning to do, blow up the entire desert? Something like that, Xianxiao replied, his voice calm but with a hint of excitement. He turned to the back of the vehicle, yanking open the storage compartment and pulling out one of the rocket launchers. It was a sleek, intimidating piece of equipment, powerful enough to level a small building. This is exactly what I need. Hawkeye raised an eyebrow, his skepticism evident. You sure you know how to use that thing, rookie? It's not as easy as it looks. Relax, Xianxiao said, loading the weapon with practiced ease. I've got this. And besides, they're too close for me to miss. Just keep the car steady for a moment, Natasha. Natasha's lips twitched into a small smile. Steady? In this terrain? You've got high expectations, Xian, but I'll do my best. She jerked the wheel hard, narrowly avoiding another hail of gunfire as the SUV crested the top of a sand dune. Xianxiao popped his head out of the car's sunroof, the rocket launcher balanced on his shoulder. The wind whipped at his face as he scanned the pursuing vehicles. The first wave of enemies was closing in fast, their machine guns rattling and kicking up clouds of sand around the fleeing SUV.
Alright, let's even the odds, Xin Xiao muttered, locking onto the lead vehicle.
He took a deep breath, steadying his aim despite the vehicle's rough movements.
With a loud whoosh, the rocket shot out of the launcher, streaking through the air like a comet. The explosion that followed was deafening.
The lead vehicle was engulfed in a fireball, its occupants and the vehicle behind it sent spinning into chaos.
The remaining pursuers swerved to avoid the wreckage, buying Xin Xiao and the team precious seconds.
Nice shot, rookie,
Hawkeye called out, his voice tinged with genuine approval for the first time.
Thanks, Xin Xiao replied, already reloading the launcher. But we're not done yet.
Another group of vehicles crested the dune behind them, their headlights cutting through the swirling sand. Xin Xiao adjusted his aim, this time targeting the base of the dune itself. He fired again, and the rocket struck the sand with pinpoint accuracy, triggering a small landslide that buried two of the incoming vehicles. 2 for 1, Xin Xiao said with a grin, ducking back into the SUV as bullets ricocheted off the car's exterior.
How's that for flair? Tony, crouched low in the back seat, raised an eyebrow.
Not bad, but I'd give it a 7 out of 10.
Could have been flashier.
Save the critiques for later, Stark, Natasha cut in, her voice sharp.
We've still got more company.
Indeed, more vehicles were closing in, this time from both sides of the dunes. The sound of gunfire was relentless, and the SUV's reinforced frame was starting to show the strain. The chase was turning into a desperate fight for survival.
We're running out of time,
Natasha shouted, her grip tight on the steering wheel.
Whatever you're planning, Xin, now's the time to do it.
Xin Xiao quickly assessed the situation.
They couldn't outrun the enemy forever, and waiting for reinforcements was no longer an option.
He needed to create a diversion, something big enough to distract the pursuers and give the team a chance to escape. Alright, here's the plan, Xin Xiao said, his tone decisive.
We're going to set up an improvised trap.
Natasha, head for that cluster of dunes up ahead.
We'll use the terrain to our advantage.
Natasha nodded, her instincts telling her to trust him despite the insanity of the situation.
She gunned the engine, steering the SUV toward the indicated dunes.
Once they reached the spot, Xin Xiao jumped out of the vehicle, rocket launcher in hand.
Hawkeye, cover me. Natasha, keep the engine running.
Stark, stay low and don't get yourself killed. Hawkeye rolled his eyes but complied, pulling out his bow and knocking an arrow.
You're the boss, rookie. Don't screw this up.
Xin Xiao sprinted to the top of the dune, his enhanced agility allowing him to move quickly despite the unstable sand. He positioned himself just out of sight of the incoming vehicles, his mind racing as he calculated the timing and angles needed for his plan. As the first wave of pursuers crested the dune, Xin Xiao fired another rocket, this time aiming for the ground beneath one of the lead vehicles. The explosion created a massive cloud of sand and debris, forcing the remaining vehicles to slow down and cluster together to avoid the chaos.
Now!
Xin Xiao shouted, signaling to Hawkeye. Hawkeye's arrow flew true, striking a concealed stash of explosives that Xin Xiao had quickly placed during their stop. The resulting explosion was massive, sending vehicles flying and scattering the remaining pursuers in disarray.
Move, move, move. Xin Xiao called, sliding back down the dune and jumping into the SUV.
Natasha floored the gas pedal, and the vehicle roared back to life, speeding away from the scene of destruction.
In the rearview mirror, the once formidable convoy of enemy vehicles was reduced to smoldering wrecks and scattered survivors.
The team had successfully turned the tide of the battle, but the tension in the SUV remained palpable. Not bad, rookie, Natasha said, her voice steady despite the adrenaline coursing through her veins.
You might actually have a future in this line of work.
High praise coming from you, Xin Xiao replied, leaning back in his seat with a satisfied grin.
But let's save the celebration for after we cross the border. Tony shook his head, a mix of disbelief and admiration in his expression.
You guys are crazy.
But I've got to admit, this is the most exciting ride I've ever been on.
The SUV sped onward, the distant horizon promising safety and a chance to regroup.
For now, they had survived. But Xin Xiao knew this was just the beginning, there were bigger battles yet to come. Xin Xiao crouched low behind the sand dune, gripping the handle of the mounted Gatling gun tightly.
His breathing was steady, his gaze fixed on the makeshift barricade of vehicles in the basin below. The chaos of gunfire and shouted commands echoed in the desert air, but his focus never wavered. This was his moment to hold the line and buy time for the others to escape. As he reloaded the Gatling gun, he couldn't help but smirk at the thought of Tony Stark being carried like a sack of potatoes by Hawkeye. Bet he's going to have a lot to say about that when he wakes up, Xin Xiao thought wryly. But right now, his priority was ensuring they made it out alive, and that meant keeping the 10 rings pinned down. He glanced at the horizon, where the SUV carrying Natasha, Clint, Tony, and Ensign was rapidly disappearing into the distance.
Asterisk good.
They're out of immediate danger. Now it's just me and these guys, asterisk. Alright, you bastards, Qin Shao muttered under his breath, his eyes narrowing.
Let's dance.
Meanwhile, in the makeshift barricade below, the leader of the 10 Rings, an imposing man with a thick beard and a rotund frame, was growing increasingly frustrated.
His initial confidence in overwhelming the small group of intruders had been shaken by their relentless counterattacks. The Gatling guns, precision aerostrikes, and coordinated tactics had turned what should have been an easy ambush into a prolonged stalemate.
Useless idiots, the leader barked, slamming his fist against the hood of one of the vehicles. They're just 5 people.
How can you not take them down?
One of the subordinates hesitated, his voice trembling.
Boss, they have a Gatling gun and a sniper. We can't move without getting pinned down.
The leader growled, rubbing his temples in frustration.
He knew time wasn't on their side.
If the Americans or local military forces intervened, his entire operation could be exposed. But every attempt to flank the enemy had ended in failure, with his men either cut down by bullets or skewered by arrows.
Fine, he said through gritted teeth, grabbing a radio. Call for reinforcements.
Tell them to bring mortars and RPGs.
If they want to fight, we'll give them one.
Back on the dune, Qin Shao adjusted his position, his sharp eyes catching the movement of a few 10 Rings members attempting to reposition behind the barricade.
He didn't hesitate, spinning up the Gatling gun and unleashing a torrent of bullets that forced them to retreat.
Not today, he muttered, satisfied with the result. The wind picked up, carrying with it the faint sound of distant engines. Qin Shao's enhanced senses immediately picked up on the noise, and his expression darkened.
Reinforcements were coming, and he was running out of time and ammunition.
I need to think of something fast, he thought, scanning the terrain for any advantage he could exploit. His eyes landed on the barricade itself, specifically the way the vehicles were clustered together in the basin. An idea began to form in his mind, a risky, borderline insane idea, but one that might just work. He grabbed his earpiece, which was still connected to Natasha and Clint.
Natasha, Clint, do you copy? We're here, Natasha's voice came through, slightly muffled by the sound of the SUV's engine.
What's your status?
I've got a plan, Qin Shao said, his tone serious. Tell me you left me something useful in the car. What kind of something are we talking about?
Clint asked, his voice laced with curiosity. Explosives, Qin Shao replied plainly.
Any kind of explosives.
There was a brief pause before Natasha responded.
We left you a few grenades in the storage compartment. Why? What are you planning?
I'm going to blow their barricade sky high, Qin Shao said, a determined glint in his eyes. Their vehicles are packed together in that basin. If I can get close enough to plant the grenades, I can take out most of their forces in one go.
That's insane, Clint said flatly. You'll be out in the open.
They'll tear you apart before you even get close.
Maybe, Qin Shao admitted. But it's the best shot we've got. If I can create enough chaos, it'll buy you the time you need to get out of here and call for reinforcements. There was a heavy silence on the other end of the line.
Finally, Natasha spoke, her voice tinged with both concern and resolve.
All right. But don't get yourself killed. We'll be back with reinforcements as soon as we can.
Deal, Qin Shao said with a grin.
Now get moving. I've got this.
Qin Shao moved quickly, retrieving the grenades from the storage compartment and securing them to his belt. He took a deep breath, steadying himself for what was about to come. This was a gamble, a high-stakes move that could either turn the tide or end in disaster. Using the terrain to his advantage, he began his approach, staying low and using the natural contours of the dunes to remain hidden. The sound of gunfire and shouted commands from the 10 Rings provided enough distraction to mask his movements. As he closed the distance to the barricade, he could see the tension among the enemy forces.
They were on edge, their attention divided between the Gatling gun's position and the reinforcements they were expecting. Perfect, Qin Shao thought. They won't see this coming.
He reached the edge of the basin, his heart pounding as he prepared the first grenade. He pulled the pin, counting down in his head before tossing it with precision toward the center of the vehicle cluster. The explosion was deafening, a fiery bloom that sent shrapnel and debris flying in all directions.
The 10 Rings members scrambled for cover, their formation thrown into chaos.
Qin Shao didn't hesitate, using the confusion to move closer and plant the remaining grenades on the vehicles.
One by one, the grenades detonated, each explosion adding to the growing inferno.
The once formidable barricade was reduced to a smoldering wreck, and the remaining 10 Rings forces were either incapacitated or fleeing. Breathing heavily, Qin Shao retreated to a safe distance, watching the destruction with a mix of satisfaction and exhaustion. That should buy us enough time, he thought, a faint smile tugging at his lips. But as he turned to make his way back to the dunes, a distant sound caught his attention, the unmistakable roar of approaching helicopters. Reinforcements from both sides were closing in, and the battle was far from over. All right, Qin Shao muttered to himself, gripping his weapon tightly.
Round 2. Let's see what you've got.
Qin Shao stood amidst the scattered bodies, the adrenaline still coursing through his veins. His breathing was heavy, but his focus remained razor-sharp. The sandstorm of his ambush settled, leaving behind an eerie silence broken only by the faint rumble of engines fading into the distance. He wiped a bead of sweat from his brow, his eyes scanning the barren horizon for any signs of additional threats. That was close, he thought, crouching down to retrieve his Tang Dao from the final enemy's skull. The blade slid free with a sickening sound, its dark steel glinting faintly under the harsh desert sun. Qin Shao gave it a quick wipe on the dead man's clothing before sheathing it. He had no time to waste. The fact that the remaining 10 Rings forces, led by the bearded leader, had continued their pursuit to the northwest was both a blessing and a curse. It gave Qin Shao a brief moment to regroup, but it also meant they were still relentlessly chasing after his team.
They're after Tony, he realized. They won't stop until they've got him or until we take them all down.
He crouched by one of the destroyed vehicles, quickly rifling through the supplies left behind by the now deceased enemies. Among the scattered weapons and ammunition, he found a small cache of grenades and a half-empty water canteen.
Not much, but it'll have to do.
Qin Shao's mind raced as he formulated his next move.
He couldn't let the 10 Rings catch up to Natasha, Clint, and the others.
They were likely already radioing for reinforcements, but out here in the middle of the desert, time was their enemy. If the 10 Rings caught up before help arrived, the odds would swing dangerously against them. He slung a salvaged rifle over his shoulder, pocketed the grenades, and began moving swiftly through the dunes. His enhanced physical abilities allowed him to traverse the harsh terrain with relative ease, his senses heightened as he listened for any sounds of approaching vehicles.
I need to catch up to them before the 10 Rings do.
Meanwhile, several kilometers ahead, the SUV carrying Natasha, Clint, Tony, and Ensign was speeding toward the Afghan border.
The atmosphere inside the vehicle was tense, the occupants keenly aware of the dangers still looming behind them.
Despite his usually unshakable demeanor, Tony was visibly rattled, the near-constant brushes with death taking their toll. Natasha glanced at Clint, who was driving with his usual calm precision.
We need to find a defensible position, she said. If they catch up to us before reinforcements arrive, we'll need to hold them off.
Clint nodded, his eyes scanning the terrain for anything they could use to their advantage.
There's a canyon up ahead, he said. It's narrow enough to funnel them into a choke point. We can make our stand there if we have to.
Tony, who had been quiet for most of the ride, finally spoke up.
What about Qin? He asked, his voice tinged with guilt. We left him back there to hold them off. What if?
He'll make it, Natasha interrupted firmly, her tone leaving no room for argument.
He's resourceful, and he knows what he's doing. Our priority is getting you out of here alive, Stark. Tony fell silent, but the doubt lingered in his eyes.
Ensign, sitting beside him, placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder.
He's a fighter, Ensign said softly. If anyone can make it, it's him.
Back in the dunes, Qin Shao was making steady progress, his enhanced endurance allowing him to maintain a relentless pace. He crested a ridge and paused, his sharp eyes catching sight of the distant dust trail left by the 10 Rings convoy. They were moving fast, their scattered vehicles converging on a single path that led directly toward the canyon Clint had mentioned over the radio. So they're heading that way too, Qin Shao thought, narrowing his eyes. I need to slow them down. He quickly scanned the terrain, noting the natural bottleneck created by the dunes up ahead. If he could set up an ambush there, he might be able to buy enough time for Natasha and the rest to reach the canyon and fortify their position.
Qin Shao moved into action, using the cover of the dunes to position himself strategically.
He placed the grenades he had scavenged in key locations, burying them just beneath the sand to create makeshift mines. With the rifle at the ready, he took up a vantage point atop one of the dunes, his sharp eyes fixed on the approaching convoy. The first vehicle came into view, a dusty, battered jeep with a mounted machine gun. Qin Shao steadied his breathing, his finger hovering over the rifle's trigger. He waited until the jeep was directly over one of the hidden grenades before taking the shot. Boom! The grenade detonated with a thunderous roar, the explosion sending the jeep flying into the air in a fiery blaze. The vehicles behind it skidded to a halt, their drivers shouting orders as they scrambled to assess the situation.
Qin Shao didn't give them a chance to recover.
He opened fire, his shots precise and calculated, targeting the drivers and gunners of the stalled vehicles. One by one, the jeeps were disabled, their occupants either killed or forced to retreat into the dunes for cover. The bearded leader, sitting in one of the rear vehicles, roared in frustration as he watched his forces falter. "Spread out," he barked into his radio. "Find that bastard and take him down." Qin Shao smirked, his heart pounding with adrenaline. "Come and get me," he thought, repositioning himself to avoid detection. The 10 Rings forces began to fan out, their vehicles spreading across the dunes in an attempt to locate their unseen attacker. Qin Shao used their disarray to his advantage, picking them off one by one with a combination of rifle fire and strategically detonated grenades. The desert became a battlefield, the once organized convoy reduced to scattered chaos. But Qin Shao knew he couldn't keep this up forever. His ammunition was running low, and the enemy's numbers were still overwhelming. He needed to make his move before they regrouped. Spotting one of the remaining vehicles parked just below his position, Qin Shao seized the opportunity. He slid down the dune, landing silently beside the jeep. The driver, too preoccupied with scanning the horizon, didn't notice Qin Shao until it was too late. With a swift, precise motion, Qin Shao incapacitated the driver and commandeered the vehicle. As he gunned the engine and sped toward the canyon, Qin Shao's thoughts turned to his team. Hold on, guys. I'm coming. Qin Shao's hand instinctively moved toward his Tang Dao, his entire body tensing as he stared at the man standing before him. His mind raced, trying to process what he was seeing. The face beneath the dusty scarf was unmistakable, even in this disheveled state. It was someone he never expected to encounter here, in the middle of the desert, at this exact moment. The man standing before him was none other than Obadiah Stane. Stane's calm and friendly demeanor didn't match the image of the ruthless corporate manipulator Qin Shao had envisioned. His disheveled appearance was a stark contrast to his usual polished and commanding presence. Yet here he was, smiling as if he were just a lost traveler in need of a ride. Qin Shao's heart pounded in his chest. What is he doing here? How did he end up in the middle of the desert? And why does he look so casual about all this? Hello? Stane said, raising an eyebrow at Qin Shao's stunned reaction. You look like you've seen a ghost. Can you spare a ride or not? Qin Shao's grip on his Tang Dao relaxed slightly, though his mind remained on high alert. He forced himself to play it cool, masking his shock with a casual smirk. Sure, I don't see why not, he said, leaning back slightly in his seat. Hop in. There's plenty of room. Stane didn't hesitate, climbing into the passenger seat with an air of ease. Once seated, he let out a sigh of relief, brushing some of the sand off his sleeves. Much better. It's been a long walk, you know? Sand gets everywhere. Qin Shao kept his expression neutral, though his thoughts were anything but calm. What the hell is going on? Is this some kind of coincidence, or is there more to this? So, Qin Shao said casually, starting the engine again and steering the vehicle back onto the makeshift path. What's a guy like you doing out here in the middle of nowhere? You don't exactly look like the backpacker type. Stane chuckled, though there was a subtle edge to his laughter. You could say I had a bit of bad luck. Got caught up in some business disputes, and let's just say my associates weren't too happy with me. Had to make a quick exit, and, well, here I am. Business disputes, Qin Shao thought, his eyes narrowing slightly. He knew better than to trust anything Stane said at face value. This was the man who had orchestrated Tony Stark's kidnapping, sold weapons to terrorists, and concealed his betrayal with a polished corporate facade. If Stane was here, it wasn't by accident. Sounds rough, Qin Shao replied, his tone laced with feigned sympathy. The desert's not exactly the best place to sort out business disputes. Stane shrugged, leaning back in his seat. You do what you have to. Survival's the name of the game, after all. As they drove, Qin Shao's mind was racing. He needed to figure out what Stane was doing here and whether this chance encounter could be used to his advantage. The system's notifications earlier had confirmed that Tony was safe, which meant Stane's plans were already unraveling. But Stane didn't know that Qin Shao was aware of his true nature or that he had a deeper connection to Tony Stark. Play along for now, Qin Shao thought, glancing at Stane out of the corner of his eye. I need more information before I decide what to do with him. So, where are you headed? Qin Shao asked, keeping his tone light and conversational. You mentioned a town earlier. Looking for a place to lay low? Stane nodded, his expression thoughtful. Something like that. Just need to regroup, figure out my next steps. You know how it is, one day you're on top of the world, and the next, you're scrambling to stay alive. Qin Shao smirked, though his eyes remained sharp.
Yeah, I can imagine. The world's full of surprises, isn't it?
Stain chuckled again, but there was a glint of calculation in his eyes.
Indeed it is.
Speaking of surprises, you're quite the interesting character yourself.
Not every day you see someone driving a vehicle like this in the middle of the desert. You military?
Something like that, Qin Shao replied vaguely, keeping his answers deliberately ambiguous.
Just trying to survive, like you said.
Their conversation continued, each man subtly probing the other for information while carefully guarding their own.
Qin Shao knew he needed to tread carefully. Stain was no fool, and any slip-up could give away too much.
As they approached the next set of dunes, Qin Shao's mind was already working on a plan.
Stain's presence here changes things.
If I can keep him close, I might be able to find out more about his operations and maybe even disrupt them further.
But I need to stay sharp.
He's dangerous, and he won't hesitate to strike if he senses weakness. Glancing at Stain, who seemed relaxed but alert, Qin Shao forced a grin.
Well, Mr. Businessman, looks like your luck's turning around. Let's get you to that town and see what we can figure out from there.
Stain returned the grin, though his eyes betrayed a flicker of suspicion. Appreciate it, friend. And please, call me Obadiah.
Yeah, sure, Qin Shao thought, his grip tightening on the steering wheel.
Let's see where this ride takes us. Obadiah. Bruce Banner hesitated, his eyes darting between Qin Shao and the heavily armed vehicle.
His face betrayed a mix of exhaustion, wariness, and an underlying fear.
It was clear that he was weighing his options, torn between accepting the ride and risking another dangerous situation or staying in the desert and facing the inevitable consequences of his condition. Qin Shao could see the struggle playing out on Banner's face. He knew what was going through his mind, Banner's fear of losing control, of the other guy coming out. Qin Shao took a careful step back, raising his hand slightly to show he meant no harm.
Look, Dr. Banner, I get it. You're cautious, and you have every right to be.
But I promise you, I'm not with the military, and I'm certainly not here to cause you trouble. I'm just a guy trying to survive in this crazy desert, same as you. Banner's eyes narrowed slightly, his breathing still heavy from his apparent ordeal.
If you're not military, then who are you? And why are you out here driving a vehicle that looks like it belongs to a warlord? Qin Shao gave a sheepish grin, trying to diffuse the tension.
Long story, but let's just say I had a run-in with some very bad people.
This car?
It's a souvenir from that encounter.
You know how it is out here, survival of the fittest. Banner's expression softened slightly, though the caution in his eyes didn't disappear entirely. He glanced at the car, then back at Qin Shao. And you just happened to run into me in the middle of nowhere?
Qin Shao shrugged.
What can I say? Lucky coincidence.
Or maybe bad timing, depending on how you look at it.
Either way, you look like you could use some help.
I've got water, food, and a functioning vehicle that can get us both to safety.
What do you say?
Banner hesitated for a moment longer, then finally sighed and nodded.
All right. But just so we're clear, if this is some kind of trick.
It's not, Qin Shao interrupted, his tone suddenly serious.
I know who you are, Dr. Banner. And I know what you're capable of. Trust me, the last thing I want is to make you angry.
The subtle emphasis on the word angry wasn't lost on Banner. He gave Qin Shao a long, searching look before finally climbing into the passenger seat.
Fine. But if this goes sideways, you'll regret it.
Qin Shao chuckled nervously as he got back behind the wheel.
Noted. Let's get moving.
As they drove through the shifting sands, the tension in the air slowly began to ease. Banner remained quiet for the most part, his gaze focused on the horizon. Qin Shao, meanwhile, kept the conversation light, steering clear of any topics that might agitate his passenger. So, Qin Shao said after a while, glancing at Banner out of the corner of his eye.
What brings you out here, Doc? Last I checked, this desert isn't exactly a popular tourist destination.
Banner sighed, leaning back in his seat.
Let's just say I've been trying to keep a low profile. Asia seemed like the best option, less US military presence, fewer eyes watching.
Smart move, Qin Shao replied.
Though I've got to say, you picked a tough place to lay low. The desert isn't exactly forgiving.
It's better than the alternative, Banner said quietly, his tone heavy with meaning. Qin Shao nodded, deciding not to press further.
He knew enough about Banner's story to understand the weight behind his words.
Instead, he focused on navigating the rough terrain, the vehicle bouncing slightly as it crested another dune. After a few moments of silence, Banner spoke again, his voice tinged with curiosity.
You said you recognized me. From your lab, right? So what's your story? You don't exactly strike me as a scientist. Qin Shao chuckled. Not anymore, no. Let's just say life took me in a different direction. But back in the day, yeah, I spent a lot of time in labs. Your work, it's legendary. I mean, gamma radiation research? That's groundbreaking stuff. Even if things didn't exactly go as planned. Banner winced slightly at the mention of gamma radiation, but he didn't respond.
Instead, he turned his attention back to the landscape, his expression thoughtful. Qin Shao decided to change the subject, sensing that Banner wasn't ready to delve into his past.
So, any plans once you get out of here? Or are you just taking it one step at a time?
One step at a time, Banner replied.
That's all I can do right now. Staying off the grid, keeping a low profile, that's the priority.
Fair enough, Qin Shao said.
If you need help with that, though, let me know. I've got a few tricks up my sleeve.
Banner raised an eyebrow, a faint smirk appearing on his face.
You're awfully eager to help someone you just met. What can I say?
I've got a soft spot for brilliant scientists on the run, Qin Shao replied with a grin.
Besides, it's not every day you get to meet a living legend.
Banner chuckled softly, the tension in his shoulders easing slightly.
I wouldn't call myself a legend. More like a cautionary tale.
Well, legend or not, I'm glad I ran into you, Qin Shao said sincerely.
The world needs people like you, document. Even if it doesn't realize it yet.
Banner didn't respond, but the faint smile on his face spoke volumes. For the first time in a long time, he felt a glimmer of something he thought he'd lost, hope. As the sun began to dip lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the desert, Qin Shao spotted the faint outline of a small village on the horizon.
Looks like we're almost there, he said, nodding toward the cluster of buildings in the distance. Should be a good place to lay low for a while. Banner nodded, his expression unreadable.
Thanks for the ride, he said after a moment.
And for not asking too many questions.
Anytime, Qin Shao replied. Just remember, you're not alone in this.
If you ever need help, you know where to find me.
Banner gave him a small nod, his gaze distant as they approached the village. For now, the journey was over, but both men knew that the road ahead would be far from easy. The tension in the air was palpable. Surrounded by dozens of armed men, Bruce Banner struggled to keep his composure. He could feel his heartbeat accelerating, the familiar rush of adrenaline coursing through his veins. His hands clenched into fists as he suppressed the overwhelming urge to let the other guy loose. But he knew better than anyone what that would mean: chaos, destruction, and potentially even more lives lost. Qin Shao, on the other hand, remained remarkably calm despite the situation. His hands were still raised in a gesture of surrender, but his sharp eyes darted around, taking in every detail of the scene. The armed men, the positioning of their vehicles, the body language of their leader. He was calculating, planning, waiting for the right moment. The bearded leader, standing inches from Banner, sneered as he pressed the barrel of his pistol harder against Banner's temple. "You have no idea how much trouble you've caused me, do you?" he growled. "First, Stark escapes, and now I find you two idiots wandering my desert like you're on some kind of holiday." Banner's breathing quickened, his pulse pounding in his ears. He glanced at Qin Shao, who gave him a subtle nod, as if to say, "Trust me," but how could he? This kid had just thrown him under the bus in front of a group of armed terrorists. Banner bit back his anger, reminding himself that losing control now would only make things worse. "Listen," Qin Shao began, his voice calm but loud enough to cut through the tense silence. "I can explain everything. But first, you need to know that this guy," he gestured toward Banner with his head, "isn't who you think he is." The leader turned his glare toward Qin Shao, his gun still trained on Banner.
"What are you talking about?"
Qin Shao took a slow step forward, keeping his hands raised.
"This guy? He's not just some random traveler. He's a scientist. A really important one.
You know, the kind of guy governments would pay a lot of money to get their hands on." The leader narrowed his eyes, clearly intrigued but also suspicious.
"And why should I believe you? Why else would he be out here, alone, in the middle of the desert?" Qin Shao countered smoothly. "Think about it. A guy like him doesn't just wander into a war zone for no reason.
He's got to be running from someone or something." Banner shot Qin Shao a sharp look, his frustration bubbling to the surface. "What are you doing?" he hissed under his breath. "Trust me," Qin Shao murmured back, his lips barely moving. The leader seemed to consider Qin Shao's words, his grip on the pistol loosening slightly.
"If what you're saying is true, then he's worth keeping alive. But that doesn't explain why you are here."
Qin Shao shrugged, a wry smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. "Like I said, I'm just a guy who got caught up in the wrong place at the wrong time.
I don't even know this guy's full story.
All I know is that people like him tend to attract trouble, and I have no interest in dying because of it." The leader studied Qin Shao for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Finally, he lowered his gun, though his men kept their weapons trained on the two captives.
Fine. We'll take you both in for now. But if I find out you're lying to me.
He didn't finish the sentence, but the threat was clear. With a wave of his hand, the leader signaled for his men to tie up Qin Shao and Banner. The two were roughly shoved toward one of the vehicles, their hands bound behind their backs. Banner shot Qin Shao another glare, his voice low and angry.
You've got some explaining to do.
Qin Shao smiled faintly, his voice equally low.
Relax, document. This is all part of the plan. Plan? Banner hissed. You call this a plan?
Trust me, Qin Shao repeated, his tone surprisingly reassuring.
Just keep breathing. Don't let the other guy out yet.
I need you calm for this to work.
Banner fell silent, though his frustration was evident.
He had no choice but to go along with whatever Qin Shao was scheming.
For now.
The two were thrown into the back of a truck, the engine roaring to life as the convoy began moving. The leader sat in the front seat, barking orders into a radio in a language neither Banner nor Qin Shao understood. The tension in the air was thick, the hum of the engine and the rattle of weapons the only sounds. Qin Shao leaned slightly toward Banner, his voice barely audible.
Listen. I know this looks bad, but I needed to buy us some time. If they think you're valuable, they won't kill us right away. And what happens when they figure out I'm not what they think I am?
Banner shot back, his tone sharp. By then, we'll either be out of here, Qin Shao said with a smirk, or you'll have an excuse to let the other guy out.
Either way, we'll make it.
Banner groaned, his head falling back against the truck's interior.
This is insane.
Welcome to my life, Qin Shao replied, his smirk widening.
Now sit tight. Things are about to get interesting.
As the convoy roared across the desert, Qin Shao's mind raced. He knew they were heading toward the terrorists' base, and he needed to come up with a way to turn the situation to their advantage. The system's voice chimed softly in his mind, providing a new mission update.
New task: escape the 10 Rings captivity with Bruce Banner. Ensure Banner's safety and prevent him from transforming into the Hulk during the escape. Reward: 1,500 points. Qin Shao's smirk grew. Well, it's not like I had any other plans today.
Qin Shao was sprinting as fast as his enhanced legs could carry him, the thunderous roar of the Hulk echoing behind him. The ground seemed to tremble with every step the green giant took, and Qin Shao couldn't help but glance back over his shoulder to witness the sheer carnage unfolding. Holy crap, it worked. It actually worked, Qin Shao thought, both exhilarated and terrified. The Hulk was in full rampage mode, unleashing his fury on the terrified members of the 10 Rings. Vehicles were being smashed into scrap metal, and armed men who had moments ago claimed to fear nothing were now scattering like leaves in a hurricane. Qin Shao skidded to a stop behind a sand dune, crouching low to catch his breath. He peeked out cautiously, just in time to see the Hulk grab another jeep and fling it like a toy into a cluster of fleeing enemies. The explosion that followed lit up the desert sky, and Qin Shao couldn't help but wince.
Yep, that's going to leave a mark.
Despite the chaos, Qin Shao's mind was racing. He knew the Hulk's rampage wouldn't last forever, and when Banner returned to his human form, he'd need to be protected and calmed. But for now, the Hulk was the perfect distraction, keeping the 10 Rings at bay while Qin Shao planned his next move. Back in the heart of the chaos, the Hulk roared again, his massive fists slamming into the ground and sending shockwaves rippling through the sand.
The remaining members of the 10 Rings tried to mount a counterattack, but their bullets and grenades were utterly ineffective. The green behemoth swatted them aside like flies, his raw power unmatched by anything they could throw at him. One particularly brave or foolish terrorist ran at the Hulk with a rocket launcher, shouting something in Arabic. The Hulk turned his gaze toward the man, his glowing green eyes narrowing. With a single leap, the Hulk closed the distance, grabbing the man and his weapon in one massive hand. The Hulk let out a guttural snarl before tossing both the man and the rocket launcher into the horizon, their screams fading into the distance. The sight was too much for the remaining fighters. Those who hadn't already been crushed, thrown, or smashed dropped their weapons and ran, their screams of terror filling the air. The once confident 10 Rings force was now in complete disarray, their numbers decimated by the unstoppable rampage of the Hulk. Qin Shao watched the scene unfold from his hiding spot, a mix of awe and relief washing over him. That should keep them busy for a while, he thought, already formulating his next steps. The system's voice chimed in his mind, breaking his focus. Task progress: gaining Hulk's trust, 50%. Keep up the interaction to solidify the relationship and complete the mission. Qin Shao let out a small groan. 50%? Are you kidding me? I just unleashed the Hulk on a terrorist army, and that's only halfway? What does this guy want, a friendship bracelet, asterisk? He shook his head, refocusing on the task at hand. The immediate danger was clear, but the long-term consequences of unleashing the Hulk in the middle of the desert were still uncertain. He needed to figure out a way to calm Banner down once the transformation reversed and, more importantly, keep him safe from any remaining enemies or military forces that might come looking for him. After a moment's hesitation, Xin Xiao stood up from his hiding spot and began making his way cautiously back toward the chaos. He kept low, using the dunes for cover, and approached the edge of the battlefield where the Hulk was still tearing through what remained of the Ten Rings forces. "Hulk!" Xin Xiao called out, his voice steady but not too loud. He didn't want to startle the green giant, but he needed to get his attention. "It's me, Xin. You've got this, big guy. They're done. You don't need to keep smashing, save some for later." The Hulk turned his massive head toward Xin Xiao, his glowing green eyes locking onto him. For a moment, Xin Xiao felt a chill run down his spine. The Hulk's gaze was intense, a raw mix of rage and confusion. But then, something shifted. The Hulk's shoulders relaxed slightly, and his snarling expression softened into something resembling curiosity. "Xin," the Hulk rumbled, his deep voice resonating like an earthquake. "Yeah, it's me," Xin Xiao said, stepping closer but keeping his hands visible and his movements slow. "You did it, big guy. You scared them off. They're gone. You're amazing." The Hulk tilted his head, his massive chest heaving as his breathing began to slow. The rage in his eyes dimmed slightly, replaced by a flicker of recognition. Xin Xiao seized the moment, speaking in a calm and steady tone. "Listen, Hulk. Banner's still in there, and he needs you to calm down now. You've done enough. You've kept us safe. It's time to rest." The Hulk growled softly, his gaze shifting to the horizon where the last of the Ten Rings vehicles was disappearing into the distance. He seemed to consider Xin Xiao's words, his massive fists unclenching as his breathing became more even. "Rest," the Hulk rumbled, his voice quieter now. He glanced down at his own massive hands, the tension in his muscles slowly ebbing away. "That's right," Xin Xiao said, taking another cautious step forward. "You're a hero, Hulk. You saved us. Now let Banner take over. He'll be okay, I promise." The Hulk let out a low, rumbling sigh, his massive frame beginning to shrink and shift. Within moments, the green behemoth was gone, replaced by the exhausted and battered form of Bruce Banner. Banner collapsed to his knees, his breathing ragged as he looked up at Xin Xiao with a mixture of relief and frustration. "You shot me," Banner said weakly, his voice hoarse. Xin Xiao grinned sheepishly, offering him a hand to help him up. "Yeah, sorry about that. But hey, it worked, didn't it?" Banner groaned, shaking his head as he accepted Xin Xiao's help. "You're insane." "Maybe," Xin Xiao replied with a smirk. "But we're both alive, aren't we? Now let's get out of here before anyone else shows up." As the two began making their way back to the vehicle, the system chimed again in Xin Xiao's mind. "Task completed, gaining Hulk's trust. Reward, Hulk Mutation Serum, Enhanced Version, has been added to your inventory." Xin Xiao couldn't help but smile. "Totally worth it." Xin Xiao stumbled back a few steps, his ears ringing from the sheer volume of Hulk's roar. He raised his hands in a placating gesture, trying to keep the green giant from getting too worked up again. All right, big guy. We'll go find the bad guys, just give me a second to figure things out." "You don't want to waste all that strength on the wrong target, do you?" Hulk tilted his massive head, his glowing green eyes narrowing as he considered Xin Zhao's words. There was a flicker of understanding, or at least curiosity, in his gaze. "Wrong target," he rumbled, his voice deep and guttural. "Exactly," Xin Xiao said quickly, seizing the opportunity. "You're the strongest there is, right? You don't want to waste your time on small fry. We need to make sure we're dealing with the real threats, the ones that actually matter. The ones who deserve a good smashing." Hulk crossed his massive arms, his expression somewhere between skeptical and intrigued. "Hulk smash bad guys. We're bad guys." Xin Xiao let out a nervous laugh, his mind racing. Okay, I've bought myself a little time. Now I just need to keep him focused and not, accidentally get myself turned into paste, Listen, Hulk, Xin Xiao said, his tone calm but firm. There are plenty of bad guys out there, but we need to be smart about finding them. Charging in without a plan could mean missing the real threats, or worse, hurting people who don't deserve it. Hulk's brow furrowed, his massive fists clenching slightly. "Hulk, not hurt good people." "I know," Xin Xiao said quickly, nodding. "I know you don't want to hurt anyone who doesn't deserve it. That's why we need to work together.
With your strength and my, brains, we can make sure we take down the right targets. Hulk stared at Qin Shao for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Then, slowly, he gave a single, massive nod. Hulk, listen, for now. Qin Shao exhaled in relief, his shoulders relaxing slightly. Great. Okay, first things first, we need to get out of this desert and find some intel. There's got to be a town or a settlement nearby where we can figure out where the real bad guys are hiding. Hulk grunted, his massive frame towering over Qin Shao as he turned to look toward the horizon. Hulk tired of desert. No more sand. Agreed, Qin Shao said with a weak chuckle. Let's find some shade and water, and then we'll figure out our next move. As they began walking, or in Hulk's case, striding powerfully, through the desert, Qin Shao kept glancing up at the green giant. His mind was still reeling from everything that had just happened. I can't believe I'm walking next to the Hulk. And I'm still alive. Barely, but still, The system's voice chimed in his mind again, breaking his thoughts. Mission progress, 75%. Continue building rapport with Hulk to complete the task. Remember, gaining his trust now will lead to greater opportunities in the future. Opportunities, huh? Qin Shao thought, rolling his eyes internally. You mean more ways to almost get myself killed, right? Still, he couldn't deny the potential here. If he could truly gain Hulk's trust, he'd have a powerful ally, one who could stand against the greatest threats this world, and beyond, could throw at him. That thought alone was enough to keep him going, despite the throbbing pain in his ribs from Hulk's earlier punch. Hey, Hulk, Qin Shao said after a while, breaking the silence. Can I ask you something? Hulk grunted, which Qin Shao took as permission to continue. Do you ever? I don't know, miss being Banner? Like, just being a regular guy? Hulk's step slowed slightly, and he glanced down at Qin Shao with a puzzled expression. Banner, weak. Always scared. Hulk not scared. Yeah, but... Qin Shao hesitated, choosing his words carefully. Banner's also smart. He's the one who figured out how to beat that ugly guy. What was his name? Abomination? Without Banner, you wouldn't have had the plan to win that fight. Hulk's brow furrowed, and he looked away, his massive fists unclenching slightly. Hulk, remember. Banner help, but Hulk fight. Exactly, Qin Shao said, nodding. You two are a team. You might be the strongest, but Banner's got the brains to back it up. Together, you're unstoppable. Hulk was silent for a moment, his expression thoughtful. Then he let out a low grunt. Hulk, think about it. That's all I'm asking, Qin Shao said with a grin. Now, let's figure out where we're going before we both melt out here. After what felt like hours of trudging through the desert, they finally spotted a small settlement in the distance. The sight of buildings and the promise of water and shade was enough to lift both their spirits, though in Hulk's case, it was more of a mildly less grumpy grunt. All right, Qin Shao said, shading his eyes with one hand as he surveyed the settlement. Let's head in, but we'll need to be careful. People might, react strongly to, a big green guy walking into town. Hulk huffed, clearly unimpressed. Hulk not care what people think. Yeah, I figured, Qin Shao said with a chuckle. Just, try not to smash anything unless absolutely necessary, okay? Hulk grunted again, which Qin Shao hoped was agreement. Together, they began making their way toward the settlement, the sun dipping lower on the horizon behind them. Whatever lay ahead, Qin Shao knew one thing for sure. This was only the beginning. Qin Shao flipped through the folder in his hands, his expression a mix of skepticism and amusement. So, let me get this straight, he said, glancing between Natasha and Fury. I saved Tony Stark, negotiated with the Hulk, and somehow managed not to get crushed into a pancake, and now I'm an intern? Really? Natasha smirked, crossing her arms as she leaned casually against the desk. Think of it as a probationary period. You're talented, Qin, but let's just say your methods are unconventional. Fury wants to make sure you don't accidentally blow up one of our bases while you're, doing your thing. Unconventional? Qin Shao raised an eyebrow, pointing to himself with a mock look of disbelief. I'm sorry, who was it that just walked out of a desert alive after making friends with a literal walking tank? Oh, right, me. Fury finally spoke up, his deep voice cutting through the banter like a knife. You're alive because you're lucky, Qin. And lucky doesn't cut it in my world. He stepped closer, his one good eye locking onto Qin Shao with an intensity that could make anyone uneasy. I've read your file. I've seen what you can do. But I've also seen what happens when people like you think they're invincible. They get sloppy. And then they get dead. Qin Shao held Fury's gaze, his usual playful demeanor fading just slightly under the weight of the director's words. I didn't think I was invincible, he said evenly. I just did what I had to do to survive. And that's exactly why you're standing here now, Fury said, his tone softening just a fraction.
But survival isn't enough.
Not in this line of work.
If you're going to work with us, you need to understand that this isn't just about staying alive. It's about making sure the people around you, the people you're protecting, stay alive too.
Xin Xiao nodded slowly, his mind racing as he processed Fury's words.
He wasn't used to taking orders, let alone being lectured, but he couldn't deny that the man had a point.
The stakes were higher now, and the risks were greater than anything he'd faced before. So, Xin Xiao said after a moment, his usual smirk returning.
What's the plan, boss? Are you going to throw me into some super-secret training program, or do I just get to follow Natasha around and take notes on how to look cool while kicking ass? Natasha chuckled, shaking her head. Oh, you'll be taking notes, all right.
But trust me, you've got a long way to go before you can keep up with me. Fury ignored the banter, turning back toward the desk and picking up another file. Your first mission is simple, he said, tossing the file onto the table. You're going to shadow Natasha and Clint on their next op. Observe, learn, and don't get in the way. Sounds easy enough, Xin Xiao said, picking up the file and flipping through it.
What's the mission? Reconnaissance, Natasha said, a hint of amusement in her voice. A basic intel-gathering mission. Should be a walk in the park.
Xin Xiao raised an eyebrow, his instincts telling him there was more to it than she was letting on.
Aha. And by walk in the park, you mean?
We mean don't screw it up, Clint said, finally speaking up from where he'd been leaning against the wall, silently observing the exchange.
You're here to learn, not to play hero. Keep your head down, follow our lead, and maybe you'll survive.
Well, aren't you just a ray of sunshine, Xin Xiao muttered under his breath, earning a smirk from Natasha and an eye roll from Clint.
Fury stepped forward again, his tone once more commanding the room. This isn't a game, Xin. The world is bigger and more dangerous than you realize.
You've seen a glimpse of it, but there's so much more out there. Aliens, gods, monsters, things that make the Hulk look like a minor inconvenience.
If you want to be a part of this, you need to be ready for anything.
Xin Xiao's smile faded, replaced by a look of determination. He might joke and deflect with humor, but he understood the gravity of Fury's words. The world he'd stepped into was far more dangerous than he could have imagined, and if he wanted to survive, if he wanted to make a difference, he'd need to be ready to face whatever came his way. All right, Xin Xiao said, closing the file and looking up at Fury.
I'm in. Let's see what this internship is all about. Fury gave a small nod, his expression unreadable. Welcome to S.H.I.E.L.D., Agent Xin. Don't make me regret it.
As Xin Xiao settled into his seat on the flight to Los Angeles, he leaned back, closed his eyes, and let out a long sigh of relief. The past few days had been a whirlwind of chaos, pain, and, well, breaking everything that so much has brushed against him. But now, after 5 days of self-imposed isolation and intense self-control training, he finally felt like he was beginning to understand his newfound strength. This power, Xin Xiao thought, flexing his hand experimentally.
It's insane.
I could probably punch through a tank now, but I have to be careful, or I'll accidentally break a car door just trying to open it.
The green glow of the Hulk mutation serum's lingering effects had long faded from his system, but the changes it had brought? Those were here to stay.
His body felt like a finely tuned machine, every muscle and nerve operating at peak efficiency. He was stronger, faster, and more durable than ever before. And yet, it wasn't just his physical abilities that had improved. He felt sharper, his senses heightened, his reflexes almost unnaturally quick.
System, you could have given me a heads up about the whole wreck everything you touch phase.
I almost got thrown out of the hotel because of that. Host's ability to adapt is part of the growth process, the system replied in its usual calm, detached tone.
If you cannot master control over your own strength, then you are not yet worthy of it.
Xin Xiao rolled his eyes.
Yeah, iron sharpens iron, and all that motivational nonsense.
You're like the worst gym coach ever, you know that?
The system didn't respond, which was probably for the best.
Xin Xiao stretched his legs out and gazed out of the airplane window at the clouds below. His thoughts drifted to what lay ahead.
Obadiah Stane was still on S.H.I.E.L.D.'s radar, and Tony Stark was undoubtedly digging deeper into the secrets surrounding his kidnapping.
If there was one thing Xin Xiao had learned about Stark, it was that the man didn't leave loose ends. I need to talk to Tony, Xin Xiao thought. Clear up the situation and make sure we're on the same page.
Plus, I wouldn't mind racking up a few more points from the system while I'm at it. There's no telling what kind of mess I'll end up in next.
By the time Qin Xiao landed in Los Angeles, his confidence in controlling his strength had grown exponentially. He moved with deliberate precision, careful not to crush the handle of his suitcase or accidentally bend the aluminum railing at the airport. Baby steps, he reminded himself. As he stepped out into the warm California sun, he pulled out his phone and dialed Tony Stark's number. It rang a few times before a familiar, sarcastic voice answered. "Sheen. My favorite martial arts instructor/desert survivalist. To what do I owe the pleasure?" Tony's voice was as cocky as ever, though there was a distinct undercurrent of genuine warmth. "Hey, Stark," Qin Xiao said with a grin. "I'm in Los Angeles. Thought we could catch up, talk about some unfinished business. Like a certain bald guy with a penchant for selling weapons to terrorists?" There was a brief pause on the other end of the line before Tony's tone shifted, becoming more serious. "Yeah, we definitely need to talk about that. I'm at the mansion. Come by whenever." "Got it. See you soon." Qin Xiao hung up and hailed a cab, giving the driver the address to Tony's Malibu mansion. The mansion was just as ridiculous as Qin Xiao remembered it, a sprawling, futuristic design perched on the edge of a cliff overlooking the Pacific Ocean. The kind of place that screamed, "I'm a billionaire genius, and I don't care what you think." As the cab pulled up to the driveway, Qin Xiao couldn't help but admire the view. Not bad, Stark. Not bad at all, asterisk. The front door slid open before Qin Xiao even had a chance to knock, and Jarvis's polite, British-accented voice greeted him. "Welcome, Mr. Qin. Mr. Stark is waiting for you in the workshop." "Thanks, Jarvis," Qin Xiao said, stepping inside. He made his way down to the workshop, where Tony was, predictably, tinkering with one of his suits. The room was filled with the hum of machinery and the faint smell of soldering metal. "Qin," Tony called out without looking up. "Come in, grab a drink. Make yourself at home. Just don't touch anything expensive. Actually, scratch that, everything here is expensive, so maybe just stand in the corner and look pretty." "Funny," Qin Xiao said, smirking as he leaned against a nearby workbench. "But I think we've got more important things to talk about than your shiny toys." Tony finally looked up, his expression a mix of curiosity and seriousness. "All right, let's hear it. What's on your mind?" Qin Xiao crossed his arms, his tone turning serious. "Obadiah Stane. What's your next move? The guy's been playing both sides, and he's still out there. You've got to know he's not going to just roll over and give up." Tony nodded slowly, his jaw tightening. "Yeah, I've been thinking about that. SHIELD already has him under surveillance, but I don't trust them to handle this on their own. The guy's slippery, and he's got connections in all the wrong places." "Exactly," Qin Xiao said. "Which is why we need to stay a step ahead of him. I've got some, let's call them enhancements that might help, but we're going to need a plan." Tony raised an eyebrow. "Enhancements? What kind of enhancements?" Qin Xiao hesitated for a moment before smirking. "Let's just say I had a little green smoothie recently, and it's done wonders for my strength and durability." Tony's eyes widened slightly, and then he laughed. "Green smoothie, huh? You're full of surprises, Qin. All right, let's figure this out. Stane's not going to know what hit him." As the two began brainstorming, Qin Xiao couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. The stakes were high, but with his newfound abilities in Tony's genius, they just might have a chance to take down Obadiah Stane once and for all. And if the system had taught Qin Xiao anything, it was that every challenge came with the potential for even greater rewards. Qin Xiao twisted the cap off the beer Tony had handed him, taking a sip before leaning casually against the nearest workbench. He let a small smirk play across his face, clearly enjoying the suspense he was building. "Well, Tony," he began, his tone light but teasing, "I wasn't going to bring it up, but since you're curious, I'll tell you. Let's just say I have a knack for finding things that people don't want to be found." Tony raised an eyebrow, his interest piqued. "Oh, really? And how exactly does one develop this knack? You hiding some fancy tech I don't know about? Or are you secretly a wizard or something? Because at this point, nothing would surprise me." Qin Xiao chuckled, shaking his head. "No magic, no tech, well, at least not the kind you're thinking of. Let's just say I've got some help. And before you start getting paranoid, it's not from your friends at SHIELD either." Tony's expression shifted slightly, a mix of curiosity and skepticism. "Help, huh? You've got some mysterious benefactor I should know about? Or are we talking about something weirder?" Qin Xiao took another sip of his beer, his smirk widening. "Let's just say it's complicated. But trust me, it's nothing you need to worry about. What matters is that I got you out of that cave and back here in one piece. And hey, you're welcome, by the way. Tony scoffed, rolling his eyes as he leaned back in his chair.
Yeah, thanks for that. Don't let it go to your head, though. I could have figured it out eventually.
Sure you could have, Xiao said, his tone dripping with playful sarcasm. Because, designing a suit of armor out of scrap metal while being held hostage by terrorists is just a walk in the park. Tony pointed a finger at him, smirking.
Hey, don't underestimate me. I'm a genius, remember?
Of course, you are, Xiao replied with a grin. But even geniuses need a little help sometimes.
And that's where I come in.
Tony took another sip of his beer, falling silent for a moment as he seemed to process everything. Finally, he spoke, his tone more serious.
Alright, so you've got your secrets. I get it, you're not the only one.
But just so we're clear, if there's something I need to know, something that could affect me, my company, or the people I care about, you'd better tell me.
Xiao's smirk faded slightly, and he nodded. Fair enough.
And for what it's worth, Tony, I've got no intention of keeping anything from you that you need to know.
We're on the same side here.
Tony studied him for a moment, then nodded.
Good. Because the last thing I need is another Obadiah in my life.
Xiao raised his beer in a mock toast.
Here's to no more Obadiahs. Tony clinked his bottle against Xiao's with a smirk. I'll drink to that. The two fell into a more comfortable silence, the tension from earlier fading as they both took a moment to relax.
After a few minutes, Tony spoke again, his tone lighter.
So, what's next for you? You planning to stick around and keep freeloading off my hospitality, or do you actually have a plan? Xiao chuckled. Freeloading sounds tempting, but no.
I've got some things to take care of. And let's be honest, Tony, between your suits and your ego, there's barely enough room in this place for one of us.
Tony laughed, shaking his head. You're not wrong.
But hey, if you ever need a place to crash or, some tech genius to back you up, you know where to find me.
Appreciate it, Xiao said with a nod. And the same goes for you.
If you ever need someone to watch your back, you know where to find me. Tony raised his beer again, this time in a genuine toast.
Here's to unlikely friendships.
Xiao clinked his bottle against Tony's once more, a small smile tugging at the corners of his lips.
To unlikely friendships.
Obadiah Stane played an undeniably pivotal role in Tony Stark's life. Especially after Howard Stark's death, Obadiah stepped in to help manage the company, serving as a mentor, a business partner, and in some ways, even a father figure to Tony. Back then, Tony was a brash 20-something genius with a penchant for trouble and a trail of scandals and broken hearts. Obadiah was the one who cleaned up the messes, covered for Tony, and kept Stark Industries running smoothly.
It wasn't until Pepper Potts entered Tony's life that Obadiah started to fade into the background of Tony's personal affairs. Of course, Obadiah's intentions were always self-serving.
To him, Tony was the proverbial golden goose, laying technological and financial golden eggs for the company. But from Tony's perspective, Obadiah was a trusted confidant, someone he deeply respected and cared for. Now, back in Los Angeles after his ordeal in Afghanistan, Tony couldn't ignore the signs. The advanced Stark weapons in the hands of terrorists, the suspicious actions within the company. Tony wasn't stupid. He could connect the dots. But when it came to personal relationships, even a genius could be blinded. He didn't want to believe the truth, and part of him was afraid to face it. Xiao had barely begun explaining the situation when Tony suddenly went silent, his expression dark. He didn't need Xiao to lay it all out, the pieces were already falling into place in his mind. For years, Stark Industries had been the world's leading arms manufacturer, and Tony's groundbreaking inventions had solidified its dominance in the market. But to someone like Obadiah, Tony had shifted from being the golden goose to a roadblock, an obstacle in Obadiah's quest for complete control of the company. Tony stared at the floor, gripping the beer bottle in his hand. He suddenly tilted his head back, downing the entire beer in one go before slamming the empty bottle onto the counter.
So, he said, his voice heavy, you're saying they're keeping tabs on him right now? Xiao shrugged. I don't have all the details, Tony. I'm just a temporary hire, remember?
They like me because I'm a super soldier, but knowing their style, yeah, I'd bet they're watching him.
They're probably just waiting for your call.
Tony rubbed his temples, his frustration evident. Even if I stop producing weapons, Obadiah's got the resources and connections to keep doing it behind my back.
I know what he's capable of.
Exactly, Xiao interjected, leaning forward. You've seen what those weapons can do, what they've already done.
And that's just the tip of the iceberg. Who knows how many more are out there?
In the hands of terrorists, drug cartels.
I know. Tony snapped, cutting him off. He ran a hand through his hair, letting out a frustrated sigh. I know. Just, give me some time. I'll figure out a way to get him out of the company.
I'll give him a chance to retire quietly.
He deserves that much. Xin Xiao nodded, sensing Tony's conflicted emotions. All right.
I'll let them know not to act without your say-so. Though he agreed, Xin Xiao couldn't help but think about how this was all likely to play out. He knew what Obadiah Stane would become, the Ironmonger, the first major adversary of Iron Man. To Xin Xiao, with his newfound Hulk-level strength, dealing with the Ironmonger would be like tearing apart a slightly reinforced metal can. It would take a bit of effort, sure, but it wouldn't be impossible. Still, he understood Tony's reluctance. Their history was too complicated, and emotions couldn't be turned off like a switch. Xin Xiao decided to inject some levity into the moment, grinning as he leaned closer. Hey, Tony, I get it. If you want to cry, it's okay. No one else is here. You can lean on my broad shoulders. Come on, baby, let it all out. Get out of here. Tony shot back, glaring at him. JARVIS, call the LAPD. There's a lunatic in my house. Later, after leaving Tony's mansion, Xin Xiao decided to call Natasha to update her on the situation.
Got a minute, intern? Natasha's voice came through the line, calm and steady.
From the lack of background noise, it seemed she wasn't in the middle of a firefight for once. Yeah, I've got something big, Xin Xiao said, though his tone immediately turned playful.
And by the way, I've decided I'm done. I'm quitting. I joined what I thought was the world's most elite intelligence agency.
I pictured myself saving the world, surrounded by gorgeous women, living the dream.
Natasha replied, clearly amused. But instead, Xin Xiao continued, I'm stuck as an intern.
No world-saving missions, no glamorous adventures, and worst of all, no beautiful female agents around.
Do you have any idea what it's like to miss someone so much you can't sleep? Natasha let out a rare, genuine laugh, the sound surprising even herself. If you miss me that much, maybe I'll come to LA after this mission and check on you. Really? You promise?
Because if you're lying, you're a little puppy, Xin Xiao teased, his tone mock serious.
Alright, fine.
I promise, Natasha said, still laughing.
Lying would make me a little puppy, huh? Exactly.
And I take promises very seriously, Xin Xiao said with a grin. Once the laughter subsided, Xin Xiao explained the situation with Obadiah and Tony's request to hold off on any immediate action.
Natasha assured him she'd pass the message along to S.H.I.E.L.D. and get their input.
A short while later, she called back with an update. S.H.I.E.L.D. would honor Tony's wishes, but they'd continue to monitor Obadiah closely.
If he made any suspicious moves, they'd intervene immediately.
Hey, Xin Xiao said once the serious talk was out of the way.
What mission are you on, anyway? Is it dangerous? Need me to come help? It's classified, Natasha said, her voice teasing. Your clearance isn't high enough, intern.
Xin Xiao groaned theatrically.
I swear, the next time I see Nick Fury, I'm going to crack that shiny bald head of his. Natasha burst out laughing again. Bald head, huh? That's a good one. Fury would lose his mind if he heard you say that. Good.
He deserves it, Xin Xiao muttered. Alright, I've got to get back to work, Natasha said, her tone softening slightly.
Be good, okay? I'll see you in LA soon, intern.
After hanging up, Natasha stared at her phone for a moment, a faint smile still lingering on her lips. Xin Xiao's carefree attitude and genuine concern were a stark contrast to the cold, calculated world she was used to. It was refreshing. Don't even think about it, she muttered to herself with a wry smile, tossing the phone onto the couch and turning back to her work. Tony Stark stood frozen, his eyes locked on the television screen as if it held the answers to all the questions racing through his mind. His hands clenched into fists, trembling slightly as the weight of the news hit him like a freight train. The image of the bald man, the same man they had both believed to be dead, staring back from the screen only deepened the storm brewing inside him. Xin Xiao stood to the side, his usual playful demeanor replaced by a somber expression. He didn't say anything at first, knowing that Tony needed a moment to process. The room, which had been filled with light-hearted banter just moments ago, now felt oppressively heavy. Damn it, Tony finally muttered, his voice low and strained. He turned away from the TV, pacing the room as if movement could somehow quell the anger and guilt bubbling to the surface.
I should have done something sooner. I should have made sure he couldn't do any of this.
Tony, Xin Xiao said softly, stepping closer, this isn't your fault.
Isn't it?
Tony snapped, spinning around to face him. His eyes were a mix of rage and anguish. Those are my weapons out there, Xin.
My name is stamped on them, clear as day.
It doesn't matter if I stopped making them yesterday or 10 years ago, they're still out there, and they're still being used to kill people. Good people. People like Inson. Xin Xiao sighed, knowing there was no easy way to pull Tony out of this. You didn't pull the trigger, Tony. You didn't burn down that house. That bastard did. That bastard, Tony repeated, his voice colder now. He turned back toward the TV, his gaze hardening as the image of the bald man lingered on the screen. No. Not again. I'm not letting him get away with this. Xin Xiao raised an eyebrow. What are you thinking? I'm thinking, Tony said, his voice steady now, that it's time to stop sitting on the sidelines. I'm done waiting for someone else to clean up my mess. If he wants to use my weapons to destroy lives, then I'll use my tech to stop him. He looked directly at Xin Xiao, his determination blazing. I'm going after him. Xin Xiao scratched the back of his head, letting out a low whistle. You know, normally I'd tell someone they're crazy for suggesting something like that. But you? You're Tony Stark. Crazy is kinda your thing. Tony smirked faintly, the barest hint of his usual cocky demeanor slipping through. Damn right it is. All right, Xin Xiao said, crossing his arms. You've got the tech, I've got the muscle. Let's take this guy down. Tony hesitated for a moment, looking Xin Xiao up and down. Wait, you're serious? You want to help? Of course I'm serious, Xin Xiao replied, shrugging. I've got nothing better to do, and besides, I owe Inson too. We all do. He gave his life to get you out of that cave, and now it's time to make sure it wasn't in vain. Tony stared at him for a long moment before nodding. All right. But we do this my way. No charging in like a lunatic and smashing everything in sight. Hey, I can be subtle, Xin Xiao said with a grin. Sometimes. Sure you can, Tony muttered, rolling his eyes. He turned to the workbench, grabbing a tablet and pulling up a series of schematics. JARVIS, start compiling data on the 10 rings movements. I want to know exactly where this guy is and how many people he's got with him. Of course, sir, JARVIS replied smoothly. I'll have a full report ready within the hour. And while you're at it, start preparing the Mark II for deployment, Tony added. If we're doing this, I'm going all in. Xin Xiao leaned against the wall, watching as Tony threw himself into action. The man was clearly in his element now, his mind racing a mile a minute as he planned their next move. It was a stark contrast to the guilt-ridden figure from just moments ago. Tony, Xin Xiao said after a moment, his tone more serious now, are you sure about this? Once we start, there's no turning back. You know that, right? Tony looked up from the tablet, his expression unwavering. I'm sure. I've spent too long running from the consequences of my actions. It's time to face them head-on. Xin Xiao nodded, a small smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. All right, then. Let's make some noise. The room buzzed with energy as Tony and Xin Xiao began preparing for what would undoubtedly be a dangerous mission. JARVIS's voice continued to relay information, and Tony's workshop was soon filled with the hum of machinery and the glow of holographic displays. As Tony worked on fine-tuning the Mark II, Xin Xiao couldn't help but feel a surge of adrenaline. This was what he had been waiting for, a chance to make a real difference, to take action and stand against the darkness in this world. Hey, Tony, Xin Xiao said, his voice cutting through the din just so we're clear. I'm calling dibs on that bald guy. Tony smirked, not looking up from his work. Fine. But don't break him too badly. I want answers first. No promises, Xin Xiao replied, cracking his knuckles. No promises at all. Watching something on TV can never truly replicate the visceral experience of living through it. For Tony Stark, this lesson came in the form of war, weapons, death, and bloodshed. It wasn't until these harsh realities were laid bare before him that he transformed from a carefree playboy into the hero known as Iron Man. For Xin Xiao, however, things were different. Perhaps it was his detached, game-like perception of this alternate world, or his omniscient perspective as a traveler between worlds. While he remained unaffected by the morality of killing in Afghanistan, it didn't mean he was immune to awe or amazement. And this was never clearer than the first time he saw Tony Stark don the Iron Man armor in person. Compared to seeing it in the movies, witnessing it in reality was on a whole different level. Xin Xiao stood dumbfounded as he watched Tony's mechanical assembly arms smoothly attach the various components of the suit. Although the armor was unpainted and lacked its iconic red and gold sheen, the intricate design and the faint blue glow of the arc reactor were mesmerizing. From the boots to the gauntlets, from the back to the joints, every piece of the armor moved with precision and purpose, coming together like a symphony of engineering brilliance. Holy sh, this is the coolest thing I've ever seen! Xin Xiao exclaimed, his voice filled with childlike excitement. His eyes sparkled as if he'd just seen the greatest treasure on earth.
This is it, this is the ultimate man's dream. Forget cars, forget guns, this is the real deal. Tony smirked behind the faceplate of his helmet, clearly pleased by the reaction. Calm down, buddy. The ultimate dream? That's still to come. You're about to scream your head off. JARVIS, initiate propulsion tests. It's time for a flight.
Sir, the propulsion system requires terabytes of calculations to ensure stability, JARVIS replied responsibly.
JARVIS, sometimes you've got to learn to run before you can walk. Let's do this, Tony declared confidently.
The thrusters on the bottom of the suit's boots roared to life, spewing bright red flames. Slowly, the armor lifted off the ground, hovering about half a meter in the air. Tony adjusted the hand repulsors, and with a sudden burst of energy, the suit shot forward like a silver lightning bolt, streaking past Qin Shao and out of the garage into the open sky.
Who? What? Tony's ecstatic voice echoed through the room as he soared through the air. Qin, you have no idea what this feels like. Ha 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 ha. Tony's laughter was wild, filled with unrestrained joy.
Tony, you might want to dial it back a bit, Qin Shao called out, his tone dripping with mock concern. There's a saying in China, pride comes before the fall.
Ever heard of it? Ha!
You're just jealous.
Admit it.
I'm Tony Stark, you'll never be this cool.
Tony retorted gleefully.
JARVIS, what's the official altitude record for the State Route 71 Blackbird?
Official record, 85,000 feet, sir.
Well, then, Tony chuckled, today, you're going to witness a new altitude record. With a roar of the thrusters, the suit shot skyward, a blazing streak of light slicing through the Los Angeles night sky. Qin Shao, knowing exactly what was about to happen next, simply chuckled to himself. He grabbed a chair and a bottle of soda, making himself comfortable in front of a vintage blue and white convertible parked in the garage.
Here it comes. Sure enough, less than 2 minutes later, there was a loud crash.
Tony, clad in the Iron Man armor, plummeted through not one but 2 floors of the house before slamming right into the car in front of Qin Shao. The once pristine convertible was now a crumpled heap of metal. Ugh, Tony's groan of frustration came through the workshop speakers. Dummy, get to work, Tony muttered. The robotic arm assistant sluggishly rolled over, raising its modified appendage and spraying him with a cloud of fire-suppressant foam.
PSSSSHHHHHH.
The aftermath of Tony's crash reminded Qin Shao of a line from the original storyline, where Obadiah Stane had once berated a Stark Industries scientist.
Tony Stark built this in a cave. With a box of scraps. The same sentiment came to mind when Qin Shao witnessed Tony's sheer ingenuity and mechanical prowess.
With the help of JARVIS and his robotic assistants, Tony's hands-on capabilities were nothing short of miraculous. In just 3 days, he had already built a brand new suit after the high-altitude icing mishap. This was excluding the time it took to order and transport materials. Now, standing before Qin Shao, Tony was clad in the iconic red and gold Mark III armor.
The repulsor gauntlets, the glowing arc reactor in his chest, and the sleek design, it was the Iron Man everyone knew and loved, brought to life. Well? Tony asked, striking a pose and spinning dramatically. How do I look?
Qin Shao stroked his chin, pretending to evaluate him like a fashion designer appraising a runway model.
Not bad. Congratulations, Tony. You finally look about as tall as me.
He gestured to their heads, mimicking a height comparison.
Tony.
The events in Gamera, including Inson's tragic death and the continued use of Stark Industries weapons by terrorists, had ignited a fire of anger and guilt within Tony. Before dealing with Obadiah, Tony had made up his mind he would take down the 10 rings himself. This mission was deeply personal, and it would be his first step toward redemption. Initially, Tony had planned to go alone. He thought the suit was enough, and he doubted Qin Shao's abilities could match his own. But that assumption was obliterated the moment Qin Shao casually picked up a pile of leftover armor materials and crushed them into a perfect sphere with his bare hands.
I thought super soldiers weren't that strong? Tony asked, his voice tinged with disbelief.
Qin Shao turned his back to Tony, adopting a dramatic pose with his hands clasped behind him. He tilted his head to the sky, exuding an air of theatrical melancholy.
Others? I wouldn't know. But me?
Qin Shao, I am simply that powerful.
Once again, reality had a way of proving that overconfidence and grandstanding often came with a price.
Qin Shao and Tony Stark had hastily decided to head to the Middle East together to eliminate the 10 Rings terrorists.
However, their plans hit an immediate snag: transportation. Tony's private jet was far too conspicuous for such a covert operation. Building a new Quinjet from scratch?
Tony could probably do it,
but time was a luxury they couldn't afford. The terrorists were still rampaging through the Gamera region, and every second counted.
Naturally, Qin Shao turned to S.H.I.E.L.D. for help. But, given Tony's insistence on keeping his armor a secret, they couldn't exactly request assistance through official channels. And that's how, late at night, two shadowy figures found themselves sneaking around the entrance of a relatively unassuming S.H.I.E.L.D. branch office in Los Angeles. This wasn't a high-security facility like the Triskelion or some secret underground base. It was a simple regional outpost, and given its location within the US, the security wasn't as tight. Still, the building was equipped with a state-of-the-art automated defense system, which meant no guards patrolled the area. Qin Shao carefully pulled out his S.H.I.E.L.D. ID badge, glancing nervously at Tony.
"You're sure you can erase the visitor logs and surveillance footage, right? This badge is my lifeline here.
I'm not afraid of Fury chewing me out, but I'd rather not lose my steady paycheck."
Tony gave him an exaggerated okay gesture. "Relax, rookie. I've got this covered."
Taking a deep breath, Qin Shao pressed his badge against the scanner by the entrance.
Beep beep. Access denied.
The scanner's red light flashed, accompanied by a cold electronic voice.
"What? Impossible." Qin Shao furrowed his brow and tried again. Beep beep. Access denied. The same result.
"Let me try," Tony said, snatching the badge from Qin Shao's hand.
Well, little intern, let's see what your rookie credentials can do."
He pressed the badge against the scanner for a third time.
Beep beep. The result was clear. Qin Shao's clearance wasn't enough. Tony sighed, handing the badge back. "You've never been here before, have you?"
"No," Qin Shao replied, shaking his head in confusion.
"Natasha just casually mentioned this place once, so I figured it'd be our best bet."
"Well, congrats on finding yourself a wonderful employer," Tony said sarcastically, rolling his eyes. He reached into his armor and pulled out a small device connected to a set of wires. Pressing it against the scanner, he smirked.
"Good thing I came prepared. JARVIS, show this so-called high-tech agency what a real AI can do."
Within 10 seconds, during which Qin Shao muttered a string of curses aimed at Nick Fury's ancestors, JARVIS had bypassed the security system.
The building's entire network was now under their control. It was laughable how easily JARVIS outclassed the branch's rudimentary systems. In the blink of an eye, the facility was theirs.
As expected, the building's rooftop housed a Quinjet, standard equipment for all S.H.I.E.L.D. regional offices.
Lucky for them, it wasn't currently in use.
2 minutes later, the Quinjet roared to life, taking off into the night sky and heading straight for Tony's Malibu home. Once there, the duo suited up, Tony in his armor, Qin Shao ready with his Hulk-enhanced strength, and set a course across the Pacific toward the Middle East.
"You know," Tony began, his voice cutting through the hum of the Quinjet's engines, "back during World War II, my dad flew a plane to take Captain America behind enemy lines for a rescue mission." "Yeah?" Qin Shao replied, raising an eyebrow. "Yeah," Tony continued. "But here's the difference. Back then, my dad was just the pilot. This time, I'm not just flying the plane, I've got this." He tapped his chest plate, the arc reactor glowing brightly.
Qin Shao glanced at him, his expression serious.
"Tony, you could have handled this in a dozen different ways. I mean, back in Afghanistan, you built the suit to escape. But now? Why are you doing this? Is it just about taking down the 10 rings?" Tony fell silent for a long moment, staring out the cockpit window.
Finally, he spoke, his voice quieter but filled with resolve.
"My father used to say, to achieve peace, you must wield the biggest stick. That was my philosophy when I built weapons. But then, in Afghanistan, when that missile exploded right next to me."
He took a deep breath, his tone turning somber.
"I thought I was creating tools for peace. I didn't realize the name Stark was bringing despair to so many people.
I remember lying there, staring at the missile, seeing every letter of my last name etched into its side.
And in that moment, I couldn't see what those letters stood for. Just hopelessness.
I can't even imagine how many others have been in that same position, looking at my name and thinking the same thing."
Qin Shao didn't respond immediately. He knew Tony was right.
He also knew that Tony's weapons had caused untold pain. Just look at Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver, future Avengers themselves, who had spent 12 hours staring at a Stark missile, waiting for it to explode.
Tony gestured to his armor. "I was a stick maker. And now, I've made one of the biggest sticks in the world. But this time, I'm holding it myself. That's my purpose now, to fight terrorists, end wars, and create peace. No politics, no nations. Just this."
In many ways, early Tony Stark and Natasha Romanoff shared a similar journey, seeking redemption for their past selves.
For Tony, this redemption would eventually transform into a sense of responsibility, especially after the Battle of New York.
The Avengers would take on the burden of protecting the world, and Tony's sense of purpose would evolve.
Xin Xiao broke the silence. Tony, do you know why Nick Fury forced me into the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division? God, what a mouthful. Tony smirked faintly. Do tell.
It's because he has a plan, Xin Xiao said, locking eyes with Tony.
The Avengers Initiative.
He wants to build a team of people with extraordinary abilities who'll step up when the world needs them most.
Tony chuckled dryly. It's a nice idea.
I don't know much about Fury, but whether it's the CIA, KGB, or MI5, they all end up as tools of politics.
Doesn't matter what their original purpose was. If someone needs to step up, I'll be there, in this suit. But I'm not going to be anyone's weapon.
His tone was firm, unyielding. Exactly, Xin Xiao said with a grin.
That's what I'm saying.
We don't become the stick in someone else's hand, we hold the stick ourselves. Tony mulled over those words for a long moment before finally looking up at Xin Xiao.
Just like tonight?
Yeah, Xin Xiao replied, smiling.
Just like tonight.
Outside the small town of Gamera, a sprawling, makeshift cemetery had been erected. Wooden boards marked the graves, hastily dug for the loved ones lost in the massacre. The survivors of the town, now few in number, had constructed this solemn resting place for their friends and family. Most of the able-bodied youth had chosen to flee this cursed place, seeking safety far from the horrors they had endured. Those who remained were the elderly, too old to start anew, and the broken, who had lost everything and had nowhere to go. They used to come around before too, said a young man, one of the few remaining in Gamera. He was leading Xin Xiao and Tony Stark toward Inson's grave. They'd steal whatever they wanted, kidnap people with skills they needed. But they never did anything like this before. Not like now. Not a slaughter. His words hung heavy in the air, and Tony remained silent, his face darkened by guilt and rage.
Why haven't you left? Tony asked after a long pause. I mean, if you want to leave, I can help you. I can get you out of here.
The young man shook his head, a flicker of sadness crossing his face.
This is my home, sir.
My parents, my little sister, they're all buried here.
I have to stay. I have to be with them.
They reached the cemetery, and the young man stopped in front of the largest grave marker.
This is Inson's grave. He was a good doctor. He helped so many of us.
We made sure to give him the biggest marker we could. Tony stared at the grave, his lips pressed into a thin line. After a moment, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a cheeseburger, placing it gently next to the wooden grave marker. I'm sorry, buddy, Tony said softly, his voice full of regret.
I should have done more.
I should have been paying attention to this place. I swear to you, those bastards won't hurt innocent people like this ever again. The cheeseburger was a quiet but poignant gesture. Xin Xiao, standing nearby, felt a lump rise in his throat.
He remembered Inson's brief but meaningful time in Los Angeles with Tony.
It was Inson who had mentioned how much his child loved cheeseburgers, though they were rare in Gamera. Watching Tony now, Xin Xiao couldn't help but feel moved. For all his arrogant bluster and sharp tongue, Tony Stark carried the weight of every life he touched. Whether it was remembering Happy Hogan's favorite TV show, installing parachutes in Spider-Man's suit after Rhodey's injury, or secretly customizing his smart home system in Mandarin for Qin Zhao's new house, Tony always found a way to show he cared.
Their next destination was Yokota, a town about 50 kilometers from Gamera.
The young man had told them that the 10 Rings, led by the bald man, had moved on to Yokota for their next rampage.
Sir, can I come with you? The young man asked as he saw them off at the Quinjet. Give me a weapon. Let me fight. I want to avenge my family and friends.
Xin Xiao placed a firm hand on the young man's shoulder.
Stay here. Take care of the elders. Turn your home back into the place it used to be.
The young man hesitated, but eventually nodded, watching as the Quinjet lifted off and disappeared into the horizon.
Yokota was already earning its grim reputation. The road leading to the town was littered with corpses, men, women, and even children. Most of them had been shot in the back, likely while fleeing.
The sheer brutality of it all was horrifying. Xin Zhao's eyes fell on the body of a little girl, no older than 5 or 6. Her leg had been torn apart by the devastating force of a rifle. The wound was jagged, raw, and pale, her blood streaked across the ground in a long, uneven trail. She had likely crawled for some time before succumbing to blood loss and terror. Xin Xiao knelt beside her small, lifeless form, gently closing her eyes with his hand. I don't know what you believed in, he murmured, his voice low and heavy, but I hope heaven is universal.
I hope you're with your parents now. No more pain. No more fear. The girl's eyes closed peacefully, but the image burned itself into Qin Zhao's mind. He knew he would never forget it.
The sound of sporadic gunfire and distant screams echoed from the town. Qin Zhao and Tony exchanged a glance. Tony's helmet slid shut with a mechanical hiss, and Qin Zhao pushed off the ground with a powerful leap. One shot into the sky, the other tore across the ground like a storm. Both moved with deadly purpose. On the road leading out of Yokota, a boy of about 13 was stumbling as he fled. His father, dragging an injured leg, hobbled behind him, shouting for the boy to run faster, to never stop. Behind them, a 10-ring soldier had paused to take aim. He grinned cruelly, his rifle trained on the father's uninjured leg. He wanted to cripple the man completely. Then he'd shoot the boy, leaving the father to die in agony, both physically and emotionally. This was his new favorite game. The soldier's finger tightened on the trigger. Whoosh! A micro-missile streaked down from above, striking the soldier and blowing him to pieces. His body was shredded, limbs flying in every direction. High above, the golden-red figure of Iron Man shot past like a blazing comet. Another terrorist, emerging from a nearby house with a handful of stolen jewelry, froze at the sound of the explosion. He turned, confused, and glanced at the smoking crater where his comrade had just been standing. Before he could react, a figure burst through the dust and debris, moving like a freight train. He barely had time to raise his weapon before Qin Zhao's fist connected with his face, delivering the full force of his Hulk-enhanced strength. The man's head exploded like a watermelon struck with a sledgehammer. Blood and brain matter splattered across Qin Zhao's face, but he didn't flinch. His expression was cold, his movements methodical. There was no room for hesitation, no room for mercy.
For those familiar with the Marvel Cinematic Universe, it's well known that Hulk's power level in the movies was heavily nerfed compared to the comics.
However, the hidden trait of the angrier he gets, the stronger he becomes remained intact, albeit with less dramatic extremes. The serum Qin Zhao received, an improved version of the Hulk's power, captured 30% of that maximum strength, a terrifyingly high proportion of Hulk's capabilities. And so, with his full strength fueled by fury, Qin Zhao's punch obliterated the head of a terrorist, turning it into a splattered mess of blood and brain matter across his own face. He casually wiped it off like sweat, then grinned, revealing his bright white teeth in a horrifyingly sinister smile. From now on, he growled, his voice echoing like a demon's curse, "Get ready for hell, you scum." His roar was the opening note to a symphony of carnage. In the center of the small town, most of the terrorists and remaining civilians had gathered. Tony, with his aerial advantage, had already scoped out the area and was descending toward the center. Meanwhile, Qin Zhao began sweeping through the outskirts, clearing out the scattered terrorists on the streets. At the entrance to the town's only bar, an off-road truck was parked with 3 terrorists loading crates of alcohol into the vehicle. Inside the bar, the owner, a bearded middle-aged man, lay lifeless on the floor, a bullet hole in his forehead. His wife clung desperately to one of the terrorists' legs, her anguished cries piercing the air. The terrorist, slightly unsure of himself, attempted to shake her off, but her grip was ironclad. Frustrated, he raised the butt of his rifle and slammed it down on her head. Once. Twice. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, but she refused to let go, holding onto his leg as if her life depended on it. Annoyed and impatient, the man finally adjusted the rifle, preparing to shoot her in the head. Before he could pull the trigger, a furious roar reverberated through the street. Accompanied by a string of colorful Chinese curses, Qin Zhao appeared out of nowhere. Without even drawing his tang blade, he swung his fist with all the force of his enhanced strength. The blow not only shattered the terrorist's spine, it punched clean through his torso, leaving a gaping hole as Qin Zhao's arm emerged on the other side. The gruesome sight barely registered before a wet splatter resounded. A chunk of the man's internal organs, wet with blood, flew through the air and slapped against the face of one of the other 2 terrorists, who were still carrying barrels of alcohol. They froze, stunned, as the barrel rolled to the ground, spilling liquor everywhere. Before they could even comprehend what had happened, Qin Zhao was upon them. In one swift motion, he grabbed both men by the back of their heads, his fingers digging deep into their hair and scarves. With a ferocious roar, he yanked their heads together with such force that their skulls cracked, their faces smashed into an unrecognizable pulp. The combined strength drove fragments of bone and flesh into their brains, killing them instantly. The 2 bodies collapsed in a grotesque heap, their heads fused into a horrific V-shape. The scene was nothing short of monstrous. The bar owner's wife, still bleeding and battered, showed no fear. Instead, she snatched up a rifle from the ground and, with tears streaming down her face, unloaded the magazine into the first terrorist, Xin Zhao's original victim. The bullets tore into the already lifeless body, reducing its head to nothing more than a bloody mess. When the magazine ran empty, she slumped to the ground, staring blankly at her husband's corpse. Xin Zhao sighed, saying nothing. He turned and sprinted down the street, leaving behind a swirling cloud of dust. From above, the town of Yokota looked like a game of Snake, with Xin Zhao darting through the streets in a relentless, bloody rampage. Any terrorist he encountered met a brutal end. It was a massacre, pure and simple. In just over 10 minutes, the town had been scoured clean of its attackers. At the town center, Tony had just finished taking out the last group of terrorists. He landed amidst the frightened civilians, his armor gleaming despite the dirt and ash surrounding him. He was about to say something to comfort the survivors when movement caught his eye. From around the corner, Xin Zhao emerged. Though his combat suit was pristine, thanks to its system-generated self-cleaning function, his exposed skin told another story. His face, neck, and hands were caked in a gruesome mix of blood, dust, and chunks of flesh. His hair dripped with sticky crimson, and embedded in it was a small shard of bone, dangling grotesquely. He looked less like a man and more like a demon risen from hell. Some of the children and women, upon seeing him, screamed in terror. Xin Zhao stopped, momentarily embarrassed. He forced a smile, but it only made him look more terrifying, his blood-streaked face contorting into a ghastly grin that revealed his gleaming white teeth. "All clear," he said to Tony, his voice calm despite his appearance. "They've got to have a base nearby. Let's hit it." Tony studied him, noticing the barely suppressed rage simmering beneath his words. Xin Zhao was clearly more shaken by this than he let on. But this wasn't the time for a heart-to-heart. Nodding slightly, Tony turned and launched himself into the air, leading the way out of the town. Barely a few hundred meters out, a deafening explosion rocked the air. Tony was struck mid-flight by a tank shell, the impact sending him spiraling to the ground. Though his armor was more than capable of withstanding the blast, the force left him dazed. Shaking his head, he sat up, his HUD quickly recalibrating. He was ready to launch a counterattack when he saw something that made him freeze. From over 100 meters away, Xin Zhao leaped through the air, landing directly on top of the tank. With a guttural roar, he bent down, his fingers digging into the connection between the turret and the tank's body. Rayev! With a surge of raw, unrelenting strength, he ripped the turret clean off the tank, sparks and metal shards flying everywhere. Inside the tank, the remaining terrorists stared in disbelief, their minds unable to process what had just happened. Even Tony, watching from a distance, was momentarily stunned. His eyes darted to Xin Zhao, then to the tank's armor, and finally back to his own suit. Quietly, he began calculating how many hits his armor could take from Xin Zhao before it crumpled. As if to punctuate the display, Xin Zhao casually tossed the turret aside. It landed on top of the tank, pinning it down like a grotesque paperweight. Grabbing the detached barrel, Xin Zhao jumped to the ground, wielding it like an oversized hammer. With a feral roar, he swung it down onto the tank. Bang! 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 Tony stood frozen, staring at the ruined remnants of the tank, its once mighty turret now lying discarded like a child's broken toy. The sheer brutality of Xin Zhao's strength had left the armored vehicle crumpled into something resembling a crushed soda can. Whatever remained of the unfortunate crew inside was better left unseen. Tony, however, chose not to dwell on it. Instead, he turned his attention to Xin Zhao, who, standing amidst the destruction, was casually brushing off his hands like he'd just finished some light yard work. Tony couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief. "Xin, does your outfit come with a self-cleaning feature, or are you just trying out a new post-apocalyptic fashion trend?" His voice carried its usual dry sarcasm, though there was a hint of genuine curiosity. "Because, by God, you look like you just crawled out of King Kong's ass." Xin Zhao smirked, unfazed by Tony's jab. "The mystical East always has its secrets," he said with a playful glint in his eye. Without hesitation, he demonstrated the capabilities of his system-generated apparel. Right before Tony's eyes, his tattered jeans and t-shirt transformed into a crisp, tailored suit, complete with a casual, yet refined style. "And this," Xin Zhao added, pointing to himself with a grin, "is what real combat looks like. Much better than hiding inside a tin can all the time, don't you think?" He clapped Tony on the shoulder with mock sympathy. Tony recoiled immediately, his face twisting in mock horror. "You know what your magical self-cleaning safety blanket looks like? A glorified shape-shifting condom." He paused, brushing it where Xin's hand had touched his armor. "Ugh! Who knows what kind of stuff you've got on your hands?
JARVIS, remind me to give the suit a full decontamination when we're back.
Of course, sir, JARVIS replied smoothly, ever the dutiful AI.
Meanwhile, in a remote base on the opposite side of the desert, the bald leader of the 10 Rings seethed with fury.
The news of Tony Stark and Qin Shao decimating yet another one of their strongholds had just reached him, and he was livid. His fist slammed into the table in front of him, sending papers and trinkets flying.
This is all Obadiah's fault, he roared, pacing back and forth.
That damn Tony Stark has been nothing but trouble, and now he's brought that monster with him. His thick accent carried his frustration, and his anger was palpable. He gestured toward one of his subordinates, who stood nervously in the corner next to a pile of scrap metal.
Take photos of this, the bald man barked, pointing at the crude, unfinished Mark I armor sitting in the corner. It was the same armor Tony had built in the cave, or at least what little of it they'd managed to salvage. Send the photos and the footage of this mess to Obadiah. He knows what this thing is worth. And tell him he owes us more weapons to make up for this disaster. The subordinate nodded quickly, fumbling with a camera.
The bald leader cursed under his breath, remembering his conversation with Obadiah. It was only after their deal that he'd learned the full value of the arc reactor. Sitting on a gold mine and using it to make missiles, what a colossal waste. He slammed his fist down again, venting his frustration. Back in the US, in a dimly lit office at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Nick Fury sat at his desk, watching the very same footage that the 10 Rings had sent to Obadiah.
His one good eye narrowed as he analyzed the video.
He recognized one of the figures immediately, Qin Shao, his so-called intern.
But the other.
What the hell, Fury muttered, leaning forward. The unmistakable design of the arc reactor on the chest of the armored figure gave it away.
That's Tony Stark. Damn genius. He's turned that reactor into a goddamn weapon of war.
He leaned back in his chair, processing what he'd just seen.
Stark's ingenuity was undeniable.
Fury's mind raced with possibilities, and for a moment, he considered calling Agent Coulson to make contact with Stark. But after a moment of deliberation, he decided to call someone else first. Qin Shao was lounging in the Quinjet on their way back, sipping on a drink and chatting idly with Tony when his phone buzzed. He glanced at the screen, rolling his eyes when he saw the caller ID.
"Oh, look who finally remembered I exist," Qin Shao said, smirking as he answered the call. "My dear boss, the great director Fury. What can I do for you, sir? Need me to fetch some coffee, or maybe polish your eye patch?"
Fury's voice came through the line, dripping with sarcasm.
"Oh, don't worry, Agent Qin. Or should I say, intern? I was just thinking of promoting you directly to an 8th level agent. I mean, taking on terrorists in the Middle East and blowing up a tank? Truly exceptional work. I should have had you on the action team from the start." Qin Shao chuckled, unbothered by Fury's tone. "Well, you know me, boss. Always happy to exceed expectations. But I'm just doing my job. By the way, what's this about the Middle East? Some new action movie I don't know about? Cut the crap, Qin."
Fury snapped, his voice rising.
"You're on my payroll. That nice paycheck you get every month? That's because of my signature. Don't play dumb with me."
Qin Shao smirked, glancing over at Tony, who was listening in with an amused expression.
"Of course, I know I work for you, boss. I'm your dedicated intern. You know, the kind whose clearance doesn't even let him into a local branch office." Tony snickered, then reached over and flicked Qin Shao's forehead.
"Idiot," he mouthed, gesturing toward the Quinjet's controls. His meaning was clear, don't mention the stolen plane. Qin Shao immediately got the message and adjusted his tone.
"Oh, sorry, boss. I'm actually out at sea with Tony right now.
You know, just relaxing on a yacht with some lovely ladies. You wouldn't believe it, this blonde bombshell just kissed me.
Honestly, I'm considering filing for self-defense. What do you think, Qin?" Fury's roar was so loud that even Tony winced. "Don't give me that crap. I want you in Washington immediately. And bring Stark with you. Oh, and by the way, about that clearance issue. I suppose it has nothing to do with a stolen Quinjet?"
Qin Shao whistled innocently, then began scratching his phone's microphone with his fingernail, creating static.
"What's that? Bad signal? Oh, come on.
I'm trying to take a call from my boss here.
Hello? Hello?"
Without waiting for a response, Qin Shao hung up.
Tony burst out laughing, shaking his head. "You're ridiculous."
Back at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Fury stared at his now blank phone screen. His jaw tightened, and with a sharp crack, he slammed the phone onto his desk, shattering it into pieces.
"Damn it!"
As the Quinjet stealthily touched down at Tony Stark's luxurious Malibu mansion, the two conspirators, Tony and Qin Xiao, stepped back into the sanctuary of high-tech opulence. Despite the chaos they had left behind in the Middle East, here, in the heart of Tony's domain, they could finally relax. Qin Xiao took full advantage of the amenities, luxuriating in the expansive, smart-controlled bathtub that seemed more like a personal spa. Meanwhile, Tony busied himself with his usual tinkering, until JRVAS's voice broke through. "Sir, the agent with the overly lengthy organizational title has arrived for a visit," JRVAS announced, mimicking Tony's characteristic sarcasm. Tony smirked, drying his hands as he descended to meet their guest. Standing at the door was none other than Agent Phil Coulson, his receding hairline and perpetually calm demeanor giving off an unassuming but don't mess with me vibe. "Gentlemen," Coulson greeted with his usual politeness, though his ever-present smile was slightly strained. Without further ado, he pulled out his phone and played a video, holding it up for both Tony and Qin Xiao to see. It was footage from the Middle East, the two of them wreaking havoc, Tony in his armor and Qin Xiao with his terrifyingly raw physical power. "Anything you'd like to say about this?" Coulson asked, his voice calm but edged with seriousness. Tony, ever the master of deflection, leaned forward with a perplexed expression. "You know, if you're going to watch a movie, you really should try my home theater. This resolution is terrible. What's the title, by the way? Looks like it's got a lot of action." Coulson let out a long, tired sigh. "You don't think the thing on that Tin Man's chest looks familiar? Maybe a little too familiar?" Tony raised an eyebrow, feigning confusion. "Oh, you mean my arc reactor? Nah, that guy's clearly got an LED nightlight. Totally different tech." Coulson's gaze shifted to Qin Xiao, who was already grinning like a mischievous child. Pointing to the footage of Qin Xiao swinging a tank turret, Coulson asked, "And you? Anything to add?" Qin Xiao squinted at the screen, then leaned back with a disgusted look. "Man, that guy is ugly. Is he a friend of yours? What's on his face? Is that poop?" Tony couldn't help but snort, barely holding back laughter as Coulson's face twitched in frustration. The agent took a deep breath, clearly wrestling with his patience. "I finally understand why Director Fury smashed his phone," he muttered under his breath. After a moment to compose himself, Coulson continued, "That video was intercepted. It was sent from the Middle East to Obadiah Stane. We're giving Stark Industries 1 week to clean this up. After that, my team will take action." Tony's smirk faded as he nodded, the weight of the situation settling in. "Understood." Coulson stood, ready to leave, but as he reached the door, he paused and turned back. "Oh, by the way," he said, his tone deceptively casual, "we seem to be missing a Quinjet from one of our local branches. Qin, you wouldn't happen to know anything about that, would you?" Qin Xiao's grin widened as he leaned forward, rubbing his hands together theatrically. "Ah, my dear Agent Coulson, let me introduce you to one of the greatest mystical arts of the East, fortune-telling." Coulson blinked, clearly caught off guard, while Tony leaned against the wall, watching with an amused expression. Qin Xiao began an elaborate performance, tapping his fingers against his thumb in quick succession while muttering gibberish. "Zishu, Shonyo, Inhu, Mao Tu, Chenlong. Little piggy, dirty and messy. Fahai, you don't understand love. Taishan Laojun, by the decree of heaven. Ha!" Both Coulson and Tony stared at him, baffled but undeniably entertained. Tony couldn't resist playing along. "So? Did the great fortune-telling succeed? Where's the plane?" "Patience." Qin Xiao huffed dramatically. "There's one final step." He took off his shoe, spun around for effect, and hurled it into the air. It landed with an unimpressive thud. "There!" Qin Xiao declared triumphantly, pointing in the direction of the shoe. "Send your people that way. It's probably near the beach." "You're welcome." Coulson stared at him, his hand rubbing his temples as if physically holding his composure together. "Thank you, Agent Qin. Your expertise will be noted in my report." "No problem," Qin Xiao said cheerfully, waving him off. "Just remember to add a little bonus to my paycheck next month. Nothing too crazy, 5% of the plane's value should do." Coulson coughed, clearly suppressing whatever choice words were on the tip of his tongue. Without another word, he turned and walked away. "Don't be shy. We can negotiate." Qin Xiao called after him. 3%? 1%? Just a token of appreciation. "Hey, come on." Coulson stumbled slightly but kept walking, his head shaking in exasperation. "Man, what a cheapskate," Qin Xiao muttered under his breath. Later that evening, Qin Xiao and Tony sat down for a more serious discussion. They had come to an agreement to create an independent organization, one free from the constraints and politics of official agencies.
But they both knew it wasn't something that could happen overnight.
For now, there were more immediate concerns, namely, Obadiah Stane. The next morning, Tony made an uncharacteristically early appearance at Stark Industries. He bypassed everyone, heading straight to his office, where he poured 2 glasses of whiskey and waited.
He knew Obadiah wouldn't miss an opportunity to confront him.
Sure enough, within 10 minutes, the older man strode into the office, his expression a mix of frustration and forced joviality. Well, look who decided to grace us with his presence. Tony Stark, back in his own company.
What's the occasion, my dear chairman?
Obadiah casually helped himself to one of the glasses, raising it in a mock toast.
You've always had the best taste in liquor.
Taking a sip, he leaned forward, his tone dropping.
Tony, the board is getting restless.
We're the biggest weapons manufacturer in the world, and you've decided to stop making weapons. The shareholders are furious.
We need to rebuild their confidence.
I heard you wanted to pivot to renewable energy, Obadiah continued, his voice smooth and persuasive.
I can get the board on your side, but you'll need to give them something. Like that little reactor in your chest. Tony's gaze darkened, but he remained calm.
Oh, we'll talk about the reactor, Obadiah. And while we're at it, let's talk about the video you got from the 10 Rings.
The one with your name all over it.
Obadiah froze for a split second, his smile faltering before quickly recovering.
I don't know what you're talking about, Tony.
Don't play dumb with me, Uncle Obi, Tony said, his voice cold and sharp.
You and I both know exactly what's going on. So sit down. We're going to have a nice, long chat.
As the video played, the room seemed to shrink, suffocating in the tension between Tony Stark and Obadiah Stane. The glow of the arc reactor on Tony's chest reflected faintly in his eyes, which were locked onto Obadiah with a piercing intensity.
Meanwhile, Obadiah's expression shifted.
The warm, fatherly facade he had worn for decades dissolved like smoke, replaced by a sharp, calculating glare. The kind of look a predator gives its prey. So, Obadiah said, his voice colder than Tony had ever heard it.
You know. What now, Tony? What's the plan? Are you here to humiliate me? To strip me of everything I've built? To have me arrested like a criminal? Tony didn't flinch, his gaze unwavering.
He took a steady breath, his voice calm, but carrying the weight of years of betrayal. You know, the world calls me a genius, but it's taken me decades to really see you for who you are.
How do you do it, Obi? How the hell do you keep that mask on for so long? That loving, protective, fatherly act? How do you pretend for decades?
Obadiah's lip curled into a sneer, his mask now fully discarded.
Because I earned it, Tony. I built this company into what it is today. Day after day, I ran this empire while you hid away in your workshop, playing with your toys and making missiles.
He slammed his hand on the desk, his voice rising with every word.
And now look at you. A petulant child throwing a tantrum. A weapons manufacturer who suddenly decides he's too good to make weapons anymore.
You're a joke, Tony, a spoiled brat in an ivory tower, playing hero while the rest of us deal with the real world. This company was supposed to be mine, and it should have been mine all along. As Obadiah ranted, his hand subtly slipped into his pocket, his fingers brushing against the small ultrasonic device hidden inside. It was a compact weapon, his failsafe, capable of incapacitating a person almost instantly. Alongside it, a pair of specialized noise-canceling earbuds ensured he wouldn't be affected.
Tony, however, remained calm.
He leaned back in his chair, his expression unreadable. It's over, Obadiah, he said quietly. Step down from the board, hand over control of the company, and I'll buy out your shares 50% above market value.
Take the money. Retire. Find some peace in your life. Because if you don't, the next people who come knocking won't be carrying contracts, Obi. They'll have handcuffs.
Or worse. Obadiah's hand froze in his pocket, his knuckles tightening around the device.
Tony's words hung in the air, filled with both finality and genuine disappointment. For a moment, Obadiah hesitated.
Then, slowly, he withdrew his hand, leaving the device untouched. 5 days, Tony said firmly, standing up.
That's all you've got. 5 days to walk away with your dignity intact. Don't make me regret giving you this chance.
Without waiting for a response, Tony turned and walked out of the room, leaving Obadiah alone with his thoughts.
That night, Obadiah sat in his dimly lit office, hunched over his desk.
He looked older, wearier, a man grappling with the collapse of everything he had spent his life building. But beneath the surface, the wheels in his mind were turning. Slowly, methodically. He played the role of the cooperative executive perfectly. Over the next few days, he meticulously handed over files, explained projects, and guided Tony's team through the intricate workings of Stark Industries. He even shared anecdotes about the company's history, painting himself as a man reluctantly letting go of his legacy. To the outside observer, he was a picture of grace and resignation. But behind the scenes, in the shadows of Stark Industries' secluded Area 16, a different kind of legacy was coming to life. Engineers under Obadiah's private payroll worked tirelessly, assembling a hulking monstrosity of steel and firepower. The Mark I prototype armor that Tony had left behind in the desert served as their blueprint. It wasn't elegant, it wasn't refined, but it was powerful. And Obadiah intended to make it unstoppable. At Tony's Malibu mansion, the atmosphere was quiet, almost melancholic. Tony sat on his couch, a glass of whiskey in hand. His thoughts were heavy, his mind replaying the confrontation with Obadiah over and over. He picked up his phone and called Pepper. "Pepper," he said, his tone softer than usual. "Everything's ready. All the paperwork is in place. Once Obadiah signs the transfer documents tomorrow, it's over." "Understood," Pepper replied, her voice steady despite the late hour. "I'll handle it. But, Tony, you owe me for this. I haven't slept in days. You'd better give me a raise." Tony chuckled faintly. "Deal. You've earned it." He hung up the phone, but the faint smile faded as quickly as it had come. He leaned back, staring at the ceiling, lost in thought. "Sir," Jarvis interrupted, "Mr. Stain is at the front gate. He's requesting to see you." Tony sat up, frowning. Obadiah's presence was unexpected, especially this late at night. He hesitated for a moment before grabbing a remote and pressing a button, bringing up the live feed from the front gate. On the screen, Obadiah stood in the cool night air, his hands clasped in front of him. His posture was slightly slouched, his expression weary. "Tony," his voice came through the intercom, "let me in. Tomorrow I'll be gone. I just want to say goodbye. Are you really going to deny me that?" Tony exhaled deeply, rubbing his face. Jarvis, let him in. The gate opened, and Obadiah made his way inside, his steps slow and deliberate. When he entered the living room, he looked around, as if soaking in the surroundings one last time. "I'm sorry, Tony," he said, his voice low and contrite. "I've spent these past few days thinking about everything. About you. About the company. I just wanted to say. I was wrong. I should have done this years ago. Letting go feels freeing, in a way." Tony stayed seated on the couch, watching him carefully. "So, the island? What's it like?" "Paradise," Obadiah said, smiling faintly. "Sun, wine, cigars, fishing. And, of course, the women. Isn't that what life's all about?" Tony let out a small laugh, genuine for a moment. "Good for you, Obi. Really?" But as Obadiah moved closer, Tony's sharp eyes caught a glint in his ears. "Earbuds." His smile faded instantly. "No." Before Tony could react, a piercing ultrasonic sound filled the room. His muscles seized, his veins bulging as his body locked up. He fell back into the couch, completely paralyzed. Obadiah loomed over him, his earlier warmth replaced by a cold, predatory grin. "You're right, Tony. You should congratulate me. Because I'm about to become the most powerful man in the world." "I really must thank those greedy terrorists," Obadiah said, his voice calm but dripping with venom as he stood over Tony. "They disobeyed my orders to kill you outright. I thought you were a broken hen no longer laying golden eggs." He smirked, his rough fingers tracing the edges of the miniature arc reactor he just pulled from Tony's chest. "But you surprised me, Tony. You laid the biggest golden egg of your life this time." His tone shifted to one of mock admiration, though his eyes glinted with malice. From his pocket, he retrieved a magnetic device, roughly the same size as the arc reactor. The device hummed softly as it activated. "You truly are a genius, Tony," Obadiah continued as he admired the glowing reactor in his hands. "This little thing, it's going to change the world. But not for you." With a press of the button, the magnetic pull intensified, drawing the arc reactor away from Tony's chest. The device floated gently into Obadiah's hand. He held it up, marveling at its design like a collector admiring a priceless artifact. "It's perfect. A masterpiece, really. And to get it, I've made something even stronger than your shiny little toys." Obadiah's eyes flicked back to Tony, his expression twisting into contempt. "From the time you were 21 years old, you've never grown up. You're still the same naive little boy who thinks the world plays by your rules. Did you really think I'd just give up the company? Hand it over to you willingly?" His voice rose with anger as he slapped Tony hard across the face.
The sound echoed in the room. Did you really think offering me 50% over market value for my shares would be enough to take my kingdom away from me? Pathetic. Enjoy these last few minutes of your life, Tony.
As Tony sat paralyzed on the couch, unable to move or speak, Obadiah's voice dropped into a sinister, almost gleeful tone.
You won't be alone for long. Pepper will be joining you soon. She's such a remarkable woman, isn't she?
Laughing maniacally, Obadiah turned and left the room, the arc reactor clutched tightly in his hand. Tony struggled, his veins bulging as he fought against the effects of the ultrasonic paralyzer. Time seemed to crawl as the seconds ticked away, 193 beats of the clock before the effects finally began to wear off. Jarvis, Tony gasped, his voice hoarse and weak.
Call Cheen.
Tell him to get to Stark Industries immediately.
Pepper's in danger.
As Jarvis carried out the command, Tony staggered to his feet, his movements unsteady as he stumbled toward the stairs leading to his workshop. He fumbled with his phone, trying to call Pepper, but the line rang endlessly with no answer. By the time he reached his workshop, Tony was barely able to stand. The pain in his chest was unbearable, as if shards of metal were clawing their way through his veins. His eyes fell on the glass display case housing the original arc reactor, the one Pepper had gifted back to him, lovingly inscribed with the words, "Proof that Tony Stark has a heart." It was his only hope. But as he reached out, his fingers trembled, too weak to open the case. He collapsed to the floor, his breath labored, his vision dimming. "Come on," he muttered, his voice a desperate plea.
"I'm not done yet."
At that moment, his clumsy, often mocked robot assistant, affectionately nicknamed Dummy, whirred to life. The mechanical arm extended slowly, almost hesitantly, as if sensing its creator's desperation. With a sweeping motion, it knocked the arc reactor off the pedestal, shattering the glass as it fell to the floor. Tony summoned the last of his strength, grasping the arc reactor and slamming it into his chest. The reactor clicked into place, its light flaring to life as energy surged through him. He gasped, taking in deep, ragged breaths. "Good boy," Tony muttered, his voice tinged with both relief and gratitude as he gave Dummy a weak but genuine smile.
The moment of reprieve didn't last long. "Jarvis," he said urgently, "did you get through to Cheen?"
"Apologies, sir," Jarvis replied, his tone as calm as ever. "Mr. Cheen has not answered his phone."
Tony cursed under his breath, rising to his feet. No time.
Pepper. He wasted no time donning his armor. The Mark III suit locked into place around him, its systems humming to life as Jarvis began running diagnostics. Tony took to the skies, the thrusters blazing as he raced toward Stark Industries. On the way, his phone finally connected.
"Tony?" Pepper's voice came through, confused and concerned. "What's going on? I just saw all your missed calls."
"Pepper, thank God," Tony said, the relief in his voice palpable.
"Listen to me. If you're still at the office, you need to leave. Now. Obadiah took my arc reactor, and he's built a suit. He's dangerous."
"Oh my God," Pepper whispered, her voice trembling.
"Are you okay? Tony, without the reactor."
"I'm fine," Tony interrupted, trying to reassure her.
"I've got the backup reactor. But you need to get out of there. Now."
"Okay," she said, her voice steadying as she summoned her resolve.
"I'm leaving now."
Pepper grabbed her things and hurried toward the elevator. But as she reached the lobby, the ground beneath her feet trembled. The floor cracked and buckled, and with a deafening roar, a massive steel figure burst through the concrete. Obadiah's ironmonger suit stood nearly 3 meters tall, its bulk casting a shadow over Pepper.
The metallic behemoth's glowing blue arc reactor pulsed ominously in its chest.
My, Pepper," Obadiah's voice boomed through the suit speakers, dripping with mockery.
"You're just in time. I'll take you to Tony myself."
He raised the suit's right arm, the spinning barrels of a Gatling gun locking onto her. Frozen in fear, Pepper could only stare as the weapon charged. Then, with a deafening whoosh, Tony's Mark III streaked through the air, slamming into the ironmonger with the force of a missile. The two suits crashed through the wall, tumbling onto the busy street outside. Cars screeched to a halt as the two metallic titans collided, their sheer size and weight causing chaos in their wake. The Ironmonger and Iron Man rolled across the asphalt, smashing through a delivery truck before coming to a stop in the middle of the road. Traffic came to a standstill as drivers honked their horns, some swerving to avoid the wreckage while others weren't so lucky. Obadiah was the first to rise, his massive suit looming over a nearby van. Without hesitation, he grabbed it with one hand, lifting it high above his head. The driver inside screamed in terror as the Ironmonger prepared to hurl the vehicle like a weapon. "Focus all power on the chest repulsor," Tony shouted as his arc reactor flared to life. A concentrated blast of energy erupted from his chest, striking the ironmonger and sending it flying backward. The van slipped from its grasp, plummeting toward the ground only to be caught in midair by Tony's outstretched hands. "Gotcha," Tony muttered, carefully setting the vehicle down before turning his attention back to Obadiah. The battle was far from over just as Tony managed to place the motorcycle safely on the ground, allowing the terrified rider to escape. Obadiah grabbed another motorcycle from the street. Without even sparing a thought for the rider, who was thrown off and sent tumbling to the pavement, Obadiah hurled the bike directly at Tony with terrifying force. The impact sent Tony crashing into a nearby bus, flipping it onto its side. Tony barely had time to recover before the ironmonger landed with a heavy thud, its massive weight pinning the Mark II armor beneath its feet. Obadiah wasn't done. He raised his right foot and stomped on Tony twice more with brutal force, the ground beneath them shaking with each impact. "Feel the difference in power, Tony." Obadiah's voice boomed through the ironmonger's speakers, filled with glee. "Oh, God, I love this suit." Without giving Tony a chance to respond, Obadiah grabbed him by the torso and hurled him into another nearby bus. The vehicle's frame crumpled like paper under the force, nearly splitting in half from the impact. Fortunately, the bus had already been evacuated when the fight began, sparing any potential casualties. Tony knew he couldn't continue the battle in such a populated area, there were too many innocent lives at risk. He forced himself to his feet, ignoring the damage to his suit, and diverted all available energy to his thrusters. Flames burst from the jets on his hands and feet as he launched himself skyward at maximum speed. "I see you've made improvements to your suit, Tony," Obadiah yelled, his voice filled with mockery. "But you're not the only one who's been busy. I've made some upgrades of my own." With a loud roar, the ironmonger activated its own jets, thick plumes of black smoke spewing from its feet. The bulky suit rose into the air, slowly but surely gaining altitude. Though the Mark II was faster and more agile, Tony's arc reactor was old and its energy reserves were running dangerously low. Obadiah's new reactor, meanwhile, was fresh and fully charged. Higher and higher they climbed, the distance between them shrinking as Obadiah's heavier suit began to catch up. "Energy levels at 12%, Jarvaeus warned. "Energy levels at 9%. Stop talking and just show it on the screen." Tony snapped, his focus entirely on climbing higher. He was calculating, planning, if he could lure the ironmonger high enough, the freezing temperatures might render Obadiah's suit inoperable, just as they had during Tony's first high-altitude test. But he had to time it perfectly to ensure he could still make it back to the ground safely. A loud metallic clang jolted him out of his thoughts. The ironmonger had caught up, its massive hand grabbing hold of the Mark II's ankle. "Damn it!" Tony gritted his teeth as Obadiah yanked him downward, pulling him into a crushing grip. The ironmonger's massive hands wrapped around Tony's neck, squeezing with terrifying strength. In the thin, freezing air, Tony could see frost beginning to form on the surface of Obadiah's suit, but the altitude climb continued. "See this, Tony? This is real power. I'm stronger, I'm tougher, and this is how the arc reactor should be used." Obadiah crowed, his voice filled with smug satisfaction. "Oh yeah? How'd you solve the icing problem?" Tony shot back, his tone almost casual despite the dire situation. "What icing problem?" Obadiah's confusion was evident in his voice, but realization dawned too late. The frost covering the ironmonger's exterior began to spread rapidly, its system slowing as the reactor dimmed. The massive suit's jets sputtered out, leaving it powerless. "You might want to check on that," Tony said dryly, giving the frozen helmet a light knock with his knuckles. The ironmonger's grip slackened, and Obadiah's suit plummeted toward the ground like a meteor. Tony let out a deep breath of relief, but his own situation was far from ideal. His energy reserves were nearly depleted, leaving him with just enough power to control his descent. He fell through the air, using short bursts from his thrusters to slow his fall. The landing wasn't graceful, he crashed through a rooftop railing and tumbled onto the Stark Industries building's helipad, coming to a stop in a heap. The left arm of his suit had been torn off during the fall, leaving it somewhere along the way. "Thank God," Tony muttered, lying flat on his back as he tried to catch his breath. He immediately activated his comms. "Pepper, are you okay?" "I'm fine, Tony. What about you?" Pepper's voice was filled with worry. She had watched the battle from below, the sheer size difference between the two suits filling her with dread. "I'm fine," Tony reassured her, though his voice betrayed his exhaustion. "I just need to get out of this suit." "Oh." Tony's words were cut short as the ironmonger suddenly came crashing down onto the helipad, its jets reigniting at the last second to cushion its fall. Obadiah wasted no time, charging at Tony with a massive punch that sent him flying across the rooftop. Tony crashed into a wall, sparks flying as his suit's damaged systems struggled to compensate.
Still alive, huh? Obadiah sneered. Let's fix that.
Tony managed to stabilize himself in midair, but as he raised his left arm to fire a repulsor blast, he realized with dismay that his left gauntlet was missing. He had no choice but to use the last of his energy reserves in a desperate leap, landing on the ironmonger's head and delivering a punch to its helmet. The impact created a loud clang, but the attack was ineffective. Without sufficient energy, the Mark II strikes were little more than taps against the ironmonger's thick armor. Obadiah grabbed Tony by the waist with both hands, squeezing with enough force to crumple steel. Tony struggled, but his suit's power was completely drained. He was helpless.
This ends now, Tony. Obadiah roared, raising his massive fist for the killing blow.
Boom, a smaller, human-sized fist collided with the ironmonger's, stopping it dead in its tracks.
The impact sent a shockwave rippling across the rooftop, scattering debris in every direction. Tony turned his head in disbelief.
Standing there, casually retracting his arm from the punch, was Qin Xiao.
He glanced at Tony with a grin, his face calm and unbothered.
"I think you owe me some new furniture for my apartment, Tony," Qin Xiao said with a playful smirk.
"What do you think?" Tony let out a breath he didn't know he was holding, a mix of relief and exasperation. "You've got the worst timing, you know that?"
As Obadiah sat inside the nearly dismantled ironmonger, his mind reeled in disbelief. The once invincible suit, powered by the arc reactor he had stolen, was now reduced to a pathetic, limbless shell. He stared at the man standing atop the broken husk of his creation, a man who looked nothing like the monstrous force he had just witnessed. Qin Xiao, with his calm demeanor and effortless efficiency, had turned what Obadiah thought was an unstoppable machine into nothing more than scrap metal. This is impossible," Obadiah muttered, his voice trembling with both rage and fear. He had been so confident, so sure that nothing could stop him. And yet, here he was, defeated not by Tony Stark's advanced technology, but by a man wielding a simple blade. Qin Xiao stood there, resting the black tang blade casually against his shoulder. His lips curled into that same irritatingly smug smile that had irritated even Tony earlier.
"Impossible," he echoed, raising an eyebrow. "You should have watched the whole video, Obi. I've been doing this kind of thing for a while now." Obadiah didn't respond, his mind racing for a way out.
His chest heaved as he fought to control his panic. The ironmonger's systems were failing, its power reserves depleted. His only chance now was to appeal to the man who had just destroyed him. But before he could speak, Qin Xiao tilted his head slightly, his tone playful but laced with menace. "By the way," Qin Xiao said, flicking a bit of blood off the blade with a casual motion, "I've got to say, for a guy who built this big fancy suit, you really didn't think about how slow it is, huh? And this smoke-spewing jet thing? Not very eco-friendly. I mean, come on. We're trying to save the planet here." Obadiah gritted his teeth, his hands gripping the controls of the broken suit. "You think you've won?" he spat. "You think this changes anything? Stark Industries will always—" Yeah, save the corporate monologue," Qin Xiao interrupted, waving his free hand dismissively. "We've heard it all before. Big man with big plans. Spoiler alert, they never work out." He turned to Tony, who was still sitting on the ground, his face pale from exhaustion but his eyes sharp as ever. "Hey, Tony," Qin Xiao called out, his voice lighthearted despite the chaos around them. "You think I should just chop this thing down to the size of a tin can? Or should I leave it as a monument to bad design choices?" Tony shook his head, letting out a tired chuckle. "I think you've made your point, Qin. But honestly, I don't care what you do with it. Just make sure it's done." Qin Xiao grinned, his eyes gleaming with mischief. "Got it." He turned back to the ironmonger, raising his blade for one final strike. But before he could bring it down, Tony's voice cut through the air, sharp and commanding. "Qin." Qin stopped mid-swing, his blade hovering inches above the suit. He turned to look at Tony, his smile fading slightly as he saw the serious expression on his friend's face. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Then, Tony said quietly, "Do you remember how many graves were next to Inson's?" The words hit like a punch to the gut. Qin Zhao's expression hardened, and he lowered his blade slightly. He didn't need to ask what Tony meant. The massacre in the Middle East, the countless lives lost because of the weapons Stark Industries had supplied, and the chain of events that followed, all of it rested heavily on both their shoulders. And Obadiah. Obadiah had played a direct role in it all. Tony turned his face away, unable to meet Qin Zhao's gaze. The weight of guilt was too much. Qin Shao looked at him for a long moment, then nodded slowly. Yeah, he said, his voice quieter than before.
I remember.
With that, he raised the blade again and brought it down in one swift, clean motion. The sound of metal slicing through metal echoed across the rooftop. Obadiah let out a muffled groan as the blade pierced the suit, ending the fight once and for all.
Qin Shao stepped back, wiping the blade clean on a piece of the ironmonger's armor before sheathing it. He glanced at Tony, who was still sitting on the ground, his face a mixture of exhaustion and resignation.
He said he bought a little island, Tony muttered, almost to himself. Said he wanted to retire there. Talked about how he'd finally found peace. Qin Shao snorted, sitting down next to Tony with a heavy sigh.
Yeah, well, actions have consequences.
Or, as we say back home, what goes around, comes around. He leaned back, stretching his legs out in front of him. You can't just buy an island and think all your sins are washed away.
Tony didn't respond, his gaze fixed on the sky.
After a moment, Qin Shao nudged him with his elbow. By the way, why weren't you picking up your phone earlier? I was in the shower, Qin Shao replied simply.
Figured I'd earned a bit of a break. Didn't realize you were getting your ass kicked until Jarvis told me.
So, you're welcome.
Tony let out a short laugh, shaking his head. Can you help me get this suit off? I can barely move.
Qin Shao rolled his eyes but stood up, helping Tony remove the damaged armor piece by piece. It was a slow, tedious process, but eventually, they managed to get the Mark II off. Tony stretched his arms, wincing slightly as he moved. He turned to look at the remnants of the ironmonger, now little more than a pile of scrap metal.
This thing can't stay here, he said, his tone serious. Neither can the reactor downstairs.
If word gets out about what happened tonight, every government and organization in the world is going to come sniffing around.
We need to destroy both of them. Qin Shao raised an eyebrow. Destroy them? What, you want to push this thing off the roof? Tony shook his head. No. Let's go find Pepper. We'll watch the fireworks together.
The Stark Industries building, along with the ironmonger suit containing Obadiah's lifeless body, Tony's battle-worn Mark II armor, and the massive arc reactor prototype, all went up in a spectacular explosion.
The fiery blast lit up the night sky, transforming the entire scene into a dazzling display of destruction.
For anyone nearby, it might have looked like the most extravagant fireworks show ever staged.
Tony stood silently, watching the inferno with a mixture of relief and finality.
His gaze drifted from the flames to Pepper, who stood beside him. The look in his eyes was different now, softer, filled with a tenderness and admiration he rarely allowed himself to express. Tonight's events had shaken him to his core, and for the first time, he realized just how important Pepper was to him. She wasn't just his assistant or the person who kept his chaotic life in order.
She was someone he couldn't imagine living without.
Meanwhile, Qin Shao stood a few steps away, his arms crossed as he stared at the burning wreckage.
Unlike Tony, his expression wasn't one of emotional reflection, it was one of pure financial heartbreak.
His brow furrowed deeply, and he muttered under his breath, how much money just went up in smoke there?
My God, the waste.
He couldn't stop thinking about the sheer value of what had just been obliterated.
The towering Stark Industries building alone was worth an astronomical sum.
Add to that the ironmonger suit, a technological marvel in its own right, and the Mark II armor, which, despite being damaged, still contained materials and technology worth a fortune. Even the arc reactor prototype, a priceless piece of engineering, was now nothing more than a memory.
To Tony, it was just another day of cleaning up a mess.
But to Qin Shao, it was like watching someone casually toss a gold bar into a bonfire. He shot a glance at Tony, who was now whispering something to Pepper. Qin's eyes narrowed as he considered whether or not to storm over and give the billionaire a piece of his mind.
This damn rich guy, he grumbled to himself, doesn't even bat an eye while tossing away things worth more than some countries' economies.
Just as he was about to vent his frustrations further, a notification popped up in his head, courtesy of the system.
Mission completed, eliminate the ironmonger. Reward points, 1,000.
The sudden influx of points momentarily shifted Qin's mood. All right, he muttered, at least I got something out of this. With a total of 4,000 points now under his belt, he was one step closer to unlocking the system's Level 2 store. The Level 1 store had already proven to be of limited use, and Qin couldn't wait to see what new options the next tier would offer. Still, a small part of him couldn't stop calculating the monetary value of those points. Let's see, 1 point equals 1,000,000 yuan back in my world.
That's 30 billion. Not bad.
He started counting on his fingers, mumbling under his breath, 10, 100, 1,000, million, but no matter how he added it up, 30 billion, while impressive, was still a drop in the bucket compared to Tony Stark's wealth.
Sheen sighed, finally giving up on the mental math. Fine, he muttered.
I'll just have to settle for being a small rich guy instead of a super rich guy. As he stood there, lost in thought, the system pinged again, informing him that he now had the option to return to his original world. At first, this had been Sheen's endgame: complete the missions, gather rewards, and bring everything back to his own reality to build a better life. The system's generous exchange rates and the ability to transfer skills and resources had seemed like the perfect setup. Back in his world, he could live like a king, untouchable, wealthy, and powerful. But now, things had changed.
The Marvel Cinematic Universe had once seemed like nothing more than a game, a temporary side quest. Yet over time, it had started to feel like home.
He had met Natasha Romanoff, joined S.H.I.E.L.D., even if his intern status was a joke, and formed bonds with people like Tony Stark. Not to mention, his own abilities had grown exponentially. Here, in this world, he was practically a superhero. But back in his original world, he'd have to suppress his powers, hide who he was. After all, one man, no matter how strong, couldn't stand against an entire world.
And the last thing Sheen wanted was to end up as a government lab experiment. Still, he had a plan.
By securing Tony's AI system and bringing it back with him, he could lay the foundation for a new life in his own world. With advanced technology, wealth, and growing influence, he could build a kingdom strong enough to protect himself and those he cared about. Only then could he truly live freely, without fear of being hunted or controlled. The explosion at Stark Industries wasn't something that could be ignored. Between the rooftop battle with the Ironmonger and the massive detonation of the arc reactor prototype, the entire event had been witnessed by countless people.
Videos of the fight were already circulating online, showing both Tony's Mark II and the Ironmonger soaring into the sky.
The damage was done, there was no hiding what had happened. Sheen, ever the opportunist, had called Agent Coulson as soon as the fireworks show began. Might as well let S.H.I.E.L.D. handle the cleanup, he'd thought. After all, covering up chaos like this was exactly what intelligence agencies were good at. As expected, Coulson and his team arrived promptly, working through the night to control the narrative. They scoured the internet, removing as many videos and posts as possible, and began crafting a plausible cover story to feed to the public. By sunrise, they'd made significant progress, but the strain was evident, especially on Coulson. The next morning, Sheen Shao was rudely awakened by the sound of his phone ringing. He groaned, reaching for it with half-closed eyes.
"Coulson," he muttered groggily as he answered, "do you have any idea what time it is? Even the chickens on the farms aren't awake yet. Sleep deprivation causes hair loss, you know, you bald mother few." Coulson's usually calm demeanor cracked for a split second.
He gripped the phone tightly, taking a deep breath to stop himself from snapping. He rubbed his already receding hairline, which felt even thinner after the sleepless night.
"I've been up all night cleaning up your mess, intern agent. The least you could do is come help." "Ha ha."
Sheen burst out laughing, his earlier irritation fading.
"Relax, Coulson. You're already bald, losing a bit more hair won't make a difference. Me? I'm still young. I need my beauty sleep."
Coulson felt his blood pressure spike but managed to hold himself back.
He knew better than to argue with Sheen.
After all, the man had Fury's backing, and worse, Fury's sense of humor. "Just get over here," Coulson said through gritted teeth.
"We've got work to do." Still chuckling, Sheen got out of bed and began getting ready.
Despite his teasing, he knew Coulson had a point. The mess from last night was partly his fault, and it was only fair that he helped clean it up. Besides, if he hadn't insisted on handling things his way, S.H.I.E.L.D. would have taken care of Obadiah long ago, and none of this would have happened.
"All right, Coulson," Sheen said, grabbing his jacket. "I'm on my way. Try not to lose any more hair before I get there."
Coulson handed Tony a small piece of paper, speaking with his usual calm professionalism.
"Follow the narrative we've provided. Even if certain media outlets remain skeptical, they won't be able to create a widespread public uproar.
This is something we're exceptionally skilled at, ensuring stories like this gradually fade from public attention."
He paused and added, "As for your alibi, you were on a yacht at the time of the incident.
Regarding Obadiah, he'll be reported as having died in a private plane crash a week from now."
Tony, meanwhile, was flipping through the day's newspaper, the headline catching his attention, "Who was Iron Man?"
He smirked as he scanned the article.
"Iron Man. I've got to admit, it's a good name. Sure, my armor's made of gold titanium alloy, not iron, but it works."
"I kind of like it," he said, critiquing the media's choice of wording with an amused tone.
Pepper, noticing that Tony hadn't responded to Coulson, turned to the agent herself. "Thank you so much. Without your help, we wouldn't even know how to address the media today. We're really grateful for everything you've done." Coulson responded with a gracious smile, though he couldn't resist a rare moment of humor. "No need to thank us, it's part of our job. Besides, one of our intern agents was involved in this incident. In that sense, it's also an internal matter for us." He glanced pointedly at Qin Xiao, who stood nearby in a sharp black suit and sunglasses, looking every bit the professional agent or perhaps a very intimidating bodyguard. Tony, catching the remark, immediately pointed at Qin Xiao with a mocking tone. "Exactly. This guy was the real troublemaker here. Honestly, we should have sent him out to deal with the media directly today." Tony couldn't help but add more sarcasm. "And, by the way, you might want to reconsider your wardrobe, Mr. Instigator. That suit of yours screams go outside and manage the press. Go on, make sure those reporters stay in line." Qin Xiao adjusted his sunglasses with a deliberate gesture, maintaining a straight face. "Understood, Mr. Stark." He turned crisply and walked away, his demeanor radiating the essence of a professional agent. Tony raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised by Qin Xiao's behavior. "What did you do to him? Since when does that guy follow orders? Did you brainwash him or something?" Tony joked, gesturing toward Qin Xiao's retreating figure. Coulson smirked, clearly enjoying the moment. "Our boss had a little chat with him. Let's just say we reminded him that if he didn't cooperate today, his monthly paycheck might suddenly stop arriving. You know, he just bought a rather nice apartment, so I imagine his budget's a little tight right now." Tony let out a short laugh. "Ah, the old financial pressure tactic. Effective." As preparations for the press conference were finalized, Rhodey stood outside, holding the reporter's attention with a long-winded speech that had gone on for over half an hour. Inside, Pepper helped Tony into his jacket, her delicate hands smoothing the fabric over his shoulders. Tony glanced at her, his expression softening for a moment. He realized, perhaps more clearly than ever, just how much Pepper meant to him. She wasn't just his assistant, she was the anchor of his chaotic life. Tony recalled something Qin Xiao had said to him once, a Chinese proverb, "the rabbit doesn't eat the grass near its burrow." He smirked to himself, dismissing the thought. That proverb must have been written by a rabbit that didn't know what it was missing, he muttered under his breath. Clearing his throat, he decided to save the conversation for another time. Coulson signaled to Rhodey, who promptly wrapped up his speech. "Mr. Stark has prepared a statement, but he won't be answering any questions today. Thank you." As Tony stepped onto the stage, the room erupted in applause and camera flashes. Journalists loved Tony Stark not because he was particularly likable, but because he was a walking headline. He briefly scanned the crowd before his eyes landed on Qin Xiao, who was standing in a corner, silent and stoic. Tony couldn't resist sending him a playful, taunting look. Qin Xiao, without missing a beat, subtly flipped Tony the middle finger, hidden behind his sunglasses. Tony stifled a laugh, quickly covering it with a cough. "Good to see everyone again," he began, pulling out the prepared statement Coulson had handed him earlier. "I've got a statement here about last night's events." But before he could continue, a female journalist cut him off. "Mr. Stark, do you really expect us to believe that nonsense about an armored bodyguard?" Tony paused, recognizing the journalist. She wasn't just any reporter, she was someone he'd had a fling with in the past. She was also known for her relentless investigations into Stark Industries, often accusing Tony of being a war profiteer. Tony hesitated for a moment, then, against Coulson's carefully laid plans, pointed toward Qin Xiao. "Actually, it's true. There was an armored bodyguard, and he's right there. You see the guy in sunglasses trying to look cool? That's him. He was there last night." The crowd erupted into chaos as every camera in the room turned toward Qin Xiao. The sudden spotlight caught him off guard, and he muttered a curse under his breath. Forced to play along, he offered the cameras a painfully rehearsed smile and held up a peace sign near his chin. But the journalist wasn't done. Sitting calmly in the front row, she pulled out a laptop and played a video. The footage, though grainy and shot with a night vision camera, clearly showed Qin Xiao slicing off the ironmonger's legs with a gleaming tang blade. In the corner of the frame, Tony's battle-damaged armor was visible, though his face was obscured by the angle and poor resolution. The room fell silent for a moment before erupting again. The journalist leaned back in her chair, a triumphant smile on her face. "So," she said, her voice dripping with satisfaction, "care to explain this, Mr. Stark?" Tony studied the video for a moment, then sighed. He tossed the prepared statement onto the table, leaning into the microphone.
First off, he said, his tone casual, that's not called a narrow sword.
It's a tang blade. Get it right.
He paused, letting the room settle before delivering the line that would go down in history.
And second, you're right. I am Iron Man.
He smiled at the cameras, striking a peace sign of his own. The room exploded into chaos once more the next morning. Nearly every major newspaper headline was dominated by two men posing with peace signs. One, a youthful, handsome young man of Eastern descent, the other, the ever-dashing Tony Stark.
The headlines fell into two distinct categories.
The first type read something like Tony Stark becomes Iron Man, teams up with Eastern swordsman to defeat the evil Ironmonger. The second, however, was far more sensational, Tony Stark and Eastern young hero out as superhero couple. Many tabloids speculated that the peace signs the two men made were some kind of couple's gesture, and predictably, the second type of headline was far more popular among gossip-loving readers. To make matters worse, Qin Zhao's delicate and refined looks, fair skin, sharp features, and well-maintained appearance made him a target for speculation. While he wasn't effeminate, his youthful and clean-cut face stood out, particularly compared to the Western standard of rugged masculinity. One commentator even joked that if he were sent to prison, the more eccentric inmates would likely fight over him. Even Pepper couldn't resist teasing when she saw the photos of Tony and Qin Zhao side by side in the papers. "You two actually look pretty good together," she remarked with a sly grin. Qin Zhao, however, was far from amused. "These damn tabloids," he roared, pointing furiously at the TV, which was showing a talk show host enthusiastically embellishing a fabricated love story between him and Tony.
"Saying I came out is bad enough, but calling me the submissive one? I'm a steel-spine man.
My sword's sharper than my pride, and my chicken is harder than my blade." He slammed his fist on the armrest of the sofa for emphasis, causing it to creak alarmingly. "Where's your lawyer team, Stark?
Let me borrow them. I want to sue these people for defamation."
Tony, sitting at his desk a few feet away, barely glanced up from his work. His fingers flew across his keyboard as he dealt with the mountain of internal company affairs left in the wake of Obadiah's demise. The transition away from weapons manufacturing required Stark Industries to produce groundbreaking new products to appease shareholders, and Tony was in the middle of designing a renewable energy system based on the arc reactor. For once, he had relocated his work from his garage to the office, where his presence was needed to reassure disgruntled board members. He didn't have time to care about the media circus, let alone Qin Zhao's melodramatic outburst. "Focus on your own problems," Tony said dismissively, not even looking up. "Though honestly, I think this whole thing is worth it just to see you this angry." When Tony continued ignoring him, Qin Zhao turned to Coulson, who had just walked into the room.
"Weren't you supposed to handle this mess for me?"
Qin Zhao demanded, jabbing a finger in Coulson's direction.
"These headlines are a blatant insult to my backside." Coulson, unbothered, gave him an amused look.
"This is a country with free speech, Qin Zhao. Be thankful we've already worked very hard to clear up your more questionable actions."
"Need I remind you that in that video, your actions didn't exactly scream self-defense?"
Coulson was, of course, referring to the footage of Qin Zhao driving his tang blade into the defenseless Ironmonger. While the suit had already been rendered inoperable, Qin Zhao's decisive strike had been captured by the mysterious camera operator, making his actions look like overkill at best and downright unnecessary at worst. Qin Zhao glared at Coulson, then sighed.
Fine. So why are you here? Don't tell me it's to remind me to clock in for work or something."
He leaned back on the sofa, his frustration evident.
Coulson remained professional.
"The director wants to meet with both of you," he said.
"I'm here to arrange a time."
Both Tony and Qin Zhao knew exactly what this was about: Nick Fury's Avengers initiative. After analyzing the events of the past few days, S.H.I.E.L.D. had concluded that Qin Zhao's abilities far exceeded those of a typical supersoldier, and Tony's technology was nothing short of revolutionary. The micro-arc reactor, the Iron Man armor, and JARVS, combined with Tony's genius and vast resources, were enough to make him a one-man army. Together, they represented a significant leap forward in what Fury likely envisioned as the next generation of global defense. Coulson scheduled the meeting for 2 days later, then left in his usual efficient manner. On his way out, he mentioned that Qin Zhao's new apartment wouldn't be ready for another week, information that seemed to please Qin Zhao greatly. Just as Qin Zhao was about to leave, Tony looked up from his work and smirked. "By the way," he said, "there's a party tomorrow night.
You know, now that I'm Iron Man, a few friends want to celebrate. And by friends, I mean a bunch of bored rich people.
Oh, and plenty of models, of course."
"Interested?" Qin Zhao's eyes lit up. "Models? As in gorgeous, long-legged, Western dames?" Hell yes, I'm in.
Ever since arriving in this world, Qin Xiao had dreamt of courting a stunning Hollywood beauty, but the chaos of the Iron Man storyline had left him with little time to socialize.
This party was the perfect opportunity.
The party was held on the rooftop terrace of a luxury hotel, a venue perfectly suited to the glamorous lifestyle of Los Angeles' elite. Rooftop parties were a dime a dozen in this city, especially given the sheer number of celebrities, moguls, and socialites who lived here.
For Tony, events like this were routine.
He'd hosted and attended countless parties over the years. But for Qin Xiao, it was like stepping into a new world. The thumping music, the DJ spinning records, the professional bartenders mixing drinks, the infinity pool, and most importantly, the gorgeous women everywhere left him awestruck. He even spotted a few familiar faces among the crowd, B-list actresses whose sultry performances he'd admired on the big screen.
This is a party, Qin Xiao said, his eyes wide with excitement. Tony, why the hell didn't you bring me to one of these earlier? This is what life is supposed to be about.
Tony chuckled at his enthusiasm, then, with a mischievous grin, shoved Qin Xiao into the crowd.
Ladies! Tony shouted.
Whoever tames this wild bull tonight gets a brand new sports car, courtesy of me.
The announcement sent a ripple of excitement through the crowd.
Many of the women at the party, particularly the aspiring actresses and models, saw this as a golden opportunity.
Not only was Tony Stark's offer tempting, but being linked to the mysterious Eastern swordsman could generate massive publicity. The headline potential alone was worth the effort. For Qin Xiao, what started as a dream evening was quickly spiraling into chaos.
Suddenly, he found himself surrounded by a sea of eager women, all vying for his attention.
Somewhere in the distance, Tony raised his glass with a smirk, clearly enjoying the spectacle he'd created.
Surrounded by a swarm of gorgeous, enthusiastic women, Qin Xiao found himself unexpectedly flustered despite his initial excitement about the party. What started as a night of carefree fun had turned into an overwhelming experience. The women, driven by the allure of being associated with a hot news figure and the promise of Tony Stark's sports car, were far too eager for Qin's comfort. Qin Xiao, for all his cheeky bravado, was ultimately more reserved when it came to actual interactions. It wasn't that he was a saint or overly principled, it was simply the influence of his traditional upbringing. He preferred to at least have a conversation, establish some rapport, and build a connection before diving into anything serious. In short, he was a bit shy when the situation escalated too quickly. But no amount of shyness could hold up against the relentless charm of a dozen fiery, stunning women. Qin Xiao had to admit, while Western women didn't have the delicate, refined beauty of Eastern women, their pale skin, curvaceous figures, and bold confidence more than made up for it. And these were no ordinary women, every single one of them was young, vibrant, and stunning, all under the age of 25, with no trace of the rapid aging that sometimes marked Western women later in life. After 2 hours of dancing, drinking, and chatting, Qin Xiao found himself being led away by two particularly captivating women. The party organizers had booked out several floors of the hotel, reserving rooms for precisely this sort of after-party deep connection activity. Qin Xiao, caught up in the moment, allowed himself to be guided into one of the empty rooms. The moment the door closed, the two women wasted no time. One of them pressed a kiss to his lips while the other slipped behind him, her hands deftly undoing his shirt as she trailed kisses down his neck. It was the kind of situation most men could only dream of, two gorgeous women, one in front and one behind, both eager to make the night unforgettable.
Qin Xiao's mind was spinning.
He stumbled toward the bed, the three of them leaving a trail of discarded clothing in their wake. Just as things were about to progress to the next level, his phone began to ring.
"Are you kidding me?"
Qin Xiao yelled, his frustration boiling over. He sat up abruptly, disentangled himself, and went searching for his pants. Pulling out the phone without even checking the caller ID, he barked, "This better be good, whoever you are." On the other end of the line, a familiar, teasing voice responded.
Well, it sounds like I've interrupted something important. Should I come upstairs and join in to calm down our fiery rookie agent?" The anger drained from Qin Xiao's voice in an instant.
"Natasha?" he asked, his tone softening.
"Oh, thank God you're okay. I've been worried about you."
"Wait, did you say you're downstairs?
"You're at the hotel?"
He glanced toward the window, trying to spot her car. As for her suggestion about joining him upstairs, he decided to pretend he hadn't heard it, though the idea was undoubtedly tempting.
"Yes, I'm downstairs," Natasha replied, her tone dripping with amusement. "Thanks for your concern, by the way. I missed you too, rookie. As soon as my mission ended, I came straight here to see you. Though it seems I've interrupted your quality time with two lovely ladies. Damn it, Qin Xiao muttered under his breath, feeling an uncharacteristic pang of guilt. He and Natasha hadn't explicitly defined their relationship, but her words made him feel like he'd been caught cheating. Still, he wasn't about to admit it. What ladies? There's no one here. Why don't you come upstairs and check for yourself? Even as he spoke, his mind raced. If Natasha really did come upstairs, would he have to knock the two women unconscious and hide them in the next room? Fortunately, Natasha didn't seem interested in coming up. Instead, her next words sent his mind into overdrive. I don't like hotel rooms, she said casually. How about we go back to your place for a drink instead? Xin Zhao's eyes lit up, and he nodded rapidly, even though she couldn't see him. Sure, that sounds great. Let's go right now. Without wasting another second, he scrambled to put on his clothes, ignoring the indignant protests of the two women still in the room. He even took a moment to check the mirror for any telltale lipstick marks on his face or neck before smoothing down his hair and rushing downstairs. When he reached the hotel entrance, he spotted Natasha leaning casually against a sleek black sports car. She wore a stunning black dress that accentuated her curves, one long, flawless leg crossed over the other. She looked up as he approached, a knowing smile playing on her lips. Leaving already? She teased. What happened to your two admirers? Why didn't you bring them down with you? There was no one upstairs, Xin Xiao lied smoothly, flashing his most innocent smile. You're the only one on my mind, Natasha. There's no room for anyone else. Natasha chuckled, clearly not buying his act but choosing not to call him out. Instead, she opened the passenger door with a graceful gesture. Come on. Let's go home. The words "let's go home" sent a thrill through Qin Zhao's chest. Without hesitation, he climbed into the car, his excitement barely contained. When they arrived at Qin Zhao's apartment building, Natasha slipped her arm through his as they walked inside, her touch warm and soft against his skin. Qin Zhao felt like he was walking on air, his mind racing with thoughts of how the evening might unfold. He briefly considered which of the fine wines he'd swiped from Tony's collection would best set the mood. But as they stepped inside his apartment, his excitement came crashing down. Sitting calmly on his sofa, with his signature bald head gleaming under the light, was none other than Nick Fury. Xin Xiao froze in the doorway, his jaw tightening as he glanced at Natasha, who was watching him with a sly smile. You set me up, he accused, realization dawning. Natasha laughed lightly, giving him a quick kiss on the cheek. It's just a coincidence, rookie. I really did come to see you. We'll have plenty of time later. Xin Xiao sighed, his earlier enthusiasm extinguished like a candle in the wind. He turned to Fury, his voice laced with annoyance. You know, Director, breaking into someone's home without permission is illegal. I could call the cops on you. Hell, I could shoot you and claim self-defense. Fury raised an unimpressed eyebrow. Relax, Agent Qin. We need to talk. And you're not shooting anyone tonight. Muttering under his breath, Xin Xiao poured himself a generous glass of whiskey, downing it in one gulp. This better be worth it, he grumbled. Those who wield great power often possess an equally strong desire for control. For someone like Nick Fury, the director of an intelligence agency such as S.H.I.E.L.D., this need for control was especially pronounced. Despite Hydra's infiltration and the near collapse of S.H.I.E.L.D., Fury had managed to maintain a significant network of loyal operatives and covert resources. This alone spoke volumes about his ability to navigate chaos and keep a semblance of control. Fury despised anything or anyone that operated beyond his grasp. Yet, here was Qin Xiao, a wildcard, unpredictable and far from being under Fury's thumb. Whether it was the Ironmonger incident or Qin's superhuman abilities, none of it had ever been reported to Fury in advance. Qin Xiao was the kind of person who only remembered to involve his boss after the dust had settled, often just to have S.H.I.E.L.D. clean up the aftermath. If it weren't for you reaching out occasionally, I'd think you'd completely forgotten who your employer is, Fury said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. But I can't blame you, can I? You're a superstar now, a superhero, no less. And you've got friends in high places like Tony Stark. The bitterness in Fury's tone wasn't entirely unjustified. The last time he'd spoken to Qin Xiao over the phone, he'd been so infuriated that he'd smashed his own phone in frustration. Come on, boss, that's not fair, Qin Xiao replied, raising his hands in mock surrender. You never gave me a chance to integrate into the team. Besides Natasha, Clint, Coulson, and yourself, I don't even know anyone else in our department. He shrugged dramatically before continuing, honestly, I don't even know what my day-to-day responsibilities are. That's on you. And as for the Obadiah incident,
Tony called me for help. I dealt with it and immediately notified Coulson afterward. Qin Zhao's tone was lighter now, as he chose to abandon any pretense of frustration. He knew full well that he leaned heavily on SHIELD's resources without giving much back. Instead of arguing, he played the innocent card, arms spread wide to emphasize his supposed helplessness. Fury's expression hardened. What about the Middle East incident? You were on that stolen Quinjet from the Los Angeles branch, weren't you? Don't tell me you were actually on a yacht party, like you claimed. Hey, that's not my fault either, Qin Zhao said, his voice calm and unbothered. My work ID doesn't even get me into the branch office. I was going to politely request a jet, but imagine my surprise when my ID didn't even work at my own workplace. Now that's a joke. Fury's eyebrow twitched, his irritation visibly growing. And Tony Stark? Care to explain why you didn't report anything about the Iron Man suit beforehand? That's not my job, boss, Qin Zhao replied smoothly. You never told me I was assigned to monitor Tony Stark's every move, did you? So, really, you can't blame me for that one. Fury pinched the bridge of his nose, clearly exasperated. As much as he wanted to hold Qin accountable, the man wasn't entirely wrong. Fury had never explicitly given him such instructions, nor had he provided much formal training or guidance. If he were to dig into the matter, there wasn't much he could reasonably accuse Qin Zhao of. Fine, Fury said at last, waving a hand as if to dismiss the past. Let's not dwell on old mistakes. But now I need answers about your abilities. Your power far surpasses any so-called super soldier. Neither Steve Rogers nor Isaiah Bradley could have taken down a mechanical giant like the Ironmonger as effortlessly as you did. Qin Zhao leaned back, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Oh, that's easy to explain. It's Chinese Kung Fu, boss. You know, as a Chinese guy, I've got access to all kinds of mystical Eastern stuff. Ever heard of Bruce Lee? Ah ta. He struck a classic Bruce Lee pose, complete with exaggerated sound effects. Fury gave him a skeptical look. Chinese Kung Fu, he repeated, his voice flat. Absolutely. Qin Zhao nodded earnestly. It's a secret art passed down through generations. Look, I'll prove it. With that, Qin Zhao turned to Natasha and gestured for her to hand him a handgun. Natasha, clearly intrigued, complied. Qin Zhao held the gun in his right hand, aiming it directly at his temple with an exaggeratedly calm expression. Now, pay attention, he said, his tone theatrical. In Chinese Kung Fu, there's a saying, no martial art is invincible, but speed conquers all. Before Fury or Natasha could stop him, Qin Zhao pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot echoed through the room. In an instant, Qin Zhao's left hand shot up, 2 fingers poised to catch the bullet mid-air. Or at least, that had been his plan. Instead, the bullet struck his temple with a dull thud. Qin Zhao's head snapped to the side from the impact, and his body followed suit, collapsing unceremoniously onto the floor. His left hand, still raised in the air, froze in a half-finished victory pose. For a moment, there was stunned silence. The modified handgun Natasha had provided had considerable close-range power, and the force of the shot had been enough to send Qin Zhao sprawling. But as the dust settled, it became clear that the bullet had done no damage. It hadn't even left a mark on his skin. Qin Zhao's Hulk-like durability, even at 30%, was simply too much for a mere handgun. Natasha was the first to break the silence, bursting into laughter. Oh my god, were you actually trying to catch the bullet? Fury, though less amused, couldn't hide his disbelief. What the hell was that supposed to prove? Qin Zhao pushed himself back to a sitting position, patting his clothes as if brushing off imaginary dust. That, he said, his tone smug, was a demonstration of the Chinese Kung Fu technique known as the Golden Bell Shield. Pretty impressive, huh? Fury clapped slowly, his expression unimpressed. What an entertaining performance. Then, his demeanor shifted, becoming serious once more. I don't care where your powers come from. What I care about is the Avengers Initiative. With you, Tony Stark, the big green guy who likes to smash things, plus Romanoff and Barton, I think it's time to officially move forward with the plan. Fury's gaze locked onto Qin Zhao. You have close ties to both Stark and the Hulk. I want you to bring them on board. Natasha will assist you. Any objections? Qin Zhao shook his head. He had no issue with Fury's request after all, forming the Avengers aligned perfectly with his and Tony's long-term plans. The idea of working closely with Natasha only sweetened the deal. Fury nodded in satisfaction. Good.
I'll provide funding, a base of operations, equipment, weapons, and transport. I'll even throw in a few enemies for you to practice on. Welcome to the Avengers Initiative. As Fury extended his hand, Qin Xiao smirked and shook it, already mentally preparing for what lay ahead. Perhaps due to Qin Xiao's presence, Nick Fury was far more straightforward with Tony Stark than what was seen in the films. From the moment they met, Fury handed over a box containing Howard Stark's personal effects, treating it as a gift, and immediately revealed that Howard Stark was one of the 3 founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. After World War II, Fury explained, a military general, a superagent named Peggy Carter, and a genius scientist named Howard Stark came together to form the Strategic Scientific Reserve, or SSR. That was the precursor to S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury's tone grew more serious as he continued, your father wasn't just some old man making weapons, Tony. His vision for the world and the impact he had were far beyond what you might imagine. Howard believed that science could eventually bring prosperity to everyone and prevent wars from happening. But he was limited by the era he lived in. Many of his ideas couldn't be realized, but he always believed that you would be the one to change everything. Even though Qin Xiao and Tony had already discussed their approach to dealing with S.H.I.E.L.D., Fury's words left a deep impression on Tony. After all, deep down, Tony had always believed that his father didn't like him, viewing him as a disappointment and unreliable. Who would have thought that Howard had such high hopes for his son? I know it's hard to believe these were your father's thoughts, Fury admitted. But he left you something to help you understand. The arc reactor, he believed it was the key to eliminating war, a renewable energy source that would ensure nations no longer had to fight over resources. Isn't that what you're striving for? Nick Fury's ability to win people over was masterful. He didn't mention anything about recruiting Tony into S.H.I.E.L.D. or the Avengers Initiative. That wasn't his job to handle, it was Qin Xiao's. Fury's role was to build trust and offer Tony something he deeply desired, his father's approval. It hit Tony right where it mattered most. Between Fury's revelations, Howard Stark's relics, and the personal plans already brewing between Tony and Qin Xiao, Iron Man joining the Avengers was practically a foregone conclusion. As for the Hulk, Natasha reported that he was still working on his research while undergoing specialized training to better manage his emotions and heart rate, reducing the chances of an accidental transformation. But Qin Xiao knew that Bruce Banner and the Hulk were, in essence, 2 sides of the same coin. The more Banner suppressed the Hulk, the greater the risk of an uncontrollable outburst later on. After all, in the Avengers film, while Bruce could transform and control himself in battle, the Hulk's temperament still required Black Widow's intervention. This suppression ultimately led to Hulk taking over for 2 whole years on Sakaar. Qin Xiao understood this dynamic but chose not to meddle for now. He didn't have a better solution, and it wasn't yet the right time to intervene. After viewing his father's relics, Tony buried himself in his lab. Qin Xiao knew that the issue of palladium poisoning from the arc reactor was likely beginning to surface for Tony. Before diving into the task of selecting a location for their future base with Natasha, Qin Xiao's new apartment was finally completed. Driving an Audi R8 borrowed from Tony's garage, Qin Xiao arrived at his new home. In the films, Otis often appeared in the Marvel Universe, likely due to sponsorship deals. But in this real-world version of events, Qin Xiao understood why Tony loved the brand so much. Tony had personally helped improve Audi's engine designs. Tony Stark wasn't just a billionaire, he was a genius scientist with immense influence. Having his endorsement meant everything for Audi's brand image. Every year, Audi sent Tony their latest models, and recently, they'd sent another one. Using the excuse that the garage was running out of room, Qin Xiao shamelessly claimed one for himself. Arriving at his new apartment, Qin Xiao placed his finger on the biometric lock. The door unlocked with a cheerful voice, "Welcome home, Mr. Qin. I'm your assistant, Nicole." Nicole? Qin Xiao repeated, tasting the name. Somehow, it reminded him of Fury's bald head, but he quickly brushed the thought aside. The name wasn't important, what mattered was how practical this AI was. Of course, Nicole couldn't compare to J.R. Vyas. Tony had poured all his knowledge, theories, and models of the known universe into J.R. Vyas, allowing it to assist with anything from advanced calculations to groundbreaking scientific research. Nicole, on the other hand, was designed to be more lifestyle-oriented. Nicole could control all the custom-built furniture and appliances in the house, provide reminders, update Qin Xiao on the weather, and even offer commentary on movies they could watch together, provided those movies were already publicly available. Nicole's role wasn't to innovate but to curate existing data and provide a personalized experience. For home use, it was perfect. Qin Xiao couldn't help but compare it to the so-called smart home products from his previous life.
While those systems could connect to specific appliances, they were often clunky and unresponsive, sometimes more trouble than they were worth. Nicole, however, was intuitive and seamless. This was what intelligent living should feel like. He didn't immediately take the time to admire his new home. In fact, he failed to notice one of Tony's pranks, a framed photo of the two of them making peace signs, clipped straight from the tabloids and placed prominently on his bedside table. Instead, Xinsha directed Nicole to open the hidden compartment behind his bed. A secret button, cleverly concealed behind the photo, required his palm for biometric scanning. The compartment opened to reveal a reinforced safe room. This wasn't just any safe room. Tony had reinforced it with a special alloy, effectively turning it into a metal fortress. Even if the entire building were destroyed, the safe room would remain intact, capable of withstanding the force of an intercontinental ballistic missile. Inside, the room was modestly equipped: a small desk, a computer, a camp bed, and a compact bathroom. It was essentially a mini survival bunker, showing just how meticulous Tony could be when it came to preparations. At the heart of the room was Nicole's server, a critical piece of equipment and the real reason Xinsha had wanted the AI. His ultimate goal was to replicate Nicole's program. Standing in his private sanctuary, Xinsha grinned to himself. With Nicole's program in hand, his plans were finally starting to take shape. After carefully confirming with the system multiple times that the flow of time in both worlds had completely stopped, Xinsha made the resolute decision to return to his original world. Although the system hadn't set a time limit for him to return, this world was still his foundation, his roots. The longer he stayed in the Marvel world, the weaker his sense of belonging to it became. Continuing to live there indefinitely wasn't a sustainable plan, so he decisively chose to go back. In an instant, darkness enveloped him. Then, as the blur lifted, everything around him began to gradually come into focus. He found himself back in the garage-turned-rental room he used to live in. Adjusting from the luxurious lifestyle of a Los Angeles apartment to the cramped space of this rental was undeniably jarring. In the Marvel world, he had been a member of the Avengers, a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, Tony Stark's friend, and a rising superhero. Returning to this modest place made him feel slightly out of sync. Thankfully, the system had already prepared everything for him. He could exchange points for wealth, and he had in his possession an artificial intelligence that surpassed anything in this era. System, if I want to cross back to another world again, can I do it at any time? Xinsha immediately asked the question he was most concerned about. While it had been mentioned before that he could travel back, he had never asked about the specific conditions. The time restriction is 15 days. Crossing into a different world requires accumulating enough spatial energy, and the host must remain in this world for 15 days before initiating the next travel, the system's cold, mechanical voice responded. 15 days, huh? Xinsha mused. That's fine. After all, time in both worlds was frozen, nothing would progress in the Marvel world while he was away. Xinsha organized his thoughts, preparing to carefully strategize his next steps in this world. Just as he was about to sink into contemplation, a rapid knock came at the door. "Hello, delivery from Nana Express," came a booming voice from outside. The doors of the garage, made of cheap aluminum alloy, rattled noisily from the knocking, vibrating across the entire row of connected panels. Frowning, Xinsha walked over and opened the door. A clipboard was shoved into his hands. He glanced at it. There was no sender's address or recognizable phone number listed, and the name wasn't familiar either. Curious, he opened the folder and found a beautifully crafted wedding invitation inside. The invitation was creatively designed, featuring an elegant sketch of a couple's wedding photo. Whether it was hand-drawn or software-generated, he couldn't tell. But what he could tell immediately was who the couple was. It was them. The two people who had betrayed his body's previous owner. "Bastards," he roared, rage flaring up inside him. He nearly tore the invitation to shreds in a fit of emotion. It wasn't until he noticed a small tear already forming on the edge of the card that he forced himself to calm down. What just happened to me? Xinsha wiped his forehead, feeling a cold sweat forming. While he had inherited all of his predecessor's memories, those events felt more like stories he had witnessed as an outsider. Sure, he had thought about avenging his predecessor, but he never expected himself to be so emotionally affected. Was that your last lingering obsession? Or perhaps your dying wish? Xinsha muttered softly to himself. Don't worry, brother. Since fate brought me here and I've taken over your body and your skills, I'll take care of your hatred too. They won't get away with this. As if his words had struck a chord, the anger simmering in his chest began to subside. Whether it was a psychological release or simply the remnants of his predecessor's emotions fading, Qin Shao felt a strange sense of calm return. "System, exchange 500 points for currency," he commanded. With that, 500 points were converted into 500 million yuan. While points were incredibly valuable to Qin Shao, especially with the unknown treasures that the level 2 store might unlock, he figured 500 million was more than enough to start with. If he needed more, he could always redeem additional points later. In less than a minute, the money was in his account. As the system had promised, the process was efficient, secure, and left no traceable repercussions. Qin Shao glanced around the garage, his eyes scanning the worn-out furniture and cluttered space. He felt no attachment to any of it. Without hesitation, he strode out, leaving everything behind. He had inherited his predecessor's body, but that didn't mean he would cling to the past. He was his own person. He called the landlord to inform him that he wouldn't be renewing the lease and that the items inside could be discarded. As for the security deposit, he left his account number but didn't really care if he got it back. Carrying only his phone, ID, and the wedding invitation, Qin Shao set off. The date on the invitation was 10 days away, and the venue was a luxury hotel in Shanghai. Shanghai, the city his predecessor had once dreamed of conquering during his entrepreneurial days. Back then, he and his girlfriend, along with his best friend, had huddled in a nearby county, dreaming of one day making it big in Shanghai. They had poured everything into their project, and their hard work had finally begun to pay off until, at the last moment, his girlfriend and best friend had betrayed him, kicking him out of their lives and the project. Ha! Qin Shao let out a bitter chuckle, unsure whether the emotion came from himself or the lingering remnants of his predecessor's resentment. When the high-speed train pulled into Shanghai, Qin Shao stepped onto the platform, taking in the bustling crowd. He didn't rush to leave. Instead, he pulled out a cigarette, lighting it leisurely as he observed the scene around him. Taking revenge on those two traitors would be child's play for someone like him now. The real challenge lay in leveraging the resources he had brought from the Marvel world to build an empire in this one. His goal wasn't just revenge, it was to rise so high that he could look down on the entire city. "Shanghai," he murmured, a wicked smile curling his lips as he gazed at the station sign. "I'm here to claim what's mine." "Hey! The train's about to leave. What are you doing standing on the yellow line? Trying to get yourself killed? Hurry up and get out of the station," a middle-aged woman in a uniform barked through a megaphone, glaring at him from a distance. "Oh. Sorry, my bad." Qin Shao quickly tightened the straps of his backpack, bowing his head in apology as he scurried away, escaping the scolding with an awkward laugh. The flagship store of Longfengxiang in Shanghai stood in stark contrast to the chain's glitzy, gold and diamond-filled branches that had popped up all over China. This century-old establishment had a design that harkened back to the style of old Shanghai. Its decor was understated yet exuded an air of sophistication. Every detail appeared ordinary at first glance, yet a closer look revealed its extraordinary craftsmanship. It captured the charm of an era long gone, blending the allure of neon-lit decadence with the timeless elegance of tradition. The building itself was modest, a 3-story structure with a total area of less than 1,000 square meters. Above its entrance hung a weathered wooden plaque, its surface etched with the bold and flowing characters for Longfengxiang. Despite its humble size, the shop had a sprawling parking lot spanning over 1,000 square meters, a luxury in Shanghai, where every inch of land was precious. The very existence of such a parking lot for a jewelry store spoke volumes about the store's stature. As the flagship store, its offerings were distinct from those of its other branches. Here, the focus was on custom pieces, crafted in traditional Chinese styles. The diamond jewelry and flashy trinkets that dominated the other stores were nowhere to be seen. Instead, the shop specialized in gold, silver, and jade customizations. A brand new Rolls-Royce Phantom EWB in the rare Ash edition slowly pulled up to the entrance of Longfengxiang. Before the uniformed driver in black could step out to open the door, the store's doorman was already rushing over. With practiced ease, he pulled the car door open and greeted the occupant with a bright and professional smile. "Welcome to the century-old flagship store of Longfengxiang." Out stepped a young man dressed in casual attire, loafers, shorts, and a loose, linen white shirt. His relaxed outfit seemed almost out of place in such a refined establishment. However, the doorman's sharp eyes quickly discerned the truth. Each piece of clothing the young man wore was part of a luxury brand's summer limited collection. Even the seemingly unassuming sandals on his feet were worth more than the doorman's monthly salary. The doorman's smile grew even brighter as he gestured politely. "The first floor features ready-made jewelry and jade pieces.
The second floor is dedicated to custom orders. We have the finest designers and craftsmen in the industry. Would you like to browse the first floor, or shall I escort you upstairs for tea?
Let's head to the second floor, Qin Xiao replied with a nod, his tone lighthearted. Also, have your manager come over, I've got something special in mind for this order, and I'll need to discuss it with him. Without hesitation, an attendant led Qin Xiao upstairs. The second floor opened into a spacious hall, its walls adorned with photographs, names, and accolades of the store's top designers and master craftsmen. Their past works, displayed alongside their awards, highlighted the shop's prestige. As Qin Xiao was guided through the hall, the manager arrived in a hurry. After a brief introduction, the manager led him into one of the private rooms adjacent to the hall. Each room was designed like a mini tea house, perfect for hosting high-end clients and discussing bespoke orders. Once seated, the manager allowed Qin Xiao to select a type of tea. A young attendant prepared the tea with care, pouring a steaming cup for Qin Xiao. Only after Qin Xiao had finished his first cup did the manager, ever professional, begin discussing business.
Mr. Qin, may I ask, are you looking to customize a piece of jewelry or perhaps a decorative item?
Or do you have rare materials that you'd like our master craftsmen to work with? The manager inquired with a polite smile.
Qin Xiao tapped the empty teacup lightly against the table, signaling for a refill.
Once his cup was filled, he leaned back with a faint smile. I don't need a master craftsman for this. I'm looking to commission something made entirely of pure gold. The item will be fairly large, so it'll require a significant amount of gold. As for the craftsmanship, I don't have high expectations, just keep it simple.
Fairly large?
The manager's expectations for the order began to wane slightly. Gold, after all, was just gold.
What could this young man possibly want? A golden chair? A table? Or perhaps an elaborate decorative piece? May I ask what exactly you're looking to commission, Mr. Qin?
Is it furniture, a statue, or something else? The manager asked, maintaining his courteous tone despite his slight disappointment. A coffin, Qin Xiao said nonchalantly, draining his tea in one gulp and placing the cup back on the table with a heavy thud. Within just 5 days, Long Fengxiang delivered exactly what Qin Xiao had ordered. True to his word, he hadn't demanded intricate carvings or elaborate artistry, just a simple, rectangular coffin crafted entirely from pure gold. While such an order was unprecedented and not something the store would typically undertake, Qin Xiao's payment was hard to refuse. In addition to covering the market price of the gold, he had offered a 1 million yuan processing fee upfront. With money as no object, the manager had mobilized the store's resources to ensure the project was completed on time. Long Fengxiang's workshops, accustomed to producing intricate statues and furniture, had no trouble with the logistics of crafting the coffin. After all, with enough money, anything was possible. As Qin Xiao strolled out of the shop that day, his mood was as light as the summer breeze. Uncle Wang, find a place for dinner first, and then take me to a nightclub, a large one. It doesn't need to be in the city center, but it should be lively, with a mix of people, Qin Xiao instructed his driver as he stepped into the car. Uncle Wang, a Shanghai native who Qin Xiao had hired as a temporary driver through his hotel, nodded. Having spent the past few days chauffeuring Qin Xiao around, he had grown accustomed to the young man's generous tips and polite demeanor. After a quick dinner, Uncle Wang drove the car to a building on the city's outskirts. This is probably the most mixed crowd you'll find in Shanghai, Uncle Wang said hesitantly. There's a bathhouse, a KTV, and a nightclub here. With enough money, you can find just about any service you might want. Pausing for a moment, Uncle Wang added cautiously, Mr. Qin, if you don't mind me saying, you're young and come from a good family. It's fine to indulge a little, but there are some things you shouldn't touch. Once you cross that line, there's no going back. Qin Xiao burst into laughter, clapping Uncle Wang on the shoulder. Thank you for the advice, but don't worry. I'm just here to find someone to help me with some business. He handed Uncle Wang a stack of cash, his smile unwavering. You can clock out for the night. I'll drive myself back to the hotel later. Just meet me there tomorrow morning. Uncle Wang hesitated but ultimately sighed, pocketing the money and stepping out of the car. The area was still quiet, the bathhouse and KTV had only a handful of patrons, and the nightclub hadn't opened yet. Parking his car, Qin Xiao strolled casually into the bathhouse. The attendants at the entrance greeted him with ear-splitting enthusiasm as a server led him to the lounge. This place looks decent, Qin Xiao remarked as he sat down on one of the sofas. If you're here to bathe, sir, I'll start by switching your shoes, the server offered, holding out a pair of slippers. I'm not here to bathe, Qin Xiao replied with a faint smile.
I'd like to speak to your boss about some business. Could you bring someone in charge to talk to me?
The server froze for a moment before recovering his composure. His polite smile remained, but there was a subtle edge to his tone.
Our boss isn't someone I can call on a whim. If you have any matters, you can talk to me first. If I can't handle it, I'll get the manager to assist you. Does that work for you? Xin Xiao chuckled, unbothered by the subtle resistance in the server's words.
Reaching for the ashtray on the table, he picked it up casually.
And if I'm here to smash up the place? The heavy ashtray slammed onto the glass coffee table with a loud bang.
The tempered glass surface shattered instantly, breaking into countless small, irregular pieces the size of coins, scattering across the floor. The sound of the glass shattering echoed through the lounge, drawing immediate attention. In a matter of seconds, over a dozen individuals, dressed in black suits with earpieces clipped to their collars or wearing doorman uniforms, appeared as if out of nowhere. It was as if they'd materialized from thin air, efficiently surrounding Qin Xiao in a tight circle. Their sharp, focused gazes made it clear they were ready for any trouble.
What's going on here?
The voice was calm but carried an unmistakable authority. A tall man, easily over 1.85 meters, with a strong build and an age that seemed to be somewhere past 35, emerged from behind the group. He walked through the gathered crowd and approached the server who had initially escorted Qin Xiao into the bathhouse.
Brother Lu.
The server immediately bowed his head respectfully, addressing the man. He leaned in close, whispering into Lu's ear, recounting the events that had just transpired in a quick, hushed tone. As the server spoke, Lu's sharp eyes turned to Qin Xiao, assessing him from head to toe. Dressed head to toe in luxury brands, Qin Xiao exuded a calm and composed demeanor, completely unaffected by the sudden tension in the room.
This caused Lu to hesitate. This wasn't someone to be underestimated. Qin Xiao's attire and his indifferent expression suggested that this wasn't some reckless troublemaker looking to stir up chaos for fun.
Lu decided against jumping to conclusions.
With a wave of his hand, Lu signaled the surrounding staff to disperse.
The group of security personnel retreated, leaving Qin Xiao and Lu in relative privacy.
Lu himself took a seat on one of the single sofas in the lounge.
Brother, Lu began with a polite smile, his tone cautious but friendly, what seems to be the issue here? If my people's service was lacking in any way, feel free to direct your complaints to me. I'll personally make sure you're taken care of.
Whatever you'd like to enjoy here today, it's on the house.
Earlier, Qin Xiao's driver, Uncle Wang, had mentioned that this establishment was run by a local Big Brother figure, a man with significant influence in Shanghai's underworld.
Despite its location on the city's outskirts, the six-story building, housing a bathhouse, KTV, nightclub, and more, was no small operation.
Whether the property was owned or leased, running such a place required more than just money, it required connections, power, and the ability to manage complex relationships.
Someone like that wouldn't waste time on petty disputes.
Even if a random passerby stepped on his foot in the street, he might apologize first just to avoid unnecessary trouble.
And now, faced with Qin Xiao, dressed in expensive attire and exuding an air of confidence, Lu chose to tread carefully, starting with polite small talk to gauge the situation.
Qin Xiao, however, wasn't in the mood for idle chatter. He reached into his pocket and, with a flick of his wrist, tossed a bank card onto the table. The card landed with a crisp clack. There's 2 million yuan on this card, Qin Xiao said nonchalantly, his tone steady but firm.
The password is 6 zeros.
I don't care if this place belongs to your boss or your big brother.
I'm here to discuss some business.
Consider this money a meeting gift, whether the deal goes through or not.
2 million yuan as a mere introduction fee. This was not a sum to be taken lightly.
Lu's expression shifted slightly, realizing that this wasn't a situation he could handle on his own. After a brief pause, he stood up and excused himself. Please wait here for a moment. Lu stepped out of the lounge, picking up his phone as he disappeared down the hallway. It wasn't long before he returned, his attitude noticeably more respectful.
Our boss is currently handling some matters, Lu explained, bowing slightly.
If you don't mind waiting, I can arrange for you to go upstairs, take a bath, and relax for a bit. He'll meet with you personally as soon as he's available. All right, Qin Xiao replied simply, rising from his seat. He followed Lu upstairs without further questions. After ensuring Qin Xiao was comfortably settled, Lu quickly made his way back to the lobby. Retrieving the card from his pocket, he swiped it through a card reader to verify its balance. The moment the transaction confirmed the 2 million yuan, Lu exhaled in relief and immediately dialed his boss again.
June 27, 2021. Lunar calendar, May 18.
It was the year of the ox, a day marked by the heavenly stems and earthly branches as Xianqiu year, Jiawu month, and Bingwu day. According to traditional Chinese beliefs, this was an ordinary day not particularly auspicious for weddings, but neither was it inauspicious. It was, at best, a neutral day. Yet, Xinliang had deliberately chosen this date for his wedding. The reason? The phonetic pun of the date in Mandarin, I want to prosper. Asterisk. At precisely 4:30 a.m., the bedside phone in Xinliang's luxury hotel suite rang. It was the wake-up call he had requested the night before. He groggily reached out to silence the ringer, his eyes falling onto the figure lying beside him, a long-legged model, her slender body barely covered by the sheets. Pulling back the curtains, he surveyed the city below. From his vantage point on the 30-something floor, he could see the faint light of dawn creeping over Shanghai. Despite the early hour, a few early risers were already beginning to populate the streets. Xinliang stood on the balcony, savoring the tranquility of the moment. Lighting a cigarette, he pulled out his phone and dialed a number saved under the name wife. "Hello?" A groggy, irritated voice answered from the other end, laced with the unmistakable edge of someone who'd been woken up too early. Xinliang's jaw tightened at the sound. His mood, bright just moments ago, soured instantly. "Still in bed? Do you even know what time it is? Do you know what day it is today? The makeup artist will be arriving soon. What were you doing last night? Were you out drinking at a nightclub again?" He tried to keep his voice calm, but the frustration leaked through despite his efforts. "Xinliang, what's your problem?" The woman's voice sharpened, her irritation boiling over. "Don't forget, we agreed to live our own lives when we got married. You used to beg like a dog for my attention. What, now that the company's about to go public, you think you're some big shot? Let me remind you, without me, you're just a minor shareholder, and it's only a matter of time before the venture capitalists push you out." Xinliang's knuckles turned white as he gripped the phone. "Shut up. You're the one who's greedy. Don't push all the blame onto me. I've tolerated your nonsense long enough, but today is our wedding day, and you spent last night bringing some male escort back to a hotel room." His voice rose as he slammed a fist against the balcony railing. "Save me the lecture, Xinliang," the woman shot back, her tone dripping with disdain. "Don't act all high and mighty when you're no different. Once the company goes public and I can sell my shares in a year, I'm done with you. Don't bother me again unless you want to see me sell my shares to someone else." With that, she hung up, leaving Xinliang seething with rage. "Xufang, you bitch," he roared, barely resisting the urge to hurl his phone over the balcony. The sound of drums and firecrackers filled the air as Xinliang's wedding convoy approached the hotel. The red carpet had been meticulously laid out, European-style flower baskets lined both sides of the entrance, and relatives and friends stood ready with confetti cannons to welcome the bride and groom. Everything was proceeding smoothly until, just 50 meters away from the hotel entrance, another convoy suddenly emerged from the side street. Leading this unexpected convoy was a sleek Rolls-Royce Phantom, followed by a stunning procession of 30 to 40 red Ferrari sports cars, their polished exteriors gleaming under the sunlight. It was an ostentatious display that immediately drew everyone's attention. The timing couldn't have been more deliberate. Just as Xinliang's vehicles were about to pull into the hotel, this convoy cut directly in front of them, blocking the entrance with an eerie precision. "What the hell is this?" Xinliang muttered from the lead car, his face darkening with unease. Having one's wedding convoy blocked in such a manner was not just inconvenient, it was considered deeply inauspicious. He clenched his fists, his mind racing for an explanation. The opposing convoy remained silent. No doors opened, no one stepped out to explain their intentions. The fleet of luxury cars simply sat there, an ominous barrier that halted all progress. It was as if a black cloud had descended upon the otherwise festive scene, casting a long shadow over the celebration. Xinliang's relatives and hotel staff scrambled to make sense of the situation. "Is there another wedding at the hotel today?" someone asked, their tone tinged with desperation. The hotel staff, equally bewildered, repeatedly checked their records. No one else booked a wedding today. This is the only event scheduled." After several minutes of awkward stalemate, one of Xinliang's uncles and a hotel staff member cautiously approached the Rolls-Royce at the head of the opposing convoy. The staff member knocked gently on the window, his tone polite but firm. "Excuse me, we're hosting a wedding here today. Could we trouble you to move your vehicles and let the bride and groom through?" The uncle, sensing the potential for conflict, quickly pulled out a red envelope, a customary gesture in Chinese culture to smooth over disputes during festive occasions. "We'd be happy to offer this as a token of goodwill," he added with a forced smile. The car window rolled down smoothly, revealing a man seated inside. His expression was calm yet carried an undeniable air of dominance. It was Qin Xiao. "I'm here to attend the wedding," Qin Xiao said with a polite, almost friendly smile. "The bride and groom are old friends of mine. I'm just here to deliver my blessings." With that, he opened the car door and stepped out, his polished leather shoes clicking against the pavement. Dressed in a tailored European designer suit, his appearance was immaculate, exuding elegance and authority. His confident demeanor and sharp features immediately drew the attention of everyone present. This was no ordinary guest, his charisma and presence were impossible to ignore. The hotel staff member, still holding the red envelope, hesitated. "Sir, if you're here for the wedding, could you please move your vehicles? They're blocking the bridal convoy." Qin Xiao turned his gaze toward the lead car of Guo Xinliang's convoy and smiled faintly. "Of course. I'll have the cars moved right away, as soon as my gift arrives." Almost as if on cue, the unmistakable roar of engines echoed through the air. From around the corner, a fleet of over 10 massive pickup trucks sped onto the scene. Each truck bed was filled to the brim with stark white funeral wreaths, their centers adorned with enlarged photos of the bride and groom. The trucks came to an abrupt stop, forming a second blockade right in the middle of the street. The tension in the air was palpable as the pickup truck drivers stepped out, followed by a swarm of men in black suits. These men, burly and unyielding, exuded an intimidating aura. Each one carried 2 wreaths, their expressions cold and resolute as they marched toward the hotel entrance. The hotel staff and wedding guests froze, their festive energy replaced by a mix of confusion and fear. Whispers rippled through the crowd as onlookers tried to make sense of the sudden escalation. What's going on? Who are these people? Why are they carrying funeral wreaths? The answer became evident as the men in black reached the hotel's entrance. They didn't speak, but their actions were loud enough. One by one, they began placing the wreaths along the red carpet, their deliberate movements a stark contrast to the festive atmosphere. The photos of Guo Xinliang and Xufang stared back at the crowd, their smiling faces now an ironic centerpiece in this surreal spectacle. From his car, Guo Xinliang watched the scene unfold, his face draining of color. He slammed his fist against the dashboard, his voice trembling with rage. Who the hell is behind this? His heart sank as he recognized the man standing amidst the chaos. Qin Xiao. The same Qin Xiao who had once been his closest friend, his business partner. The same Qin Xiao he and Xufang had betrayed and left to rot. Qin Xiao? Guo Xinliang stammered, his mind racing. He had assumed Qin Xiao was long gone, a relic of his past. Yet here he was, standing tall and confident, orchestrating a scene that would leave an indelible mark on this so-called joyous occasion. Qin Xiao turned to face the bridal convoy, his smile unwavering. "What's the matter, Guo Xinliang? Don't you recognize an old friend when you see one?" The words cut through the air like a blade, silencing the murmurs of the crowd. All eyes were on him now, their curiosity mingling with unease. Qin Xiao's presence was like a storm, unpredictable and impossible to ignore. As the last of the wreaths were placed, Qin Xiao clapped his hands together, his tone light and casual. "There. Now the venue looks perfect for the occasion, wouldn't you agree?" The deliberate mockery in his voice was unmistakable. This wasn't just a visit to deliver blessings, this was a calculated move, a declaration of war. The scene outside the hotel had descended into utter chaos, though it was chaos meticulously orchestrated by Qin Xiao. The dozens of black-suited men, carrying wreaths in an almost military-like precision, had lined the red carpet with row after row of funeral arrangements. Each wreath bore the names and photos of the bride and groom, turning what should have been a festive wedding into something more akin to a somber funeral procession. More unsettlingly, the men in suits stood guard by the wreaths, forming an unyielding line on either side of the red carpet. Their presence made it clear, no one was going to remove the arrangements unless they allowed it. The air was filled with tension, and the once jubilant crowd of wedding guests was now a mix of confusion, fear, and growing unease. Guo Xinliang's relatives, unsure of how to react, tried to confront the intruders, but they were quickly intercepted. The black-suited men didn't shout, didn't fight back, they simply stood their ground, blocking anyone who tried to interfere. Even the wedding convoy wasn't spared. Each car, aside from the lead vehicle, had 2 men station themselves on the hoods, effectively immobilizing them. Inside the lead car, Guo Xinliang and Xufang had been watching everything unfold in stunned silence. The moment Qin Xiao had stepped out of his Rolls-Royce Phantom, they had recognized him despite his drastically changed demeanor. Half a month ago, they had sent him a wedding invitation out of sheer mockery, confident that he was still the same downtrodden, debt-ridden man living in a garage. But the Qin Xiao standing before them now was unrecognizable, confident, composed, and commanding an army of followers.
Is this really Qin Xiao? Xu Fang whispered, her voice trembling as she clutched Guo Xinliang's arm. Guo Xinliang didn't reply immediately.
His heart was pounding, his mind racing to process what he was seeing.
How had Qin Xiao transformed so dramatically in such a short time? And more importantly, what was he planning to do?
Their thoughts were interrupted as Qin Xiao approached the car, a faint smile playing on his lips. He tapped twice on the window, his movements slow and deliberate, as if savoring the moment.
What's wrong? Don't recognize me?
Qin Xiao said, his tone light but carrying an edge of mockery.
I came to celebrate your wedding.
I even prepared such an elaborate scene for you.
Aren't you going to thank me? Inside the car, Guo Xinliang exchanged a panicked glance with Xu Fang.
Taking a deep breath, he lowered the window and forced a strained smile.
Qin Xiao, what are you doing here? You invited me, remember?
Qin Xiao replied, pulling the wedding invitation from his pocket and flicking it into the car.
I'm just here to fulfill your generous invitation.
Guo Xinliang's face twisted in anger as he turned to glare at Xu Fang, who shrank back, clearly regretting her earlier decision to taunt Qin Xiao. But now wasn't the time to dwell on past mistakes. The reality was that they were trapped, and the crowd of guests was watching their every move. Forcing another smile, Guo Xinliang said, Qin Xiao, I know we wronged you, but today is our wedding day.
Could we talk about this after the ceremony? Talk about what?
Qin Xiao said, feigning innocence.
I'm not here to cause trouble. I'm just here to celebrate.
Look, I even brought flowers and a car convoy to match the occasion. Guo Xinliang clenched his fists in frustration. Flowers, those were funeral wreaths. And the convoy, while impressive, had clearly been meant to overshadow his own. Yet, technically, Qin Xiao had done nothing illegal.
Calling the police wouldn't accomplish anything.
Thank you for the gesture, Guo Xinliang said through gritted teeth.
But we already have a convoy. Could you at least let us through so we can begin the ceremony? And maybe remove the flowers?
Of course. Qin Xiao snapped his fingers, gesturing for his men to clear the path.
The convoy of Ferraris and pickup trucks began to move, dispersing from the main road. See? I'm not unreasonable.
But as Guo Xinliang and Xu Fang stepped out of the car, the full extent of Qin Xiao's plan became clear. The black-suited men stood their ground along the red carpet, the wreaths remained untouched, and in their hands were tubes of confetti poppers. Qin Xiao himself held one, the grin on his face widening. Come on, Qin Xiao said, holding out his arms as if to welcome them.
Let's not keep everyone waiting. Time to walk the red carpet. Guo Xinliang had no choice but to comply.
Grabbing Xu Fang's trembling hand, he led her onto the red carpet, forcing a smile as the cameras clicked and the guests whispered amongst themselves.
The atmosphere was surreal, wedding decorations and funeral arrangements clashing in a bizarre, grotesque tableau.
Just as they reached the middle of the red carpet, Qin Xiao raised his hand and gave a signal. The men in black, standing on either side, simultaneously pulled out their confetti poppers and fired.
Bang! Bang!
But the confetti that burst forth wasn't the usual colorful, shiny strips. Instead, it was a flurry of white paper coins, funeral paper money. The pieces fluttered through the air, their ghostly descent adding an eerie touch to the already unsettling scene. The contrast was stark, a beautifully dressed bride and groom walking under a shower of funeral offerings. The guests were stunned. Some pulled out their phones to record the spectacle, while others whispered in hushed tones.
A few guests, unable to contain their outrage, shouted, "You've gone too far."
But before anyone could act, the doors of several nearby cars opened, and another wave of black-suited men emerged. This time, they were armed with gleaming knives. Though they made no move to attack, their presence alone was enough to silence the dissenters. The air grew heavy with tension as the men formed a protective barrier around Qin Xiao. Now, Qin Xiao said, his tone calm but firm.
Let's not ruin the mood.
After all, I prepared a special gift just for the happy couple. Something truly unforgettable. The gold coffin, painstakingly commissioned by Qin Xiao from Longfengxiang, had been the centerpiece of his meticulous plan. It had been quietly delivered earlier and was now resting in a van parked at the hotel lot.
Every detail of this grand performance had been prepared down to perfection by Qin Xiao. With a subtle wave of his hand, two black-suited men sprang into action. Each grabbed a heavy-duty pallet jack and rushed to the van. Soon, two more men joined, stabilizing the coffin on the outside while the others worked to push it from within. With a loud clang, the gleaming golden coffin was carefully rolled out of the van and placed securely on the pallet jacks. "Brother Liu, is it really made of pure gold?" one of the men pushing the cart asked in a hushed tone, his voice tinged with disbelief. "Probably, but who cares? Boss says this guy's like a god of wealth. We're getting fat red envelopes just for showing up and making a scene. Way safer than brawling in the streets." "Now shut up and push," the other man replied, grunting as he heaved at the cart. Together, the two men, one pulling and one pushing, maneuvered the several hundred-pound coffin onto the red carpet. The dazzling coffin, adorned with a subtle long Fengxiang pure gold tag, shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight, blindingly opulent. The crowd fell into stunned silence. Not a single sound was heard. A coffin made entirely of pure gold, weighing at least 300 to 400 pounds, how much was that worth? The earlier displays of mockery and chaos had already pushed everyone's limits, but this coffin was on an entirely different level. Many onlookers couldn't help but think to themselves, if someone disrupted their wedding with such a coffin, despite the bad omen, they might just stomach the insult and take it. After all, it was worth a fortune. But Guo Xinliang's thoughts were far more complex. He wasn't thinking about the value of the coffin, he was thinking about the ramifications. Among the wedding guests were numerous businesspeople and partners he had worked hard to connect with over the past year. The fiasco had already ruined his public image, but accepting this coffin? That would destroy his reputation entirely. How could he ever show his face in Shanghai's business circles again? More importantly, a gnawing fear had taken root in his mind. It wasn't just about today, it was about the future. Where had Qin Xiao gotten so much money? How had he gathered so many people to support him? If Qin Xiao was truly on the rise again, then Guo Xinliang's days of comfort and success were numbered. "Qin Xiao, what the hell do you want?" Guo Xinliang growled through gritted teeth. "What do I want?" Qin Xiao snapped, his tone sharp. "I came to attend your wedding, didn't I? I even brought you such an expensive gift, and you're asking me what I want?" His voice rose with anger. "You two scumbags stole my company, my wealth, my everything. Do you have any idea what kind of hell I've been through this past year? Do you know that I tried to kill myself by drinking poison?" His voice cracked as he spoke, his emotions boiling over. Without warning, Qin Xiao raised his hand and slapped Guo Xinliang with such force that he was sent flying 7 or 8 meters. The impact knocked out most of his teeth, and his face swelled instantly like a balloon. He slumped unconscious to the ground. "Ah!" Xu Fan let out a terrified scream as she watched her new husband get struck down so violently. "Ha!" Qin Xiao turned his gaze toward her, his former girlfriend. "What? You sent me a wedding invitation, didn't you? Just so I could come and see how pathetic I am? To laugh at me? Well, I'm here now. What do you have to say for yourself?" As Qin Xiao pulled the invitation from his pocket, Xu Fan trembled uncontrollably. She stammered, I am sorry." For the first time, she saw Qin Xiao as someone entirely unfamiliar, a man transformed by his experiences in another world. The aura surrounding Qin Xiao was overpowering. Having faced life-or-death situations in the Marvel Universe, having killed with his own hands, his presence was now something far beyond what ordinary people could bear. Just by stepping forward, he reduced Xu Fan to a quivering wreck, unable to string together a coherent sentence. "Sorry?" Qin Xiao sneered. "That's all you have to say?" With a swift motion, he slapped her as well, sending her sprawling onto the ground. "Mr. Qin, perhaps it's best to leave it at this. Someone inside has already called the police. They'll be here any moment." The head of the black-suited men from the bathhouse earlier stepped forward, still respectfully addressing Qin Xiao. "We'll handle the rest. You should go now." "All right," Qin Xiao said, his expression softening slightly. "I'll leave the final gift in your capable hands. Make sure it's delivered properly." "Consider it done, Mr. Qin," the man replied with a nod. Without another word, Qin Xiao brushed off his sleeves, climbed into his Rolls-Royce, and drove away. The Ferrari convoy he had rented was left in the care of his men, who would see to its return. Moments after Qin Xiao's departure, the massive LED screen outside the hotel flickered to life. The crowd turned their attention to the screen, and what they saw left them speechless. The first video showed Xu Fang in bed with another man, the footage clearly taken in a hotel room. The second clip revealed Guo Xinliang with another woman.
But it was the third video that truly shocked everyone, a heated argument between Guo Xinliang and Xufang in a private room. The two hurled accusations at each other, blaming one another for their infidelities before turning to the topic of their betrayal of Qin Xiao. Their voices rang out clearly on the speakers.
"If it weren't for me, do you think you'd have gotten this far?"
Xufang screamed, pointing a finger at Guo Xinliang.
"You slut! You were greedy for money. You were the one who begged me to help you trick Qin Xiao." Guo Xinliang shot back.
Every detail of their scheme to deceive Qin Xiao and steal his company was laid bare for all to see.
The crowd erupted into chaos.
Some guests quietly slipped away, not wanting to be associated with the scandal. Others recorded the videos on their phones, ensuring that the evidence would spread far beyond the confines of the hotel. The police arrived soon after, finally bringing an end to the spectacle. The black-suited men Qin Xiao had hired cooperatively dispersed. None of them had truly committed any crimes, there had been no physical altercations, and the knives they had brandished earlier were merely props purchased from a novelty shop.
These were seasoned professionals who knew exactly how to toe the line between legality and intimidation.
As for Qin Xiao's slaps, while they were serious enough to be considered assault, they were unlikely to result in criminal charges unless the victims pursued the matter. The videos, on the other hand, were a different story. The confessions captured on tape were damning, and their consequences would ripple far beyond the events of the day.
When Guo Xinliang finally regained consciousness in the hospital, it was late afternoon.
His mouth throbbed with pain, and the doctor had informed him he had suffered a mild concussion and would require days of rest.
"Guo Xinliang, what happened?"
"Did you and Xufang really trick Qin Xiao out of his company?" his cousin asked, handing him a glass of water.
"Cousin, Guo Xinliang winced as the pain shot through his swollen face. "Who told you that?" His cousin didn't need an explanation.
He tossed his phone onto the bed, the screen playing the videos that had been shown at the wedding. This can't be," Guo Xinliang stammered, his voice filled with despair.
"How could anyone have recorded this? Qin Xiao." And then a thought struck him. "Cousin, the gold coffin, where is it? Is it still at the hotel?" His cousin sighed.
"After you passed out, Qin Xiao slapped Xufang and left.
The men in black took the coffin before the police arrived.
They were cursing you the whole time, saying you didn't appreciate a gift of such value.
You?"
Overcome with rage and despair, Guo Xinliang coughed up a mouthful of blood, spitting out yet another tooth.
"Brother Qin, I heard from the boys downstairs about your masterstroke. Wreaths, funeral paper money, and even a golden coffin, all for crashing a wedding. Ha ha ha."
Inside the private 888 VIP lounge of the entertainment complex in the eastern suburbs, a stout, square-faced man in his 40s, exuding a hearty and bold demeanor, raised his glass while chatting with Qin Xiao. This man was Shiraigua, a name that sounded old-fashioned and a bit comical when paired with his surname.
Despite the humor his name might invoke, Shiraigua was a well-known figure in Shanghai's underground world.
In today's increasingly strict environment, many of the so-called big brothers who thrived on petty theft, street brawls, and shady dealings had either fled or were serving time in prison. Yet, Shiraigua had managed to navigate these gray areas skillfully, building this massive entertainment complex. It was a testament to his cunning and resourcefulness, showing he was not only street-smart but also exceptionally capable. Qin Xiao's move at the wedding, a spectacle involving 2 million yuan and no physical violence, had impressed Shir. To him, it was a minor matter, a bit of organized chaos, some clamorous theatrics, and a tidy profit to top it off. After all, the 2 million was just the beginning. "Brother Shir, I still have to thank you. Your men worked so efficiently, and everything went off flawlessly. Without their help, I couldn't have pulled off such a grand performance."
It's just business, Brother Qin. No need to be so polite." Shiraigua laughed heartily, clinking glasses with Qin Xiao again.
Then, his expression grew more serious.
"Brother Qin, about that golden coffin, it didn't end up with them. My boys brought it back. What would you like to do with it? Should we send it to your place, or melt it down into gold bars for you?" Shir's attentiveness was remarkable, ensuring every detail was addressed. Qin Xiao waved his hand casually, showing no hesitation. Once a gift is given, there's no reason to take it back. A coffin represents promotion and wealth, right? Since those two scumbags don't have the fortune to accept it, Brother Shir, consider it my token of appreciation for you and your brother's hard work." To be honest, Shiraigua was taken aback.
When Qin Shao first handed over 2 million as a greeting gift, Sure had expected, at most, another few $100,000 as a follow-up payment for his men's efforts. After all, he figured they'd continue doing business together in the future. But now, Qin Shao was offering a golden coffin worth tens of millions. Shiraigwa wasn't a man who'd lose his footing at the sight of money, that's how he'd survived and thrived in his position. Nevertheless, such a lavish gesture for such a straightforward task made him uneasy. Brother Qin, let's be honest here. I'm a man of the streets. I couldn't care less if the coffin had a corpse inside it. But this was just a minor favor, and the greeting gift was already more than generous. Dropping a golden coffin on me? I'm not sure I can handle it.
Come on, brother Sure, Qin Shao said, gesturing to the room's extravagant decor.
This entertainment complex of yours must be worth at least $1 billion. What's a few tens of millions in comparison? Shiraigwa chuckled awkwardly, shaking his head. Brother Qin, I'm not as wealthy as you think.
Sure, the money flows easily here, but I've got a lot of mouths to feed, and I have to grease a lot of palms.
What's left for me personally isn't much. This place? It's just a side business for a big boss. I'm just here to keep things steady and act as their watchdog. They were kind enough to give me a sliver of shares. Sure's honesty and humility earned Qin Zhao's respect.
Alright, brother Sure, since you're being so straightforward, I won't beat around the bush either. I don't want to rely on my family's resources. I came to Shanghai to build something for myself.
But I'm new here, unfamiliar with the terrain, and I need someone to guide me. Someone with influence to watch my back. Qin Shao didn't elaborate on what he planned to do, but it was clear his intentions were legitimate. He simply needed people to handle errands, navigate relationships, and smooth over potential problems. Shiraigwa nodded knowingly.
He had seen men like Qin Shao before, young, ambitious, and determined to carve out a place for themselves. However, Qin Zhao's composure, resources, and decisiveness set him apart.
The two quickly came to an understanding.
Sure felt much more at ease knowing Qin Zhao's goals were aligned with his own principles.
However, he was still cautious about the golden coffin.
He suggested converting its value into membership cards for the entertainment complex, allowing Qin Shao unlimited access to its services. It was a subtle way of maintaining flexibility while leaving a door open for future collaboration.
Qin Shao didn't mind.
Relationships like this were built over time, and he had plenty of opportunities to deepen their connection. As for the aftermath of Gui Xinliang and Xu Fang's debacle, Shiraigwa helped Qin Shao hire a skilled lawyer. The lawyer negotiated a settlement, the return of Qin Zhao's company shares and a hefty compensation package, in exchange for Qin Shao agreeing not to press charges. Naturally, neither Gui Xinliang nor Xu Fang dared to pursue charges against Qin Shao for his slaps. With Shiraigwa's network, their assets and finances were thoroughly investigated, leaving them with no room to hide. The settlement left them nearly penniless, burdened with debt, and utterly disgraced. Staying in Shanghai was no longer an option for them. Shiraigwa, seeing Qin Zhao's calm demeanor, worried he might still harbor resentment. Over drinks, he leaned in and whispered conspiratorially, Brother Qin, if you're still upset, I can arrange something. Accidents happen all the time, car crashes, drownings.
Heck, I can even send a couple of HIV-positive folks to mess with them. Betraying brothers and seducing someone else's woman? I can't stand those kinds of scum.
Qin Shao simply laughed and shook his head.
As long as they stay out of my sight, that's enough for me. They've already lost everything. That's punishment enough.
In truth, Qin Shao felt no need to push further. After all, his ability to cross worlds and gain the system's power indirectly stemmed from what they had done to him. In a twisted way, he owed them for his newfound strength. As for the company shares, Qin Shao had no interest in keeping them. He sold them at a discounted rate to venture capitalists, walking away with over 80 million yuan in cash. Considering his initial investment of 5 million, it was a substantial profit, more than enough to cover his recent expenses. With the loose ends tied up, Qin Shao shifted his focus to the future. He asked Shiraigwa to help him find a location in the city to establish a high-tech company. Armed with Tony Stark's AI designs, he planned to break into the market and firmly establish himself in Shanghai. With others handling the logistics, site selection, registration, hiring, Qin Shao found himself with little to do. Over 20 days had passed since his return, and he had already accumulated enough energy for another traversal. Feeling restless, Qin Shao turned to the system.
If I cross back to the Marvel world, will I need to advance another major storyline before I can return?
Correct, the system responded. In the Marvel world, advancing a major storyline is required to unlock the option to return. Is there any way I can eventually switch freely between the two worlds? Xin Xiao asked, hoping for greater flexibility. Insufficient permissions to provide a detailed answer.
However, as the host grows stronger, this restriction will change, though it's unlikely to allow completely free switching. The specifics will become clear as the host progresses.
Fair enough, Xin Xiao muttered, nodding.
With that, he initiated his next traversal. With the Ancient One's casually dropped remarks as a shield, Xin Xiao now stood beside Thor with a newfound confidence. Even if Odin himself were to appear, Xin Xiao could boldly claim that he was entrusted by the Sorcerer Supreme to look after Thor.
This was a far cry from his earlier antics of posing as a half-baked fortune-teller to get by.
Feeling emboldened, Xin Xiao addressed Jane and her companions with a grand gesture. Thor has caused you all quite a bit of trouble recently. As a token of appreciation, I'd like to invite you all to Monaco to watch the Formula One Grand Prix. His tone carried the unmistakable air of someone playing the role of Thor's Earth Guardian.
Xin Xiao didn't go into detail about the Ancient One's involvement and instead gave Thor a simplified explanation, saying she was an old friend of Odin's on Earth.
Hearing this, Thor relayed the same to Jane, albeit with some added speculation.
A good friend of the Allfather? Is it one of Earth's ancient gods? God? Zeus? Or some other deity?
Jane, ever the curious scientist, immediately perked up and eagerly asked questions, her expression one of keen interest. Thor's presence had validated Jane's research, and her fascination with ancient myths and legends had grown immensely. She's just a human who knows some magic, Xin Xiao replied nonchalantly. So-called gods are merely advanced intelligent civilizations.
Asgardians may have power, but in other aspects, they're not much different from Earthlings. In fact, their society isn't as open-minded as ours.
He shrugged and then turned to Thor. Thor, this is also something your father hopes you'll understand.
Jane smiled but said nothing.
As long as she could stay with Thor, she had no objections. On the other hand, Darcy, one of Eric Selvig's students, suddenly became extremely excited.
The F1 World Championship?
I've always wanted to see it in person.
Hey, handsome, does this include round-trip airfare?
She jumped with joy when Xin Xiao nodded with a smile.
You guys go ahead.
I've got some things to take care of, Dr. Eric Selvig said abruptly.
Eric, come with us.
You've been taking care of us so much lately.
I'd like to do something for you, Thor said earnestly, his expression sincere. I've just received a new job offer, actually. Like Mr. Chin here, I'll be working as a consultant for the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division.
They have a research project I'm very interested in. In the movie, Coulson confiscated Eric Selvig and Jane's research, eventually leading Nick Fury to recruit Selvig for the Tesseract project. It seemed Thor's presence, along with Qin Zhao's mention of that ancient organization, had heightened SHALD's sense of urgency.
Fury was already recruiting talent early to begin weaponizing the Tesseract. Congratulations!
Jane and Darcy both hugged Dr. Selvig. The old man was undeniably talented but had spent much of his life researching obscure topics that no one recognized. Now that someone finally appreciated his work, they were genuinely happy for him. Perhaps it was because money now came so easily to him, or maybe because he had already been scammed by Tony Stark, but Qin Xiao, usually a bit stingy, went all out this time and chartered a private jet.
Oh my god!
I thought we'd be stuck in seats for 10+ hours, and I even brought a neck pillow to make myself comfortable.
But this? I mean, wow, this is so cool!
Darcy exclaimed the moment she boarded the plane. Qin Xiao had chartered a large jet equipped with 3 small bedrooms, a lounge with a bar, and even a mini karaoke room.
Darcy immediately tossed aside the neck pillow hanging from her backpack in excitement.
Jane, though calmer, couldn't hide her smile as she excitedly dragged Thor around to explore the plane.
I'm going to take a selfie in every corner of this place.
I'll have bragging rights on social media for at least 6 months.
Darcy declared, snapping a photo of herself before plopping down across from Qin Xiao.
She leaned forward, her curiosity evident.
To be honest, your wealth is beyond what I imagined. Are the rumors true?
Are you and Tony Stark? She held up her index fingers and bent them a few times suggestively.
I mean, that would be such a shame.
You both would be a shame.
She snuck a glance at Qin Xiao. Actually, you'd be the bigger shame.
He's older.
First of all, I'm not gay.
Qin Xiao replied, grabbing her fingers and straightening them. Secondly, even if I were, I wouldn't go for a jerk like Tony Stark. So, do you have a girlfriend? Darcy shot back, unfazed, cutting straight to the point. The question caught Qin Xiao off guard. Strictly speaking, his relationship with Natasha Romanoff wasn't official yet. But to say he didn't have a girlfriend felt inaccurate. They weren't exactly just friends either. Deciding to be honest, Qin Xiao replied shamelessly, "A girlfriend? As of tonight, no." He. Darcy giggled mischievously. "That's exactly what I was asking about, tonight." "Well then." Qin Xiao thought for a moment and concluded that maybe he should have rented a smaller plane. 2 bedrooms would have sufficed, wouldn't they? Darcy, having just graduated, was straightforward, playful, and not ready to settle down. Qin Xiao, on the other hand, was young, wealthy, and good-looking, with the added allure of being a superhero. To Darcy, he was the perfect candidate for a casual fling. And, well, Qin Xiao didn't mind the idea either. What he didn't expect was that his first experience in the Marvel world would happen on a plane. Could this be considered turbulence of a different kind? The private jet came with a chef, so the group enjoyed a lavish meal before goofing around in the karaoke room. Eventually, Qin Xiao and Thor each took one of the ladies into separate bedrooms. For the next 10+ hours, neither of them came out. Details omitted, use your imagination. Thank you. The Principality of Monaco, the second smallest country in the world after Vatican City, is bordered on 3 sides by France and faces the Mediterranean Sea. With a total area of just 1.98 square kilometers and a population of fewer than 40,000, it thrives on tourism and gambling. It is one of the wealthiest nations globally, though its wealth is not measured by GDP. Monaco is famous for its casinos, royal family gossip, and the F1 Grand Prix, which runs through the city streets. Each year, this event draws drivers, team owners, and wealthy patrons to this tiny country, giving its tourism industry a significant boost. Given its size, Monaco doesn't have its own airport. Most visitors fly into Nice, the nearest city in France. Qin Xiao's group was no exception. However, as soon as he stepped off the plane, he unexpectedly ran into someone he recognized. The process of crossing worlds was truly a strange experience. It felt as though Qin Xiao had traveled through a mist-filled tunnel, and in the blink of an eye, he was transported into a colorful, vibrant world. Gradually, everything around him began to reassemble into familiar shapes, forming tangible objects. To Qin Xiao, the entire process felt less like the awe-inspiring, world-shattering transitions described in fantasy novels and more like the disorienting aftermath of motion sickness and a hangover. No grandiose feeling of breaking through the barriers of worlds, no sense of standing above all creation, just a dizzying, surreal shift. He found himself back in the secret room Tony Stark had built for him. Sitting at the desk for a moment to gather himself, Qin Xiao slowly stood up and began exploring his home in detail. Truthfully, compared to the skyrocketing housing prices in China's first-tier cities, Los Angeles didn't seem all that expensive. For less than $2 million, Qin Xiao had purchased a high-rise apartment with a private elevator, spanning nearly 400 square meters. Even when converted to Chinese yuan, it amounted to just over 10 million, still a steal compared to Shanghai or Beijing. However, the real cost lay in maintaining such a property. Qin Xiao now understood why people always said that buying a house in America was easy, but maintaining it was the hard part. The annual property tax alone amounted to nearly $100,000. It was no wonder people hesitated to buy big houses, despite the relatively affordable prices. Still, as Qin Xiao wandered through the spacious apartment, a sense of home settled over him. It felt far more comfortable than his temporary lodgings in Shanghai. Next time I return to Shanghai, he mused, I should buy a proper house there too. Today marked his official move into this new home. By Chinese tradition, moving into a new house called for a celebratory meal with friends. Motivated by 30% traditional values, 20% a desire to show off his luxurious new home, and 50% sheer boredom, Qin Xiao sent out a mass text to everyone he knew in this world. Hi. This is Qin Xiao. Today I'm moving into my new home, and according to Chinese tradition, you invite friends over for a meal to celebrate. So, I've decided to host a grand Chinese-style feast at my place tomorrow evening at 7 p.m. You're all welcome to come. P.S. Another Chinese tradition: when visiting a friend's new home, it's customary to bring a gift or a hongbao. If you don't know what a hongbao is, Google it. Friendly reminder, you can buy hongbao at Chinatown. Attached is a map with the location marked. The truth was, Qin Xiao wasn't particularly skilled at cooking. He could manage 1 or 2 simple dishes, but hosting a proper banquet? That was out of his league.
Fortunately, Chinese culture offered a solution: hot pot. He made a trip to Chinatown, where he bought everything he needed: base ingredients, dipping sauces, and an assortment of Chinese-style seasonings. He even picked up a variety of random items to add to the house's atmosphere. There were things he might never use, but having them around gave the place a lived-in feel. With a dual-flavor hot pot, slices of lamb and beef, and a medley of vegetables, Qin Shao quickly realized why Chinese people abroad were so attached to Chinatown. Within a single block, you could find everything from snacks and traditional clothing to dim sum, Sichuan hot pot, and even nostalgic instant noodles. There were herbal medicine shops, mahjong parlors, and even funeral supplies like wreaths and burial robes. After an afternoon of shopping, Qin Shao returned home with bags upon bags of groceries and supplies. He boiled water for the hot pot base, washed and prepped the ingredients, and set the table with care. Even before the guests arrived, the house already felt more lively. Perfect! Qin Shao said aloud, biting into an apple as he waited for his guests, or rather, for their red envelopes. The first guest, however, was unexpected: Dr. Bruce Banner. Qin Shao hadn't even sent him an invitation. Ever since Banner had been taken in by S.H.I.E.L.D., Qin Shao hadn't had any contact with him. He didn't even have his number. Sitting on the sofa, Qin Shao glanced at the wall-mounted screen showing the view outside his door. "Nicole, open the door," he said. "Of course, sir," Nicole's cheerful voice replied, showcasing the convenience of having a smart AI butler. "Hi, Dr. Banner. Welcome to my home." Qin Shao greeted warmly. Though they weren't particularly close, it was his house, and he had to be a good host. Looking slightly embarrassed, Banner held up a bottle of wine. "I've been doing pretty well lately, haven't transformed in a long time. The S.H.I.E.L.D. folks mentioned an Avengers initiative and suggested I get to know you better. Agent Romanoff said you were moving and, that it's customary to bring a gift, so here's some wine." "She didn't mention anything else?" Qin Shao asked, noting the lack of a red envelope in Banner's hand. "No, should she have?" "She's parking the car downstairs," Banner replied, visibly uneasy. It's fine," Qin Shao said, waving it off. He couldn't bring himself to extort a homeless scientist. A few minutes later, Natasha Romanoff arrived. "Hi, Qin. I just picked up Dr. Banner from Canada, so I didn't have time to buy anything from Chinatown. I wasn't sure what to bring, so consider this a gift," she said with a sly grin. Before Qin Shao could respond, she leaned in and kissed him lightly on the cheek. All right, Qin Shao said, throwing up his hands in mock defeat. "Beautiful women always get special privileges. But if anyone else shows up without a red envelope, I'll curse them with horrible luck," he muttered under his breath. To his surprise, or maybe because of his growing reputation, Tony Stark, the workaholic, actually showed up, as did Nick Fury, who brought along Hawkeye. Even Agent Coulson, who was stationed in Los Angeles, made an appearance. Incredibly, the original Avengers lineup minus Captain America, still frozen, and Thor, off being a brat in Asgard, had assembled in Qin Zhao's apartment. Yet not a single one of them brought a red envelope. There was wine, a painting, and the most ridiculous gift of all, a single arrow from Hawkeye. "What am I supposed to do with this? Use it as a back scratcher?" Qin Shao complained, scratching his back with the arrow. "If you're all going to be this stingy, don't blame me for flipping the table," Qin Shao thought to himself. While managing the hot pot, he sneakily added 2 extra packs of spicy Sichuan base to the mild side of the pot. The clear broth was no longer clear. Let the punishment begin. Although Qin Shao wasn't as wealthy in this world as he was in the real one, he still had a bank account with over $1 million. This allowed him to splurge on the most expensive ingredients for the hot pot, regardless of practicality. After all, when it came to hot pot, cooking skills didn't matter much. As long as the ingredients and seasonings were top-notch, it would be a feast to remember. For these foreigners, this meal turned out to be an experience unlike any other. Even someone like Tony Stark, who had seen it all, was drenched in sweat from the spice yet couldn't stop singing its praises. Whenever the heat became unbearable, he would gulp down a sip of ice-cold beer, exclaiming how exhilarating the combination was. "Qin, you're seriously stingy. I know Banner brought you wine as a gift, but you don't have to hog the whole bottle. Hot pot goes way better with cold beer." Nick Fury, uncharacteristically relaxed, said through gritted teeth as he tried to cool his burning mouth. Qin Shao, however, merely smiled mysteriously, not offering an explanation. Inwardly, he muttered, "A bunch of ignorant fools. Eating spicy hot pot for the first time and pairing it with cold beer? I haven't dared to do that in ages."
Let's see how your stomachs churn tonight and how your, rear ends explode tomorrow.
That'll teach you to come to my house without red envelopes.
As he silently cursed them, his gaze landed on Natasha Romanoff, who was also sweating from the spice but still maintaining her composure. With a mischievous grin, Xin Xiao pulled out a dark bottle of herbal tea and snatched the beer from her hand.
Here, try this.
What's this?
Looks like flat cola, Natasha said, taking a cautious sip.
Tastes kind of weird. Indeed, despite modern attempts to improve the flavor of herbal tea, many people unfamiliar with the taste, especially foreigners, found it strange. It wasn't a common drink in northern China, let alone among this crowd.
This is good stuff. Helps with your complexion and keeps you young.
I specifically bought it in Chinatown.
Trust me.
Xin Xiao said with a playful wink. The meal lasted nearly 2 hours. By the end, this group of individuals, who were otherwise capable of toppling governments or defeating armies, lay sprawled on the sofas, utterly defeated by the meal. Only Natasha, ever mindful of her figure, had managed to eat in moderation and didn't look as stuffed as the others. Seeing the state of his guests, Xin Xiao naturally took it upon himself to clean up the table. Since he had opted for disposable tableware from Chinatown for convenience, most of the cleanup involved simply tossing everything into garbage bags. The only slightly troublesome item was the hot pot itself.
As he worked, Xin Xiao couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction.
It reminded him of the traditional image of a man hosting a dinner for friends, with his wife tidying up afterward. Watching Natasha busy herself in the kitchen, Xin Xiao unconsciously straightened his posture, feeling inexplicably pleased.
Xin, Banner must have mentioned why he's here, right?
Nick Fury, now slouched on the sofa looking less like a stoic leader and more like a lazy uncle, finally spoke. The Avengers initiative has officially started.
Once you've had time to get acquainted, I'll arrange a mission for you all to get some practice.
Romanoff has already found a base for you guys, and it'll be ready in a few weeks. I'll probably be spending more time in New York soon, Tony chimed in.
You know, Stark Industries isn't making weapons anymore.
We're focusing on clean energy and finance, and New York is more fitting for that than Los Angeles. In truth, Tony had already purchased land in New York and was constructing the new Stark Tower. He hadn't yet handed over the CEO position to Pepper Potts and was still dealing with the aftermath of Obadiah's death, which had left the board in chaos.
Well, that's convenient. Your base is in New York too, Fury said with a snap of his fingers. Damn it.
Xin Xiao straightened up, visibly annoyed. He knew he'd eventually have to shift his focus to New York, but this was too soon.
I just bought this house. Do you have any idea how much effort I put into decorating it? How hard it was to buy such a big place in downtown LA? I've only slept here for one night, and now you want to ship me off to New York? I don't have the money to buy another house there.
To be precise, Fury said, his tone dripping with sarcasm, you bought this house using Romanoff's winnings from the casino, with chips provided by Stark. The renovations and furniture were also courtesy of Stark.
Honestly, it's like you got this house for free. That's not the point. I demand a raise. Dragging me from the West Coast to the East Coast, switching the Pacific Ocean for the Atlantic, I'll get homesick.
Xin Xiao protested shamelessly.
Don't worry, Fury said with a cryptic smile. Your pay this time will definitely leave everyone satisfied.
Even in the Marvel universe, global crises didn't pop up every other day, especially in the early stages. With figures like Odin and the Ancient One guarding their respective realms, external threats to Earth were largely kept at bay. As such, Xin Xiao couldn't guess what kind of mission Fury had in store for them. But judging by Fury's secretive demeanor and shifty gaze, it was bound to be something dubious.
The meal ended on a high note.
After the gathering dispersed, Xin Xiao had planned to take Natasha out for a stroll to deepen their bond. However, Fury whisked her away under the pretense of an urgent mission.
That damn egghead. He's probably never been with a woman in his life.
I bet the photo on his bedside table is of some burly dude.
What a bastard.
Xin Xiao grumbled to Tony, the only guest who had stayed behind.
Absolutely, my friend.
Then again, not everyone can have a photo of themselves with a genius playboy philanthropist in their bedroom, Tony quipped shamelessly. Xin Xiao was instantly reminded of the massive framed photo on his nightstand, a picture of him and Tony flashing peace signs. He was left speechless. Later that night, Tony, who normally spent his time tinkering in his garage, was instead holed up in Xin Xiao's luxurious bathroom.
Hawkeye, en route to Washington, didn't leave the plane's restroom for the entire flight.
The unluckiest of all were Coulson and Fury. With Natasha gone on a mission, the two were left babysitting Banner at the Los Angeles Shield branch. By 3 a.m., the branch looked like a disaster zone, with Banner lying on the ground, barely managing to avoid a full Hulk transformation. "Xin Xiao, you son of a b***********. Mother ********. Fury cursed as he surveyed the mess. The power of the spicy hot pot was truly unparalleled. Just as Qin Xiao had predicted, their stomachs and, well, other parts couldn't handle the aftermath. Meanwhile, Qin Xiao lay in his bedroom, beneath the photo of him and Tony. Turning over in his sleep, he suddenly let out a snort of laughter, like a pig dreaming sweet dreams. Whatever he was dreaming about, it was undoubtedly delightful. Nicaragua, a nation deeply infiltrated by drug cartels, and one of the largest drug trafficking hubs in the world. Serving as one of Mexico's biggest ports and a crucial trade gateway for South America's eastern coast, it had inevitably become a central hub for the global drug trade. The staggering wealth generated annually from drugs passing through this port bound for Europe was enough to leave even Tony Stark, known for his extravagant lifestyle, speechless. The immense wealth derived from this trade not only corrupted the local government but also gave rise to numerous drug lords who commanded private armies. It could be said that the firepower of some of Mexico's most notorious drug lords was enough to dominate a small country in Africa. And this time, Qin Xiao and his team were targeting one of Mexico's largest drug cartels. Their lineup included Qin Xiao, Tony Stark, Natasha Romanoff, Black Widow, and Clint Barton, Hawkeye. Bruce Banner was on standby as backup, while the ever-dependable Phil Coulson handled logistics and mission coordination. "Do you know who the drug lords here welcome the most?" Coulson, standing on the bridge of the submarine, asked with a sly smile. "Corrupt narcotics officers or their government officials?" Banner played along, raising an eyebrow. "Nope. It's Tony Stark," Coulson replied, pointing at the now silent Tony. "Weapons from Stark Industries are their dream come true. From the mountains of evidence we uncovered about Obadiah Stane, we know he had dealings with Mexican drug barons. However, due to the CIA's crackdown on these cartels, Obadiah didn't dare sell them weapons in large quantities." "First of all," Tony said, raising a finger defensively, "I had no knowledge of what Obadiah was doing. And secondly, Stark Industries is no longer in the weapons business." He couldn't help but interject again, clearly frustrated. "Honestly, I joined this Avengers initiative to protect the world from major threats. If we're supposed to be training as a team, there are plenty of terrorist groups out there, Middle Eastern extremists, for example. Why are we going after a drug cartel in Mexico? That's law enforcement's job." Tony wasn't alone in his sentiments. Even Hawkeye, a seasoned agent within the system, looked unimpressed. As a top-tier operative, he prided himself on his skills, and dealing with drug lords felt beneath him. After all, later in the timeline, Hawkeye, when consumed by grief after the snap, single-handedly dismantled entire gangs in Japan and Mexico during his stint as Ronin. "Nick Fury's position means he can't afford to put all his eggs in one basket," Coulson explained with a calm smile. "Your existence is classified. Even within S.H.I.E.L.D., only a handful of us know about you. To support your team, you'll need specialized equipment, transportation, and funding, none of which can be made public. So, we need wealthy people to fund themselves." Coulson's words, though delivered with a smile, made it clear how resource-strapped this elite team was. Despite his thinning hair, Coulson was practically giddy. As a lifelong Captain America fanboy, he couldn't be happier leading a team of superheroes, even if it meant scrounging for resources. "TCH. Qin Xiao scoffed, finding the whole situation a bit degrading. "It's just a few people's expenses. Between the four of us, we could easily cover it. Banner could work part-time for Tony. Tony, you've got enough money to fund all of us for years. Hell, I'll even donate my salary." For a rare moment, Qin Xiao tried to sound magnanimous. "I wish it were that simple," Coulson replied, chuckling. "Do you know how much a Quinjet costs? Over $100 million. If you're willing to donate $100 million, we'll turn back right now." "Alright, I take that back. Forget I said anything. Just ask Tony." Qin Xiao quickly pointed at Tony, knowing full well the billionaire could afford it. Truth be told, the Mexican drug lords were formidable opponents. With their heavily armed forces and vast networks, they were indeed a worthy challenge for training. Plus, their wealth and the societal harm they caused made them ideal targets. It was no wonder Fury had been so confident about promising pay raises during the hot pot dinner. He must have had this mission planned all along. The drug lords had bribed most of the local government, so sneaking in by boat was no different than using official channels.
To avoid detection, the team used a small radar-evading submarine to approach an unguarded beach near Nicaragua under the cover of night.
Their target was the lavish mansion of one of Mexico's most powerful drug lords in the northern region. The mission objectives were to burn their drug stockpiles and obtain passwords to over a dozen Swiss bank accounts hidden by the cartel leader. Following Fury's plan, Coulson laid out the strategy. Black Widow and Hawkeye would lead the infiltration, capturing the drug lord and destroying the drug warehouses before making a swift exit.
Banner, as the team's secret weapon, would remain aboard the submarine. If the situation escalated or plans went awry, they'd unleash the Hulk to cover their retreat.
The drug lord's mansion was close to the coastline because, as Tony always said,
what's the point of having money if your mansion doesn't have an ocean view?
The estate was surrounded by 10-meter-high walls topped with dense electric wiring. Spanning nearly 100 acres, the property had guard towers every 20 to 30 meters, each standing 2 meters taller than the walls. It wasn't just a mansion, it was a fortress, rivaling the most secure military bases and prisons Qin Xiao had ever seen.
A few hundred meters from the mansion, Natasha laid out a blueprint on the ground and began explaining the plan. The defenses are too tight.
A frontal assault is almost impossible without alerting everyone.
The drug lord, Celesto, stays primarily in this area of the mansion. We can.
Before she could finish, Tony shot off into the night sky in his Iron Man suit.
Damn it! Stark! They've probably dug escape tunnels underground.
A direct assault will only let him get away. Natasha yelled, her frustration evident. But the speed of Tony's suit was unmatched. In the blink of an eye, he was already closing in on the heavily guarded mansion.
Damn it, Qin, you go Qin?
Natasha turned to assign Qin Xiao a task, only to find him missing. She looked around in confusion.
Hawkeye silently pointed toward the mansion.
In the distance, Qin Xiao was sprinting at an inhuman speed, his figure a blur as he dashed toward the estate. His pace was so fast it seemed to rival Tony's armored flight.
Natasha's jaw tightened. Great. Just great. 2 show-offs.
For God's sake, the plan was to sneak in and capture the target quietly. Natasha Romanoff groaned, pressing her palm to her forehead in frustration. Her voice carried a mix of exasperation and resignation as she watched the chaos unfold. "I saw this coming," Clint Barton, Hawkeye, muttered with a smirk.
This is just their way of expressing their dissatisfaction with the mission.
Let's activate the signal jammers. I don't want to see tomorrow's headline screaming about 2 superheroes raiding a drug cartel. Qin Xiao and Tony Stark were 2 of the most recognizable figures globally. While Qin Xiao could mask his identity with a simple disguise, Tony's Iron Man suit was far too iconic. Exposing their team's existence, or their involvement in this mission, was not an option. Fortunately, they had come prepared for just such a scenario.
Coulson's voice crackled through their earpieces. Let them do their thing.
You and Hawkeye focus on sealing the perimeter and ensuring no one escapes. Our contacts in Mexico are already in position to handle the aftermath.
Indeed, SHIELD's thorough planning left little room for error. The forces deployed by Fury were one of SHIELD's covert, off-the-books units. Even with their advanced weaponry and numbers, the drug cartel's forces didn't stand a chance against Iron Man's sudden arrival. In the dead of night, a figure clad in impenetrable armor descended from the sky. Bullets ricocheted harmlessly off his suit, and conventional weapons proved utterly useless. Before the cartel soldiers could react with heavier artillery, the estate's front gate and a section of its massive wall crumbled with a deafening crash. The cause?
A seemingly ordinary figure, Qin Xiao, who had rammed through the 10-meter-tall wall like a human wrecking ball. He wasn't done. The impact caused nearby guard towers to collapse as well.
Bullets bounced off his body, scattering harmlessly.
To the cartel's men, he was a walking tank, one with monstrous strength and armor thick enough to rival a battleship's hull. As soon as Qin Xiao breached the estate, Tony seamlessly switched to a patrol mode, flying circles around the compound. Using his suit's advanced targeting systems, he picked off cartels hiding in corners and swiftly located the stockpiles of weapons and drugs. With precision strikes, he launched micro-missiles. Explosions lit up the night sky as tons of drugs went up in flames, turning the once lavish estate into a fiery ruin.
For the cartel, the arrival of Iron Man and this smaller, Hulk-like wrecking machine was nothing short of a nightmare. By the time Natasha and Clint arrived on the scene, the chaos was already in full swing.
The sight before them was jaw-dropping. "Holy," Natasha hissed through clenched teeth, momentarily at a loss for words.
Clint let out a low whistle. No finesse whatsoever.
Despite his disdainful tone, the glimmer of envy in his eyes didn't escape Natasha's notice. After all, what man wouldn't enjoy the thrill of charging into battle with raw, unrestrained power? We seriously underestimated Sheen's combat capabilities, Natasha murmured. He's like a compact version of the Hulk. Still, she quickly refocused and barked into her earpiece, "Don't get carried away. Stark, you've already destroyed the armory. Clint and I will handle the perimeter. Don't forget the objective, don't let anyone escape through the tunnels." "Relax, they're not getting away," Tony's confident voice replied. "Sheen, check Celesto's room and see if he's still there. JARVIS, scan the underground tunnels in this estate," Natasha ordered. No matter how well hidden, no tunnel could escape the detection of Tony's advanced technology. Within moments of Qin Shao reporting that Celesto was nowhere to be found, Tony's HUD displayed a detailed map of the estate's subterranean network. "Sir, the estate's underground layout includes over a dozen tunnels, many of which appear to have countermeasures against thermal detection," JARVIS reported, transmitting the findings to everyone's earpieces. "A dozen tunnels? That's excessive," Natasha muttered, her tone tinged with annoyance. "Do your thing, JARVIS," Tony commanded without hesitation. "Of course, sir," JARVIS replied. Within seconds, the AI highlighted a specific tunnel in red on Tony's HUD. This tunnel exhibits significant magnetic interference, likely due to heavy metal reinforcements. "If I were the drug lord, I'd choose this one, it prioritizes safety," JARVIS explained. "Brilliant, JARVIS," Tony praised before flying to the exterior of the estate. From his shoulder-mounted launcher, he fired a specialized armor-piercing missile. The missile wasn't just destructive, it was designed to drill into the ground upon impact. It burrowed several meters into the earth before detonating, sending dirt and debris flying. However, it only managed to create a shallow crater in the reinforced steel plating beneath the surface. "Damn it! Sheen, I don't have enough missiles for this. The steel plating can't be more than a meter thick, otherwise, the underlying rock wouldn't hold." "What about that sword of yours?" Tony called out. "On my way." Qin Shao's voice came through the comms. Moments later, he arrived at the crater with a series of powerful leaps. Without hesitation, he jumped in, drew his Tang Dao, and plunged it into the steel plating. The sound of metal screeching against metal filled the air as Qin Shao, with his immense strength and the sword's razor-sharp edge, carved out a square hole in the plating. Within seconds, he revealed a massive tunnel beneath, over 2 meters high and 3 meters wide. "Rich drug lords sure know how to live," Qin Shao muttered before diving into the tunnel, heading in the direction opposite the estate. The tunnel wasn't straight, it twisted and turned, likely to avoid existing sewage systems and other underground infrastructure. Confident in his abilities, Qin Shao charged forward without hesitation. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. The distinct sound of a Gatling gun's spinning barrel filled the tunnel as a barrage of bullets rained down on him. The sheer volume of firepower instantly filled the space with ricocheting projectiles. "Son of a," Qin Shao cursed, instinctively raising his arms to shield his face. While his body was bulletproof, the thought of bullets pelting his face wasn't exactly appealing. Sparks flew as bullets bounced off his body and the tunnel walls, creating a chaotic symphony of metal clashing against metal. "You're dead. I'm gonna shove that gun where the sun doesn't shine," Qin Shao growled through gritted teeth. As the gunfire stopped, he lowered his arms, his eyes narrowing at the sight ahead. Before he could fully assess the situation, a metallic arm swung toward him with terrifying speed. Nicaragua, one of Mexico's most crucial ports and one of the leading trade hubs on South America's eastern coast, had become an epicenter of the global drug trade. In a country almost entirely infiltrated by drug cartels, it was only natural for this port to serve as the primary gateway for narcotics trafficking. The economic value generated by the drugs exported from this region to Europe each year was so astronomical that even someone as obscenely wealthy as Tony Stark would be left speechless. The staggering wealth generated from drugs not only corroded the government but also gave rise to countless drug lords commanding their own private armies. In fact, the military strength controlled by Mexico's most infamous drug lords was easily capable of dominating a small African nation. This time, Qin Shao and his team were targeting one of Mexico's largest drug cartels. Their formidable lineup included Qin Shao, Tony Stark, Natasha Romanoff, Black Widow, and Clint Barton, Hawkeye, with Bruce Banner providing backup and Phil Coulson coordinating logistics and command. "Do you know who the drug lords here would most love to meet?" Coulson, standing on the bridge of the submarine, asked with a knowing smile. "Corrupt narcotics officers or their government officials?" Banner responded in a playfully sarcastic tone.
Nope.
It's Tony Stark, Coulson replied, pointing at a visibly unimpressed Tony.
Weapons from Stark Industries are their ultimate dream.
From the extensive criminal records we uncovered on Obadiah Stane, we know he had dealings with Mexico's top drug lords.
However, due to the CIA's heavy crackdown on Mexican cartels, Obadiah didn't dare sell them weapons in large quantities.
First of all, Tony interjected, raising a defensive hand, I had no idea what Obadiah was doing.
And secondly, Stark Industries no longer produces weapons.
He shrugged, his face the picture of innocence.
He couldn't hold back any longer and spoke up again.
Honestly, I understand the point of this Avengers initiative, protecting the world from major threats. If we're supposed to be training for teamwork, there are plenty of terrorist groups out there, like in the Middle East.
Why are we targeting drug lords in Mexico? That's the job of the DEA, not us.
In truth, Tony wasn't the only one who felt this way. Even Hawkeye, a consummate professional firmly rooted in the system, looked indifferent.
As one of the world's top agents, he took pride in his craft.
A mission targeting drug lords felt beneath him. After all, while Hawkeye was often considered the weakest Avenger, he had single-handedly turned Japan and Mexico's underworld upside down after losing his family during the snap. Nick Fury's position requires him to hedge his bets, Coulson explained with a smile.
Your existence is highly classified. Even within S.H.I.E.L.D., only a few of us know about you. To support your team, you'll need specialized equipment, transportation, and funding, all of which cannot be made public. That's why we need some wealthy individuals to generate the necessary funds themselves.
Coulson's words, delivered with a cheery demeanor, made the situation abundantly clear. Despite his thinning hair, Coulson was practically gleeful. As a lifelong fan of Captain America, leading a team of superheroes was a dream come true, more satisfying than growing his hair back.
Ugh,
Qin Shao scoffed, sharing the sentiment that fighting drug lords felt beneath them.
It's just a matter of funding, isn't it? Qin Shao added with a rare display of generosity.
Between the four of us, we could pool our salaries.
Banner could get a part-time job with Tony.
And Tony, well, your suit costs more than our entire budget.
Worst case, I'll donate my salary.
I wish it were that simple, Coulson replied with a chuckle.
Just one Quinjet costs over $100 million.
If you're willing to donate that much, we'll turn back right now.
Alright, I take it back. Forget I said anything. Just ask Tony.
Qin Shao quickly shifted the responsibility to Tony, knowing full well the billionaire could afford it. In truth, Mexico's drug lords were a prime target. With their heavily armed forces and vast manpower, they were the perfect opponents for training. Combined with the immense wealth and societal harm they represented, Nick Fury had chosen his target well. It was no surprise Fury had confidently promised a pay raise over the hot pot dinner. He had clearly planned this mission in advance. The drug lords had bribed most of the government, making their operations indistinguishable from legitimate activities.
As such, the team discreetly approached Nicaragua aboard a small radar-evading submarine, landing on an unguarded beach under the cover of night.
Their objective was the mansion of one of Mexico's most powerful drug lords. The mission was twofold: destroy their drug stockpiles and retrieve the passwords to over a dozen Swiss bank accounts hidden by the cartel leader. Coulson, ever the professional, adhered closely to Nick Fury's plan. Black Widow and Hawkeye would lead the infiltration, capture the drug lord, and burn the drug warehouses before making a swift exit. Bruce Banner, with his destructive potential, was kept aboard the submarine as a last resort weapon. The drug lord's mansion wasn't far from the coastline because, as Tony always said, what's the point of being rich if your mansion doesn't have an ocean view? The estate was surrounded by 10-meter-high walls topped with dense electric wiring. Spanning nearly 100 acres, the property featured guard towers every 20 to 30 meters, each standing 2 meters taller than the walls.
It wasn't just a mansion, it was a fortress, rivaling even the most secure military bases Qin Shao had ever seen. A few hundred meters from the mansion, Natasha spread out a blueprint on the ground and began explaining the plan. The defenses are too tight.
A frontal assault is almost impossible without alerting everyone. Celesto's room is here, this is the area he frequents the most.
We can.
Before she could finish, Tony shot off into the sky in his Iron Man suit.
Damn it. Stark. They've probably dug countless tunnels underground.
A frontal assault will only let him escape. Natasha shouted, her frustration evident.
But Tony's suit was blindingly fast.
Within moments, he was already nearing the heavily fortified mansion.
Damn it, Sheen, you go Sheen?
Natasha looked around in confusion, only to find Xin Xiao missing.
Hawkeye silently pointed toward the mansion.
In the distance, Xin Xiao was sprinting at an inhuman speed, his figure a blur as he charged toward the estate. His pace rivaled that of Tony's armored flight. Natasha sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose.
I'm surrounded by lunatics.
In the basement of a farm on the outskirts of Washington, a secret Hydra hideout lay concealed. From the passage leading to the outside, the sound of hurried footsteps suddenly echoed.
Moments later, a group of stern-looking men in suits strode in.
At the forefront was none other than Alexander Pierce, the chairman of the World Security Council and former director of S.H.I.E.L.D.
Around the basement stood more than a dozen expressionless guards, their postures rigid and intimidating.
In the center of the room sat a simple wooden chair, occupied by none other than Bucky Barnes, the Winter Soldier, who had recently crossed paths with Xin Xiao.
Come forward, soldier. Tell me about your mission. Who did you encounter this time? Alexander Pierce casually leaned against a nearby table, his tone calm but commanding.
Yes, sir. Bucky replied with a blank expression, his voice mechanical.
I was ordered to retrieve last quarter's payments from Celesto. However, Celesto's estate was attacked.
There was a man in iron armor flying around and an invulnerable, super-strong man of Eastern descent.
It's Tony Stark and that Chinese man,
Xin Xiao, the two individuals who made headlines recently, a bald man whispered into Alexander Pierce's ear. Pierce waved dismissively, signaling that he understood, then motioned for Bucky to continue.
I escorted Celesto through an underground tunnel, but the man from the east pursued us.
I couldn't defeat him, so I used a flashbang to disorient him. After that, I planted a small-timed explosive on Celesto's clothing, intending to use him as a distraction while I escaped through another tunnel, Bucky recounted, each word precise and robotic. Well done, soldier, Pierce remarked nonchalantly, offering a faint, perfunctory compliment. Turning to the bald man, he said, last night, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s covert unit in Mexico raided Celesto's estate. By the time they arrived, the drugs and weapons had already been blown sky-high. That team was only there to clean up the mess. But what's strange, the bald man said, adjusting his glasses with a puzzled expression, is that there's no record of this operation within S.H.I.E.L.D. itself. Nick Fury has no idea that many of the operatives in his so-called secret unit are actually ours.
Should we take action? Barnes wasn't able to defeat that mysterious Eastern man.
He seems difficult to handle, the bald man asked cautiously.
No need.
Pierce smiled confidently. Nick Fury thought he was being clever by assembling a secret team, but in doing so, he exposed it for the sake of a little funding. A team that's already been compromised poses no threat to us. Our top priority remains Project Insight. Tell Dr. Zola to expedite the refinement of the Zola algorithm.
The bald man nodded emphatically.
Pierce patted him on the shoulder and added, also, prop up another drug lord in Mexico. Our Eastern European operations rely on these cartels to stay afloat. Nick Fury, as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., was well aware of the existence of the Winter Soldier. In fact, the organization capable of creating a superhuman assassin like the Winter Soldier had always been a nightmare in the back of his mind. Over the past 50 years, this ghost-like figure had been linked to numerous assassinations and kidnappings, yet remained untraceable. The sheer elusiveness of the Winter Soldier deeply unsettled Fury. What Fury couldn't have anticipated was that this shadowy organization was none other than Hydra, the very enemy S.H.I.E.L.D. had fought against for decades. Worse, Hydra had infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. itself, embedding agents at every level, including those right under Fury's nose. To make matters worse, the Avengers Initiative, which Fury had prided himself on, was now fully exposed to Hydra.
For someone like Nick Fury, the inability to control a situation bred endless anxiety and paranoia. What sinister plans did Hydra have to harm the world? How many more super soldiers or killing machines like the Winter Soldier did they possess?
Over the years, Fury had learned of at least a dozen world-class scientists who had been abducted by the Winter Soldier. These were individuals at the pinnacle of their respective fields.
If Hydra used them to develop weapons of mass destruction, the consequences would be catastrophic.
Unfortunately, the Winter Soldier's appearance this time was fleeting. Fury had been following the trail through Celesto for months, but it had yielded no concrete leads. The more Fury thought about it, the more irritated he became, his fingers unconsciously drumming on his desk.
Bzzz, bzzz.
The vibration of his phone broke his train of thought.
The caller ID displayed Coulson's name. This better not be bad news, Fury muttered under his breath. Coulson had recently been tasked with assisting the Avengers Initiative.
While managing agents like Hawkeye and Black Widow was straightforward, Bruce Banner was a challenge and Tony Stark and Qin Shao were an outright headache. Even a simple dinner at Qin Shao's place had nearly resulted in Banner losing control and destroying the Los Angeles Shield branch. The mere sight of Coulson's name on his phone made Fury's temples throb. "Boss, you remember we identified 3 drug lords before heading to Mexico, right?" Coulson began, his tone hesitant and roundabout. Fury's eye twitched involuntarily, his instincts told him this wasn't going to end well. "Spit it out, Coulson. For God's sake, you're starting to sound like Qin Shao and Stark." Fury barked, his patience wearing thin. "All right, boss," Coulson said nervously. "This morning, while organizing some files, I pulled up the records on the other 2 drug lords. But now that file is missing. And, the worst part is, I can't get in touch with Qin Shao." "Damn it!" Fury roared, slamming a pen holder on his desk into pieces. Coulson winced as the sound of shattering plastic echoed through the phone, followed by Fury's heavy breathing. Knowing his boss was teetering on the edge of losing it, Coulson held his breath, saying nothing. After nearly 30 seconds of tense silence, Fury's voice returned, weary but measured. "How long has the file been missing?" I left it on my desk at noon. Then I stepped out." "I just realized it was gone," Coulson replied. Fury glanced out the window at the clear night sky, a full moon shining brightly above. With a heavy sigh, he rubbed his aching temples and spoke into the phone. "Contact the DEA. They must have undercover agents near those 2 drug lords. Get some intel. If that kid's cover is blown, tell them to clean up the mess." How could a major drug lord not have undercover agents from the DEA around him? The key question was whether those agents were close enough to be trusted insiders. Not long after, Coulson's phone buzzed with a new video. The footage appeared to be taken from the window of a building, capturing a group of heavily armed but panicked soldiers fleeing below. On top of a battered, bullet-riddled SUV was a man wearing a classic robber's mask, revealing only his eyes and mouth. In his hands was a 6-barrel Gatling gun, which he was firing wildly in all directions. When the ammo belt ran empty, the man casually discarded the Gatling gun and slung a rifle off his back, cocking it as he shouted at the top of his lungs. "You sons of B***********, yes, you scumbag drug dealers. Come meet my justice-filled bullets. In the name of the moon, I'll punish you. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat." Coulson swore this was the first time he'd ever felt embarrassed to have a colleague like this. Firing a gun was one thing, but shouting nonsense like rat-tat-tat and "in the name of the moon" while firing? What the hell was that? Although the man in the video had his face covered, Coulson immediately recognized him as Qin Shao. The voice alone was unmistakable, but if that wasn't enough, the clothes he was wearing were identical to what Qin Shao had on when they'd met earlier that day. From a legal standpoint, someone is only a criminal after being arrested by law enforcement, tried in court, and convicted of a crime, whether it's murder, theft, or drug trafficking. Before a court ruling, these major drug lords were technically legal citizens of Mexico, with some even having spotless records and reputations for philanthropy and job creation in their communities. After Qin Shao and the team attacked Celesto's estate last time, the Mexican government had already expressed dissatisfaction, though Nick Fury's behind-the-scenes maneuvering managed to smooth things over. But now, Qin Shao had gone rogue, sneaking into Mexico alone. First, he took down one major drug lord's operation, and now he was brazenly storming another. It was as if he were deliberately slapping the Mexican government in the face. To make matters worse, he had openly threatened the drug lords into transferring large amounts of assets to his account, assets that included kickbacks for high-ranking government officials. As a result, the Mexican government's military had swiftly mobilized, setting up an inescapable net around the city. Reynosa, a border city in northeastern Mexico, was located just over 100 kilometers from California. It was a critical hub for border trade and a key point for drug traffickers smuggling narcotics into North America. Over 50% of North America's drugs flowed through this city annually. The local drug lord, Carlos, held more power in this chaotic border town than even the mayor, thanks to his arsenal of weapons and an endless supply of US dollars. But now, Carlos's forces were in ruins, his bank accounts drained, and his luxurious estate reduced to rubble. In the remains of the estate, Qin Shao strolled nonchalantly into a warehouse packed with weapons, a cigar pilfered off Carlos dangling from his lips. His face was still masked. Inside the warehouse were 2 armed men who immediately froze upon seeing Qin Shao. They instinctively stood at attention, their legs pressed together. During Qin Shao's earlier assault, his human tank persona had terrified them into submission. Bullets couldn't pierce him, his strength was monstrous, and his punches hit with the force of a rocket launcher. How were they supposed to fight something like that? Anyone brave enough to face him head-on was already dead or severely injured. The rest had retreated to the armory, hoping to hide. But now that Qin Shao had walked in, they didn't even dare move. After all, Qin Shao wasn't a mindless killing machine. He wasn't going to punch their heads off for no reason. Qin Shao glanced around at the stockpile of weapons. Casually, he picked up a grenade and, with a click, pulled the pin.
"You two still standing there?
Waiting to go sky-high with me?" he asked. His voice was calm, but the threat was clear. The two men bolted out of the warehouse without a second thought.
"Heh, look at you cowards. I didn't even let go of the grenade." Qin Shao chuckled, watching them flee.
Adjusting his coat with one hand, he stepped outside, lit the cigar he'd been holding in his mouth, and finally released the grenade. Without looking back, he tossed it into the armory.
"I've been wanting to do this for ages.
Save the armory for last, let everything blow to hell behind me while I calmly walk away in style. That's how a movie protagonist should do it," he muttered to himself as he walked leisurely away. He couldn't help recalling the first Iron Man film, where Tony Stark tested missiles in Afghanistan. Even Tony had spread his arms and turned his back to the explosion, striking a pose.
Boom! A deafening explosion shattered the air, quickly followed by a chain reaction of secondary blasts.
Qin Shao straightened his posture slightly, trying to make his walk look even cooler. In his head, he could hear the epic background soundtracks of countless classic movies. With a swagger that said, "I don't care," he walked toward the gate of the estate. True warriors, after all, never look back at explosions. The grenade had triggered a series of chain explosions. This was a drug lord's armory, after all. Long guns, short guns, and even explosives were all stored here. The combined firepower amounted to roughly 100 kilograms of TNT. While insignificant compared to a nuclear bomb, 100 kilograms of TNT was more than enough to level a 3- or 4-story building. The shockwave tore through the nearby area, shattering a crate filled with handheld rocket launchers. The launchers, propelled by the force of the blast, shot off like iron rods in all directions, their speed rivaling that of bullets. Unfortunately for Qin Shao, one of these rocket launchers happened to be hurtling straight toward him. The thing about human nature is that the more you try to control yourself, the harder it gets to resist temptation. It's like when someone tells you not to look while they're changing. You might not have had any intention of peeking, but now the thought is planted in your mind. Qin Shao was no exception. As much as he told himself not to look back at the explosion, the increasingly chaotic sounds behind him made him curious.
Surely, no one was watching him now, right?
He'd already nailed the cool hero walk, and the fireworks were probably dying down. It wouldn't hurt to take a quick peek. But the moment he turned his head, he was met with the sight of a spinning, black, cylindrical object flying straight at him.
Bam!
The rocket launcher smacked him squarely across the nose and eyes.
"Ah, crap! My eye!"
"Who throws a rocket launcher?" he shouted, clutching his face in pain. "Earning money, going head-to-head with drug cartels, and infiltrating 2 dangerous strongholds all in a single day." Qin Shao felt like he was walking on air. Today had been a day of unmatched swagger and success, with the final explosion serving as the perfect exclamation mark on his action-packed adventure. Or so he thought. Instead of a flawless period at the end of his metaphorical sentence, it turned into a C, incomplete and imperfect. Perhaps there was some truth to the saying, when you try to show off, you end up embarrassing yourself. Rubbing his sore and swelling eyes, Qin Shao was silently cursing his apparent incompatibility with his own eyes. How were they always the ones to get injured? Just as he approached the estate's gate, he looked up to see Natasha Romanoff, Black Widow, leaning casually against a black SUV, her smile as sharp as her wit. Nearby, the shattered remains of the wall he'd demolished earlier stood as a testament to his chaotic entrance. Judging by her amused expression, it was clear she had witnessed his less-than-glamorous moment earlier.
What brings you here? Where's everyone else?"
"It's dangerous to be out here alone," Qin Shao stammered, attempting to steer the conversation away from his embarrassing mishap.
"What danger?
You scared everyone here so badly they probably wish they could sprout wings and fly away.
What's left to be afraid of?"
Natasha replied, flipping her hair in a way that exuded effortless charm.
"Well, obviously, you missed me. Why else would you come all this way?"
Qin Shao teased, grinning as he slung an arm over Natasha's shoulder.
"I'm here to bring you home. You've stirred up a massive mess. Now, get in the car."
Natasha pinched his cheek playfully, puckering his lips, before giving him a quick peck on the face. Consider that your reward. Between being a superhero who doesn't look back at explosions and the guy who gets smacked by a rocket launcher, I think I prefer the latter. It's more real and cute. She slid into the driver's seat without waiting for a response. I knew you saw that. Xin Xiao exclaimed, following her into the car. Also, why are you kissing me for? I need to kiss you back, or I'll feel like I'm losing out. Once inside, he yanked off the robber's mask he'd been wearing all day. I was suffocating in this thing. Now I get why so many robbers switch to wearing stockings instead. Stop complaining about your mask, Natasha said, shooting him a glance. You just killed 2 major drug lords and drained their bank accounts. The Mexican government has deployed its military. The entire city is practically surrounded. Come on, it's just 2 drug lords. Xin Xiao retorted, dismissive and a bit overconfident after his recent successes. 3 drug lords, Natasha corrected, her tone firm. Do you even know how much money they pay those government officials every year? Do you realize how much time and money it'll take to prop up new drug lords to replace the ones you took down? And that's not even counting the money you transferred out of their accounts. For context, a small black market nuke costs less than the amount you stole. Xin Xiao waved off her concerns about the financial losses, but the mention of nukes caught his attention. No way. They wouldn't deploy a nuke just for me, right? That's overkill. Don't underestimate the Mexican government. They've got eyes and ears everywhere, even among the drug lords. They've seen what you're capable of. Push them hard enough, and who knows? Natasha warned. Fine. I'll be more careful in the future. Besides, I've already made enough from this job, Xin Xiao replied, adjusting his seat and reclining comfortably. With Natasha handling the escape, he figured he could relax and let her take care of things. SHALD's reach truly was far and wide. Natasha expertly navigated through a series of twists and turns, eventually reaching a checkpoint. Flashing a badge from some ambiguous government agency, she and Xin Xiao were waved through without issue. Although Natasha had managed to extract Xin Xiao from the chaos, they didn't head straight back. Instead, they ended up in a small town in New Mexico after crossing the Arizona-Mexico border. After driving all night, the two decided to stop at a local diner for a break. To their surprise, Nick Fury and Phil Coulson were already waiting for them inside. Coulson nursed a cup of coffee, while Fury sat with an untouched breakfast in front of him. Both men wore expressions that could curdle milk, clearly intending to give Xin Xiao a stern talking to. Unbothered, Xin Xiao pulled out a chair across from Fury and casually slid the untouched breakfast plate toward himself. Man, after sitting in a car all night, my butt's practically falling apart. Boss, you're so thoughtful to prepare breakfast for me. Grinning, he immediately began digging in. If not for Nick Fury's darker complexion, it would have been obvious to everyone that his face had just turned a shade darker. That breakfast wasn't meant for Xin Xiao. If he had known this kid was going to act so shamelessly, he would have eaten it himself. Why hadn't he eaten it earlier? Why? Fury turned and shot Coulson a look. Coulson, confused, stared back. Asterisk, why are you looking at me? He's eating your breakfast, not mine, asterisk. Clearing his throat, Coulson finally broke the awkward silence. Boss, do you want me to, get you another breakfast? Yes. Go buy me another breakfast. Now, Fury said through gritted teeth. And get me another coffee too. Oh, and one for Natasha. Thanks. Xin Xiao added quickly, waving at Coulson. Fury sighed heavily, his failed attempt at a power move deflating his energy. Do you even realize the size of the mess you've caused? He asked, his tone a mix of frustration and resignation. It's all for the department's funding, Xin Xiao replied nonchalantly, sliding a piece of paper across the table. Written on it were 2 long sets of numbers. Bank account and password $10 billion. Use it as the budget for our team. But let me be clear, this is for our team only. Don't funnel it anywhere else, or I'll notice. I took accounting classes in college, you know. Fury stared at the paper, his expression unreadable. He didn't believe for a second that this was all the money Xin Xiao had made from his escapades. Still, prying more out of him would be an uphill battle, and right now, that wasn't his main concern. Before Fury could launch into a lecture, Xin Xiao cut him off. I get it. Stay in line, follow orders, no solo operations. I hear you. But hey, that last $5 billion didn't meet expectations, so don't expect a repeat performance. Besides, I wore a mask, no one recognized me. Qin Zhao's rapid-fire retorts left Fury speechless. The words he'd prepared were stuck in his throat, unable to escape. After breakfast, Fury, ever the workaholic, hurried off to his next meeting. Qin Zhao, Natasha, and Coulson accompanied him to a nearby desert where a Quinjet stood waiting. Keep an eye on him, Fury instructed Natasha and Coulson sternly before turning to Qin Zhao, clearly intending to add another warning. Before he could speak, Qin Zhao raised 2 fingers and solemnly declared, "Don't worry, I won't cause any more trouble. I swear, if I act on my own again, may I be struck down by lightning." That's what we call a heavenly retribution in Chinese culture. Just as the words left his mouth, the sky darkened ominously. Thunder rumbled, and a swirling cloud of lightning began to form directly above them. Everyone turned to stare at Qin Zhao. "Why are you all looking at me? I swear, I was being sincere. This has nothing to do with me." Qin Zhao protested, waving his hands defensively. But the heavens seemed determined to make an example of him. A massive bolt of lightning, over a meter thick, shot down from the clouds, striking the ground where Qin Zhao stood. The force of the strike threw everyone, including the Quinjet, into the resulting crater. At the center of the pit, lying amidst the chaos, was Qin Zhao, and next to him, a hammer crackling with electricity. Although Qin Zhao could now genuinely be described as thick-skinned and tough, even he wasn't immune to the effects of a hammer smashing into his head. Dizzy and disoriented, it took him quite a while to regain his senses. While the lightning hadn't struck him, the hammer had given him a very real thunk on the skull before tumbling to the ground. "What did I do to deserve this?" Qin Zhao grumbled to himself, still rubbing his sore head. All he'd done was raise his fingers and make a simple vow. Did that really warrant lightning and a hammer falling from the sky? If he hadn't known the hammer's origins, he might have jumped up and cursed the heavens 3 times over. But as things stood, he knew better than to provoke Asgard, especially with Odin still sitting on the throne. Spitting out a clump of sand, Qin Zhao looked around to make sure everyone else was unharmed. Once he confirmed that no one had been hurt, he crouched down, drew a large circle around the hammer with his finger, and scribbled 2 lines of tiny Chinese characters inside the circle. "Whoever throws random hammers, may their entire family suffer. May their wife have perpetual PMS. Coulson, check if there were any planes passing through the area just now. Romanov, contact Hill at headquarters. We're going to need a team of scientists," Nick Fury barked, brushing off the dust as he climbed out of the crater's edge. Checking for planes was more of a routine protocol than a genuine suspicion. Fury's sharp eye immediately recognized that this wasn't just any ordinary hammer, especially considering the lightning that had been swirling around it moments earlier. "Qin Zhao, what are you doing? Bring that hammer over here," Fury commanded from his perch at the crater's edge, glaring down at the group. Qin Zhao, knowing full well the hammer's origins, played along and approached it cautiously. He gripped the handle with both hands, bracing himself before pulling with all his might. It didn't budge. "Hey, boss, looks like you'll need someone a little stronger," Qin Zhao quipped after 5 minutes of futile attempts. By now, the crater's edge was littered with debris from the Quinjet and pieces of nearby metal plating. Despite its seemingly unremarkable weight, the hammer didn't even sink into the sand. It was immovable, even when the wreckage of the Quinjet was used to try and lift it. "I hate things that are beyond my control," Fury muttered, clearly annoyed. With SHALD's reinforcements still en route, he ordered the local police to secure the area and left Coulson in charge of the scene. Fury himself had to rush back for an emergency meeting. Qin Zhao, however, was adamant about staying. He tugged Natasha into staying with him, using the excuse of needing backup. After all, if Thor's hammer had appeared, could the god of thunder himself be far behind? Based on the system's usual antics, any superhero's presence typically meant either a mission or an opportunity to score some points. "Coulson, I'll bet you $50 I know where this hammer came from," Qin Zhao said, grinning as he sat at the edge of the crater with Coulson. With Natasha taking a break after driving all night, the 2 men passed the time watching the police set up barricades and tape off the area. "You know its origins?" Coulson asked, raising an eyebrow. Truth be told, everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. knew Qin Zhao had his secrets, whether it was his extraordinary strength, his Tang Dao, or his knack for being in the right place at the right time. Now a mysterious, unmovable hammer had conveniently fallen from the sky and smacked him on the head, and here he was, confidently betting on its backstory. Coulson's curiosity was piqued. "Don't forget, I'm the one who found that plane for you at Tony's mansion in Malibu," Qin Zhao replied with a sly grin. Coulson rolled his eyes. He hadn't forgotten. That so-called help had involved Qin Xiao and Tony stealing the plane themselves, flying to the Middle East, and starting a fight, all while insulting Coulson in the process. The memory of being called ugly and having crap smeared on his face still made his blood boil.
I'm not betting. If you want to share, share.
If not, just keep me company while we wait, Coulson replied stubbornly, crossing his arms. Qin Xiao, sensing Coulson's irritation, sidled up to him and threw an arm over his shoulder.
Come on, man, let bygones be bygones. Let's focus on the future. I'll even tell you the hammer's story.
Fine, let's hear it, Coulson said, clearly bored but intrigued enough to play along. In a distant realm, long ago, the All-Father Odin had a son, a big, dumb, lovable oaf. Qin Xiao began, his tone resembling that of someone telling a bedtime story to a child. With exaggerated flair, he recounted the story of Thor's birth, the creation of Mjolnir, and even Thor's banishment to Earth after losing his powers. He dramatically pretended to calculate with his fingers while describing how Thor's godly powers were stripped away.
Ha ha ha. You're telling me this is Thor's hammer? And the handle is made from the wood of Yggdrasil?
Qin, you sound like one of those medieval fraudsters who made a living pretending to divine the future.
Coulson burst out laughing.
If you're just trying to entertain me with fairy tales to pass the time, I appreciate it, my friend.
But if you're serious, I'll bet my hair against your claim. Coulson's mocking grin widened.
After over 10 years with S.H.I.E.L.D., he'd seen plenty of strange things, including aliens and Captain Marvel.
But gods? Magic hammers? Rainbow bridges? That was just Norse mythology. You're serious?
Qin Xiao asked, glancing sympathetically at Coulson's thinning hairline.
Why don't you reconsider the stakes? I'm telling you, you'll regret not believing me.
I never lie when I do, my heart races, and I have trouble breathing.
Qin Xiao declared with mock sincerity. Not changing the bet.
I don't believe in your nonsense, and I'm willing to stake my hair on it. If I lose, I'll buy hair tonic. But if you lose, you hand over all the money you took in Mexico for our team's budget, Coulson countered, his sense of duty shining through. Deal, Qin Xiao said, giving him a thumbs up.
SHIELD's reinforcements arrived quickly, with a full contingent of agents and equipment on site by the afternoon.
Under Coulson's direction, they erected a temporary enclosure around the crater and the hammer, complete with perimeter fencing and advanced monitoring devices to analyze the hammer's energy signatures and composition. Unlike the events in the movies, Hawkeye wasn't called in, likely because Natasha and Qin Xiao were already present. With the enclosure complete, Coulson set up a makeshift office near the site. Inside, he, Qin Xiao, and Natasha, now fully rested, watched the surveillance monitors.
So, Qin, looks like your prediction was off.
No sign of any banished thunder gods showing up, Coulson teased, clearly enjoying the prospect of winning their bet. Before Qin Xiao could respond, an alarm blared. The security cameras showed a tall, muscular man with flowing golden hair bulldozing through the guards outside the enclosure. The man's movements were wild and aggressive as he made a beeline for the hammer.
Coulson's jaw dropped.
No way. When Coulson saw the muscular, blonde-haired man on the surveillance monitor, charging toward the crater like a raging bull, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of foreboding.
It was as if his thinning hairline was suddenly in grave danger. All units, stand down.
I repeat, retreat to your positions and let him through.
Coulson, wanting to confirm his suspicion, issued an order to clear the way for the man. Let's go. We should check this out.
Qin Xiao exclaimed, pulling Coulson and Natasha along as they hurried toward the site of the hammer. By the time the three of them arrived, the man Thor had already reached the hammer. He stood there, captivated, murmuring to himself as if in reverence.
I've finally found you. I will.
Excuse me, sir, Qin Xiao interrupted, grinning mischievously.
This seems to be a restricted area. Judging by the look on your face, you seem to have lost someone dear to you. Is this your boyfriend?
Though, I have to say, the shape looks not very practical. He pointed at the hammer, his tone laced with humor. Thor tilted his head, his expression blank as he processed Qin Xiao's words for a good 10 seconds.
Then, realization dawned. You dare mock a god? I am Thor, the god of thunder. Son of Odin, the All-Father.
All right, we get it, Qin Xiao interrupted again, waving dismissively.
You want to reunite with your partner. It's right there. Go ahead and take it. Coulson and Natasha exchanged astonished glances.
The man's words matched Qin Xiao's earlier description almost word for word. Both of them were seasoned agents, experts at reading people, and from the man's behavior, they could tell he was telling the truth, at least as far as he believed it.
After all, what were the odds that a random lunatic would say exactly what Qin Shao had predicted? Thor, however, was oblivious to their reactions. In his usual brash and headstrong manner, he glared at Qin Shao and spat out a threat. "You insolent fool! Once I reclaim my hammer, I will teach you a lesson in respect for the gods, a lesson you won't forget." Hearing this, Qin Shao, Natasha, and Coulson all rolled their eyes in unison. At this point, Natasha and Coulson were beginning to doubt their instincts. Was this guy really a god? Or just a delusional lunatic? Thor paid no mind to their skepticism. His sole focus was on the hammer. With renewed determination, he strode up to it, brimming with confidence. Grasping the handle firmly, he pulled. Nothing happened. Arg! Thor switched to using both hands, his entire body straining as he turned red in the face from the effort. Still, the hammer refused to budge. "Father, why? Why? Arg egg!" Thor cried out in anguish, his voice echoing across the crater. The reality of the situation sank in, crushing his pride. For the first time, Thor felt the full weight of Odin's judgment. He'd always brushed off his father's reprimands and punishments, thinking he'd get his way eventually. But now, as the hammer remained immovable, he realized just how thoroughly he had been cast aside. Qin Shao, watching the scene unfold, couldn't resist making another joke. "Looks like your boyfriend's mad at you, huh? Let me guess, is it because you found someone new? Was it an axe? Or maybe a mace?" Thor's sorrow turned to rage in an instant. "You bastard," he roared, charging at Qin Shao with fury blazing in his eyes. "Poor kid, you need a nap," Qin Shao said with a shrug. Without his godly power, Thor was no match for Qin Shao. With a quick sidestep and a well-placed chop to the back of the neck, Qin Shao knocked Thor out cold. "Find a place to put him. He's harmless now," Qin Shao said, glancing at Natasha and Coulson. "Someone will come for him tomorrow." "Someone? You're saying someone's coming for him? Like another god or something?" Coulson asked, his curiosity piqued. "No, not a god. A physicist. You should assign a team to follow them. Their research might surprise you," Qin Shao replied nonchalantly before turning to leave. "Natasha, what do you think?" "About what Qin Shao said?" Coulson asked, still processing everything. "It's hard to believe," Natasha admitted. "Gods, Asgard, someone coming to get him tomorrow, it all sounds ridiculous. But that hammer speaks for itself. I don't know how Qin knows all this, but as much as he jokes around, he's proven himself trustworthy, hasn't he?" After walking away, Qin Shao mentally contacted the system. "Hey, system, the Thor mission, I should have completed it by now, right? Why haven't I received any points? I swear, that guy will never forget me for the rest of his life." As always, the system's emotionless voice responded in his mind. "Thor does not yet know the host's name. The task is incomplete." Qin Shao froze. He'd forgotten to introduce himself. That was awkward. Then again, it would have been pretty weird to introduce himself in the middle of that situation. Before he could dwell on it, the system spoke again. "A new task is available. The host may choose to accept or decline." "Oh? Let's hear it," Qin Shao said, intrigued. "During Thor's exile on Earth, assist him in his personal growth and transformation so that he may once again earn the right to wield Mjolnir. Upon completion, the host will earn the friendship of Odin, the All-Father." Qin Shao raised an eyebrow. This task reminded him of his earlier encounter with Bruce Banner. That mission had rewarded him with Hulk's serum, a tangible and immediate benefit. Odin's friendship, on the other hand, sounded more abstract. "System, why are you specifically giving me the option to decline this time?" Qin Shao asked, sensing something unusual. "Odin exiled Thor to Earth to prepare him for kingship. By assisting in this process, the host will inevitably come under Asgard's scrutiny. Odin's gratitude may result in unexpected rewards, but entering Odin's sight at this stage may not be advantageous for the host." Qin Shao understood. This was a double-edged sword. After a moment's hesitation, he made up his mind. "I accept." As Qin Shao and his group disembarked in Monaco and headed toward their destination, the familiar figure approached them with a casual yet calculated ease. "Hey, Qin Shao, long time no see. Never thought I'd run into you here," said the man, his face weathered but his eyes gleaming with a hint of mischief. Qin Shao paused for a moment, then smiled and greeted him warmly. "Ah, so it's you. What a coincidence. What brings you to Monaco?" The man gave a sly grin. "Me? I'm here to handle some business."
But I didn't expect to see you putting on such a big show, chartering a private jet and all." As he spoke, his gaze drifted toward Thor and the others. Xin Xiao felt a flicker of suspicion, sensing that this man's sudden appearance might not be as coincidental as it seemed. Still, he chose not to press the issue and instead replied casually, "Just having some fun. By the way, do you know of any good places nearby where we can stay?" The man stroked his chin thoughtfully, as though weighing his options, before replying, "If you're looking for a place to stay, the Palace Hotel in Monaco is quite nice. But, well, the price tag isn't exactly small."
"The Palace Hotel?"
Xin Xiao hesitated briefly.
"Sounds pricey. Do you have any recommendations that are a bit more cost-effective?"
The man's eyes gleamed as he quickly offered another suggestion.
"How about I recommend a private villa? It's serene, close to the racetrack, and reasonably priced."
Xin Xiao exchanged a glance with Thor, and they both agreed that this sounded like a good option. He nodded his approval. The group followed the man to the villa, which turned out to be an exquisite property. The exterior was immaculate, with a meticulously maintained garden filled with exotic flowers, each plant radiating a sense of luxury.
"This is nice.
It suits our needs perfectly," Xin Xiao said, nodding in satisfaction. As they stepped inside, the interior was even more stunning. Every detail of the decor exuded elegance and wealth, with an air of refined taste permeating the space.
"You all settle in and rest for a bit.
I'll go sort out the next part of our schedule," Xin Xiao said to the group. Just as he was about to leave, a sudden, inexplicable sensation washed over him. It felt as though someone or something was watching them from the shadows. His heart skipped a beat as he scanned the surroundings, his gaze sharp and wary.
But there was nothing out of the ordinary. "What's wrong?"
Thor asked, noticing Xin Xiao's subtle but tense demeanor.
Xin Xiao shook his head and forced a smile. "Nothing, probably just me being overly sensitive. Let's rest for now and head to the racetrack later."
The group dispersed to their respective rooms, but even as Xin Xiao lay down, he couldn't shake the feeling that unseen eyes were fixed on him.
It gnawed at the edges of his awareness, making him restless. As night fell, the Monaco F1 racetrack lit up in a dazzling display of lights and energy.
The roar of engines and the cheers of the crowd created an electrifying atmosphere that swept through the air.
"Wow, this place is amazing,"
Darcy exclaimed, clutching Jane's hand as her eyes sparkled with excitement. Even Xin Xiao, despite his unease, couldn't help but be moved by the vibrant energy of the event. Taking a deep breath, he let himself be drawn into the moment. But just then, a shadow zipped past them at an astonishing speed, its movement so quick and fleeting that it almost seemed like a phantom.
Xin Xiao's instincts kicked in immediately.
Without hesitation, he pursued the figure, with Thor and the others following close behind. The shadow darted through the racetrack's corridors, appearing and disappearing as if toying with them. Its movements were fluid and calculated, teasing its pursuers. Relying on his agility and keen senses, Xin Xiao managed to keep up, gradually closing the distance. Finally, the shadow stopped in a secluded corner, turning to face them.
Xin Xiao's eyes widened in surprise as the figure's face came into view.
"Loki," he exclaimed, disbelief etched across his expression. Standing before him was none other than the god of mischief himself, Loki of Asgard. Loki's lips curled into a sly smile, his expression brimming with amusement.
Well, fancy meeting you all here. How delightful."
Xin Xiao's guard went up immediately, his mind racing with questions.
"What are you doing here? What do you want?" he demanded.
Loki chuckled lightly, his eyes glinting with mischief.
"Oh, I'm just here for a bit of fun.
And to see how you mortals embarrass yourselves at an F1 racetrack." Xin Xiao felt a surge of anger rise within him. He had no intention of letting Loki toy with them like this. Just as he was about to make a move, Thor stepped forward and stopped him.
"Don't be rash.
Let's figure out what he's after first," Thor said in a low voice. Loki watched them with a smirk, his gaze filled with disdain.
"You think you can stop me? I am Loki, Prince of Asgard.
You earthlings are nothing but ants beneath my feet." Xin Xiao clenched his fists, silently vowing to make Loki pay for his arrogance. He wouldn't let the trickster continue to wreak havoc unchecked. Before the tension could escalate further, the thunderous roar of engines filled the air as F1 cars sped past the track, their sheer speed creating a whirlwind.
Loki's expression shifted slightly, a flicker of curiosity crossing his face.
He seemed genuinely intrigued by the spectacle. Well, this race does seem rather entertaining. I think I'll stay and enjoy it," Loki said with a smirk, turning toward the racetrack. Xin Xiao and the others exchanged glances, silently agreeing to follow him. They knew this encounter with Loki was far from over. What lay ahead was anyone's guess, but one thing was certain, the confrontation was only just beginning. The Hotel de Paris Monte Carlo in Monaco stood as an undeniable symbol of luxury and elegance. It was the crown jewel of Monaco's hospitality scene, and for this year's F1 event, the Monaco royal family had entirely reserved the hotel. Only the wealthiest elites, high-profile team owners, and influential figures attending the race were granted access. Beyond the exclusive accommodations, the hotel also featured a high-level bar with breathtaking views of most of the racetrack, making it the perfect spot for spectators. When Tony Stark finally arrived, Xin Xiao was at the bar, deep in conversation with Justin Hammer. Meanwhile, Darcy and Jane sat by the window with Thor, happily indulging in an assortment of exquisite dishes. "Hey, Tony! Finally, you're here. We've been talking about you for half the day." Justin Hammer's sharp eyes zeroed in on Tony the moment he stepped into the hotel with Pepper Potts. Hammer wasted no time rushing over to greet him. "Oh, and how could I forget you, dear Miss Potts? Congratulations on becoming the CEO of Stark Industries." Justin Hammer eagerly performed a cheeky cheek kiss with Pepper before draping an arm around Tony's shoulder. Pepper, ever composed, responded with a polite smile, keeping her social grace intact. Tony, on the other hand, looked visibly annoyed, quickly brushing off Hammer's arm without so much as a glance, before striding directly toward Xin Xiao. "I seem to recall you telling me you weren't interested in racing. So, what's the deal with you showing up here with this guy?" Tony glanced at Hammer disdainfully. "Your taste in friends is really hitting rock bottom lately. Care to share a word?" "Sure," Xin Xiao replied, picking up 2 freshly prepared cocktails from the bartender. He gestured toward an unoccupied spot by the window and began walking over. "We're not done talking yet," Justin Hammer protested from behind. "I'll return him to you later," Tony said dismissively, patting Hammer on the shoulder playfully. "Why don't you sit, have a drink, and check out the ladies in the room?" "Fine, whatever. I've got a date with a reporter anyway," Hammer muttered under his breath as he reached for his cocktail only to find it gone. "Hey! That was my drink." As they sat down, Tony wasted no time venting his frustration. "Why are you hanging out with that clown? I hate that guy. Just seeing his face reminds me of the time when I was a kid and dropped my apple pie into the gorilla enclosure at the zoo, only to see it stomped into oblivion by a giant ape." Xin Zhao's mind immediately conjured up the mental image, and he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Oh man, that's a sight I can't unsee now. Damn it, I swear, that's why I never eat apple pie anymore. And that guy? He's been pestering me to endorse some knockoff armor suit he's working on. Wants to humiliate me publicly with it at your expo. Can you believe he offered me $350 million for the stunt? Ha! He must hate you as much as he hates me. Tony, being no stranger to backroom deals and government bureaucracy, saw through the scheme immediately. They can't beat me directly, can't build anything decent, so they think they can buy you off? Damn! That makes your job sound as respectable as a blonde in Amsterdam's red light district. You're not seriously considering it, are you? Not yet. I told him to send me the contract first. When he does, though, why don't you have your legal team take a look? And I'm wondering, if I accidentally crush a few of those suits during the demonstration, would that void the contract? Xin Xiao said with a smirk. Tony's eyes lit up, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Oh, I suddenly have so many fun ideas. The two leaned in, exchanging hushed words and occasional sinister smiles that could make anyone nearby feel a chill. In the original events of Iron Man 2, Tony Stark's palladium poisoning led to his reckless and self-destructive behavior, including handing over Stark Industries' chairmanship to Pepper Potts and impulsively racing in Monaco. But with the butterfly effect of Qin Zhao's arrival, Tony had already upgraded his arc reactor, eliminating the threat of palladium poisoning. Yet, his personality remained the same, forever restless, always drawn to the unexpected. Managing the company still bored him, so Pepper naturally took over the reins while Tony remained glued to his lab, tinkering with his suits. Some things about Tony Stark would never change. For example, what he said next. I've got to go, it's my turn to take the wheel. Our driver hasn't won a championship in 5 years, hasn't even made it to the podium. I'm going to show him what racing really looks like. Oh, and don't tell Pepper before I swap places with the driver. Tony said, standing up and sneaking a nervous glance around the room to make sure Pepper wasn't watching. Then, he quickly hurried off. Tony! Be careful! Xin Xiao called after him, a knowing smile on his face.
Meanwhile, in the staff rest area of a certain racing team, Ivan Vanko sat silently, a matchstick clenched between his teeth.
For the past 6 months, he had meticulously prepared for this moment. Not only had he successfully replicated the arc reactor, but he had also tailored his plans specifically for this race. He had studied Tony Stark for a long time and noticed one key detail: Tony attended this race every year, often posing for photos with the team after the race. This was his chance, his opportunity to settle the score for his father, who had died in Siberia, tormented by cold, illness, and the injustice of losing everything to the Stark family. Ivan was determined to avenge his father and himself for decades of suffering. To him, Stark Industries' wealth and the title of Iron Man were stolen legacies built on his father's genius. As Ivan's mind replayed the haunting memory of his father's dying gaze, the TV screen in the corner suddenly shifted to the Stark racing team. Ivan's eyes snapped to the screen, narrowing as he saw Tony Stark himself don a racing suit and climb into one of the cars. The camera caught Tony waving confidently to the crowd, while the team's original driver angrily threw his helmet to the ground.
A show off to the very end, huh? Then I'll deal with you right here on the racetrack, Iron Man, huh?
Ivan muttered, his lips curling into a sneer as he watched Tony's smug expression on the screen.
Pulling down the collar of his shirt, Ivan revealed the faint blue glow of his own arc reactor.
Bathed in its eerie light, he let out a maniacal laugh that echoed through the room.
His moment was coming, and he was ready. Tony Stark's impulsive stunt left Pepper Potts completely flustered, unsure of what to do.
Meanwhile, the live broadcast of the event ignited the passion of the crowd. Spectators and media alike erupted in cheers, their excitement contagious. Even the reporter who had been in the middle of an interview with Justin Hammer abandoned her post to rush toward the nearest screen, her eyes glued to the footage of Tony Stark waving enthusiastically at the cameras. She was already brainstorming how to secure an exclusive interview with him. Such was the magnetic charisma of Tony Stark, his mere presence guaranteed headlines. Justin Hammer, on the other hand, looked utterly defeated, his expression as sour as if he'd swallowed something rotten. Earlier, he had learned from Pepper that the reporter had once had an intimate exchange with Tony Stark. Hammer had been eagerly plotting to charm the fiery journalist himself, hoping to score a personal victory over Tony on a different battlefield. He had even gone so far as to prepare enhancements for the occasion.
But now,
Hammer angrily downed a large glass of alcohol, yanking at his tie in frustration.
Then, as if struck by lightning, his attention was entirely captured by the TV screen. His eyes widened, unable to look away.
On the screen was a rugged man with a distinctly Slavic appearance, wearing a mechanic's uniform and casually chewing on a matchstick.
The man had just climbed over the barricades from the pit lane onto the racetrack itself.
The race was already underway, with F1 cars hurtling around the track at speeds exceeding 300 km per hour.
One wrong move, and he could be pulverized by an oncoming car.
Yet the man showed no fear.
Instead, he nonchalantly flicked his wrists, revealing 2 electrified whips. With a dramatic flourish, he opened his orange mechanic's jacket, exposing a glowing blue arc reactor embedded in his chest.
Energy surged through the crude wiring on his body, powering the whips in his hands. The flimsy uniform disintegrated into ash, carried away by the wind. Sparks crackled along the whips as the man dragged them across the ground, carving deep grooves into the track.
"Oh my God, this is exactly what I've been waiting for!"
Justin Hammer exclaimed, leaping to his feet. The arc reactor, the key to solving the world's energy crisis, was something Justin had long coveted. Rumor had it that Elon Musk had once offered a massive share of his company to Tony Stark in exchange for the technology, promising to use it only in his electric cars, yet Tony had refused. Hammer's own military projects had also stalled at this stage. Even after stripping his exosuits of all weapons and filling them with the most advanced batteries available, they couldn't lift a suit an inch off the ground, let alone sustain combat operations. Now, here was another seemingly advanced arc reactor, powering weapons that radiated raw, destructive energy. Hammer could almost see the future of his company reflected in those whips, and he grinned with unrestrained glee. While Justin Hammer was lost in his excitement, Xin Xiao, standing on the hotel rooftop, was gritting his teeth in frustration as he watched the scene unfold.
The audacity of this villain.
Strutting onto the racetrack with such arrogance, dodging roaring cars without a hint of panic, a matchstick in his mouth like some cinematic anti-hero. It was as if he were straight out of a Hong Kong action film. Xin Xiao spat angrily over the edge of the rooftop, his hand instinctively brushing against his nose bridge and eyes. He couldn't help but recall his last disastrous attempt at showing off in Mexico, or a rocket launcher had smashed into his face after just a few seconds of bravado. The searing pain from that encounter was still a vivid memory.
"You're a villain. Why are you acting so cocky?"
Xin Xiao muttered furiously, his eyes darting around the rooftop for something to vent his frustration on.
Ivan Vanko's dramatic entrance drew gasps of astonishment from the elite crowd in the Hotel de Paris bar.
The spectacle reached its climax when the electrified whips in Vanko's hands sliced an oncoming F1 car cleanly in two, sending debris scattering across the track.
Chaos erupted as the audience realized the severity of the situation. At that moment, Happy Hogan burst into action, grabbing the Mark V suitcase armor and hustling Pepper Potts into a car.
They raced toward the track, knowing full well that the man with the arc reactor in his chest was undoubtedly targeting Tony Stark. Thor, who had been enjoying his meal with Jane and Darcy, stood up abruptly when he saw what was happening on the screen.
"Thor, where are you going?" Jane called out in alarm. "You said that man is after Qin Zhao's friend, didn't you?"
"Qin Zhao is nowhere to be found, I must help protect his friend," Thor declared, and without waiting for a response, he dashed out, leaving Jane calling after him in vain. On the racetrack, Tony Stark's car had already come into Ivan Vanko's view. With a wicked grin, Vanko shifted his stance and lashed out with a whip. The electrified weapon sliced through Tony's car with surgical precision, severing the front half. Tony, still strapped into the remaining half of the car, was violently flung into the air, spinning several times before crashing back onto the ground. Dazed but alive, Tony struggled to free himself from the wreckage as Vanko began his slow, menacing approach. Behind Vanko, several F1 cars swerved to avoid the chaos, but the abrupt maneuvers caused a chain reaction of crashes. Explosions erupted, and flaming debris rained down. Yet, Vanko walked through the carnage unscathed, indifferent to the chaos behind him. His focus was entirely on Tony. As he drew closer, he deliberately cracked his whips against the ground, creating arcs of energy that left scorch marks on the track. It was a calculated move to intimidate Tony further. But just as Vanko raised his whips to strike, a sudden, piercing sound cut through the air. He instinctively turned his head, only to be met with a blur of motion.
Boom! Something slammed into his face with tremendous force, sending him flying backward.
His body crashed into the protective fencing at the side of the track, and his head lolled to the side as he lost consciousness. On the rooftop of the Hotel de Paris, Qin Zhao clenched his fists in triumph, a victorious grin spreading across his face.
"Oh, yes," he exclaimed, pumping his fist in the air. The sudden turn of events left the spectators utterly confused, completely in the dark about what had just happened.
But Tony saw everything clearly, because right now, Qin Zhao was standing on the rooftop, waving at him with half a PVC pipe he had apparently yanked out from some ventilation system.
Tony shook his head with a sigh. He had thought his carefully designed portable armor would finally get its moment to shine, but once again, he had to rely on that guy to save the day. Well, that's what happens when you're not wearing the suit. Your combat ability takes a nosedive.
Sitting amidst the wreckage of his demolished racing car, Tony took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. Suddenly, boom, the ground beside him cracked as Qin Zhao leaped down from the rooftop, landing gracefully next to him like a bolt of lightning.
Whoa! The crowd on either side of the racetrack erupted into frenzied cheers.
Many of them were fans of the Qin Zhao and Tony Stark pairing, and seeing the two of them together again sent the audience into a euphoric frenzy.
The scene was bordering on deafening chaos. "Get up already. There's a whole crowd up there screaming your name."
"Don't tell me you pissed your pants from fear," Qin Zhao teased, extending his hand to Tony with a sly grin. "Oh, by the way, I tore down a few PVC pipes from up there.
If they try to make me pay for it, I'm not covering the cost."
Tony rolled his eyes but took Qin Zhao's hand, letting him pull him to his feet. Just as Tony dusted himself off, a loud screech of tires heralded the arrival of Happy Hogan, who skidded to a stop in a car with Pepper Potts in the passenger seat. The two of them looked at Qin Zhao standing there, then at Tony, who seemed relatively unharmed, and let out a collective sigh of relief.
"Next time, maybe take this with you into the shower, boss," Happy quipped as he tossed Tony the Mark V suitcase armor, a smirk playing on his face. "I'll seriously consider it.
Can't keep letting this guy steal my thunder every time. What a shame for my first racing experience,"
Tony muttered, grabbing the suitcase.
His gaze drifted toward the unconscious Ivan Vanko, a glint of curiosity and concern flashing in his eyes. The appearance of another functional arc reactor, seemingly as advanced as his own, had shaken Tony deeply. He prided himself on the security of his technology. There was no way it could have been reverse-engineered so quickly. He needed to figure out how Vanko's reactor differed from his own. Just as Tony was lost in thought, Ivan Vanko suddenly staggered to his feet, his movements unsteady but menacing. With a flick of his wrist, he lashed one of his electrified whips. The crackling energy whip tore through Happy's car, slicing it cleanly in half and separating the back seat, where Pepper was seated, from the front.
Ah!
Pepper let out a blood-curdling scream as the crowd gasped in horror.
Tony's face, however, lit up with excitement.
Finally, my turn, Tony said with a grin.
Protect them.
I'll handle this guy. He turned to Qin Xiao, who was still clutching his PVC pipe.
Next time, try to find a metal pipe or something.
Qin Xiao shrugged, slightly annoyed.
Hey, I was in a rush, okay? Finding something that even worked was hard enough. Who knew this guy would get back up so fast? What's he made of, anyway? Tony didn't respond.
Instead, he placed the Mark V suitcase on the ground, stepped on the activation plate, and pulled the handle.
In an instant, the armor unfolded and locked into place around him.
The sleek metal suit extended and covered his entire body, completing the transformation in seconds. With the suit fully powered up, Tony's faceplate lit up with a faint white glow. He took a step forward, effortlessly kicking aside the half-destroyed car blocking his path.
Vanko, meanwhile, was clearly weakened.
The earlier whip strike had been a reflexive attack, his head was spinning, his vision blurry, and he was barely able to stay on his feet. Tony raised his palm, preparing to fire his repulsor at full power to finish the fight.
But before he could, someone leaped over the 2-meter-high fence behind Vanko, holding a brick. The figure used the fence as a springboard, launching themselves into the air.
As they descended toward the ground, they swung the brick with full force, smashing it onto Vanko's head. The impact was brutal, the brick shattered into pieces, and Vanko, already teetering, collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Tony froze mid-motion, his raised hand still glowing faintly as the repulsor remained unused. He stared at the new arrival, who stood tall and proud, brushing off his hands.
I didn't know you were here.
Ran all this way, but at least it wasn't for nothing.
To defeat an enemy, you must ensure they are completely incapacitated, otherwise, you risk being caught off guard, the newcomer said with a tone of authority.
Then, with a flourish, he added, Greetings, Tin Man. I am Thor, son of Odin and friend of Qin Xiao.
You don't need to thank me. Tony's repulsor dimmed as he lowered his hand, staring blankly at the sky.
I wasn't planning to thank you, he muttered.
I was just wondering what the hell I put this armor on for. When the police arrived, Ivan Vanko was still unconscious, his arc reactor already crushed into fragments by Tony.
The race had been completely halted, and a swarm of reporters flooded the track, their cameras trained on Qin Xiao and Tony. It's such an honor to see you both together again, defeating a criminal armed with high-tech weaponry.
Could I ask you two to strike a victory pose for our magazine cover? Maybe a classic peace sign this time?
The reporter at the front of the pack was nearly trembling with excitement. She was a self-proclaimed CP fan of the duo, and the last time her magazine had featured a composite photo of them together, it had become a sensation. This time, she wanted a real picture, a genuine one. The thought alone sent her into a frenzy of joy. Completely oblivious to the dark expressions on both their faces, the reporter pulled out a small camera from her bag.
Without even waiting for their consent, she began an enthusiastic countdown. Come on, peace sign. Thank you. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Cheese.
What she captured instead was the two of them flipping her the bird in perfect synchronization, their middle fingers raised proudly toward the camera. Bitch, they both shouted in unison, their voices echoing across the track. Ivan Vanko remained unconscious in his hospital bed for 3 full days, showing no signs of waking up anytime soon. The race at Monaco had ended in chaos, with no clear resolution.
Exhausted from being hounded by reporters, both Qin Xiao and Tony Stark couldn't be bothered to maintain their public image.
One utilized his enhanced jumping ability to leap between rooftops, while the other took to his suit's flight mode, both vanishing from view in a matter of moments, leaving a trail of fractured rooftops in their wake.
Later that evening, off the coast of Monaco, aboard a luxurious yacht,
Pepper Potts, now fully immersed in her role as the CEO of Stark Industries, had been overwhelmed by the mountain of chaos Tony had left behind in the company. She was constantly traveling, spinning like a top to keep things running. The moment the race ended, she and Happy Hogan, now her personal driver and bodyguard, had flown off, leaving Tony behind to brood in frustration. Of course, Tony's irritation stemmed less from her absence and more from the scene in front of him, two couples cozying up together. Though Jane and Thor were in a legitimate romantic relationship, Tony couldn't help but mentally label them as part of the sickeningly sweet couples club.
Sheen, you really should have told me you were bringing a date today.
If I'd known, I would have invited a few charming ladies myself to keep things lively. Tony complained, his tone dripping with mock indignation as he glanced at Darcy sitting snugly beside Qin Xiao. At first, everything had been fine. Qin Xiao had introduced Darcy, they'd chatted about Asgard, Jane's astrophysics research, and other casual topics. But as the conversation wound down and everyone began to relax, the occasional displays of affection between the couples started to get under Tony's skin. "That's your problem," Qin Xiao replied, raising an eyebrow as he sipped his drink. "You used to invite girls without caring whether they came with dates or not. Speaking of which, you really haven't had anyone by your side lately.
What's going on?"
Qin Xiao furrowed his brow, genuinely thinking about it. Ever since the ironmonger incident, it seemed like Tony had been keeping his distance from the female socialites who used to flock around him.
You're not falling for me, are you?
Oh, God, strike this creepy old man down with a bolt of lightning. I'm just a kid fresh out of university, and this pervert's almost 40. Qin Xiao shot Tony a disgusted look, feigning horror.
**T.
My orientation is perfectly normal, thank you very much. Tony snapped, his face turning uncharacteristically flustered.
I've just been busy.
Between upgrading the arc reactor, working on my suits, and joining your little costume-wearing club, I've had my hands full.
Qin Xiao smirked, clearly amused at Tony's uncharacteristic defensiveness.
Something's off with you, Tony, he said, raising his glass for another sip.
Come on, tell me, what's going on? Got a secret you can't share? You're insane, Tony retorted, though his tone lacked its usual bite. After a moment, he sighed and muttered, "It's about Pepper, you know, the two of us."
Go on, Qin Xiao prompted, leaning forward with genuine curiosity. We're not officially together, but there's something there. I want to make it official, but we've both been so busy lately.
Tony's voice trailed off, a rare trace of vulnerability surfacing.
For all his bravado, the truth was that Tony Stark, the playboy billionaire who could have any woman he wanted, didn't know how to approach the one he truly cared about. Despite knowing that Pepper reciprocated his feelings, he couldn't bring himself to take that critical step.
Qin Xiao tilted his head, recalling the movies.
It was true Tony and Pepper's relationship had always been complicated. In Iron Man 1, they'd nearly kissed but were interrupted, and the moment was further derailed by the reporter questioning Tony about selling weapons to terrorists. Later, at the press conference, Tony had wanted to confess his feelings but couldn't muster the courage. It wasn't until Iron Man 2, after saving Pepper during a life-or-death crisis, that the two finally embraced on the rooftop, solidifying their relationship. Tony's outwardly carefree yet internally insecure nature clashed with Pepper's hesitations about his past playboy lifestyle, leaving both of them too hesitant to take the first step.
This wasn't something an outsider could easily meddle in. Tonight, Tony seemed destined to drown his frustrations in silence. 3 days later, Ivan Vanko finally woke up in his hospital bed. Not long after, Qin Xiao and Tony Stark paid him a visit.
I saw the earliest blueprints.
They had Anton Vanko's name on them, your father?
Tony began, breaking the silence as Ivan refused to speak. You're not worthy of saying that name, Ivan replied coldly, his tone calm but cutting.
Your family are thieves, robbers. Everything you have now should have belonged to the Vanko family.
It was your father who wanted to profit off it, Tony shot back.
He wanted to turn it into a weapon. My father stopped him.
Anton Vanko made his own mistakes. The two fell silent, glaring at each other. Both understood that this wasn't a matter of right or wrong, it was far more complicated than that.
The conversation was ultimately pointless.
After a long pause, Ivan suddenly broke into a deranged grin. You've already lost, Stark. You lost from the very beginning.
Ha ha ha.
He laughed so hard he struggled to breathe, his handcuffs clanging loudly against the bed frame. Qin Xiao and Tony exchanged a look, the former scratching his head awkwardly.
What's wrong with him?
I only hit him with a PVC pipe. Sure, I threw it pretty hard, but come on, did Thor smack him into stupidity afterward?
Hey, what are you laughing at?
Qin Xiao asked, his tone half joking, half serious.
Ivan's laughter grew louder.
You should ask Stark, ask him how painful palladium poisoning is when it kills you.
Ha ha ha. Palladium poisoning? Qin Xiao turned to Tony with a look of exaggerated concern. Tony, is this true? Why didn't you tell me sooner? We could have figured something out together. What now? Should we see a doctor? There's got to be a solution, right? Oh, my God.
Xin Zhao's over-the-top performance was so ridiculous that even Tony, who had intended to play along, couldn't hold back. He shoved Xin Zhao aside with a groan.
Your acting is atrocious.
I've seen 100-year-old Broadway performances more natural than that.
It's disgusting. Really? That bad?
Xin Zhao feigned disappointment.
I read an actor prepares, you know? I thought I did pretty well.
What do you think, Ivan? He asked, flashing a cheeky grin at the restrained man. Ivan simply laughed harder, his deranged cackles echoing through the hospital room. As Xin Zhao and Tony Stark exited the hospital, they could still hear Ivan Vanko's furious shouts, a chaotic mix of Russian and English curse words reverberating through the walls. The man's anger was so intense it seemed as though it might bring the hospital down around him. The police officer stationed outside looked visibly nervous, glancing at Xin Zhao and Tony as though the two of them had done something outrageous to provoke the prisoner. In reality, what gnawed Ivan Vanko the most wasn't that Tony had escaped the fate of palladium poisoning, but the revelation that Howard Stark had, decades ago, already laid the groundwork for creating a new element that greatly enhanced the arc reactor's efficiency. Learning this shattered Ivan's belief that his father, Anton Vanko, was the sole genius behind the reactor's design. To Ivan, it felt as though his father had truly lost to Howard Stark in a battle of minds, a bitter reality he couldn't bear to accept. It's a common flaw in human nature. Those who are cast aside often attribute all the achievements in a situation to themselves, dismissing the contributions of others as worthless. Ivan had grown up believing that Howard Stark was nothing more than a self-serving businessman, undeserving of the title of scientist. In his mind, all of Stark's accomplishments were stolen from his father and other brilliant minds. So when Tony revealed the truth about the new element, Ivan's world was turned upside down, leaving him seething with humiliation and rage. Tony, that guy is like a walking arc reactor now. You've got no idea how many people are watching him and by extension, watching you. Your precious tech could fall into the wrong hands at any moment, Xin Zhao said as the two of them stood near the hospital, gazing out at the sea. His tone carried a rare seriousness. This wasn't something Xin Zhao said lightly. From the beginning, he had believed his greatest advantage was his foresight, his supposed omniscience. Even though he had seen the Loki trailer before crossing over, learning about the existence of the Time Variance Authority, TVA, he had always trusted the system to shield him from their detection. But the Ancient One's remarks had shaken his confidence, forcing him to rethink his approach. He no longer sought to deliberately alter the story's trajectory, but neither would he blindly follow the script. Instead, he would act as he pleased, letting events unfold naturally. The butterfly's wings had already begun to flutter. If that was the case, then he might as well let it dance freely. And so, when Ivan Vanko was left behind in the hospital, Xin Zhao couldn't ignore the fact that, according to the original plot, Justin Hammer was supposed to break him out. Standing as a friend to Tony, Xin Zhao chose to issue a small warning, knowing full well that Vanko's primary target was Stark.
Should we notify Nick Fury and let him handle it? Tony asked, his tone measured as he mulled over the suggestion. To be honest, I trust Nick Fury to protect the world.
But don't forget, Tony, he answers to the World Security Council. Those politicians have been eyeing your suits for years, Xin Zhao replied. The two of them had discussed this topic before, back during their trip to the Middle East. At the time, they had even joked about forming a secret organization, one that would operate independently of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers to handle situations where official channels might be obstructed. On a grand scale, it was about protecting the world with fewer constraints. On a smaller scale, it was about taking care of things like wiping out the 10 Rings or Xin Zhao's solo takedown of the drug cartels in Mexico. Though, in that case, Xin Zhao had been more motivated by money. Actually, I've already thought of a name for it, Tony said with a sly grin, pulling out his phone.
Displayed on the screen was an app titled Illuminati. *, this is a nod to the Easter egg in Iron Man 2.
Since Marvel never followed up on it, we'll take the liberty of filling in the gaps here, though the members will differ from the comics, as this is the MCU *.
Oh?
Xin Zhao raised an eyebrow, intrigued.
I haven't finished developing it yet.
It's essentially a mix of a secure messaging and task-sharing app. The idea is to report crises, upload tasks, and resolve them locally, all while maintaining confidentiality, Tony explained. Xin Zhao, who had initially planted the seed of this idea to lay the groundwork for a future independent Avengers, found his perspective shifting after witnessing the carnage in the Middle East. He had come to believe that some organizations and individuals could only be dealt with using extreme measures. His meeting with the Ancient One had only added more layers to his thoughts.
But for now, those considerations were secondary. What mattered was that he and Tony had reached an agreement. Guess I'll add Ivan Vanko's name to the list now, Tony said, opening the app. You might as well put an X over his name.
He's not making it past tomorrow, Xin Xiao said, turning to glance at the hospital. The moment the words left his mouth, a massive explosion rocked the hospital. The sheer force of the blast was enough to blow the multi-story building in half, sending debris and shockwaves cascading through the entire street. Acting on instinct, Xin Xiao turned and shielded Tony, using his body to block the flying steel, concrete, and other deadly projectiles. While the fragments were stopped, the two of them were still caught off guard by the shockwave, which hurled them into the sea.
Put!
Xin Xiao surfaced, dragging Tony up with him.
Both of them spat out mouthfuls of seawater as they treaded water. Behind them, the hospital had completely collapsed, its remains leaning precariously against a neighboring building.
Dust filled the air as car alarms blared incessantly, and cries for help echoed from the rubble. Let's rescue them first, Tony said, his voice heavy with guilt. The look in his eyes made it clear he was already blaming himself for the incident, as he always did when lives were lost. Xin Xiao gave him a sidelong glance but said nothing. He swam over to their now sinking car, punched through the trunk, and retrieved Tony's Mark V armor. With the suit's built-in scanning capabilities and Xin Xiao's superhuman strength, the two of them worked alongside emergency responders to pull survivors from the wreckage.
52 seriously injured, 37 dead.
Among the casualties were a pregnant woman and 5 children. And there's one person unaccounted for, Tony reported grimly, his face dark with anger and guilt.
Xin Xiao's expression mirrored Tony's.
Seeing such numbers in the news was one thing, they were just cold statistics. But witnessing the loss of life firsthand, especially the deaths of children, hit with a force that was hard to bear.
Ivan Vanko?
Xin Xiao said without hesitation.
With only one person missing, there was no doubt in his mind who it had to be. As Xin Xiao finished his call with Natasha Romanoff, Black Widow, he leaned back in his chair, his mind heavy with thought.
The chaos caused by the hospital explosion had prompted him and Tony to suspect that Justin Hammer wasn't involved, but Xin Xiao had asked Natasha to investigate just to be certain.
The results? Exactly as expected.
Hammer's activities were clean, no suspicious contacts, no unusual financial movements. Justin Hammer's side is perfectly normal, Natasha had confirmed.
There's no evidence connecting him to this incident.
Your suspicions were correct, he's not involved.
Got it. Thanks, Natasha.
Looks like we don't need to pay him any more attention, Xin Xiao replied. The French agents are already mobilized, Natasha continued.
If the perpetrators leave France, we'll know immediately.
Be careful, these enemies are ruthless, highly trained, and won't hesitate to kill.
Stay sharp. You be careful too. Finish the mission and come back quickly.
I'll see you in New York, Xin Xiao said, his tone steady.
See you in New York, Natasha ended the call.
Xin Xiao set his phone down, his brow furrowed in deep thought.
If it wasn't Justin Hammer, then who was behind this? Who had the resources, the motive, and the audacity to orchestrate such a massive operation, activating what should have been a deeply buried secret?
A sudden knock at the door broke Xin Xiao's train of thought. He stood up and opened it to find Tony Stark already letting himself in. Tony made a beeline for the counter, poured himself a large glass of water, and downed it in one gulp before exhaling loudly. A cop finally woke up, Tony began, his voice tinged with urgency. He said there were 5 intruders, 3 white men, one of them a woman, a black man, and another man of dark complexion. Their speed was incredible, their strength was beyond anything he'd ever seen. He fired 4 shots at them, and not a single bullet landed. Tony paused, his eyes narrowing as he turned to face Xin Xiao. From the way he described them, they sound a lot like you, Xin.
5 super soldiers. Remember what happened in Mexico? That guy with the metal arm? I think they're connected.
A hidden, powerful organization, one that has drug cartels, super soldiers, and probably a team of brilliant scientists working for them. As Tony mentioned the man with the metal arm, Bucky Barnes, Xin Xiao's mind immediately flashed to relevant scenes. 5 super soldiers, Hydra, the Siberian base. It all started to click. If Hydra had activated the 5 super soldiers in Siberia but hadn't brought Bucky into play, then this wasn't Alexander Pierce pulling the strings. Hydra, as its name suggested, had many heads.
Pierce was just one of them. Could it be Baron Strucker?
Strucker, who had used the Mind Stone to create Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver, had long operated in Europe.
Was he the one behind this? Xin Zhao's thoughts spiraled, a tangled mess of conjectures and possibilities.
Despite his increased strength and abilities, he felt powerless in the face of Hydra's vast network. Knowing the movie plots gave him some insight, but he had no clue where Hydra's bases were hidden, let alone how to track them down. Meanwhile, in Washington, D.C., at the World Security Council headquarters, Alexander Pierce sat in his office, his usual composure shattered by rage.
Francis, that idiot! Who told him to activate the Siberian base without authorization?
That was one of our trump cards.
Damn fool!
Pierce slammed his hand on the desk, his anger palpable.
Now all of Europe is crawling with SHIELD agents. He's going to get us all killed. You'd better be careful too, Strucker.
Across from him, Baron Strucker's voice remained calm, almost indifferent.
Relax, my old friend.
You're the head of the World Security Council.
Most of the agents in SHIELD are loyal to you. What do I have to fear?
Strucker wasn't wrong. Hydra had deeply infiltrated SHIELD, and most of its agents unknowingly served Hydra's interests. Without the Avengers to expose them yet, Hydra operated in the shadows unchallenged.
You think Nick Fury's an idiot? Pierce snapped. I know him, he's not so easily fooled. Who knows what cards he's still holding? Our Insight program, that's the real priority right now.
If we're exposed, the entire world will come down on us. If it comes to that, I'll quietly step down as director and bide my time, Strucker replied, his tone finally serious. We've waited this long for the perfect opportunity to realize our ideals.
This isn't the time to make reckless moves.
Perhaps it was Pierce's combination of desk slamming and stern logic, but Strucker seemed genuinely persuaded.
I understand the gravity of the situation. As for the arc reactor, I'll admit, it's tempting. I've thought about it myself. But now isn't the time. I'll have my men go underground, avoid provoking SHIELD, and focus all efforts on locating Francis. We'll clean up this mess and ensure our safety.
Pierce's fury began to subside, replaced by a cold determination.
If he's exposed, I'll eliminate him myself.
For the safety of Hydra, for its glory.
Hail Hydra!
Hail Hydra, Strucker echoed. At a golf course in New York, Justin Hammer stood on the green, bent over in frustration as he swung his club with unnecessary force.
Damn it, he cursed. The escape of Ivan Vanko, the golden goose he thought was within his grasp, had left him seething.
He had spent a small fortune greasing palms at the police station and prison, preparing to extract Vanko the moment he was incarcerated.
And now? Nothing. A complete waste of time and money.
Take it easy, Justin, a calm voice called out as a middle-aged man approached.
Golf is supposed to be a gentleman's sport. You can't treat it like you're swinging at Tony Stark's head. Sometimes, too much force gets you nowhere.
Hammer turned to face the man, his scowl deepening.
Senator Stern. A week ago, you were pressuring me to speed up the development of the suits. Now you're acting all carefree? What gives? Stern, unbothered by Hammer's foul mood, offered a toothy grin.
I've been in the Senate long enough to learn a valuable lesson. The world today thrives on collaboration.
Like you and me, for example. The armor project is no different. Anger won't solve anything. Let me introduce you to someone, Francis Aubrey.
Stern stepped aside, revealing a sharply dressed man in his 50s, his hair meticulously groomed. Francis is one of the most well-connected aristocrats in Europe, Stern continued. His influence extends across stocks, political elections, and major energy projects. Whatever you need, he can make it happen, including rescuing a genius from Siberia during the Monaco chaos. Stern smiled again, his yellowed teeth glinting in the sunlight. In European high society, especially among the old aristocratic circles, the concept of pure bloodline is regarded with obsessive reverence.
Justin Hammer was well aware of this.
He knew that many of these old European nobles preferred to hide away in their ancient castles, upholding the most traditional codes of etiquette. To them, the so-called new nobles with less pure bloodlines were nothing but inferior beings, unworthy of their respect. Some even looked down on the British royal family. Over the years, numerous vampire-themed literary works and films had drawn inspiration from these relics of the past. These aristocrats, however, controlled vast and critical resources across Europe. Yet Justin Hammer, being a quintessential American, cared little for such notions. Americans, after all, valued practicality and tangible benefits. To him, concepts like bloodline purity were nothing more than nonsense to be scoffed at. However, there was one thing Justin Hammer absolutely could not afford to give up: Ivan Vanko. The miniature arc reactor was his only chance to surpass Tony Stark and become a kingpin in the world of innovation.
He would never relinquish that opportunity.
Hammer put down his golf club and, with a slight bow, greeted the European aristocrat before him with impeccable manners. You must understand, our project has been progressing for quite some time now. We have access to the world's most advanced weaponry, sensor systems, and so on. The only thing we're missing is that little glowing light in Stark's chest. Senator Stern tapped his own chest with a finger, attempting to lighten the mood with what he thought was a witty joke. Then, leaning closer to Justin Hammer with a conspiratorial air, Stern continued, Francis here is very interested in the armored suits. Of course, he has no ambitions to compete for Defense Department contracts. He simply wants a few finished suits to arm his personal security detail. That said, there are plenty of other opportunities for collaboration. For instance, in the field of renewable energy. You see, people like Francis, that is, true aristocrats, don't like to step out into the spotlight. It's just not elegant. Justin Hammer, naturally, was intrigued by these potential partnerships. The applications of the miniature arc reactor were far too vast for it to be confined to the military-industrial domain. To do so would be a disservice to such a revolutionary invention. Thanks to Senator Stern's skillful mediation, Hammer and Francis soon began an enthusiastic discussion. Negotiations for future collaborations would progress step by step, but for today, Francis's people were set to escort Ivan Vanko to Hammer Industries. Of course, the arc reactor's technology would remain off-limits. Francis's people would be present to ensure Hammer didn't try to steal any secrets from Vanko. Once the dust settled, Francis planned to invest in a renewable energy company in the US, with Hammer fronting the operation and transforming it into one of the largest energy companies in the world. The generous terms were impossible for Hammer to refuse. As Hammer hurried off to prepare for Vanko's arrival, Francis turned to Senator Stern and remarked, "You've picked quite the pawn. Ambitious, but not particularly clever. Having him as the public face is a solid choice. I'll be counting on you to look after my interests here." Stern burst into laughter. "Pierce is scouring the globe for you right now. If he knew you were hiding right under his nose, he'd probably jump out of his office window in rage." Francis joined in the laughter, adding, "He can't afford to fail now. We still need him to push the Insight project forward." Installing a gun over everyone's heads, Dr. Zola truly was a genius. Such a plan to control the world's fate should belong to people like us, not conservative relics like Pierce, don't you agree? Francis's words had Stern grinning so broadly that even his molars were showing. The immense temptation of global domination left him no hesitation in betraying Alexander Pierce to collaborate with Francis. But Stern failed to notice the look of contempt in Francis's eyes as he laughed, a look reserved for someone he deemed a complete fool. Meanwhile, Hydra operatives had successfully delivered Ivan Vanko to Justin Hammer's company. Back in Monaco, Jean Shao and Tony Stark were still scouring the city for clues. Since the appearance of Vanko, or more precisely, the emergence of a second individual capable of building a miniature arc reactor, the pressure on Tony from the US government had only intensified. Initially, Tony's refusal to hand over his technology, combined with his confident assertion that no one else could replicate the arc reactor for years, had somewhat placated the government and military. After all, as long as the technology remained in the hands of an American, Tony Stark, it was still considered a national asset, albeit indirectly. However, the emergence of a second arc reactor builder, especially one now in the hands of unknown forces, had thrown that fragile piece into chaos. The fear that Russia could acquire such technology had rattled the US government. In the cinematic world, Russia was often portrayed as a looming threat, and this development only reinforced that narrative. Tony was now bombarded daily with calls from Pepper Potts and Rhodey, who relayed the mounting pressure from various agencies. "Tony, this can't go on. What's your plan?" Jean Shao asked, sprawled wearily on the hotel sofa. The past few days had been a relentless grind, chasing leads and searching for Vanko's whereabouts. Jean Shao had already sent Jane, Thor, and Darcy back home, leaving just him and Tony in Monaco. "I didn't have a clear plan before, but now I've got a new idea," Tony said, fresh off a call with Rhodey. "Rhodey's military, I trust him. If I give him a suit, it'll not only ease the government's pressure on me but also ensure the armor stays in safe hands. Plus, the Illuminati needs more members. Just the two of us? That's not nearly enough. Right now, we're so reliant on S.H.I.E.L.D. for intel that it's making us far too passive." "That's a solid plan," Jean Shao said, sitting up with newfound energy. "Honestly, we're just running in circles here. It'd be better to head back and regroup. With more resources at our disposal, we'll have a much better shot at finding them." "Exactly. That's what I was thinking too."
Those people who took Vanko can't just keep him hidden forever. The suits are what they're really after. I've already had JARVIS monitor the market for rare metals, including the raw materials needed for the arc reactor and armor fabrication. Unless they have their own mines and advanced smelting facilities, they'll have to make a move eventually. And when they do, I'll find them, Tony said, his confidence unwavering as determination gleamed in his eyes. Because these suits were meant for mass production, Justin Hammer's armor naturally couldn't be made entirely from expensive gold titanium alloys like Tony Stark's. Hammer Industries' warehouses were filled with various ordinary alloys enough for large-scale manufacturing. However, the miniature arc reactor required substantial amounts of palladium. To put this into perspective, even a single missile required at least 0.2 grams of this rare and valuable metal. Unfortunately for Hammer, his company didn't have a significant stockpile of palladium. More importantly, Ivan Vanko, while unable to create new elements like Tony had, was determined to push his arc reactor's performance as close to Tony's as possible. Just like in the movie, Vanko adjusted the reactor's RPM and upgraded its efficiency, which required even more palladium. Hammer's current inventory of palladium was barely enough to meet the demands of this year's weapons contracts for the Department of Defense. Thus, Justin Hammer began purchasing large quantities of palladium under the guise of his privately owned small companies. Despite his attempts to keep a low profile, spreading the purchases across multiple fronts, JARVIS, which had been monitoring the market closely, detected the activity almost immediately. It didn't take long for the true owner of these small companies to be traced back to Justin Hammer. Soon, data on Hammer Industries' palladium purchases over the last 5 years, their weapons contracts, and even their projected Department of Defense orders for the next year were laid out cleanly before Tony Stark. Justin Hammer, could it really be you? Tony muttered as he reviewed the data JARVIS had sent to his phone the previous day. No matter how he looked at it, Justin Hammer didn't seem like the type to have the guts for such a bold move. Hey! Fishfinder, what do you think? Qin Xiao called out, standing by the floor-to-ceiling glass wall, gazing at the fish swimming in the river below. Originally, the New York base was supposed to be located on a farm in the suburbs, but Qin Xiao, having donated $1 billion to the Avengers Initiative, had insisted on securing this underwater river base from Nick Fury. With his funds come with authority attitude, Qin Xiao argued that such a base was only appropriate for a secret organization with $1 billion budget. Indeed, it was all about style. For the sake of this style, Qin Xiao often mimicked Nick Fury, standing with his hands behind his back, staring out at the fish in complete silence. This habit earned him the nickname Fishfinder from Tony. What do I think? I'm not Yuan Fong. Let's wait for Natasha to return. She went to Hammer Industries for an interview today, Qin Xiao replied, rubbing his eyes as he walked back to the table and sat down. Who's Yuan Fong? Tony asked, pulling a bag of chips from who knows where and munching as he spoke. The Chinese Watson. He's solved countless big cases with the Chinese Sherlock Holmes. Speaking of Holmes, Tony, I just remembered a movie I watched, Detective More Holmes. The guy playing Sherlock in that movie looks a lot like you. Got any relatives in Hollywood acting in films? Tony raised an eyebrow but answered seriously, nope. You really should improve your taste in movies. If I haven't heard of it, it's gotta be a flop, Tony said confidently. Exactly. Especially that lead actor, what a clown. I've never seen a worse performance in my life, Qin Xiao added with a mischievous grin. Tony frowned, sensing something was off about the conversation, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Finally, he sighed and said, you need to see a doctor. Spending too much time around people is messing with your brain. Just as Qin Xiao was about to lob a retort, the base's door opened, and Natasha Romanoff walked in, wearing a striking red dress and carrying an air of composure. Qin Xiao immediately stepped forward, pulling out a chair for her and pouring her a glass of water. Ever since his chaotic days with Darcy and Monaco, he felt an odd pang of guilt whenever he saw Natasha. Look, my God. How can anyone be that gorgeous? I'll bet $1 that Justin Hammer is desperate to keep her as his personal secretary. Tony teased, though his admiration for Natasha's beauty was genuine. As a spy, Natasha was well aware of the Monaco incident, and though she didn't know the details of Qin Xiao's time there, she clearly had her suspicions. Still, she didn't press the matter, choosing instead to give Qin Xiao a pointed look before sitting down and taking a sip of water. Actually, I didn't see Hammer today, Natasha began, setting her glass down. But I spent the entire morning at his company and found quite a few things. Tony, do you have a layout of Hammer Tower? Tony quickly tapped away at his keyboard, pulling up the building schematics and angling the screen toward Natasha. Here. Natasha pointed to several areas on the basement level. These sections down here were originally designated as research labs for the military's armor project. Hammer Industries invested significant resources and personnel into these facilities. But just a few days ago, he abruptly evacuated everyone, his scientists, security, the whole lot, and declared these areas off limits. I managed to sweet-talk my way into the surveillance room with 2 cups of premium coffee and found that all footage of the basement's entrances, elevators, and parking lots from that day had been deleted. She folded her arms and continued, considering the company's JARVIS flagged for palladium purchases, I'm certain Hammer is building an arc reactor. Or, to be precise, Ivan Vanko is in Hammer Tower. The problem is, access to those areas now requires a special pass, and only Justin Hammer knows who holds the necessary permissions. Natasha's detailed report left little doubt Ivan Vanko was indeed in Hammer Tower. So, what are we waiting for? You're part of the world's greatest intelligence agency. Call in some contacts, send agents, deploy strike teams, special forces, whatever, launch an immediate raid and catch them red-handed. Tony exclaimed, throwing his hands up. Natasha rolled her eyes. That's a military collaborative research facility. You, of all people, should know what that means. Unless you can convince 2/3 of the Senate to back us? Then what? Should I just suit up and break in myself? Tony asked, exasperated. Now that they had a confirmed location, he didn't see the need for so much red tape. If Vanko was there, it was time to act. It's not impossible, Natasha mused, though after a moment, she shook her head. But we might have a smarter way to achieve the same results. What's the plan? Qin Xiao and Tony asked in unison. Well, Natasha said with a sly smile, it'll require the 2 of you to put on a bit of a show, a big, action-packed performance. Because of the need for mass production, the suits manufactured by Justin Hammer certainly couldn't use the expensive gold titanium alloy like Tony Stark's. Hammer Industries' warehouses were well stocked with various metals for producing ordinary alloys. However, manufacturing miniature arc reactors required a significant amount of palladium. To put it into perspective, even a single missile required a minimum of 0.2 grams of this precious metal, and Hammer didn't have a large stockpile of it. More critically, although Ivan Vanko couldn't create new elements, he was determined to push his arc reactor to match Tony Stark's level. As in the movie, he adjusted the RPM and upgraded the reactor's performance, which further increased the demand for palladium. Hammer Industries' existing stockpile was barely enough to fulfill this year's weapons orders for the Department of Defense. Thus, Hammer began purchasing large quantities of palladium on the open market, using his privately owned small companies to do so. Despite his cautious approach, spreading the purchases across different companies and splitting them into smaller transactions, JARVIS, which had been closely monitoring market dynamics, detected the anomalies almost immediately. It wasn't long before the true owner behind these small companies was identified. Shortly thereafter, detailed data about Hammer Industries' palladium purchases over the past 5 years, their weapons contracts, the amounts of palladium required for this year's orders, and the projected needs for next year were all laid out before Tony Stark. Justin Hammer, could it really be you? Tony muttered to himself, reviewing the data JARVIS had sent to his phone the previous day. From what he knew of Hammer, the man didn't seem to have the guts to pull off something like this. Hey, fish finder, what do you think? Qin Xiao asked, standing by the floor-to-ceiling glass wall, quietly observing the fish swimming below the river. Originally, the New York base was supposed to be located on a farm in the suburbs. However, after Qin Xiao donated $1 billion to the Avengers Initiative, he had leveraged his funds come with authority attitude to pester Nick Fury into giving him this underwater river base. As Qin Xiao put it, only such a base could match the style befitting a billion-dollar secret organization. Yes, it was all about style. To maintain this sense of style, Qin Xiao often mimicked Nick Fury, standing with his hands behind his back, staring out at the fish in complete silence. It was this habit that earned him the nickname Fish Finder from Tony. What do I think? I'm not Yuan Fong. Let's wait for Natasha to return. She went to Hammer Industries for an interview today, Qin Xiao replied, rubbing his eyes as he walked back to the table and sat down. Who's Yuan Fong? Tony asked, pulling out a bag of chips from who knows where and munching on them as he spoke. The Chinese Watson. He's solved countless big cases with the Chinese Sherlock Holmes. Speaking of Holmes, Tony, I just remembered a movie I watched, Detective Moore Holmes. The guy playing Sherlock in that movie looks a lot like you. Got any relatives in Hollywood acting in films? Tony frowned slightly but answered seriously, nope. You really should improve your taste in movies.
If I haven't heard of it, it's gotta be a flop, Tony said confidently.
Exactly. Especially the lead actor, what a clown.
I've never seen a worse performance in my life, Xin Xiao added with a mischievous grin. Tony frowned again, feeling like there was something off about this conversation, but he couldn't quite figure it out. In the end, he could only sigh and say, you need to see a doctor.
Spending too much time around people is messing with your brain.
Xin Xiao was just about to retort when the base's door opened, and Natasha Romanoff walked in, dressed in a striking red dress. Xin Xiao immediately stepped forward, pulled out a chair for her, and poured her a glass of water. Ever since his chaotic days with Darcy and Monaco, he couldn't help but feel a pang of inexplicable guilt whenever he saw Natasha.
Look, my God. How can anyone be that gorgeous? I'll bet $1 that Justin Hammer is dying to keep her as his personal secretary. Tony teased, though his admiration for Natasha's beauty was genuine.
As a spy, Natasha was well aware of the Monaco incident, and while she didn't know exactly what Xin Xiao had been up to on the plane, she certainly knew he had been accompanied by a certain woman. However, Natasha didn't press the matter, instead shooting Xin Xiao a pointed look before sitting down and taking a sip of water.
Actually, I didn't see Hammer today, Natasha began, setting her glass down.
But I spent the entire morning at his company and found quite a few things.
Tony, do you have a layout of Hammer Tower? Tony quickly tapped away at his keyboard, pulling up the building schematics and angling the screen toward Natasha. Here. Natasha pointed to several areas on the basement level. These sections down here were originally designated as research labs for the military's armor project. Hammer Industries invested significant resources and personnel into these facilities. But just a few days ago, he abruptly evacuated everyone as scientists, security, the whole lot, and declared these areas off limits. I managed to sweet-talk my way into the surveillance room with 2 cups of premium coffee and found that all footage of the basement's entrances, elevators, and parking lots from that day had been deleted. She folded her arms and continued, considering the company's JARVIS flagged for palladium purchases, I'm certain Hammer is building an arc reactor. Or, to be precise, Ivan Vanko is in Hammer Tower. The problem is, access to those areas now requires a special pass, and only Justin Hammer knows who holds the necessary permissions. Natasha's detailed report left little doubt Ivan Vanko was indeed in Hammer Tower. So, what are we waiting for? You're part of the world's greatest intelligence agency. Call in some contacts, send agents, deploy strike teams, special forces, whatever, launch an immediate raid and catch them red-handed. Tony exclaimed, throwing his hands up. Natasha rolled her eyes. That's a military collaborative research facility. You, of all people, should know what that means. Unless you can convince 2/3 of the Senate to back us? Then what? Should I just suit up and break in myself? Tony asked, exasperated. Now that they had a confirmed location, he didn't see the need for so much red tape. If Vanko was there, it was time to act. It's not impossible, Natasha mused, though after a moment, she shook her head. But we might have a smarter way to achieve the same results. What's the plan? Xin Xiao and Tony asked in unison. Well, Natasha said with a sly smile, it'll require the 2 of you to put on a bit of a show, a big, action-packed performance. The 4 super soldiers stood motionless, their faces devoid of emotion, their eyes glinting with an unsettling coldness like those of reptilian predators. When all 4 turned their gaze toward Tony Stark, he felt as if he were being stared down by 4 venomous snakes. The sensation of their slippery scales seemed almost tangible, and the ominous sound of hissing slithered through his mind. A shiver involuntarily ran down Tony's spine, even within the protective shell of his armor. Don't look at me like that. I don't have any sordid affairs with your girlfriends, or your moms? Tony quipped, attempting to lighten the tension. But his sarcasm was met not with laughter, but with 2 thunderous punches. The 4 super soldiers split into pairs, lunging toward Tony and Xin Xiao like a pack of tigers. Xin Xiao, curious to see how his own strength measured up against these enhanced soldiers, held back, using less than half of his full power as he engaged in a nimble duel with 2 of them. He danced around their punches and kicks, testing their speed and power. Tony, on the other hand, paid for his sharp tongue. One super soldier landed a heavy punch on his chest plate, sending him stumbling back several steps. Growling in frustration, Tony ignited his thrusters, ready to take on his 2 opponents head-on, when Xin Zhao's voice rang out beside him. Focus on the mission. Grab Vanko. Leave these guys to me. Tony hesitated for a split second before nodding.
His armored hands whirred as he adjusted his trajectory. With a burst of flame from his thrusters, he shot past the melee, heading straight into the corridor. The two super soldiers who had been targeting him tried to pursue, but Qin Xiao, willing to take a hit, let a flurry of blows land on his back as he grabbed the two soldiers by their belts. With a deep growl, he yelled, "Get back here," and slammed them both hard into the ground. Without missing a beat, he turned back to face the others, resuming the chaotic brawl. Meanwhile, Tony flew down the corridor, bypassing the fight behind him. As he reached the doorway at the far end, a figure stepped out calmly, almost tauntingly. It was the lone female super soldier. With a casual flick of her wrist, she closed the door behind her and smirked, motioning for Tony to come at her with a mocking curl of her finger. Tony didn't hesitate. "No time for games," he muttered, raising his palm to fire a repulsor blast. The woman sidestepped the attack with ease, but the energy beam struck the door she had just closed, blasting a gaping hole through it. Inside the room, Tony caught sight of Ivan Vanko, hunched over a keyboard. "Ivan Vanko." Tony's voice brimmed with vindication. It was exactly as he'd suspected. Vanko briefly glanced up, a cryptic smile playing on his lips, before returning to his work. Back in the main hall, rows of armor suits began to activate one by one, their eye lenses glowing white. Tony had no time to deal with the female super soldier. He tried to accelerate past her, but the corridor was too narrow for him to maneuver effectively. The woman leaped onto the wall, using it as a springboard to grab hold of Tony's legs mid-flight. With a burst of strength, she yanked him downward, slamming the armored Avenger into the ground with a deafening crash. Before Tony could recover, she stepped forward and aimed a brutal kick at his chest. Reacting quickly, Tony fired his palm and foot thrusters simultaneously, propelling himself backward to avoid the blow. Hovering slightly above the ground, he quipped, "All right, you've pissed me off. But since you're a lady, I'll refrain from hitting your face." Before he could launch his counterattack, a deafening roar filled the corridor. Tony turned his head just in time to see a swarm of hammer drones, at least a dozen of them, charging through the narrow hallway. Both Tony and the female super soldier were caught off guard, knocked off balance as the mechanical tide surged past them. On Qin Zhao's side of the fight, things weren't looking great either. After testing the super soldier's capabilities, he realized they weren't as strong as he'd initially feared. Their speed and power were slightly below his expectations, even weaker than his own abilities when he'd first started training. Perhaps their long stasis in the Siberian cold had left them in a weakened state. Still, their blows were heavy enough to leave bruises, and Qin Xiao had taken more than a few hits as he worked to analyze their strength. Just as he prepared to go all out and finish the fight, the unmistakable sound of Gatling gun barrels spinning reached his ears. He recognized the sound immediately. He'd used one of these in Mexico. But before he could react, a storm of bullets erupted, the air around him filling with deafening gunfire. In an instant, Qin Xiao felt his back and legs hit by countless rounds. The sheer volume of firepower was overwhelming. How many guns were aimed at him? The super soldier closest to him took the brunt of the assault, his enhanced body unable to withstand the onslaught. Blood sprayed as his flesh was torn apart, and he collapsed in a lifeless heap. The remaining three super soldiers used Qin Xiao and their fallen comrade as shields, quickly darting to the sides to avoid the worst of the barrage. Though they were hit in several places, their quick reflexes allowed them to escape the kill zone relatively intact. Qin Xiao stumbled forward a few steps, his entire body stinging with pain wherever his suit hadn't provided coverage. The back of his head throbbed as if someone had flicked it with steel fingers dozens of times. Dazed, he muttered, "How many bullets did you guys just shoot at my back?" As if in response, one of the drones fired its last two rounds, both striking the back of Qin Xiao's head. His head bobbed forward slightly, like a chicken pecking at feed. Fortunately, the drones were equipped with small magazines, limiting the number of bullets they could fire. Otherwise, Qin Xiao might have been riddled with bullets for minutes on end. "Are you done?" "My turn," Qin Xiao growled. Hearing the empty whir of the Gatling barrels, he turned around. Behind him, at least a dozen drones stepped forward in unison, forming a line. As they moved, another row of drones emerged from the shadows, their Gatling barrels spinning ominously. "Oh, you're coming back for more? Let's see who's faster," Qin Xiao shouted, slamming his foot into the ground and launching himself toward the drones like a cannonball. Meanwhile, Tony was still reeling from the chaos in the hallway. The swarm of drones had disrupted everything, leaving both him and the female super soldier disoriented. Amid the confusion, Tony caught sight of one drone flying into the room where Vanko was. Moments later, it burst through the ceiling, carrying Vanko and a cobbled-together computer in its arms. Another drone followed closely behind, breaking through the same hole.
No!
Tony shouted, his voice filled with frustration. He tried to shake off the drones swarming him, but before he could act, the chest plates of every drone around him began to flash red. A piercing alarm blared, signaling imminent danger. Not only was Tony caught in chaos, but Qin Xiao found himself in an equally dire situation. Out of the corner of his eye, Qin Xiao noticed over a dozen drones clutching unidentified metal components, rocketing upward and disappearing into the sky. Meanwhile, the drones surrounding him, whether they had already emptied their ammo or were still firing, had their chest panels flashing red like crazed warning lights.
Tony! Get out of here!
Qin Xiao shouted into his earpiece, his voice strained with urgency. At that moment, Tony, too, was desperate to leave. Unfortunately, 7 or 8 drones had encircled him like an iron wall, relentlessly blocking his attempts to escape. Tony's thrusters burned bright as he struggled to break free from their grip.
I'd love to leave, believe me. But these drones seem to really like me.
Why don't you go first? Tony replied, his voice dripping with frustration. Trust me, my situation is probably worse than yours. Qin Xiao said with a sigh, glancing at the 20 or so drones closing in on him. The moment Tony spotted Ivan Vanko, he had JARVIS immediately relayed the information to Rhodey. Despite Rhodey's typically straightforward demeanor, he wasn't above playing strategic games. He waited until Justin Hammer had finished modifying the drone systems and equipping them with weapons before making his move.
Hammer was promptly arrested on charges of conspiring with terrorists.
Along with the message, JRVIS included footage of Tony's journey through Hammer Industries, starting from the lobby elevator and culminating in his encounter with Vanko. The video provided irrefutable proof of Hammer's involvement. Even if Hammer had tried to deny the accusations, the Monaco hospital explosion had already been classified by international authorities as an act of terrorism. With this evidence, Hammer's fate was sealed. However, just as Hammer was being escorted out of the facility, a sniper's bullet ended his life. The shooter, dressed in a soldier's uniform, casually boarded a fighter jet after the kill and took off. Within less than a minute, the jet had vanished from the military base's radar systems. In the office of Alexander Pierce at the World Security Council, Senator Stern, who had once been so smug and self-assured in front of Justin Hammer, now stood trembling before Pierce.
The phone on Pierce's desk began to vibrate.
Stern flinched, his eyes wide with terror as he stared at the device. Pierce picked it up, listened silently for a moment, and then hung up. Hammer's dead, Pierce said coldly, his gaze locking onto Stern.
I've cleaned up your mess.
If it weren't for the fact that your position in the Senate is still of some use to us, you'd be the next one with a hole in your head. Pierce's venomous tone sent a shiver down Stern's spine. But instead of protesting, Stern exhaled deeply, almost in relief, as if narrowly avoiding death had lifted an enormous weight off his shoulders. I have no idea what that stupid brain of yours was thinking, collaborating with Francis. Pierce snapped, grabbing a file from his desk and slamming it against Stern's forehead.
Stern didn't dare flinch. Did you really think that you and Francis alone could control the Insight program? Did you really believe that if I were out of the picture, you'd take my place as the leader of North America? Utterly ridiculous. Now get out of here.
And remember, push the Insight program forward in the Senate. If you fail, Pierce let the unspoken threat hang in the air, his meaning clear.
Stern nodded furiously and stumbled out of the office.
At a secluded estate outside New York, the 3 super soldiers who had barely survived their encounter with Qin Xiao sat motionless in chairs. Their blank expressions didn't waver as medics carefully sliced open their flesh with scalpels, extracting bullets lodged in their muscles and bones.
It was as if the pain didn't register, as though the bodies being worked on weren't their own. Francis reclined on an antique sofa, silently observing the super soldiers. His mind replayed their account of their battle with Qin Xiao and Tony Stark. So, this Qin Xiao is even more intriguing than those drones, Francis mused. Such formidable strength and resilience. Is it really just the super soldier serum? You've piqued my interest.
In the moments before Hammer Tower exploded, Tony used every ounce of energy in his suit to drag Qin Xiao out of the building. Tony's new weapon, a high-intensity laser beam, had proved invaluable, slicing through the drones in the corridor like a surgeon's scalpel. As Tony broke through the swarm, he spotted Qin Xiao wielding a drone as a makeshift weapon, smashing through the enemy with brute force. The two of them barely escaped the building before the explosion engulfed it. Despite their escape, their mission had failed. Ivan Vanko had once again slipped through their fingers, this time taking a significant number of drones with him. From the metal components Qin Xiao had glimpsed in the hands of some departing drones, Tony quickly deduced that Vanko was likely constructing a customized suit of armor for himself, just as Tony had done in the caves of Afghanistan. The seemingly unrelated parts would ultimately come together into something deadly and powerful. Considering the super soldier's involvement, it was clear that Vanko wasn't working alone. He was likely being held captive and forced to build reactors and armor. Ironically, Tony and Qin Xiao's intrusion had likely given Vanko the opportunity to escape. Meanwhile, Natasha Romanoff had reported the entire incident to Nick Fury. Among those present, only Qin Xiao knew the true mastermind behind the chaos, Hydra. However, he doubted Alexander Pierce was directly involved. In the movies, Pierce was portrayed as a cautious and calculating figure, someone who wouldn't risk exposure unless absolutely necessary. With Zola's insight program in play, Pierce would avoid unnecessary risks. The assassination of Justin Hammer, however, felt very much like Pierce's handiwork. Only someone of Pierce's stature could orchestrate a clean assassination in a military base and escape without leaving a trace. If it weren't for the looming threats of Loki and Vanko, Qin Xiao might have seriously considered confronting Pierce directly. It seemed that once these immediate crises were resolved, it would be time to bring Captain America into the fold and confront Hydra head-on. "There's nothing to regret," Tony said, breaking the tense silence. "Vanko's target is me. He won't disappear quietly with all those drones. He won't stop until he kills me. All I have to do is make myself a target, and he'll show himself." Tony's expression hardened with determination as he continued, "I'll contact Rhodey. Let's use the Stark Expo to give them the perfect stage to display their so-called military strength." The Stark Expo was in full swing. Despite the chaos that had unfolded at Hammer Industries, leading to the complete failure of their military armor project, the government had decided to salvage what they could. Originally, the project had only been hindered by the lack of arc reactors for power. While this had been an embarrassment, at least a few suits could have been cobbled together to maintain appearances. However, after Ivan Vanko's interference, even those placeholder suits had been completely stolen. Nevertheless, the government, unwilling to accept defeat, poured a significant amount of funding into the event. Using the War Machine suit that Tony had given to Rhodey as a centerpiece, they hastily assembled dozens of other suits. These suits, while appearing impressive at first glance, were essentially hollow shells, plastic casings slapped together with sheets of metal, their arc reactors nothing more than LED lights. They were utterly useless in combat. However, stationed in neat rows alongside Rhodey and saluting in unison, they were enough to create a facade of strength and security for the public, most of whom were watching the event through live broadcasts. Of course, the live audience was limited. Since Tony intended to lure Ivan Vanko into the open, the majority of attendees were military personnel, government agents, and a few media representatives tasked with broadcasting the event. The rest of the public remained safely at home. "I really don't get what those government officials are thinking," Qin Xiao said, shrugging in frustration backstage. "They know there's a high chance of something dangerous happening today, yet they still brought in a bunch of media to broadcast it." "And that's why you'll never make it as a politician," Tony replied, standing next to Qin Xiao in his suit of armor. "My dad used to say, to be a good politician, you have to learn how to lie even in your sleep." "All right, it's about time I went on," Tony said, adjusting his helmet. "Tony!" Qin Xiao suddenly called out, as if remembering something important. "What is it?" Tony asked, looking at him curiously. "Never mind," Qin Xiao said after a moment's hesitation. He couldn't shake the feeling that he'd forgotten something critical, but he dismissed it as overthinking. "Go on, you're up." Tony gave Qin Xiao a puzzled look before his helmet slid into place. He took off from the backstage area, circling around before landing gracefully next to Rhodey. "Oh, it's Tony Stark, our Iron Man. Is he here today to challenge our War Machine in a battle for the title of the strongest suit?" the announcer said, clearly trying to stir up drama as he handed a microphone toward Tony. "Actually, I'm here to check your homework," Tony said with his usual sharp tone. "To see how many of these imitators of mine even come close to my standards. Spoiler alert, not many." Before the announcer could respond, Rhodey's War Machine suit raised its right arm, multiple gun barrels extending and aiming directly at Tony. "Oh! Look at Colonel Rhodes." "Oh, wait, that's Colonel Rhodes now. Our newly promoted colonel, showing his military spirit by responding to a challenge with firepower," the announcer said, shoving the microphone toward Rhodey's suit. "Get out of the way." Rhodey's voice came through the suit speakers, filled with urgency. "What?" The announcer looked confused.
I said get out of the way. This isn't me controlling the suit. Tony, I'm locked onto you, damn it, my suit's been hacked.
Rhodey shouted, his voice panicked. At the same moment, Qin Shao smacked his forehead, realization dawning on him. He had finally remembered what he'd overlooked earlier. Rhodey's suit had been modified by Hammer's team, not just with additional weapons but also with a control system identical to the drones Ivan Vanko had used before.
Evacuate. Get everyone out of here now. Rhodey's suit has been compromised.
Qin Shao yelled to Natasha and the shield agents around him.
Tony. Rhodey's suit is under Vanko's control. Get him out of here now.
Qin Shao's voice echoed through Tony's earpiece.
Gunfire erupted outside.
The exhibition hall, filled with trained soldiers and agents, quickly descended into chaos. Against the firepower of a weaponized suit, even the most disciplined personnel were no better than civilians. Still, the evacuation proceeded with commendable speed and order. Despite their efforts, most of the attendees hadn't managed to leave the venue in time.
Tony realized he couldn't keep this up.
Taking a deep breath, he braced himself against the hail of bullets and soared into the air.
Sheen.
I'm not going to hurt Rhodey, but we need to disable that damn arc reactor in his chest.
Think of something.
Tony's voice crackled through the calms. Rushing outside, Qin Shao spotted Tony climbing higher into the sky, with Rhodey's war machine in relentless pursuit. The suit's weapons systems were locking onto Tony's armor, missile ports opening on its back as several micro-missiles targeted Tony.
You want me to take out his reactor? You'd better circle back or turn me into Hawkeye.
Qin Shao shouted, watching the two trails of thrusters streak across the sky. Before he could act, a swarm of drones, each trailing its own fiery thruster, appeared on the horizon, darkening the sky like an ominous storm cloud. They surged toward Tony and Rhodey, their weapons firing indiscriminately.
Damn it! How many suits did Vanko take last time? Sheen, think of something.
Tony's voice came through, strained as he dodged the onslaught while trying to keep the drones away from populated areas.
What the hell do you want me to do? Strap a rocket to my back? Or maybe get me a hot air balloon?
Qin Shao yelled back, pacing on the ground in frustration.
I should have built you something that could fly. Damn it, why didn't you remind me?
Tony's voice was interspersed with the sounds of explosions and gunfire. That's your job to suggest, not mine.
I'm Chinese, I'm modest. Stop wasting time and bring them back here.
Get them in front of me, and I'll figure out how to take Rhodey down.
Don't you have that one-time use laser cutter?
Qin Shao shouted, surveying the now empty area around him.
On my way. Tony called out.
He abruptly climbed higher into the sky, ensuring all the drones followed him. Once they were directly beneath him, Tony made a sharp turn and dove back toward the expo area.
Get ready. I'm coming in hot. Tony shouted. Bring it on.
Qin Shao yelled back.
Wait a second, shouldn't you guys ask for my opinion first?
Rhodey's voice interjected through the calms.
Shut up, traitor.
Qin Shao and Tony snapped in unison. Upon reaching the expo, Tony suddenly dropped from the sky, descending to just over 2 meters above the ground, with a swarm of drones chasing after him like a storm of arrows. The rain of bullets behind him was so intense that Qin Shao instinctively raised his arms to shield his head, barely able to keep his eyes open against the onslaught. As Tony roared overhead, Qin Shao blindly reached out and managed to grab one of the drones, yanking it down and slamming it hard into the ground.
Damn it! Wrong one!
Qin Shao growled as he stared at the downed drone, which was still firing wildly with its outstretched arms. Without hesitation, he gave a flick of his wrist, thrusting his Tang sword straight into the drone's arc reactor.
The drone immediately powered down, going completely silent. Can't you be more precise?
Tony's voice crackled through the calms.
I don't have a fancy helmet with targeting systems. Give me another pass.
Qin Shao retorted. The two bantered back and forth as Tony adjusted his flight path, looping around for another run. This time, Qin Shao didn't disappoint. As Tony flew overhead, Qin Shao leapt high into the air, tackling Rhodey's war machine mid-flight. Without giving the compromised suit a chance to retaliate, Qin Shao plunged his blade into the arc reactor embedded in Rhodey's chestplate.
Clang! The blade pierced through the outer layer of common metal alloy with ease but stopped dead against the inner gold titanium alloy protecting the reactor.
Looks like I'll need to save up some points to upgrade my weapon, Qin Shao muttered under his breath, before summoning all his strength and slamming his fist against the hilt of the sword. Crack! The Tang sword sank another 10 centimeters, the tip of the blade pressing against Rhodey's undershirt, coming dangerously close to gutting him. Thankfully, the arc reactor's protective layer was thin enough for Qin Shao to breach it with sheer force. However, had the blade struck any other part of the armor, it wouldn't have been so easy to penetrate. And if not for the thin titanium layer, Qin Shao might have accidentally killed Rhodey outright.
Qin, Rhodey, are you two okay? Is it handled? Tony's concerned voice came through the combs.
No thanks to Qin Shao here, who nearly skewered me. Rhodey replied, staring down at the blade embedded in his chest with bated breath, careful not to move for fear of stabbing himself further.
You two should just lie down and watch the stars for a while. Don't get up. Tony quipped, circling overhead before landing gracefully a short distance away.
As the trailing drones descended after him, Tony extended his arms and unleashed twin beams of red laser energy. The beams spun rapidly in a circle, slicing cleanly through the drones around him. Each drone fell, neatly severed into 3 pieces. Even trees over 100 meters away were bisected by the lasers.
That's one hell of a move, Qin Shao said, impressed, but couldn't it last a bit longer? No can do.
A finishing move is called that for a reason. If I could use it all the time, it wouldn't be special, Tony shrugged.
Can someone pull this damn sword out already? The big bad hasn't even shown up yet, Rhodey grumbled from the ground.
All right, Qin Shao said, stepping over. Placing a boot on Rhodey's chest for leverage, he slowly and painfully pulled the blade free with a screech of metal.
Is it over? Tony. Are you guys okay? How's Rhodey?
Pepper's voice suddenly rang out as she appeared, looking worried. She was dressed in a pristine white business suit, with Natasha following closely behind her.
Pepper? What are you doing here? I told you to stay at the company. Tony asked, baffled. You didn't tell me you were coming here to play decoy. I thought this was just a regular expo. When things went haywire, with armor flying all over the sky, of course I came to check on you. Wait, are you blaming me right now?
Pepper said, her tone sharp.
Tony turned his gaze to Natasha. You told her? What was I supposed to do? Hide it?
She was already on site when I got here, Natasha said innocently, spreading her hands.
Tony, stop trying to blame everyone else. For heaven's sake, can you let me know next time you decide to risk your life? I don't want to find out from the news like some idiot sitting in my office. Pepper snapped. I didn't want you to worry, Pepper. You know how dangerous this is. Tony tried to explain. Hey! Can I get up now?
Rhodey's voice cut in, ignored as Tony and Pepper continued arguing while Qin Shao and Natasha watched from the sidelines, clearly enjoying the show.
Oh, that's great logic, Tony. You didn't want me to worry, so you went ahead and made me worry even more and come running here myself.
How about next time? Pepper's tirade was cut off by the sharp sound of something slicing through the air.
Ivan Vanko's here.
You guys need to, Tony began, but before he could finish, a hail of bullets from above rained down. Qin Shao reacted instantly, leaping to shield Tony and Pepper behind him.
Get out of here!
Qin Shao barked, not waiting for their response. He grabbed them both, one under each arm, and with a powerful jump, bounded over 100 meters away, setting them down safely.
Stay safe and keep running. As far as you can.
Qin Shao exchanged a quick glance with Natasha, nodding in mutual understanding before both turned and sprinted back toward the battle. Unsurprisingly, Tony, having exhausted his finishing move, was no match for Ivan Vanko.
In this version, Vanko's suit was far more formidable than the one in the movie.
His chest and shoulders bore not one, but 3 arc reactors. One reactor powered the suit, while the other 2 supplied energy to his electrified whips. True to his moniker, Whiplash, his weapons were deadlier than ever. When Qin Shao arrived back at the battlefield, he saw Tony's suit in dire straits.
Vanko's whips had wrapped around Tony's neck and legs, their crackling energy sparking like fireworks.
The immense power coursing through the whips caused Tony's armor to crack and shatter piece by piece. To deal with you, I sacrificed my suit's mobility. If you had run earlier, I wouldn't have had a way to stop you. But now, it's too late, Vanko gloated, his voice dripping with satisfaction.
Qin Shao didn't waste time analyzing the intricacies of Vanko's suit.
Seeing Tony being dragged closer and closer to Vanko, Qin Shao sprang into action, leaping high into the air. With a fierce cry, he thrust his tang sword toward the back of Vanko's neck. At this moment, Ivan Vanko's back was turned to Qin Shao, his full attention locked onto Tony Stark. However, Qin Shao seized the opportunity, his tang sword striking like lightning and plunging directly into Vanko's armor. Just as it had against Ironmonger before, the system-forged tang sword cut through the standard alloy like butter.
Vanko's armor, though formidable, was not as heavily plated as Ironmonger's. Die!
Xin Zhao's eyes gleamed with determination, and he drove the blade deeper with a firm thrust. Clang! A sharp, jarring force suddenly reverberated through the sword, as if it had struck an immovable object. The blade refused to go any further.
What the hell? Special alloy?
Xin Zhao muttered in shock, his mind racing. Before he could react, a crackling noise erupted from Vanko's armor. From the back of the suit, a metal whip charged with energy lashed out like a venomous snake, striking Xin Zhao square in the chest.
The impact was like being hit by a cannonball, launching him through the air.
He tumbled over 10 meters before skidding to a halt on the ground, rolling several times. If not for his instinctive grip on the Tang sword, the weapon might have been left embedded in Vanko's armor. As Xin Zhao steadied himself, he noticed the source of the attack. A spine-like structure on Vanko's back had unfolded into a flexible, whip-like appendage. It swung menacingly, acting as a third weapon in addition to the two electrified whips in Vanko's hands. The tail had caught Xin Zhao completely off guard.
Didn't expect that, did you? Vanko sneered, turning to face Xin Zhao. Did you really think I'd forget about you, Stark's little sidekick?
You should thank that idiot Hammer. After I built the arc reactor, he couldn't wait to order gold titanium alloy to make himself a suit like Stark's.
Too bad for him, I put it to better use.
Vanko's tail whipped the ground with a thunderous crack, leaving deep fissures in the concrete. Well, you've outdone my expectations, Xin Zhao admitted, narrowing his eyes.
But do you really think that shell and your fancy tail are enough to stop me? Your weapons can't hurt me forever.
I'll just grind you down, piece by piece, until your shell crumbles. Twisting his Tang sword in a flourish, Xin Zhao's confidence shone through.
He knew that even if Vanko's entire suit were made of gold titanium alloy, it wouldn't matter once its power ran out.
After all, Xin Zhao had the durability and regeneration of the Hulk. His natural resilience gave him the upper hand in endurance. You're strong, I'll give you that, Vanko admitted, his voice dripping with disdain.
But what about Stark? Can you save him before I kill him?
With a vicious tug, Vanko tightened his whip's grip around Tony's neck, dragging him across the ground and leaving deep gouges in the concrete.
Damn it!
Xin Zhao cursed, his anger flaring.
He couldn't afford to gamble with Tony's life.
With a roar, he charged at Vanko. But the tail whip lashed out again, its movements so rapid and precise that it created an impenetrable barrier. Xin Zhao swung his blade, trying to cut through, but the tail was made of the same gold titanium alloy, rendering his attacks ineffective unless he struck the same spot repeatedly.
Tony, you might need to hold on a bit longer.
Xin Zhao shouted, withdrawing temporarily to reassess his approach. His mind raced as he searched for a solution.
Try attacking his joints.
Tony's voice crackled through the comms, strained and distorted from the damage his suit was taking. That armor's too thick, and with 3 arc reactors, he can't possibly hide all the circuits and sensors in the inner layers.
The load, it's too much to handle.
Hearing this, Xin Zhao's eyes lit up with realization. He darted to Vanko's right side, feinting an attack. As Vanko's tail whipped toward him, Xin Zhao planted his foot firmly on the ground and launched himself to Vanko's left. The tail adjusted with blinding speed, curving midair to strike from the side.
Son of a bitch!
Xin Zhao growled, bracing himself as the tail slammed into his back. The pain flared, but he gritted his teeth and pushed forward, wrapping his left arm tightly around Vanko's left leg. With a determined thrust, he drove the Tang sword into the knee joint of the armor. The impact sent a surge of force through his back, but Xin Zhao didn't let go. Using the tail's momentum, he swung around Vanko's leg, dragging the blade in a wide arc. Sparks flew as the circuits and sensors within the leg were severed, causing it to malfunction.
It worked!
Seeing the damage, Xin Zhao immediately set his sights on Vanko's right leg.
Realizing the threat, Vanko grew desperate.
Though his left leg was compromised, he refused to release Tony. One whip remained coiled around Tony's neck, its energy crackling violently as Vanko increased the tension. The other whip and the tail lashed out simultaneously, targeting Xin Zhao. But Xin Zhao was unfazed. He grinned, his movements nimble as he dodged and weaved through the attacks. With a burst of speed, he leapt onto Vanko's right leg and climbed up to his arm, using a maneuver he had learned from Natasha. Unlike Natasha, who would use her legs to lock onto opponents, Xin Zhao used his entire body to scale the armor like a monkey, his blades slashing at critical points along the way. The battlefield turned into a chaotic display of sparks and smoke as Xin Zhao's relentless assault caused more and more of Vanko's systems to fail. Damaged circuits triggered chain reactions throughout the suit, and even areas Xin Zhao hadn't attacked began to short-circuit.
The 3 arc reactors flickered before finally powering down. The electrified whips and the tail fell limp, clattering uselessly to the ground. Breathing heavily, Xin Xiao jumped off Vanko's armor and landed in a crouch. He took a deep breath, steadying himself. His body ached from the countless blows he had endured, but his regeneration quickly dulled the pain and began repairing the damage. The burning sensation faded to a tingling itch before disappearing entirely. Tony staggered to his feet, his suit battered and twisted, especially around the neck. Any longer under Vanko's grip, and he might not have made it. If Hammer had ordered enough gold titanium alloy to make your entire suit, I'd probably be here avenging Tony instead of saving him, Xin Xiao remarked, eyeing Vanko's lifeless armor. You overcomplicated your design. 3 arc reactors? This isn't a tank, it's a suit. All you did was sacrifice its mobility for raw power. But I'll give you credit for boosting the output, that part was smart. Xin Xiao's words carried a mix of disdain and genuine acknowledgement. Tony slowly approached Whiplash, his expression calm and composed. At this point, the entire suit of armor was completely disabled, leaving Ivan Vanko immobilized. With a mechanical hiss, Vanko's helmet opened, revealing his face twisted with hatred. I don't need your sanctimonious lectures, Stark. Spare me your fake righteousness, Vanko spat venomously. If it weren't for your friend showing up, you'd already be rotting in hell, apologizing to my father. Tony, undeterred, smirked slightly. Actually, it was me who told him how to deal with you. I spotted the weak points in your armor. So, technically, it's my brilliance that defeated you, just like my father outsmarted yours. You're not worthy to even mention my father. Vanko snarled, spitting on the ground in disdain, his contempt for Tony palpable. Xin Xiao, standing off to the side, was ready to end this pointless exchange with a single decisive slash of his tang sword. He stepped forward, intending to deal with Vanko before he could cause more trouble, but was interrupted by a familiar voice. Hey, now that it's all over, could someone please get me out of here? Rhodey's exasperated shout echoed from his suit. The poor guy was still lying immobile in his war machine armor, which had been modified using the Mark II as a base. With the power source and control system severed by Xin Zhao's earlier strike, Rhodey was completely stuck. He couldn't even lift a hand, let alone remove the suit on his own. It's over. What do you plan to do with him? Natasha Romanoff's voice cut through the tension as she appeared with pepper pots in tow. I think we should take him into SHIELD custody, Natasha suggested, her tone professional, reflecting the agency's interest in obtaining Vanko and, more importantly, the arc reactor technology. Xin Xiao and Tony exchanged a brief glance. Both were well aware of SHALD's ulterior motives, Xin Xiao especially, knowing full well that SHIELD was essentially Hydra HQ at this point. There was no way they'd hand over Vanko or his technology to them. Natasha, do you really think Xin Xiao began, but he was cut off by Vanko's sudden maniacal laughter? Ha 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 ha. None of you will decide my fate. You're all coming to hell with me. Vanko's crazed voice rang out as the arc reactors on the surrounding disabled drones, as well as the 3 reactors on his suit, began to flash dangerously red. Alarms blared, signaling imminent detonation. Bastard! Damn it! Xin Xiao and Tony cursed in unison, immediately springing into action. Tony scooped up Pepper and rocketed skyward, while Xin Xiao grabbed Natasha around the waist and leapt toward the distant tree-line with all his strength. As the alarms reached their crescendo, the battlefield was left with only Vanko's deranged laughter and the ominous warning sirens. A weak voice, however, could still be heard amidst the chaos. What's happening? Is it going to explode? Someone get me out of here. Xin? Tony? Rhodey's panicked cries came from his trapped suit. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. A series of deafening explosions erupted behind them, one after another, lighting up the sky with fiery eruptions. It was like the climax of a cheesy action movie, with the 2 heroes standing at a safe distance, each holding their respective love interests, watching the explosions as a symbol of their victory. Thud. A piece of scorched, battered armor rolled to a stop a few meters away from the group. From within, Rhodey's muffled voice groaned loudly, still alive but clearly not enjoying the ride. Tony, still holding Pepper around the waist, turned to her with a soft, heartfelt expression. I really regret missing the chance last time. I think I should make up for it today. With that, he leaned in, and the 2 kissed passionately. Meanwhile, Xin Xiao stood nearby, still holding Natasha in his arms. She gave him a playful pinch on the waist and asked, So, what were you going to say to me before the explosion? Xin Xiao glanced down at the stunning woman in his arms, then over at Tony and Pepper,
who were still locked in their dramatic kiss. Grinning, he said, "Doesn't matter anymore," before lowering his head and pressing his lips to Natasha's. "Hey! Why did it get so quiet? Is the explosion over? I think I'm about to pass out here. Someone get me out. Sheen? Tony? I know you're nearby. What are you two doing? Hey! Hey! Shut up!" Sheen Xiao yelled, kicking a nearby rock at Rhodey's helmet. The impact left Rhodey groaning as the sound reverberated through his armor. After the battle, Rhodey was officially recognized as War Machine, earning him the status of a superhero and Avenger. This netted Sheen Xiao 500 points in system rewards. Defeating Whiplash added another 1,000 points, bringing his total to 2,000. With 2,000 points in hand, Sheen Xiao began considering his options. After some thought, he decided to upgrade his Tang sword. If the blade had been sharp enough during the fight, Whiplash would have been much easier to deal with. He expected to receive a new sword when he redeemed the upgrade, but instead, the system presented him with an upgrade interface. Placing his E-grade Tang sword into the interface, it was upgraded to D-grade. The upgraded sword didn't look much different, but when Sheen Xiao swung it, he could feel the material was far more durable and flexible. However, to his dismay, the folding functionality of the sword had been removed, likely due to the enhanced material. This was a huge inconvenience. He couldn't exactly walk around carrying a sword all the time like Deadpool. Left with no choice, Sheen Xiao spent another 1,000 points to redeem a spatial storage item. After consulting with the system, he opted to integrate the storage into a discrete buckle on his belt. Since his combat suit was adaptable, the buckle could change form depending on his outfit, appearing as a logo or small accessory on casual wear. Sheen Xiao preferred this subtle approach, ensuring that no one could easily figure out he had a storage device. After all, pulling his sword out from seemingly nowhere would look much more intimidating, like something Doctor Strange or Loki might do. With his points now down to a mere 300, Sheen Xiao packed some essentials into the storage space and boarded a plane to New Mexico. Originally, he wanted Thor to come to New York, but the big guy insisted on staying near his hammer, feeling more at ease with it close by. To Sheen Xiao's surprise, Thor seemed to have truly matured during his time on Earth, whether it was the loss of his powers or Jane's influence. Thor had even started planning his life, renting a small house in the town and landing a job as a cook in a local diner. The $100,000 Sheen Xiao had given him earlier remained mostly untouched, aside from a few small purchases and gifts for Jane. Thor now lived off his earnings from the diner, a revelation that left Sheen Xiao deeply impressed. Watching Thor bustle around in the open kitchen, Sheen Xiao noticed a significant change in him. The once brash and reckless god now exuded a calm and grounded demeanor. Seeing Jane watching Thor with unblinking adoration, Sheen Xiao couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for Odin. It must be tough watching your children grow up and move on, especially when they're as rebellious as Thor and Loki. Thor, the seemingly naive and clumsy big guy, had quietly learned the value of proper principles during his time on Earth, thanks to Jane. He now understood the importance of earning a living, spending time with loved ones after work, and even using his free time to read books and learn about Earth's knowledge alongside Jane. It was as if he had transformed into a model citizen, embodying the virtues of responsibility, morality, and self-improvement. In the movie, Thor was able to settle into life on Earth because Loki had deceived him into believing he was responsible for their father's death. His mother's orders forbidding him to return to Asgard had left him broken and defeated. But now, with Sheen Xiao having revealed the truth about his situation, Thor had truly calmed down, no longer as impulsive and impatient as before. The difference between the two scenarios was stark, as if Thor's 1,500 plus years in Asgard had amounted to nothing but wasted time. Odin's parenting skills, to put it mildly, left much to be desired. Perhaps even Odin himself couldn't stand the mess he'd created, which was why he invented the so-called Odin sleep, a convenient way to avoid dealing with the chaos. While Odin rested in peace, he left his family's mess to play out unchecked. Loki sat on the throne as acting king, and Thor's childhood companions Fandral, Volstagg, and Hogun, known collectively as the Warriors Three, along with Thor's would-be fiancée, Lady Sif, couldn't sit still as Loki ruled unchecked. The four of them headed to the Rainbow Bridges Observatory and found Heimdall. After spinning some half-baked lies they thought were clever, Heimdall left his guardian sword in the control panel and nonchalantly walked away. Once the four had used the Bifrost to travel to Earth in search of Thor, Heimdall stood on the Rainbow Bridge and sighed deeply. To him, this felt like babysitting a group of unruly children. The royal family's drama was exhausting, and now he had to play his part in Loki's schemes as well. The saying "even the wisest cannot mediate family disputes" seemed to apply perfectly here.
Not even Odin, the All-Father, could sort out the mess.
Even Frigga, Thor's mother and Asgard's most intelligent figure, chose to stay out of it, using Odin's care as an excuse to retreat and let Loki have his way. Even when Loki colluded with the frost giants, Heimdall turned a blind eye.
Thankfully, Loki's plan was to lure them out and eliminate them, proving himself as the rightful heir to the throne. But seriously, if Loki hadn't used Gungnir to kill the frost giant leader outright, would Odin, lying in his so-called Odin sleep, really have been so easily assassinated? In his previous life, Shin Shao couldn't help but shiver at the thought. Odin had allowed his two sons to wreak havoc across the 9 realms, only for the chaos to end with the brothers reconciling and working together. Facing the inevitable Ragnarok, they sacrificed all of Asgard to defeat Hela, thereby escaping the curse of Ragnarok. It could be said that after Asgard's destruction and before their encounter with Thanos, Thor and Loki's every move had been subconsciously influenced by Odin and Frigga.
Among all the inhabitants of Asgard, only these 2 crafty elders, along with Heimdall, who always knew more than he let on, seemed to have any sense.
Everyone else might as well have been bumbling fools. Lost in these thoughts, Shin Shao was startled when a brilliant rainbow beam suddenly pierced through the swirling dark clouds in the distant sky, landing just outside the small town. In SHIELD's temporary base, every scanner and detection device blared alarms. Thanks to Jane's research and the assembled scientific equipment, their spatial detectors had identified the formation of a portal between 2 realms. What the hell is going on? Coulson stormed into the room, his expression contorted as if he were experiencing a particularly bad stomachache.
That, Shin Shao said, appearing behind him with a smirk, is the legendary Rainbow Bridge. A few Asgardian fools, gods, have arrived.
Come on, let's take a look.
Beside him stood Thor, the unintentional star of the situation. Knowing that Loki was about to unleash the destroyer, Shin Shao didn't allow Coulson to bring reinforcements. Instead, the 2 of them, along with Thor, piled into a single vehicle and sped toward the outskirts of town.
Looks like your friends want you to return. What's on your mind, Thor?
Shin Shao asked as they drove. Honestly, Thor said quietly, lowering his head, I don't think I'm fit to be a king.
I see things too simply. Maybe Loki is better suited for the throne than I am.
Actually, neither of you is fit to be king, Shin Shao said bluntly. One doesn't know how to govern, and the other just wants the throne for the sake of having power. Jane said the same thing, Thor admitted, managing a small smile.
To be honest, I like Earth's system of elected leaders.
Choosing a ruler through a vote seems much better than having a family tear itself apart.
Well, congratulations, Thor.
You found yourself a really good girlfriend, Shin Shao said with a chuckle. While he didn't want to delve into the pros and cons of political systems, he had to admit Jane had given Thor plenty of valuable advice. Not long after leaving the town, the car came to a screeching halt as they spotted 4 figures dressed in medieval garb standing in the middle of the road.
Stop, Coulson. Those are my friends.
Thor said excitedly, jumping out of the car before it had even fully stopped. He ran toward the figures and embraced them warmly. Coulson, still seated, stared at the group outside with a bemused expression.
You're telling me those are gods from Asgard?
They look more like warrior Princess Xena, Robin Hood, and
Jackie Chan.
That big guy looks like Gragas from League of Legends, except he's carrying an axe instead of a barrel. While I strongly disagree with comparing that idiot to Jackie Chan, Shin Shao said dryly, I can't deny that if someone told me gods look like this, I'd slap them across the face. Oh, right, Shin Shao added, a sly grin forming on his face.
What about your hair, Coulson? Remember our bet? I know a fantastic hair removal cream. I apologize, Shin.
I shouldn't have compared a Chinese icon to that idiot out there.
My tongue slipped.
What I meant to say is that idiot looks more like a sleazy Japanese ninja or maybe a Ronin samurai.
Definitely not Chinese, Coulson said quickly, his survival instincts kicking in.
For him, nothing was more important than his beloved vintage car, followed by his hair, with Captain America's trading cards coming in third.
Shin Shao smirked, his gaze lingering on Coulson's thinning hairline.
He said nothing, but the silence was heavy with judgment.
Fine. Coulson sighed in defeat. I have 2 tickets to a cello concert next month, front row, no less. I got them at a steep price from a scalper. Romanoff has been dying to go, and she's free that night. Deal.
Shin Shao extended his hand, sealing the agreement. Come on, Shin Shao said, stepping out of the car. Let's see what kind of nonsense these fools are about to spout.
As the mighty All-Father Odin slumbered, the wicked Loki had taken the throne of Asgard, plunging its people into turmoil.
It was up to them, the noble warriors of Asgard, to return and defeat the treacherous Loki, ushering in a brighter future for the realm, or so claimed the four Asgardians standing before Qianshao and Coulson. Their lofty declarations of justice and valor sounded so cliched and over the top that Qianshao couldn't help but stifle a yawn.
You're actually listening to this nonsense so seriously, Coulson?
Qianshao mocked, glancing at his companion.
What a story!
Coulson said, his expression one of genuine fascination.
The evil brother usurping the throne, waiting for the righteous prince to return and defeat him, it's classic. Didn't you ever hear stories like this as a kid? My mom used to tell me tales like this all the time.
I still remember the first children's book I ever read, The Lion King. It's just like this, except it's the king's brother and his son instead. Qianshao rolled his eyes so hard they nearly got stuck. Of course, Coulson would treat this like a fairy tale.
Everyone,
Thor interjected, his tone calm and thoughtful, I understand your concerns.
But my father told me that I cannot return until I've learned how to be a true king. And if things in Asgard were truly as dire as you claim, my mother would have intervened by now. Clearly, it's not as bad as you think, is it?
It was, without a doubt, the wisest thing Thor had ever said in his 1,500 plus years of existence.
If the situation in Asgard were truly that desperate, did they really think Frigga, the queen of Asgard, was just decorative? She could easily have ordered Heimdall to bring Thor back from Earth.
There was no need for these four to sneak down like this.
The queen is busy tending to Odin in his slumber, Volstagg, the most hot-tempered of the warriors three, declared.
His face was red with righteous fury, and spittle flew as he spoke.
You must return immediately. Without you, the 9 realms will descend into war and chaos. We must save them. To emphasize his point, Volstagg swung his massive axe dramatically through the air, as if cutting down invisible enemies.
Put!
Qianshao couldn't hold back anymore and burst into laughter.
Swish, all eyes turned to him, including those of Coulson, who quietly took a step back to distance himself. Now standing alone, Qianshao found himself the focus of several intense stares.
Sorry, everyone.
Didn't mean to interrupt your heartfelt conversation, but Qianshao paused, his lips twitching with amusement.
What was it you said again? Oh yeah, defeat the wicked Loki, save the 9 realms, we are the champions of justice.
He mimicked their impassioned delivery, raising his voice into a high-pitched, exaggerated tone while standing on his toes.
Right, wasn't that it? Absolutely hilarious. As if the 9 realms would collapse the moment you lot weren't around.
Though the Asgardians didn't fully understand why Qianshao was laughing, they could see the mocking expression on his face and the derision in his eyes. Volstagg took a large step forward, his nearly 2-meter-tall, burly frame towering over Qianshao. His braided beard quivered as he spoke in a deep, booming voice.
Are you mocking us? You dare mock the gods of Asgard, mortal? Do you not fear my axe?
Hey! Volstagg, stop! Thor quickly stepped between them, knowing full well how his companions viewed Earthlings. To them, Earth was nothing more than a backwater realm populated by insignificant mortals. Thor himself had once held the same arrogant attitude when he first arrived on Earth.
You'd better teach your friend to hold his tongue, Volstagg growled, glaring at Qianshao. Another word, and I'll give him a lesson he won't forget with my axe. Thor sighed inwardly. He knew this was bad.
Having spent time with Qianshao, he was well aware that the man would never back down in a verbal exchange. Sure enough, just as Volstagg turned to leave, Qianshao spoke up.
Ha ha ha.
Qianshao laughed mockingly.
Oops, I think I've done it again, Coulson. I just mocked a god. What should I do? Bow and apologize?
Hey, Thor, what god is this friend of yours supposed to be?
The god of wild boars? Or maybe the god of gluttony? What did you say? Volstagg roared, stepping forward in fury.
Thor quickly wrapped his arms around him, holding him back, while frantically gesturing at Qianshao to stop. But Qianshao ignored Thor entirely. Pointing at Volstagg, he sneered, You lot talk about saving the 9 realms, but which realm actually needs your help?
Who can you even defeat? Laufey, the frost giant king? Surtur, the lord of fire? Or maybe the slumbering dark elves? No, no, no. You can't beat any of them.
Qianshao wagged a finger in Volstagg's face, his gaze sweeping up and down with disdain. All you're good for is bullying malnourished kids. Where do you get the confidence to talk about saving the 9 realms?
Is it your scruffy beard? Or your oversized butt? Rah!
I'll kill you. Volstagg bellowed, shoving Thor aside and charging at Qianshao like an enraged boar, axe raised high.
See?
Told you he's the god of wild boars, Qin Shao remarked to no one in particular.
What do you think, Coulson? Coulson?
He turned to look, only to find Coulson had retreated all the way back to the car, safely out of range.
Damn it, Coulson. You're getting sneaky.
Qin Shao complained, before swiftly sidestepping Volstag's wild swing. As the axe struck the ground, Qin Shao stomped on its flat side, grabbed Volstag's braided beard, and used it as leverage to leap into the air. With a powerful knee strike, he slammed into Volstag's chin. Thud, the sound of the impact echoed as Volstag's massive frame was sent flying 20 or 30 meters, crashing to the ground with enough force to kick up a cloud of dust and sand. Poor god of wild boars.
I wasn't even trying, and you went flying. Hey, how's your sexy butt holding up?
Qin Shao taunted, shading his eyes with his hand as he shouted toward the fallen warrior. Xing xing xing, Lady Sif and the remaining warriors three drew their weapons in unison, their eyes burning with fury as they glared at Qin Shao.
Oh, so the great gods of Asgard are planning to gang up on a mere mortal now?
Qin Shao said, crooking his index finger at them in a taunting gesture.
Come on, all of you. But let me make this clear, no crying to your mommies when you lose. Your strength is indeed commendable.
In Asgard, you would qualify as a true warrior, said Fandral, one of the warriors three, as he stepped forward, lightly twirling his long sword. His tone carried an air of superiority, and he clearly looked down on Qin Shao.
However, do you really think such strength is enough to challenge the gods? To Fandral, Volstag's earlier defeat was simply due to carelessness.
After all, dodging a full-force axe swing and countering wasn't so impressive in his eyes. A blow capable of sending someone flying several dozen meters might seem extraordinary by mortal standards, but to the warriors of Asgard, it was merely the basics.
As Thor's friend, I'll give you a chance.
Apologize to Volstagg now, and we won't hold you accountable for your blasphemy against the gods, Fandral declared, his words dripping with condescension.
Ha! Qin Shao couldn't help but laugh aloud.
He didn't know whether the Asgardians were simply ignorant or if Odin had sheltered them too well.
Their innate sense of superiority was unbearable.
With a cold smile, Qin Shao decided that these so-called gods needed a lesson in humility. Unfortunately, Loki, eager to prevent Thor from returning to Asgard, didn't give him the chance. The sky darkened as swirling clouds gathered overhead.
A rainbow beam of light descended, striking the ground with a crash.
When the light faded, a black, towering metallic figure stood in its place.
It's the Destroyer.
The guardian of the treasure vault. Who released it? Exclaimed one of the Asgardians, their faces filled with alarm.
There's a town behind us, with thousands of people in it. Stop it!
Thor shouted, immediately turning his attention to the small town in the distance. Jane was still there, he couldn't let anything happen to her. The Asgardians, temporarily setting aside their conflict with Qin Shao, charged at the destroyer with their weapons drawn.
Their teamwork became evident as the battle began.
Volstagg, who had been knocked away earlier, ran back and took the lead. As the destroyer's body glowed and fire flickered within it, its flat, featureless face split open, revealing metal panels that slid apart to release a concentrated beam of fiery energy. The four warriors scattered to avoid the blast.
Volstagg rolled to the side and swung his axe at the destroyer's ankle.
Meanwhile, Fandral and Hogan flanked the metal giant, using their sword and hammer-like weapon to block its arms from striking Volstagg. As its arms were restrained, the destroyer's core glowed brighter. Its face opened again, and fiery energy began to build up for another blast.
Sif!
Volstagg shouted. Lady Sif, who had quietly maneuvered behind the destroyer, leapt high into the air. Her short staff transformed into a double-headed spear, and with precision, she drove it through a gap in the destroyer's metal plates, pinning it to the ground. The fire within the destroyer dimmed, seemingly extinguished. Fandral spun his sword with a flourish, casting a smug glance at Qin Shao, as if to say, "This is the power of Asgard." Qin Shao rolled his eyes, unimpressed. He pointed at the destroyer. Fandral turned back, alarmed to see the destroyer's metal plates starting to rotate.
The entire body shifted, flipping itself over from its hunched position into a backward bent stance. Flames erupted once more from within its body. Sif!
Thor shouted, warning her just in time. Sif leapt off the destroyer as it reoriented itself. Standing upright again, the destroyer pushed the spear out of its body. It turned, and a continuous stream of fire shot from its face, sweeping the area as its head rotated, chasing the four warriors.
Fortunately, the destroyer's movements were not agile.
Otherwise, its relentless fire would have already wiped out the Asgardians.
Even so, the warriors couldn't keep dodging indefinitely.
Seeing an opportunity, Volstagg jumped high into the air, aiming a powerful axe strike at the destroyer's chest. But the destroyer's combat instincts had improved. Its massive arm swung like a pillar, colliding with Volstagg mid-air. The Asgardian's famed strength was meaningless in the face of the destroyer's might. The impact sent Volstagg flying once more, his massive frame crashing to the ground as he coughed up blood, gravely injured. The remaining 3 warriors fared no better. Though they avoided the fire, they couldn't escape the sweeping strikes of the destroyer's limbs. Each was knocked away, their injuries varying in severity. The destroyer, undeterred, turned its attention to Sif, who was the closest. With a heavy step, it began advancing toward her. Sif, still recovering from being kicked earlier, had used her shield to block the attack but was clearly weakened. She struggled to move, and it was obvious she couldn't dodge in time. The other warriors were in no shape to help her either. "Sheen!" Thor shouted, his voice filled with desperation as he looked pleadingly at Qin Shao. Qin Shao sighed. With a powerful stomp, he launched himself toward the destroyer. Honestly, Sif had already resigned herself to her fate. Watching the destroyer's massive fist rise into the air, ready to crush her, she closed her eyes in despair. Bang! A heavy sound rang out. Sif opened her eyes, startled. Before her stood Qin Shao, his back to her. His arms were crossed above his head, and he had stopped the destroyer's punch dead in its tracks. She stared in disbelief. "It's you!" Sif exclaimed, her voice filled with shock. The sight left not only Sif but also the other Asgardians lying around in stunned silence. A mortal, a mere human, had stopped the destroyer's punch with his bare hands? It was inconceivable. "What are you staring at? Hey, I'm talking to you. Can't you get up? Move already!" Qin Shao shouted impatiently at Sif, feeling the mounting pressure in his arms as he braced against the destroyer's strength. Oh! Sif stammered, snapping out of her daze. She struggled to her feet and quickly moved out of the battle zone, giving Qin Shao and the destroyer room to fight. Seeing that Sif had escaped the battlefield, Qin Shao abruptly twisted his arms, redirecting the force of the destroyer's punch to the side. The massive metallic arm of the destroyer swung like a toppled tree, crashing heavily into the ground. Taking advantage of the moment when the destroyer lost its balance, Qin Shao slid low to the ground and swept his leg toward the destroyer's ankle. Boom! With the powerful sweep, the colossal figure of the destroyer stumbled and collapsed to the ground. Qin Shao wasted no time. As the giant struggled to regain its footing, he sprang up, his fist raised high, and brought it down like a thunderbolt onto the back of the destroyer's head. Bang! The punch landed with a resounding metallic thud, but the destroyer didn't seem the least bit affected. Instead, a sharp pain shot through Qin Shao's knuckles. Realizing that brute force alone wouldn't crack this turtle shell, he touched his belt lightly with his right hand. In the next instant, a tang sword seemed to materialize out of thin air. To onlookers, however, it appeared as though Qin Shao had pulled the blade directly from his waistband, an illusion that left the Asgardians dumbfounded. Fandral, in particular, stared in horror at his own long sword, then at his pants, his mind swirling with questions. Asgard had plenty of magical means to summon weapons, but Qin Shao's actions carried no magical energy at all. Where had that blade come from? Qin Shao didn't care what Fandral was thinking. Following his motto of strike while the enemy is down, he plunged the tang sword into the destroyer without hesitation. The blade slid into the gaps between the metal plates of the destroyer with ease, but the hollow interior of the machine rendered the physical attack completely ineffective. Frustrated, Qin Shao gritted his teeth and swung the sword at the metal plating itself. Sparks flew as the blade scraped against the enchanted metal, emitting an ear-piercing screech. Yet, after a single arduous strike, he found that his upgraded tang sword had failed to leave so much as a scratch. Heart aching for his weapon, Qin Shao sheathed the sword, unwilling to risk damaging it further. As the destroyer began twisting its head to aim its fire at him, Qin Shao mercilessly slammed his fist into its half-turned face, forcing it back down. The flames that had just begun to ignite were snuffed out as the destroyer's face was driven back into the dirt. Clang. Clang, whether out of its inherent battle instincts or Loki's command, the destroyer refused to give up. Its metallic body groaned as it struggled to turn its head again, attempting to aim at Qin Shao. Though Qin Shao's fists ached from the repeated impacts, he stubbornly hammered the destroyer's head back into the ground each time it tried to move. Stay down! Clang! Bang! Clang! Bang! It became a ridiculous contest of wills, the destroyer trying to lift its head, and Qin Shao relentlessly smashing it back down. The nearby Asgardians, Sif and the Warriors 3 watched with wide eyes, utterly stunned.
Is that really the destroyer?
Fandral muttered, his face pale with disbelief.
The one that guards Odin's vault? The one imbued with his magical power? Now upright and leaning on one another for support, the Asgardians glanced at Thor. Hogun, his face blank with shock, asked, Thor, is this truly Midgard? The world we're supposed to protect?
Earth is not as weak as we imagined, Thor replied solemnly, recalling his conversations with Qinshao about Earth's hidden powers.
There are even beings here as powerful as my father, like the Sorcerer Supreme. As powerful as Odin? Hogun swallowed hard.
All right, I take back my earlier contempt for this realm. While the Asgardians were busy revising their opinions on Earth, Qinshao was silently cursing his situation. No matter how hard he fought, this iron lump refused to go down. His fists throbbed painfully despite his enhanced resilience.
He couldn't keep this up forever.
His regenerative abilities were impressive, but even they had their limits.
Internally, he grumbled about why Thor couldn't sense his hammer yet. Hadn't the guy already learned humility and patience? What more did Mjolnir want?
As Qinshao brooded, the destroyer suddenly stopped trying to turn its head. Instead, it unleashed a powerful blast of fire straight into the ground beneath its face. The fiery explosion acted as a makeshift thruster, lifting the destroyer's head and upper body violently upward. Caught off guard, Qinshao was flung backward, landing several meters away in a cloud of dust.
Pa!
Qinshao spat out a mouthful of dirt, preparing to charge back into the fray. But before he could act, the destroyer turned away from him entirely, focusing its attention on Thor and the others.
What? Ignoring me now?
Qinshao muttered, rubbing his sore wrists. Seeing the giant machine stomp toward Thor and the others, he shouted, Thor!
Do you have anything like Mjolnir? Maybe Gungnir? Because I can't break through this shell.
Thor's face twisted into a grimace.
Gungnir? Odin's spear? That was a bad joke. I don't have anything like that, he admitted. Well, if you don't, I can't keep this up.
You'd better reclaim your power and grab that hammer of yours, otherwise, we're all in big trouble. Qinshao replied, leaping ahead of the destroyer and rejoining the group. Thor glanced at his friends, then steeled himself. Ignoring Sif's protests, he ran directly toward the destroyer, calling out, Loki!
I know you can hear me. Your target is me, isn't it? Let them go. Brother, I know I've been arrogant and selfish in the past. If I've done anything to hurt you, I'm sorry. But these people are innocent.
Thor's voice was filled with genuine remorse. His time on Earth had clearly given him plenty of opportunity for reflection, and his words carried the weight of someone who had truly learned from his mistakes. Thor! A worried voice called out from behind. Jane, having seen the destroyer from town, had driven out to check on him.
I'm fine.
Thor raised a hand to reassure her, signaling for her to stay back.
Just as he turned back to address the destroyer again, it swung its massive arm and sent Thor flying with a single devastating blow.
Thor, the others cried out in unison. According to the usual course of events, Thor's heartfelt words and self-sacrifice should have been enough for him to sense Mjolnir. But this time, nothing happened. Thor staggered to his feet, battered but alive, while the destroyer, its fiery core glowing ominously, marched toward him once more. Jane and the Asgardians rushed toward Thor in panic, but before anyone could intervene, a golden, glowing portal suddenly appeared in the air. A slender arm extended from the portal, blocking Qinzhao's path as he prepared to act.
Ancient One?
Qinzhao muttered, already guessing the figure stepping through the glowing portal before her full form became visible. The Ancient One, clad in her signature flowing robes, emerged gracefully from the golden portal. Her slender frame moved with a calm precision, each step as deliberate as her presence was commanding.
Sheen, is this 177A, Bleecker Street?
Coulson suddenly reappeared. He always seemed to have a knack for showing up unexpectedly, and looked around in confusion as he addressed Qinshao.
Yes, exactly. This is 177A, Bleecker Street, and this is the Ancient One, the Sorcerer Supreme.
Compared to all of you, she is the one who truly protects Earth, Qinshao explained, glancing at Coulson. The Ancient One tilted her head slightly, her serene eyes sparkling with subtle amusement as she nodded politely at Coulson. The gesture, though simple, sent a chill down Coulson's spine, and his mind immediately went into overdrive, strategizing how he might approach and deal with such an enigmatic and powerful figure in the future.
Coulson was nothing if not pragmatic.
After the brief exchange, the Ancient One turned to Qinshao, gently patting his shoulder. Her voice was soft but firm,
you don't need to get involved. Let the Asgardians handle their own affairs. Odin has already made arrangements for this.
Xin Xiao wasn't surprised by her statement.
Knowing Odin's methods, this sort of preparation was entirely within his nature.
However, he couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. By all accounts, Thor's behavior and growth had already surpassed his original arc in the main storyline.
Thor had matured significantly, so why hadn't he regained his powers yet? Xin Xiao voiced his doubts to the Ancient One.
If this is just meant to temper Thor, then he's already improved a lot more than expected.
So why hasn't he been able to reclaim his powers yet? Based on what Thor described of Odin's teachings, he should already qualify for the power of the Thunder God, shouldn't he?
Xin Xiao asked, his face filled with confusion. The Ancient One chuckled dismissively, a hint of mockery in her tone.
Qualify? Do you actually believe that nonsense Odin tells to children? All that talk of being worthy is just a convenient excuse.
While it's true that Odin wants to temper Thor, the key to reclaiming his hammer and powers isn't character growth, it's whether Thor faces a life-threatening danger.
What?
Xin Xiao's eyes widened in shock. This perspective had never even crossed his mind.
What did you think? The Ancient One teased.
Even when Thor first landed on Earth, if someone had stepped up and beaten him to within an inch of his life, that hammer would have flown straight to his side in an instant.
That sly old fox.
Xin Xiao cursed under his breath, feeling both impressed and exasperated by Odin's manipulative methods. The Ancient One shot Xin Xiao a knowing glance and continued, "Did you think Odin conquered the cosmos with just brute strength?
Do you really think the ancient entities of the universe are as foolish as these little warriors here?"
With that, she motioned for Xin Xiao to follow.
"Since I'm here, as an elder, I might as well make a show of it. Come along."
With a flick of her hand, she traced a glowing sigil in the air, her body instantly appearing near Thor and the others. At that moment, the destroyer loomed closer, its head glowing with fiery energy. A beam of searing fire shot toward the group. The Ancient One remained unperturbed.
Extending a hand, she rapidly traced several intricate circles in the air.
Golden light coalesced into a massive magical shield, at least 2 meters in diameter. With a gentle push of her pale hand, the shield hurtled forward with tremendous force. The fiery beam collided with the shield, but the latter didn't so much as waver. The powerful fire seemed utterly ineffective, as if a baby were throwing punches at a rampaging Hulk. Instead, the shield surged forward, cutting through the flames and slamming into the destroyer with a deafening impact. The metallic giant staggered, its massive frame sliding backward hundreds of meters before the shield dissipated into the air. The reaction from the crowd was unanimous. Everyone, except Xin Xiao, collectively gasped in shock. Fandral turned to Hogan, his face pale.
"Who is that?
At this rate, I feel like we need Earth's protection." Meanwhile, Xin Xiao muttered to himself, "She's thousands of years old, yet her hands are so well maintained.
Soft like a young girl's, yet somehow so powerful." Thwack, the Ancient One's hand descended on Xin Xiao's head.
She turned away, her expression calm, but there was a mischievous glint in her eyes. "Xin," she said, addressing him seriously as she approached Thor.
"Odin and I have known each other for millennia. I'm well aware of your exile to Earth. To reclaim your power as the God of Thunder, you must understand what you are truly fighting for. Everyone here today, these are the people you must protect. As for the destroyer, we will not intervene again. Think carefully about how you will protect those around you." Her tone was firm, carrying an undeniable weight. Without waiting for a response, she grabbed Xin Xiao and stepped back through a portal, returning to their original position. But to everyone's surprise, she opened another portal, teleporting the destroyer right back to within 100 meters of Thor and his companions. "Really?" Xin Xiao complained, frowning. "If you're not going to help, then stay out of it. But if you do help, why toss the problem right back at them? This is just stirring the pot." The Ancient One's pale hand struck Xin Xiao's head again, this time with more force. Xin Xiao winced, rubbing his head and protesting, "Why do you keep hitting me?"
"Because you deserve it," she replied curtly, pulling out a folding fan from seemingly nowhere and fanning herself gently. Her eyes sparkled with cunning as she added, "I stepped in to make sure Odin knows I'm watching his son. Otherwise, after you've played babysitter for his unruly child, the next Sorcerer Supreme might not get as good a deal from Odin as we deserve." Xin Xiao grumbled, "Well, I'm definitely not interested in being the next Sorcerer Supreme.
Sitting in that sanctum all day, dealing with Dormammu's nonsense? No thanks."
The moment the words left his mouth, Xin Xiao realized his slip. He glanced at the Ancient One, who was now smiling knowingly, her expression clearly saying,
Ah, so you know about that too. Ahem. Look over there. Thor's getting beaten up again.
Qin Shao hastily pointed back toward the battlefield, desperately changing the subject.
The Ancient One didn't press the matter, instead turning her gaze back to Thor.
As expected, Thor had stepped forward once more, ignoring his companion's protests. This time, he spread his arms wide and shouted, "Loki!
If you must kill me, then do it now.
End this, but don't harm them." Loki, likely still shaken by the Ancient One's earlier display of power, hesitated. Through the destroyer, he glanced nervously toward her and Qin Shao. Seeing no indication that they would intervene, he steeled himself and unleashed a massive beam of fire directly at Thor.
"No!
Thor!" Cries of alarm rang out as the fire engulfed Thor, sending him flying dozens of meters before the flames subsided. When the smoke cleared, Thor lay motionless on the ground, his body charred black. His clothes were reduced to tatters, and white smoke rose faintly from his scorched form.
He looked as though even the gods themselves couldn't save him now. "So, Thor!"
Sif cried out in anguish, her voice trembling with pain. But before she could take another step forward, Jane dashed past her like an arrow released from a bow. Tears glistened on Jane's cheeks as she sprinted toward Thor's charred body.
"Thor! Thor! No, don't fall asleep. You promised to take me to Asgard to see the endless sea.
Thor!" Jane wailed, her voice saturated with heartbreak. Her raw emotion even made Sif, who had fought alongside Thor for more than 1,000 years, feel a pang of inadequacy. Sif could only stop in her tracks, watching helplessly. Loki, ever the dedicated villain when playing his role, was not satisfied with leaving Thor half-dead. Controlling the destroyer remotely from Asgard, he directed the hulking metallic figure to slowly march toward Thor's fallen body. Each step the destroyer took on the sandy terrain emitted a sinister shhhshhh sound, like the countdown of death itself.
Hearing the ominous footsteps, Jane turned her head and glared fiercely at the destroyer.
Then, in one sudden motion, she stood up, spread her arms wide, and positioned herself between Thor and the approaching destroyer. The determination in her stance was unwavering. It was clear she was ready to sacrifice herself to protect him. To Qin Shao, the scene was more touching than the infamous "you jump, I jump" moment from Titanic. "Ah, foolish people always seem to find happiness," Qin Shao sighed softly, shaking his head in a mix of admiration and pity.
"Envious, are we?
Don't rush, your fool's luck will outshine his someday," the Ancient One quipped, turning her head with a sly smile.
"Wait, are you insulting me or complimenting me?"
Qin Shao scratched the back of his head, his face a mix of bewilderment and curiosity. The Ancient One merely smiled faintly, choosing not to answer. Her attention returned to the scene unfolding near Thor. By this point, Jane had resolutely placed herself in front of Thor. Sif and the others exchanged hesitant glances but ultimately decided to stand beside her, forming a protective line.
Like Jane, they spread their arms wide, shielding Thor with their bodies. "You fools!" Loki snarled from Asgard, watching the scene through the destroyer's eyes. The sight of their defiance only deepened his disdain. Out of caution, Loki once again directed the destroyer to glance toward the Ancient One and Qin Shao. Seeing that they still remained indifferent and uninvolved, Loki steeled his resolve. He commanded the destroyer's internal flames to gather with increasing intensity, preparing to annihilate all 5 of them along with Thor once and for all. The flames within the destroyer swirled and crackled ominously. Jane glanced back at Thor, still lying motionless on the ground, before closing her eyes. Her face showed no fear, only an unshakable resolve. But just then, Thor's fingers twitched slightly. Though it was a barely noticeable movement, it seemed to trigger a profound reaction from the world around him. The sky darkened as thick clouds gathered overhead, and bolts of lightning began to crackle and dance across the heavens, tearing the sky asunder. A tiny whirlwind formed around Thor's right hand, as if he were summoning a mysterious and ancient power. Back at the shield temporary base, Mjolnir, the mighty hammer of Thor, suddenly began to tremble violently where it had lain dormant. Tiny lightning bolts darted around the hammer, which seemed to come alive.
In the next instant, Mjolnir shot into the air, ascending high into the sky and drawing a massive bolt of lightning before hurtling toward Thor's location. The site of the battle was only a dozen kilometers from the shield encampment, and the hammer crossed the distance in the blink of an eye.
With a deafening roar, Mjolnir appeared in Thor's hand.
Though Thor's eyes remained closed, his right hand gripped the hammer's handle tightly. The lightning in the sky, as if finding its target, surged downward into the hammer and then into Thor's scorched body. The transformation was instantaneous and miraculous. If ever there was an example of being revived on the spot, this was it. Thor's charred body seemed to rejuvenate before their very eyes. His wounds healed, his burnt skin restored, and even his frayed hair regrew, miraculously styled as if freshly groomed with gel. He opened his eyes suddenly, his gaze burning with newfound determination. Slowly, he floated into the air, Mjolnir in hand. Lightning raged around him, striking the hammer as if to celebrate its master's return. His transformation was complete, a suit of scaled armor materialized, covering his body and limbs, a breastplate formed over his torso, and finally, a red cape unfurled from his shoulders, billowing majestically in the wind. He stood there, the very embodiment of a god descended to earth.
"Oh my god!"
Jane exclaimed, her hands covering her mouth as her eyes brimmed with awe and disbelief. She gazed at Thor with stars in her eyes, utterly enchanted by his transformation.
"God damn it!"
Xin Xiao spat bitterly. He had spent so much effort trying to make an impression and had never quite succeeded.
But this big oaf?
Not only did his injuries heal instantly, but his hair grew back perfectly styled as well.
It was infuriating.
Thor, now fully restored and brimming with power, wasted no time.
With a mighty swing of Mjolnir, he struck the destroyer, forcing it to stagger backward. Another swing followed bang, and the metallic giant was knocked to the ground.
Thor then ascended into the sky, spinning his hammer rapidly. A massive tornado formed in the air, whipping up a sandstorm and lifting the destroyer's massive frame into the swirling vortex. "This doesn't make any sense," Xin Xiao grumbled.
"That hammer isn't a fan, it shouldn't be able to generate aerodynamic lift like that."
As the destroyer rose higher, Thor flipped upside down within the tornado, hammer in hand, and delved toward the metallic giant. Loki, realizing the peril his creation was in, attempted a final counterattack. The destroyer unleashed a fiery beam upward, but against the might of Mjolnir, it was utterly ineffective. Thor's hammer cut through the flames like a hot knife through butter, slamming into the destroyer.
Boom! The explosion that followed was deafening.
The shockwave rippled outward in a perfect circle, scattering sand and debris in all directions like a massive smoke ring that expanded until it faded into nothing. Xin Xiao, witnessing this display of raw power, muttered, "No way.
Is he really that strong?"
The Ancient One, ever patient, explained, "What you saw was a fraction of Odin's power sealed within Mjolnir. Theoretically, even a pig could defeat that metal shell if it managed to wield the hammer. Without that power, even Thor, with Mjolnir in hand, wouldn't be able to break through the URU metal and enchantments that make up the destroyer."
So the moral of the story is that being born lucky beats working hard, huh?
Xin Xiao spread his hands in resignation. For the first time, he thought that being chosen as the next Sorcerer Supreme might not be the worst thing, provided he figured out what this millennium-old fox, the Ancient One, was truly plotting. "Rest assured, host," a lifeless voice suddenly echoed in Xin Xiao's mind. "In this world, no one's heritage can surpass yours, because you have the system as your dad."
Xin Zhao's expression froze. He slapped his forehead and muttered, "Right. I have the system, what am I afraid of?" Wait. Hold on a second. Something's not right here. System, why did you suddenly pop up? And who are you calling Dad? Come out and explain yourself. System.
The storyline of Thor's time on Earth is now concluded, and the destroyer has been defeated. As the host participated in this event, a reward of 1,000 points is granted. However, if the host continues to shout or insult the system, the reward will be immediately revoked. The system's cold voice echoed in Xin Zhao's mind.
System, you're amazing."
Xin Xiao gritted his teeth and swallowed the string of curses that had been on the tip of his tongue. Faced with the temptation of the reward, the system's words suddenly seemed unassailable.
"Given your sincerity in repenting, here's a kind reminder, the storyline of Thor's exile to Earth has ended.
Your reward, Odin's friendship, must be collected in person in Asgard," the system added.
"All right."
Xin Xiao muttered in response, though inwardly he rolled his eyes and thought, asterisk as if I didn't know. The Ancient One literally came here herself, asterisk. He looked up at Thor, who had just finished defeating the destroyer with a few strikes. Thor then turned to Jane and pulled her into a passionate kiss, completely ignoring the presence of his supposed fiancée. This guy is such a scumbag, Xin Xiao thought to himself.
"Xin, I want to thank you for all the help you've given me during my time here. And you, Ancient One, thank you as well.
When I was younger, I thought the stories of the Sorcerer Supreme were just myths. Thank you for your guidance," Thor said humbly, bowing slightly to both Xin Xiao and the Ancient One. It was clear that his time on Earth had taught him humility. I represent Asgard, and from now on, we shall form an alliance with Earth to face the dangers of the universe together and protect the 9 realms," Thor declared, though this proclamation was mostly directed at Qin Shao. After all, forming an alliance with the Sorcerer Supreme was still beyond his current qualifications. Qin Shao nodded slightly, and the two exchanged a knowing glance. "I must return to Asgard now. There are matters I must address there. Jane, I promise you, I will return to find you," Thor said to Jane with heartfelt sincerity. Then, as expected, the two kissed again. Qin Shao couldn't help but glance at Sif, who stood awkwardly to the side, her expression a mix of bitterness and discomfort. Fandral, ever perceptive, noticed this and quickly spoke up, "Thor, we need to return to Asgard immediately. The destroyer being sent here is highly irregular. Something must have happened with Heimdall." This timely comment not only alleviated Sif's embarrassment but also pointed out the truth of the situation. Thor reassured Jane once more that he would return after resolving things in Asgard. He then gathered his companions at the spot where Sif and the others had landed. Standing in the imprint left by the Rainbow Bridge, Thor raised his hammer toward the sky and shouted, "Heimdall, take us home." "Heimdall," he shouted again, but the Rainbow Bridge remained unresponsive. "Hey, Thor," Qin Shao interjected, unable to hold back, "are you holding up the hammer so Heimdall can get better reception?" Thor, looking serious, explained, "Heimdall is the gatekeeper of Asgard, a mighty god. His eyes can see every corner of the universe, and his ears can hear anyone calling his name from anywhere." "Oh," Qin Shao nodded. "That's impressive. But if he can hear you, why do you even need to raise the hammer? What's the point of holding it up like that?" "Ah, sorry, it's just a habit," Thor said awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. He raised the hammer halfway again but then hesitated, remembering Qin Shao's teasing, and lowered it back down. "Heimdall!" Thor called out once more. This time, the sky darkened, and swirling clouds gathered. A beam of rainbow light descended onto the spot where they stood. Thor nodded at the group, casting one last, longing look at Jane before stepping onto the Rainbow Bridge with his companions. Jane stood there, staring at the fading figures of Thor and the others as they disappeared into the light of the Rainbow Bridge. She murmured to herself, "To pierce the barriers of space and cross vast distances, transporting people or objects directly to another realm, this is the true power of the gods." Qin Shao gently patted her shoulder and said, "Hey, girl. I know right now your heart is full of that big, heroic Thor, and you think he's the best. You probably think Asgard is this sacred, divine place. But let me tell you something, this so-called godly power, this spatial travel they're doing, it's not as safe as it looks. If there's even the slightest error in the process, you could get sucked into a spatial vortex. A true god would handle it like this." With that, Qin Shao snapped his fingers. The Ancient One cast Qin Shao a resigned glance before casually slicing through the air with her hand. A golden portal appeared instantly. Jane peeked through it and was stunned to see the Rainbow Bridge on the other side. On the bridge, Thor was flying at high speed toward a grand, golden palace in the distance, hammer in hand. "See that? Now that is what real divine power looks like. Bye-bye." Qin Shao waved at Jane before stepping through the portal with the Ancient One, vanishing from sight. Jane finally snapped out of her shock and shouted, "Hey! Damn it! I wanted to go too." But the only response was the faint golden spark of the closing portal. "Next time I see Darcy, I'm definitely going to tell her not to talk to you anymore," she grumbled in frustration, turning around and heading back to her car. Eric Selvig would move on to join S.H.I.E.L.D. in a new research project, Darcy would return to school to continue her lab work, and Jane would settle down somewhere, waiting for her Asgardian prince to return. The Ancient One's portal led to the shores of the Endless Sea, directly across from the Rainbow Bridge. From this vantage point, the bridge and its observatory were visible on the right, while the Golden Palace stood in the distance on the left. After Thor's apparent death, Loki had frozen Heimdall using the Casket of Ancient Winters, leaving the gatekeeper unable to respond to Thor's calls. Seizing this opportunity, Loki had lured the Frost Giant King, Laufey, to Asgard under the pretense of cooperation to kill Odin. However, as Laufey prepared to strike, Loki betrayed him, using Gungnir to kill him instead. This served two purposes, to prove his worth to Odin and to erase the shame he felt upon learning of his frost giant heritage. Loki, the supposed future king of Asgard, could not accept being a frost giant's son. His plan didn't stop there, he intended to use the Rainbow Bridge to obliterate the frost giant's homeworld entirely. The Ancient One waved her hand, casting a spell that created a shimmering ripple in the air. The ripple transformed into a screen-like display, showing the scene inside Odin's chambers. There, Loki had just killed Laufey, and Thor had arrived, leading to a confrontation between the two brothers. Loki, unwilling to let Thor interfere, struck him with Gungnir, sending him flying out of the palace. Loki then sprinted toward the Rainbow Bridge. Xin Zhao's gaze followed Loki to the bridge, anticipating the iconic showdown between the two brothers, a battle that would end with the destruction of the Rainbow Bridge itself. But before he could immerse himself in the drama, the Ancient One leaned over and said softly, "Look over here. The real show is about to begin." In Odin's chambers, after the two brothers had left, Frigga's previously panicked expression quickly faded into calmness. Meanwhile, the seemingly frail and bedridden Odin slowly opened his eyes. Sitting up, he let out a soft sigh. Frigga, standing by his side, gently patted his shoulder and said, "Thor's trip to Earth this time seems to have matured him quite a bit. As for Loki, he's understandably sensitive about his frost giant heritage. He also feels that you treat Thor better than him. He's lived in Thor's shadow his whole life, so a bit of rebellion is normal. He'll understand in time." The exchange between the two felt deeply emotional, much like an ordinary couple worrying about their children. Xin Zhao, however, watched from the sidelines, utterly speechless. He glanced at Loki, who was currently manipulating the Rainbow Bridge to wipe out the entire frost giant race, and couldn't help but internally retort, "A bit of rebellion? He's about to commit genocide on his own birth race, no less, *." A phrase suddenly surfaced in Xin Zhao's mind, a joke from his past life on the internet, *, "He's just a kid, after all." Indeed, what harm could a mere 1,000-year-old child possibly have? Stealing the family's weapons, attempting to murder his brother, and planning genocide, just typical kid stuff. The Ancient One, noticing Xin Zhao's expression, immediately discerned what he was thinking. She cast a disdainful glance at the mirrored image of Odin and Frigga, and remarked, "Your perspective is too limited. Loki's bloodline stems from the royal family of the Frost Giants. Odin doesn't have many years left, and if the Frost Giants still exist, Thor's claim to the throne would never be secure." Faced with the Ancient One's meaningful gaze, Xin Zhao suddenly had a moment of clarity. He had always assumed that Odin was merely aware of these events and chose to let his children's antics play out. But now it was clear, this was a meticulously crafted game of strategy by an old schemer. By deliberately neglecting Loki, Odin provoked him into proving himself, leading Loki to personally kill Laufey and all but annihilate the Frost Giant race. Even though Thor eventually stopped him, the Frost Giants were left on the brink of extinction. Most importantly, Loki's actions ensured that the Frost Giants would forever despise him. As a result, Loki lost any chance of having a reliable ally from his birth race, instead turning them into mortal enemies. Sending Thor to Earth and forging an alliance with its people was another calculated move. Xin Zhao recalled the beginning of Thor, the Dark World, where Thor led Asgardian forces to quell uprisings across the 9 realms. Through a combination of subjugation, alliances, and destruction, Thor played the hero while Loki played the villain, consolidating Thor's position as the 9 realms' protector and winning their loyalty with ease. Compared to Odin's machinations, Loki's so-called god of mischief schemes were laughably amateurish. Truly, no one who ascends to a throne is without their share of cunning. "You don't need to overthink it," the Ancient One said. "Odin, as the king of Asgard, naturally acts with the responsibilities of a king. But as a father? Well, let's just say he's not as skilled in that role." She gave a faint smile. "Come, let's go pay a visit to this successful king and failed father." With a light tap on the mirrored surface, the image shattered, revealing a portal. "Thor returned to Asgard, and you didn't come to see your old friend right away?" Odin's voice rang out the moment the portal opened. The All-Father's reputation wasn't for nothing, he had sensed their presence the moment they entered Asgard. "I couldn't miss such a grand show, could I?" The Ancient One wasn't the least bit surprised that Odin had noticed her presence. After all, she would undoubtedly detect any powerful being entering Earth as well. "Ancient One, welcome," Frigga greeted warmly, clearly no stranger to the Sorcerer Supreme. She smiled at the Ancient One, nodded politely to Xin Zhao, and then left the room. "Just 2 kids fighting, it's hardly worth watching. You didn't come all the way to Asgard just to enjoy my family drama, did you?" Odin waved dismissively. But before he could say more, a deafening explosion shook the palace. Odin's demeanor changed instantly, his entire being radiating golden light. To Xin Zhao, it was as if the old man had transformed into a blazing sun, dazzling, searing, and exuding an overwhelming aura of authority. In that moment, Xin Zhao felt as though a mere gesture from Odin could obliterate him entirely. "Damn it! The Rainbow Bridge!" Odin exclaimed, vanishing from the room in an instant. The Ancient One, unfazed, pulled out her fan and gave Qin Zhao's head a few hearty whacks while laughing gleefully.
See that? Even the best planner can slip up.
After all his scheming, Thor's upright nature led him to destroy the Rainbow Bridge just to stop Loki from wiping out the Frost Giants.
Odin definitely didn't see that coming, huh?
Despite being on Odin's turf, the Ancient One had no reservations about loudly mocking him. Qin Zhao, finally snapping out of his awe, swatted the fan away.
Stop hitting me. You're just showing off with your commentary.
Shaking off the Ancient One's antics, Qin Zhao processed what had just happened. Wait, you're saying the destruction of the Rainbow Bridge wasn't part of Odin's plan? He asked, intrigued.
Of course not. Odin's a crafty old fox, but he's not omnipotent.
Even as the guardian of the Time Stone, I wouldn't claim to see all possible futures.
Odin's plans rely on manipulating people, not controlling every detail. Still, what's the point of foreseeing things if some events are destined to happen anyway?
Qin Zhao sighed.
Oh?
The Ancient One leaned in, her bald head suddenly filling Qin Zhao's vision.
Then tell me, is it destiny that we're here right now? Startled by the proximity, Qin Zhao reflexively stepped back. How would I know? Before the Ancient One could press further, a figure reappeared in the room. It was Odin.
But this time, the All-Father looked nothing like the composed and confident ruler from before. His face was etched with worry and concern.
Without hesitation, he turned to the Ancient One and asked, Loki. Perhaps this was what the Ancient One had meant by Odin's role as a father.
Despite all his cunning and calculations, it was clear that he held genuine affection for Loki, the rebellious third princess he had raised for over a millennium.
Relax, he's fine.
He'll come back after taking a few knocks, the Ancient One replied matter-of-factly. Only then did Odin let out a deep sigh of relief. Suddenly noticing Qin Zhao for the first time, he turned to him and, to Qin Zhao's utter shock, spoke in fluent Mandarin.
Your calligraphy's not bad, kid.
Qin Zhao, recalling his middle school days at a boarding school, suddenly felt an eerie sense of déjà vu. Back then, the school's principal had been a short, chubby, bald man whom all the students secretly nicknamed Short Winter Melon. One day during self-study, as the principal walked past the window, Qin Zhao had raised his head, caught a glimpse of him, and blurted out, Short Winter Melon. But the moment the words left his mouth, he realized the principal was standing right there, glaring at him with fiery anger. What followed was a lengthy 40-minute lecture in the office, leaving an indelible mark on his memory. And now, the situation was oddly similar, only this time, the short, chubby principal had been replaced by Odin, the All-Father of the gods. Actually, Qin Zhao stammered nervously, this might be a misunderstanding. I have a twin brother named Qin Zhao, and, he got hit by a meteor last night and died.
Is that so?
Odin raised Gungnir, his eternal spear, a glint of doubt and anger flashing in his eyes.
All right. I admit it's my fault, okay? I said something dumb. Happy now? But honestly, it's not a big deal, is it? I mean, your hair and beard are already white, you're getting up there in age, and your wife having her monthly moods isn't unusual, right? Qin Zhao blurted out, his voice trembling as he desperately signaled the Ancient One for help. The Ancient One caught onto his distress and stepped in, casually placing a hand on Odin's arm. Calm down, Odin. I think Qin has a point. Look at your kids, has any of them ever been easy to deal with? If you were to have another one, I imagine you'd be driven to an early grave even before Hellas' return. Exactly. Qin Zhao chimed in from behind the Ancient One, nodding fervently. Silence, you insolent fool. Odin bellowed, his voice thunderous as Gungnir began to glow ominously. Not only have you insulted my queen, but you've also cursed my entire family to death. The Ancient One, ever unflappable, held firm. Odin, about the entire family dying thing, it's not exactly a curse. To be honest, it's going to happen. What? Odin's fierce demeanor faltered, as the Ancient One's words seemed to strike a chord deep within him, leaving him momentarily stunned. My old friend, the Ancient One said solemnly, her expression uncharacteristically serious, I'm not joking this time. I came here specifically to discuss this matter. We need to have a serious conversation about the future, about Earth and Asgard. Before the two titans could delve further into their discussion, the Ancient One opened a portal with a wave of her hand. Odin, without a word, used Gungnir to unceremoniously swat Qin Zhao through the portal. The portal led to the Rainbow Bridge. Qin Zhao stumbled onto the once majestic bridge, now fractured with a massive gap in the middle. Even the observatory had partially collapsed into the abyss.
Near the edge of the broken bridge sat a lone figure, draped in a red cape that billowed dramatically in the winds of the endless sea. Damn, this is straight out of Asgardian storm riders, Qin Shao muttered under his breath, unable to resist the comparison. Hearing his voice, Thor turned his head, surprise flickering in his eyes. Qin? How did you get here? Thor asked, puzzled. Wait a minute, the Rainbow Bridge was destroyed by me and Loki. How did you cross over? Does this mean I can still return to Earth? Can I still see Jane? The sudden burst of excitement from Thor startled Qin Shao. Wait, weren't you sitting here mourning Loki? Turns out you're just sulking because the broken bridge means you can't see Jane? Then why'd you smash it in the first place? I came with the Sorcerer Supreme, Qin Shao explained. She's currently talking to your father. Oh, by the way, good news, Loki isn't dead. The Sorcerer Supreme already informed your father. I knew it. Thor froze for a good 10 seconds before leaping up and slapping Qin Shao on the shoulder enthusiastically. I knew he'd be fine. He's the god of mischief, the most cunning person in Asgard, there's no way he'd die so easily. Thor's joy was palpable, his face lighting up with a wide grin. Qin Shao could see the genuine bond Thor had with Loki, but in his heart, he couldn't help but scoff at the claim that Loki was the most cunning. Compared to Odin, Frigga, and even Heimdall, Loki's schemes were child's play. Not wanting to delve into the topic of Loki further, Qin Shao seized the opportunity to ask Thor for a tour of Asgard. Thor, now in high spirits after hearing about Loki and the possibility of returning to Earth to see Jane, eagerly agreed. Acting as a dutiful guide, he led Qin Shao around the Golden Palace and its surroundings. For over an hour, they wandered through Asgard, though they still hadn't finished exploring even the area around the palace. Before they could continue, the Ancient One and Odin called them back. This time, the setting was a grand, opulent reception hall. Odin and the Ancient One sat at opposite ends of the room, their expressions warm but with an unsettling twinkle in their eyes. They looked at Qin Shao as though he were a prized fool, their smiles unervingly cheerful. A chill ran down Qin Shao's spine. He instinctively took a step back and asked warily, "What are you two planning?" Odin, feigning benevolence, beckoned him forward. "Come here, child." "Nope." Qin Shao shook his head firmly. "Whatever you've got to say, just say it. Don't call me child. Everyone you've ever called that hasn't had a good ending. Call me an idiot if you want, but not child." Odin's face twitched slightly, but before he could respond, the Ancient One stepped in. "If you don't trust Odin, surely you trust me. Come on, it's good news, I promise." Her smile was disarmingly genuine. But Qin Shao knew better. To him, these two were as dangerous as nuclear warheads. There was no way he'd fall for their tricks. "Nope. You two are laughing like a couple of shady brothel owners trying to scam innocent people. I'm not falling for it." The next moment, Odin raised Gungnir, and the Ancient One's hand glowed with golden light. All right. I'm coming. Let's talk this out, no need to get violent." Qin Shao relented, scurrying over. As soon as he approached, the two quickly dispelled their magic and weapons, their faces once again adorned with those unervingly radiant smiles. The Ancient One addressed Qin Shao with a grin. "You've done a lot to help Thor during his time on Earth. Odin has decided to reward you. He's allowing you to choose any one item from his treasury." Stepping into Odin's treasury, Qin Shao finally understood that sometimes, the depictions in movies simply couldn't be trusted. Odin, the All-Father, had waged wars across the universe in his younger days, conquering thousands of planets. How could his collection consist of just the few items shown in the films? In truth, the treasury was filled with an incredible variety of treasures, rivaling even the vast collection of the collector from the Guardians of the Galaxy. In fact, some of the items here were ones the collector would have dreamed of obtaining. For example, right in front of him stood a 3-meter-tall glass case, housing a perfectly preserved Groot-like tree creature. "What's this?" Qin Shao asked, pointing at the tree-like figure, his face full of curiosity. "This is a Groot," Thor explained from beside him, taking on the role of an enthusiastic tour guide. "Their species is incredibly rare. When I was young, one of our tutors was a Groot. Learning Grootish was even part of our elective studies. Unfortunately, when his lifespan ended, Father preserved his body here. Nowadays, Groots are almost impossible to find." Looking at the preserved Groot turned into a display piece for eternity, Qin Shao couldn't help but feel a bit conflicted. This poor guy came here to teach your family, and when he passed away, you turned him into a trophy for your treasury?
Odin really has a unique way of honoring his guests, asterisk.
As they continued exploring, Qin Shao saw an array of bizarre weapons and armors, including 3 Dragonfang swords. These are Dragonfang swords, once wielded by the Valkyries, Thor explained with a wistful tone.
When I was a child, I always dreamed of owning one.
They were the weapons of Asgard's strongest warriors.
Sadly, after the Valkyries disbanded, the swords vanished from sight.
Thor continued narrating as Qin Shao wandered through the treasury, introducing each artifact like a museum guide. Qin Shao saw countless strange and fascinating items, opening his eyes to the sheer breadth of Asgard's history.
However, he couldn't find the iconic items shown in the movies. Puzzled, he turned to Thor and asked, "This is it? I mean, this is supposed to be the Allfather's treasury. Shouldn't there be something more powerful, like your hammer, a true artifact?"
There are indeed stronger artifacts, but most of them have strict usage limits.
I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to wield them.
If none of this catches your eye, I'll show you something else, Thor replied casually as he walked to the back of the treasury. He pushed against a wall with force, revealing a hidden inner chamber. This was the treasury shown in the movies, the inner treasury, where the truly exceptional items were kept.
Inside were the casket of ancient winters, the eternal flame, and even the much-debated infinity gauntlet, labeled as a fake in Thor, Ragnarok. This gauntlet, it's huge. Not something just anyone could use, right? And these stones on it, what's the deal with them?
Qin Shao asked as he picked up the gauntlet, feigning ignorance.
This is the Infinity Gauntlet, Thor explained patiently.
It was designed to harness the power of the Infinity Stones. The Dwarven King of Nidavellir crafted it based on his own hand size. He wanted to create a masterpiece capable of holding all 6 Infinity Stones, a culmination of his forging skills. But as soon as he finished it, countless ambitious beings across the universe sought to claim the gauntlet to control the stones. Left with no choice, the Dwarven King presented it to my father, hoping his reputation would deter those with such ambitions.
Listening to Thor's explanation, Qin Shao finally understood.
The gauntlet was real, but as Thor, Ragnarok had suggested, the fake likely referred to the stones embedded in it, not the gauntlet itself. The Dwarven King had given it to Odin to avoid trouble, which made perfect sense. Whether this was a hidden Marvel narrative or a correction in this real-world version of events, Qin Shao couldn't say.
He nodded thoughtfully and then turned his attention to the casket of ancient winters. This is an artifact of the frost giants.
Thor began, continuing his role as an informative guide. Qin Shao tried to sense the power of the casket, but without frost giant blood, he couldn't activate it. As for the Infinity Gauntlet, its sheer size aside, it was useless without the Infinity Stones. Truthfully, there didn't seem to be much in Odin's treasury that Qin Shao could actually use. As Qin Shao pondered, he approached the eternal flame. And then, suddenly, everything changed. The moment he neared the eternal flame, the once quiet flames within the vessel flared up violently, as if doused with gasoline. The fire surged upward by over 2 meters, spilling out of the container and expanding outward by nearly a meter. Then, with a sudden shift, the enormous flames lunged toward Qin Shao. The massive firestorm surged toward him like a bird returning to its nest, desperately seeking to enter his mouth, nose, and even the pores of his skin. The transformation was so abrupt that both Qin Shao and Thor were caught completely off guard.
My hair!
Qin Shao's first thought was one of pure panic as the flames rushed toward him. Before he could react further, the fire had already entered his body through his mouth and nose. It was as if the flames had a life of their own, weaving through every pore and orifice of Qin Shao's body. Thor stood frozen in place, dumbstruck. He knew the eternal flame was dangerous, but in all his years of visiting the treasury, he had never seen it behave this way. By the time he snapped out of his daze, the flames had already fully entered Qin Shao's body.
No!
Thor muttered, instinctively stepping forward to help. At that moment, Qin Shao's entire body began to emit a blinding light. His form was now engulfed in flames, yet his clothes, skin, and even his hair remained entirely untouched by the fire. They were pristine, as if the flames didn't harm him at all.
But for Qin Shao, the experience was anything but pleasant.
The instant the eternal flame entered his body, a surge of violent, scorching energy tore through him. Compared to this, the Hulk serum he had ingested earlier felt like a firecracker next to a grenade. The energy rampaged through his muscles, meridians, and bones, leaving no part of his body unscathed.
Aya!
Qin Shao screamed, his mouth opening wide as a jet of fire erupted from his mouth, melting a hole clean through the wall in front of him.
Simultaneously, deep beneath the Golden Palace, a rune symbolizing Asgard's power over fire began to stir.
It broke free of its confines and shot upward, piercing through the palace floor and heading straight for the treasury.
Damn it! Odin, who had been chatting with the Ancient One, roared in alarm.
Golden light erupted from his body as he shot toward the treasury at lightning speed.
The Ancient One followed closely behind.
When they arrived, they found Xianxiao floating midair, his body still wreathed in flames while his eyes remained tightly shut. Thor stood nearby, looking utterly dumbfounded. At that moment, a cacophony of shattering sounds filled the air. A dark red rune burst through the walls, tearing through the treasury's defenses before making its way to Xianxiao.
No! Odin bellowed. Stop!
His golden aura flared as he reached out toward the rune with all his might. Odin moved with blinding speed, appearing before the rune in an instant and reaching out to grab it. However, to his shock, his hand grasped nothing but air. The rune, which had been mere inches away, vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye. To make matters worse, Odin found himself abruptly transported from the golden grandeur of the palace to a desolate mountaintop far away.
Ancient One!
Odin roared, his voice thunderous and filled with urgency.
With a swift motion of his hand, Gungnir appeared in his grasp.
His body was instantly clad in gold armor, the royal cloak of Asgard billowing behind him in the wind, exuding a palpable aura of authority and lethal intent.
You know what that rune represents? It's the core power of Asgard. I've used it to keep Hela imprisoned.
Odin's voice trembled with both fury and desperation. He knew all too well that it was already too late to stop the rune from reaching Xianxiao. And with the Ancient One standing before him, there was no chance of returning unless he somehow defeated or subdued her, something even he might not be able to accomplish. His teeth clenched as rage and helplessness burned within him. For centuries, Odin had sacrificed much to keep Hela, the goddess of death, sealed away, delaying the inevitable arrival of Ragnarok. The price had been steep, not just for him, but for all of Asgard. The most powerful divine essences, the core essence of Asgard's greatest gods, had been compressed into runes and repurposed to fortify the seal on Hela. Even Thor, the god of thunder, had only inherited one of these divine essences, as Odin dared not spare more. Others, like the warriors Three and Sif, represented minor gods of the harvest or land, none with immense combat power. The runes were the foundation of the seal. As Hela grew stronger and Odin aged, he had to continuously replenish the seal with additional power to keep her contained. Losing the fire god's rune now, one of the key components of the seal, would accelerate the seal's decay.
The gates of hell would weaken, and Ragnarok would come far sooner than Odin was prepared for. Odin's golden aura intensified, his killing intent unmistakable, as he prepared for a confrontation.
The Ancient One, by contrast, remained as calm and composed as ever, her demeanor unshaken. Odin, I understand your concerns, she said, her voice steady. If you're determined to fight me, risk mutual destruction, and then face an unleashed Hela, I won't stop you.
But if that's not your intention, then calm yourself. Let's work together to find a solution.
Meanwhile, back in the treasury, Thor was still reeling from the sudden disappearance of his father and the Ancient One. Although he didn't fully understand why Odin had tried to stop the rune, he instinctively trusted his father's judgment.
If Odin wanted to prevent it, then it must have been for the good of Asgard.
Without hesitation, Thor reached out to try and grab the rune himself. But the rune, imbued with the primal power of the fire god, was far beyond the control of an unawakened Thor. As his hand approached, an overwhelming wave of fiery energy surged toward him, its sheer force like the eruption of countless volcanoes at once. The power was so intense that Thor instinctively stepped back, withdrawing his hand. The moment he retreated, the fiery pressure dissipated entirely.
Damn it! I've been tricked!
Thor cursed, realizing too late that the rune had used a spiritual illusion to intimidate him. Frustrated and furious, he reached out again to stop it, but the rune had already moved beyond his reach. The fiery rune floated toward Xianxiao, circling him as if inspecting its new host. Then, without warning, it plunged directly into Xianxiao's forehead. The moment the rune entered his body, Xianxiao underwent a profound transformation. What had previously looked like a man hosting fire within his body now became something entirely different.
He no longer appeared as a vessel containing flames, he was the flames.
His entire being radiated fiery energy, as though his very essence had merged with the inferno.
This is the fire god's core essence. How is this possible?
Thor muttered, his face a mixture of shock and disbelief. Legend spoke of Asgard's 12 principal gods, the most powerful warriors of the realm, second only to Odin himself. Thor's own divine essence, the thunder gods, was one of these. But at some point in Asgard's history, these 12 gods had mysteriously vanished. Only Thor and Heimdall, as the god of thunder and the god of light, remained. Thor had questioned Odin many times about their fates, but Odin had always remained tight-lipped. Thor had assumed that during Odin's conquests across the cosmos, the principal gods had fallen in battle against powerful foes, their divine essences destroyed. But now, to see the fire god's rune here, alive and active, it shattered everything he thought he knew. How had the fire god's rune ended up in the treasury? Why had it chosen Qianxiao, a mortal from Earth, as its host? Thor had no answers. Since he'd failed to stop it, all he could do now was sit and wait for Qianxiao to awaken. Thor sighed and sat down, his mind racing. His current state left him powerless to intervene. His thunder god essence had yet to fully awaken, and while Mjolnir might provide a means to forcibly disrupt Qianxiao's transformation, he hesitated. Odin had only sought to stop the rune, not to harm Qianxiao directly. Thor couldn't risk acting rashly without understanding the full implications of what had just happened. Elsewhere, Odin and the Ancient One had arrived at a hidden, twisted chamber deep beneath the Golden Palace. The space was warped and distorted, as though reality itself struggled to maintain its form. At the center loomed a massive black portal, radiating an ominous, ghostly light. The portal's interior was pitch black, offering no glimpse of what lay beyond. Occasionally, however, chilling, blood-curdling wails echoed from its depths, a stark warning that whatever lay on the other side was no paradise. Odin's face remained grim. With a wave of his hand, golden light erupted around the portal. A colossal magical seal appeared, intricately inscribed with countless glyphs and symbols of incomprehensible complexity. Golden chains of magical energy wrapped tightly around the portal and the seal, each chain adorned with runes similar to the fiery one that had just escaped. White, blue, and other runes representing different elemental forces shone brightly, reinforcing the seal. But one chain stood out, its glow flickering weakly, cracks forming along its length. It was clear that this chain had once been bound by the fire god's rune. Now, with the rune absorbed by Qianxiao, the chain had lost its source of power. It wouldn't be long before it shattered completely, and with it, the entire seal would collapse. Odin's expression darkened further as he stared at the faltering chain. The stakes had just been raised, and the clock was ticking. The Ancient One gently stroked her chin, standing before the mysterious seal deep beneath the palace. Her expression was one of deep contemplation. Beside her, Odin gripped Gungnir tightly, his entire stance radiating tension and determination. It was clear from his demeanor that if the Ancient One failed to propose a solution to this dire predicament, he would not hesitate to raise his weapon and engage her in a fight to the death, even at the cost of mutual destruction. Time passed in silence, the weight of the moment growing heavier with each passing second. Then, suddenly, the Ancient One's lips curled into a faint smile. She raised her right hand and snapped her fingers with a crisp snap. "I've got it," the Ancient One declared confidently. "Odin, listen carefully. There's a solution to this thorny issue, and if it works, losing one divine essence might not be such a big deal after all." Odin waved dismissively, his face hard and resolute. "Then you stay here and guard this seal permanently. As long as I live, as long as Hela does not fully claim Asgard's essence, I guarantee this seal will remain unbroken." A flicker of joy crossed Odin's face as he spoke. To him, this seemed like an excellent trade, losing one divine essence in exchange for the protection of the Sorcerer Supreme. It was a bargain he wouldn't hesitate to accept. Yet his smile barely had time to settle when the Ancient One's tone shifted. "However," she continued, "you must understand, my old friend, that I bear the heavy responsibility of protecting Earth. I cannot remain here indefinitely. This seal, in the end, still cannot be fully repaired." Odin's smile froze in place, his expression darkening. Internally, he couldn't help but curse. "You're joking, aren't you? If you can't do it, why even bring it up?" The glow on Gungnir intensified as he struggled to suppress his growing frustration, his gaze fixed intently on the Ancient One. "Don't get riled up," the Ancient One said soothingly, raising her hand to pacify him. "Let me finish. Qianxiao has already absorbed the fire god's rune. Once he fully integrates it, his newfound power will be enough to repair the broken chain of the seal. With my sealing magic reinforcing it, the seal will remain stable for at least 10 years. That should buy you enough time, shouldn't it?" 10 years. The Ancient One's voice wavered slightly, but her words carried a resolute conviction. She knew the importance of this seal in preventing Hela's escape from Hell. But more crucially, the true linchpin of the seal was Odin's mastery over Asgard's essence.
Once Odin succumbed to the inevitable decay of his mortal body, Hela would inherit full control over Asgard's essence. When that day came, the seal would lose all meaning. Odin sighed deeply, his weariness evident. He understood the Ancient One's words all too well. He likely did not have 10 years left in his life, and he knew it. He couldn't help but reflect bitterly on his past arrogance. When Hela was born, he had been so confident in his power that he had granted her Asgard's essence without hesitation. Asgard's royal succession was intrinsically tied to the transfer of its essence, much like shares in a company. Yet unlike earthly companies, Asgard's essence could not be unilaterally reclaimed. Once granted, it was irrevocable. And unlike shares, if Odin lost his grip on Asgard's essence, it would automatically default to Hela, a fact Odin could do nothing to change. In a sense, the seeds of Ragnarok had been sown by Odin's own hand. 10 years. It should be enough. Perhaps I won't even need that long, Odin murmured, his voice heavy with resignation. The Ancient One gave a faint chuckle. Don't forget, I'm not in much better shape than you. If anything, I might leave this world before you. But don't lose hope, we still have a chance. She pointed toward the void, where a mirrored image materialized, showing Qin Shao enveloped in flames. Meanwhile, back in the treasury, Qin Shao had been hovering midair for nearly 20 minutes, his body engulfed in fire. Ever since the mysterious rune entered his body, Thor had noticed a significant rise in the rune's temperature. Before long, even Thor, with his godly constitution, began to struggle against the oppressive heat. If not for the casket of ancient winters automatically releasing waves of chilling air to counteract the heat, the entire treasury, and perhaps even the palace itself, might have started to melt and burn. When the rune first entered Qin Shao's body, he had immediately lost consciousness. It felt as though the flames coursing through him were merging with his very being. The sensation was indescribable, it was as though he were submerged in a perfectly heated hot spring on a freezing winter's day. The warmth enveloped him, soothing every fiber of his being. All his exhaustion and fatigue seemed to vanish, replaced by an unparalleled sense of comfort and rejuvenation. He wasn't sure how much time had passed, but eventually, his consciousness began to return. "Congratulations, host," the system's voice echoed in his mind. "You have successfully completed the mission of assisting Thor during his exile on Earth. As a reward, you have absorbed the eternal flame and inherited the divine essence of Surtur, the fire god, one of Asgard's 12 principal gods. The fusion of the eternal flame with the fire god's rune has initiated a basic awakening of your fire god powers." 12 principal gods? Basic awakening? Qin Shao asked, his voice laced with confusion. The system promptly explained the significance of Asgard's 12 principal gods, the events leading to their disappearance, and Odin's efforts to seal Hela. Slowly, Qin Shao began to piece together the larger picture. As for his so-called basic awakening, it primarily manifested in his newfound ability to control fire. In this state, Qin Shao could generate and manipulate flames at will, even launching them as ranged attacks. The flames he produced reached temperatures of approximately 1,500 degrees Celsius. Additionally, the system had fused the various serums in his body, resulting in physical strength and durability roughly equivalent to 60% of the Hulk's capabilities. However, thanks to his status as an Asgardian principal god, his regenerative abilities now rivaled those of the Hulk. Of course, the system didn't provide all this assistance for free, it deducted 1,000 points as a service fee. Still, Qin Shao found the price worth it, considering the significant boost to his overall power. "Not bad," Qin Shao muttered to himself. "Having ranged attacks is definitely handy. Guess I'm officially a dual-class warrior mage now. But 1,500 degrees? That's kind of underwhelming for one of Asgard's 12 gods, isn't it? I mean, extremis flames are hotter than that. And I absorbed the eternal flame, too." The eternal flame's primary purpose was to recharge the fire god's rune and facilitate your initial awakening, the system explained in a tone reminiscent of an over-the-top infomercial. The eternal flame itself is a force even a fully awakened fire god would struggle to control. Expecting to wield its full power now is nothing short of wishful thinking. Stop dreaming. Despite his complaints, Qin Shao couldn't deny that the potential to eventually harness the eternal flame's full power made this trip to Asgard worthwhile. Feeling a bit more optimistic, he slowly opened his eyes, the first thing he saw being the eternal flame still contained within its vessel. Its fire had dwindled to the size of a soybean, but it remained intact, a crucial element for future events like awakening Surtur, destroying Asgard, or fighting Hela. The eternal flame will gradually absorb cosmic energy and recover over time.
You needn't worry, the Ancient One's voice cut through his thoughts. Turning his head, Xin Shao saw Odin and the Ancient One standing beside Thor, their expressions contemplative. He had no idea how long they had been silently observing him. Coulson abruptly jumped out of his seat, panic etched across his face as flames licked at his suit and hair. "What the hell is happening?" he yelled, frantically swatting at the fire on his chest. Nearby, Xin Shao was equally alarmed, quickly trying to pat the flames down with his hands. But the more he tried, the more aggressively the fire seemed to grow. "Hold still, Coulson. I'll put it out," he shouted, though his efforts only made matters worse. "Move aside." Tony Stark bellowed as he grabbed a fire extinguisher and unleashed its contents on the flames. A thick cloud of foam engulfed Coulson, and after a tense moment, the fire was finally extinguished. Coulson slumped back into his chair, though his once pristine suit was now charred, and his hair, already sparse, had been singed to the point where it resembled a patchy, roasted field. A faint smell of burnt hair lingered in the air. "I'm fine," Coulson muttered, though his reddened scalp and slightly smoldering suit told a different story. Xin Shao, who had just returned from his mission in Asgard, had barely stepped foot in the base when Coulson bombarded him with a flurry of urgent messages, demanding his immediate return to New York. After convincing the Ancient One to drop him off near the base, Xin Shao called Tony to meet him there. However, before Xin Shao could even begin explaining his adventures in Asgard, the chaotic scene with Coulson catching fire unfolded. "Coulson! I swear I didn't set you on fire!" Xin Shao exclaimed, raising his hands defensively. "I just walked in and stood near you, that's all. You've got to believe me." "Believe you?" Coulson snapped, his face flushed with anger as he glared at Xin Shao. "If you wanted me to keep that bet, you could have just asked. But setting me on fire? This suit was brand new. I didn't do it." Xin Shao protested, his voice desperate. He raised his right hand, extending his index and middle fingers toward the sky as if taking an oath. "I swear, I didn't." "Wait, what's that on your fingers?" Tony interrupted, his eyes narrowing as he pointed at Xin Zhao's hand. A small flame had sprung to life on Xin Zhao's raised fingers, flickering innocently as if mocking the situation. "Oh, crap!" Xin Shao yelped, instinctively shaking his hand to extinguish the flame. I didn't mean to." "You liar!" Coulson roared, grabbing his gun from the table. "You're the one who set me on fire." "Calm down, Coulson," Xin Shao shouted, raising his hands in surrender. "Let me explain, this is all just a misunderstanding." "Explain it to God, you pyromaniac," Coulson growled, aiming his gun. Whack! Tony, still holding the fire extinguisher, swung it against the back of Coulson's head, knocking him out cold. "What the hell, Tony?" Xin Shao exclaimed, looking at the unconscious Coulson. "Relax," Tony said, setting the extinguisher down. "I just saved your life. I've heard this guy spends most of his salary on hair products. He was definitely going to shoot you. He needed to cool off. But I can't even be hurt by bullets." Xin Shao muttered. "Right, forgot about that," Tony said, a sheepish grin spreading across his face. "Well, my bad. How about we grab some coffee while we wait for him to wake up?" 30 minutes later, Xin Shao sat cross-legged on the fireproof floor of a specially designed room, visibly frustrated. Coulson, now awake and holding an ice pack to the back of his head, sat on a nearby sofa, glaring at Xin Shao with a mix of anger and disbelief. Tony stood off to the side, idly twirling a cigar between his fingers. The room was silent, save for the occasional awkward cough. The tension hung in the air like a heavy fog, the two men staring intently at Xin Shao as if waiting for something to happen. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, a small flame the size of a medicine bottle appeared on top of Xin Zhao's head. "There it is! I told you!" Tony shouted, pointing excitedly at the flame. He grabbed his cigar and held it over Xin Zhao's head to light it. "Perfect timing." "Tony, seriously?" Xin Shao snapped, swatting the cigar away. "I'm trying to explain myself here." After Coulson fainted from the initial shock of seeing Xin Shao spontaneously combust, Xin Shao had taken the opportunity to recount his experiences in Asgard to Tony. He explained how he had accidentally absorbed the fire god's essence and the eternal flame, gaining new powers in the process. During his explanation, small flames had appeared on his body twice more, much to Tony's amusement. When Coulson regained consciousness, Xin Shao repeated the story, but Coulson remained skeptical, at least until now. "So you're telling me," Coulson began, standing up and pacing in front of Xin Shao.
Odin locked his daughter Hela in Hell, an actual realm among the 9 realms, and if she ever escapes, the 9 realms will face a war against a tyrannical goddess of death? Exactly, Xin Xiao said, nodding.
But as long as Odin is alive, he can keep her sealed.
We don't have to worry about it for now.
At that moment, a small flame burst to life near Qin Zhao's crotch. Tony, who had been reaching for his cigar again, froze mid-motion. A wide grin spread across his face as he pointed at the new flame.
Well, what do we have here?
Smells like roasted chicken.
Congrats, Qin, looks like you'll never need to turn on the heat in winter again.
Shut up, Tony, Qin Xiao muttered, glaring at him.
Just start the tests already. I can't go out in public like this.
And so, the tests began. Tony, ever the engineer, had Jarvis analyze Qin Zhao's newfound abilities. After hours of rigorous testing, they reached a conclusion: the flames on Qin Zhao's body appeared randomly, seemingly tied to his emotional state. Their temperatures varied between 280 and 1,500 degrees Celsius, and their behavior was highly unpredictable. This confirmed what the system had already told Qin Xiao: his current control over his powers was minimal at best. However, both Jarvis and Tony agreed that with continued practice, Qin Zhao's erratic outbursts of flame would gradually subside within the next few days. Encouraged by this, Qin Xiao spent the following days in a fireproof room Stark had specially designed for him, repeatedly practicing his control over the flames. The results were mixed. Throughout the Avengers' secret base in New York, Qin Zhao's voice could often be heard yelling dramatic incantations. Standing in the center of the room, his index and middle fingers ablaze, he would focus intently on the wall in front of him and shout, "Great Serpent Slash!" A minuscule flame would flicker against the wall, barely leaving a scorch mark. Undeterred, he would try again, yelling names like Raging Bite,
Demon Burn,
8 sake cups. After nearly a month of relentless training, Qin Xiao finally gained full control over the fiery energy within his body. However, to his dismay, the results of his so-called basic awakening were far less impressive than he had imagined. Sure, he could make flames appear on specific parts of his body, transform into a human torch, or even spew a 2 to 3 meter long column of fire from his mouth. Yet, the dream of becoming a long-range fire mage capable of devastating attacks was still a far cry from reality. Despite his disappointment, Qin Xiao did figure out a technique for close combat attacks enhanced with flames, which added a significant boost to his melee combat abilities. This was especially evident when he discovered he could coat his Tang sword with a layer of fire, making him feel like the protagonist of a video game. Unfortunately, the effect was mostly aesthetic, as the Tang sword was already so powerful that the added 1,500 degrees Celsius flame didn't increase its lethality. After all, anything capable of withstanding such intense heat would already be vulnerable to the sword itself. As Tony put it, "Congratulations, you've invented a flameless torch."
Practicality, 0.
Still, the time had finally come for Qin Xiao to leave the base and return to the outside world. No longer confined to his quarters, he could finally sleep in a proper bed with blankets, luxuries he hadn't been able to enjoy due to the constant risk of his body igniting. If not for the combat suit provided by the system, he might have had to spend the entire month training in the nude. Today, Qin Xiao was in an exceptionally good mood. Not only was he finally leaving his self-imposed isolation, but Black Widow had also returned. Coulson hadn't lied. When the date for the cello concert arrived, Natasha had no S.H.I.E.L.D. missions to attend to. She was genuinely interested in the event, as it turned out, and Qin Xiao, eager to spend time with her, had agreed to accompany her despite his usual disinterest in such activities. He saw this as the perfect opportunity to open up to Natasha and, perhaps, to deepen their relationship to the most intimate levels.
Natasha seemed equally happy today.
After enduring 2 hours of mind-numbing boredom during the concert, Qin Xiao finally managed to accompany her out of the venue. For once, she shed her usual stoic spy demeanor, laughing and pulling Qin Xiao along as they left the concert hall. She suggested finding a place to grab some food and a drink, and since Natasha was rarely able to enjoy such a carefree day, the two decided to take a leisurely stroll rather than drive, wandering the streets in search of something to eat. Manhattan's relative safety, compared to other parts of New York, meant that the streets were still bustling even at 9 p.m. The cool autumn breeze carried a refreshing chill, making the night air crisp and pleasant. Along the seaside promenade, couples strolled and laughed, their voices mingling with the gentle sound of the waves. Natasha, in high spirits, dragged Qin Xiao to a nearby bench. "I swear, I'm never wearing such high heels again," Natasha grumbled, slipping off her shoes without a care. Her dress lifted slightly as she swung her legs back and forth, revealing slender, shapely calves. The soft glow of the streetlights accentuated her fair skin, making it seem almost luminous.
Qin Xiao couldn't help but stare, momentarily entranced. Enjoying the view?
Natasha teased, catching his gaze. Beautiful, Qin Xiao replied honestly, his voice filled with admiration. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Natasha leaned in, her fiery red lips meeting his in a passionate kiss. For a long moment, the world seemed to fade away, leaving only the two of them. When they finally broke apart, Qin Xiao, still savoring the moment, attempted to lean in again, wrapping his arms around her neck.
But Natasha gently pushed him away.
I'm hungry, she said with a playful smile.
Go grab me something to eat.
She nodded toward a hot dog cart several meters away, the aroma of sizzling sausages wafting through the air.
On it!
Qin Xiao replied enthusiastically, practically leaping to his feet as he headed toward the cart. But just as he rose, a sharp whoosh pierced the air behind him. Instinctively, Qin Xiao turned, catching sight of a small missile hurtling toward the bench. In a split second, he lunged back toward Natasha, wrapping his arms around her just as the missile struck the bench. The explosion sent a powerful shockwave rippling through the air, accompanied by a hail of debris. Qin Xiao's back bore the brunt of the blast, absorbing the impact and shielding Natasha from harm. The intense heat and flames from the explosion, however, barely registered for him, his newfound fire resistance rendering them harmless. As the dust settled, Qin Xiao scanned the area, his sharp eyes locking onto the source of the attack, a shadowy figure retreating across a rooftop on the far side of the street. Gotcha, Qin Xiao muttered, his gaze narrowing. The silhouette vanished a moment later.
Natasha, stay here.
I'll handle, he began, but was cut off as Natasha clutched his shirt tightly. Don't go, she whispered, her voice trembling. Her hand reached up to caress his cheek, her touch surprisingly soft for someone so deadly. It was then that Qin Xiao noticed something was wrong. Natasha's face was pale, her breathing labored, and when he moved his hand from her waist, he felt something warm and sticky.
Looking down, his heart sank.
A jagged piece of shrapnel, at least 10 centimeters long, was embedded in her back. The visible portion was only the tip, there was no telling how deep it had gone.
Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!
Qin Xiao cursed under his breath, his mind racing. His hands moved quickly but carefully, ensuring he didn't jostle the shrapnel. Luckily, his phone had survived the explosion, likely thanks to his combat suit. Without wasting a second, he dialed Coulson's number. We've been attacked. Natasha's seriously injured, shrapnel in her back, at least 10 centimeters visible.
I can't move her.
I need the best medical team you've got, now. I left the concert hall about 20 minutes ago, we're by the seaside.
I don't know the exact address, but you can trace the call.
Qin Xiao barked into the phone, his voice urgent. It's going to be okay, Natasha, he said, his voice softer now as he looked down at her.
I'm here. I'm not going anywhere. Coulson's on his way. You're going to be fine. I'm
fine, Natasha murmured weakly, though her voice betrayed her pain.
It's just, such a shame. I didn't even get to eat that hot dog. I can't remember the last time I had such a peaceful night.
A trickle of blood escaped her lips as she spoke, and her eyes fluttered shut as she lost consciousness.
Don't fall asleep, Natasha. Stay with me.
Qin Xiao pleaded, his voice shaking. He held her close, his arms steady as he waited for the medics to arrive, praying for her safety. Meanwhile, a few blocks away in a luxurious hotel suite, a middle-aged man lounged on a sofa, watching a live feed on a large screen. The footage showed Qin Xiao shielding Natasha from the explosion, standing firm as the blast engulfed him. The intel from Hydra was wrong, the man said, his tone calm but laced with frustration.
Qin Xiao's abilities far exceed our expectations. He's not just a super soldier, he's something else entirely. The operation is terminated. Pull everyone out of the US. We'll deal with Natasha another time.